The nine-tailed fox's claws pierced through Minato's abdomen. Warm blood gushed from the wound soaking his white Hokage robe. Minato looked down without a cry of pain, not even a frown. His hand pressed firmly on the nine-tailed fox's head, the sealing nail pinning the demon fox to the ground. The nine-tailed fox struggled, its nine tails sweeping across the surroundings, tearing apart the already shattered streets even more. Rubble flew, dust filled the sky, and from a distance came the cries of ninjas and the wails of villagers. Minato did not look back. He dared not. He knew that Kushina's time was running out. He also knew that his own time was running out. In his arms Naruto was crying, his voice sharp and loud like the first declaration of his arrival into this world. Minato looked down at his son, whose wrinkled little face was flushed red, tiny fists waving in the air as if protesting against this cruel world. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Minato said silently in his heart. "I'm sorry that you have to lose your parents from the moment you are born. I'm sorry that you have to bear this fate from today. But you must survive. Konoha must survive." The nine-tailed fox's roar shattered the surrounding buildings, its voice full of violence and madness. It was suppressed by the sealing nail, yet still struggling desperately, its claws gouging deep furrows into the ground, its nine tails like 9 giant pythons tearing everything around to pieces. Minato knew that the 8 trigram seal alone was not enough. The nine-tailed fox's power was too strong. It was the most powerful tailed beast in the world, an aggregate of chakra disaster itself. Naruto was too young, only a few hours old, his body could not withstand the complete 9 tails. So there was only one choice. Minato took a deep breath and began to form hand seals. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, ox, snake. Each seal was as heavy as a mountain, each burning the last of his chakra. His fingers were trembling, not from fear but from excessive blood loss, because the wound that pierced his abdomen had pushed his body to its limit. But he did not stop. Dead demon consuming seal. The moment his hands clasped together, the world changed. An icy cold aura surged from the void like a wind from the deepest abyss, making every hair on Minato's body stand on end. It was not ordinary cold, but the fear of being watched by a soul, a taboo that the living should not touch. The death god appeared behind him. A huge pale god with a rosary in its mouth slowly rose from the void. Its figure was even taller than the nine-tailed fox, its face blurred yet haunting, its hollow eyes staring straight at Minato as if appraising a delicious dish. A bony hand landed on Minato's shoulder. Icy cold. Minato's body shuddered violently. It was not physical cold but the shudder of the soul being touched, as if an invisible hand reached into his chest, gripping the core of his being. The death god's hand passed through Minato's body, grasping his soul inside. Minato could feel his soul being pulled out bit by bit, an indescribable sensation, not pain but a fear deeper than pain, the feeling of being shaken at the very core of existence. But he did not retreat. This was his choice. Split. Minato gritted his teeth, dividing the nine-tailed fox's power into 2 halves. The nine-tailed fox let out a roar that shook the heavens. The roar was filled with anger, terror and disbelief. It felt its power being forcibly divided by some supreme rule, half pushed toward the baby in Minato's arms, half pulled toward Minato himself. "Damn you, Fourth Hokage. You're crazy. You're using this jutsu." The nine-tailed fox struggled, rolling on the ground, but the sealing nail and the death god's power suppressed it, rendering it immobile. Minato did not answer. All his concentration was on the sealing technique. Chakra turned into a blade, splitting the nine-tailed fox's power from the middle like cutting an apple in half, half yang, half yin. Seal. The yang half was swallowed into Naruto's body by the whirlpool sealing formula. The baby's crying stopped abruptly, replaced by a black spiral mark appearing on his abdomen. Naruto's little face wrinkled, then he fell asleep as if everything had just been a brief nightmare. The yin half was pulled into Minato's body. Excruciating pain erupted instantly. The nine-tailed fox's yin chakra rampaged through his veins like a trapped poisonous snake biting wildly. Minato's body arched, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his hands still steadily formed sealing hand signs, gradually suppressing the wild power into his own body. The seal was complete. It was over. Minato knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His body had reached its limit, the abdominal wound, blood loss, chakra depletion, plus half of the nine tails sealed inside him. Any one of these reasons would have been enough to bring down a Jonin. But he was still kneeling. Because in his arms was Naruto. He looked down at his son, whose little face was calm and peaceful, the corners of his mouth even slightly raised as if having a sweet dream. A weak smile also appeared on Minato's lips. Naruto. He whispered, his voice hoarse and gentle. I'm sorry. Dad and Mom. Can't watch you grow up. Kushina's last consciousness had faded. Her hand hung limply in his palm, cold but gentle with the lingering warmth of the Uzumaki clan. Minato tightened his grip on that hand as if holding the entire world. But you must become a great ninja. His vision began to blur. Behind him the death god moved. The pale bony hand reached forward again, this time not to touch but to reap. The death god's hand passed through Minato's back, through his spine, through his chest, and grasped his soul. Minato's body stiffened instantly. He felt his soul being pulled out like the ebbing tide, like an hourglass running out, like the sun sinking below the horizon. That feeling was irresistible, inescapable. It was the authority of the death god, the oldest, most unbreakable rule in heaven and earth. The soul was being pulled out of the body bit by bit. First the feet, then the legs, then the torso. Minato watched his own soul separate from his body, an indescribably strange sensation. He could still see his hands holding Naruto, but those hands no longer belonged to him, pale, stiff, motionless. His vision shrank, sounds faded, even Naruto in his arms became a blur of golden light. The death god's mouth slowly opened, the giant maw that had devoured countless souls emitting a dark light waiting for him. Minato closed his eyes. Kushina, I'm coming. Just then, something collided. It was not chakra nor ninjutsu nor any power of this world. It was a soul, a chaotic remnant of consciousness that had torn through space from another world, dazed and confused. It had no shape, no voice, no clear will. It was just a chaos of broken consciousness that had drifted in the gaps of space for countless years. It had no memory, no self, no past, no future. It remembered nothing. It wanted nothing. It was just hungry. A hunger that was the most primal, most instinctive, beyond all reason. This remnant soul had drifted in the void for so long that it had forgotten who it once was, forgotten time, forgotten everything. Its very existence had become a pure desire, a desire to fill itself, to no longer be empty. It smelled an extremely enticing scent. The corner of the death god's mouth. The giant maw that had devoured countless souls was emitting an extremely rich soul aura. It was the death god's offering Minato Namikaze's complete, resilient, golden shining soul. To this remnant soul, that scent was like a starving wild dog smelling meat, like a traveler in the desert seeing an oasis. It pounced. It was not an attack, not a theft, but feeding. The remnant soul opened its mouth, it didn't even know it had, and bit into Minato's soul just as it was about to be swallowed by the death god. The death god stopped. Its hollow eyes slowly turned toward this uninvited guest, not with anger or surprise but with a nearly curious scrutiny. In the long history of the dead demon-consuming seal, never had anything dared to snatch food from his mouth. Never. Remnant soul. The death god spoke, his voice like an echo from the earth, deep and ancient. A mere remnant soul daring to compete with me for an offering. The death god reached out to grab the remnant soul. The pale fingers passed through the remnant soul as if through a mist, as if trying to scoop up the moon's reflection in water. The remnant soul was not bound by the death god's authority, it came from another world, a world with completely different rules. The death god's scythe could reap any soul of this world but could not cut something that did not belong to this world. The death god's fingers passed through the remnant soul again. 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 Each time was like grasping flowing water, each time futile. The death god was silent for a moment. Then it did something it had never done before, it increased the pulling force. The death god gripped the scythe with both hands and pulled back sharply, trying to forcibly reap Minato's soul. Minato's soul was torn almost to pieces between the death god and the remnant soul, golden light splattering like a shattered sun. The remnant soul felt it. It felt its hard-won food being taken away, felt the enticing scent fading away. It let out a silent, wordless roar, the rage of being deprived of hunger, the madness at the deepest instinct. The remnant soul no longer just get coiled around. It wrapped its chaotic body around Minato's soul like a snake coiling around its prey, like a vine twining around a tree. It devoured greedily, absorbing every fragment of Minato's soul into itself. The death god and the remnant soul wrestled in the void. Minato's soul was torn, shattered, twisted in the middle. His last fragments of consciousness scattered in the darkness. Golden hair, Kushina's smiling face, Jiraiya's teachings, the third Hokage's entrustment, Naruto's first cry, all shattered, all swallowed, all merging into that chaos. Just then, the Yin chakra of the nine-tailed fox inside Minato's body suddenly erupted. The half of the nine-tailed fox sealed inside Minato felt the host's soul disintegrating, and it struggled desperately trying to break free to regain its freedom. That vast violent power broke through the seal's restraint, turning into a torrent that poured into Minato's soul. Three forces, the death gods pulled the remnant souls, devouring the nine-tailed fox's eruption, collided, entangled, and tore in the void. Minato's soul shattered completely. It broke into countless golden specks of light. The remnant soul greedily swallowed these specks, not missing a single one. It swallowed Minato's memories, emotions, well, everything about Minato. And the death god struck by the nine-tailed fox's eruption staggered back a step. Just one step. The remnant soul seized the opportunity. It dragged Minato's soul fragments and the half-berserk nine-tailed fox and turned to flee. The remnant soul tore the void, drilled into a crack leading to an unknown place, and disappeared from the death god's sight. The death god stood still. The scythe hung at its side, the white robe drifted in the void, the prayer beads gently collided in the wind, making a clear sound. It stared expressionlessly at the crack slowly closing, watching its offering disappear into the rules of another world. For a long time. The death god slowly raised its head. It let out a laugh. Not anger, not fear, not annoyance, but a strange, almost relieved, wild laughter. The laughter echoed in the barrier over the ruins under the night sky ravaged by the nine-tailed fox. Ha 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 ha. The pale god did not pursue, did not get angry, did not even try to retrieve the offering. It just laughed louder and louder, more and more wild, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. How long had the dead demon-consuming seal existed? 1,000 years. 10,000 years. How many souls had it reaped? Hundreds. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Never had an offering escaped from its hands. Never had a remnant soul dared to contend with it. Never had a person after death taken back their own soul from its mouth. Today it happened. The death god's figure began to disintegrate. The prayer beads scattered, the white robe shattered, that mad smile still hanging on its pale face turning into countless specks of light dissipating between heaven and earth. The dead demon-consuming seal released. The death god vanished. This was the first time in history that the caster of the dead demon-consuming seal did not pay the price of his soul. Not because Minato escaped punishment, but because the death god lost its offering. On the ruins of Konoha, on the scorched earth ravaged by the nine-tailed fox, Minato's body lay quietly. His chest did not rise. His pupils were dilated. His lips were white. Kushina's hand was still in his palm, their blood flowing together into a dark red stream slowly seeping into the soil. Naruto slept in his arms, not knowing that his father had stopped breathing. He was dead. But not completely. The remnant soul that dragged Minato's soul away drifted in the space gap for an unknown time. It did not know where it was going, what it was, only that the golden specks in its mouth, the fragments of Minato's soul, were undergoing some kind of change. The fragments of Minato's soul began to melt inside the remnant soul. Not being devoured, not being digested, but merging. End of Chapter 1. In the depths of consciousness, darkness stretches boundlessly. No light, no sound, no sense of time passing. Only chaos remains, as if returned to the void before the world was born. Within this void something is stirring. Minato Namikaze's soul fragments slowly reform within the remnant soul, though the process proves difficult and unstable. Two completely different memories and two unfamiliar lives are colliding, tearing at each other and trying to merge within a cramped consciousness space. Like two rivers colliding at their confluence, churning up violent waves, or like two shattered mirrors forced back together, each crack refracting a different light. Minato begins to see visions not his own, fuzzy at first, like watching a distant dream through frosted glass. Slowly the image sharpens, a teenager sitting in a cramped room, a glowing thin board placed before him. Colorful posters cover the walls, textbooks and exam papers pile on the desk, while sunlight streams through the window blinds in striped patterns across the floor. This is a world Minato has never known, no chakra, no ninja tools, no shinobi. Just an ordinary peaceful world. On the glowing screen a scene plays, and Minato recognizes it. It's himself. On screen a blonde ninja cradles an infant as Death Spectre rises behind him, that moment when he performed the Reaper Death Seal. He recognizes his Hokage robe, Naruto's crumpled face, the wound piercing through his abdomen. He is watching his own death. The boy stares fixedly at the screen, eyes red and lips quivering, knuckles white from gripping the tissue paper on his knees, curled up in his chair as if struck hard in the chest. Minato can feel the boy's emotions, the grief slicing through his heart like a dull blade, admiration burning like fire in his chest, and a formless force choking him, stealing his breath. Fourth Hokage. Such a waste. The boy whispers hoarsely, sniffling as he wipes his eyes with a tissue, then continues staring at the screen. Minato freezes. This boy knows him, a complete stranger from another world recognizes him. The vision begins to swirl, fracture and reform. New images surface. Minato witnesses the boy's entire life, or rather what that boy once was. He sees the boy walking down a wide street lined with towering buildings under a brilliant blue sky, backpack slung over one shoulder, music bleeding from headphones, moving with easy carefree steps. It was an ordinary afternoon, warm sun and gentle breeze, the world peaceful as stagnant water. Then, the image suddenly shatters. Minato saw a blinding white light, heard the piercing screech of brakes, felt a tremendous devastating impact. The boy's body flew through the air like a severed puppet, tracing a tragic arc before crashing onto the cold ground. Blood. So much blood. His vision narrows, sounds fade, consciousness dissolves. It is exactly what Minato felt moments ago when death pulled at his soul, that is the taste of death. The boy is dead. But the story is not over. Minato watches his newly separated soul get pulled into the void by some unknown force. Drifting through the void for an indeterminate time, the soul is suddenly yanked by immense force into an entirely different world. A world of immortals. The scene shifts, towering mountains and flowing waters shrouded in mist, giant cranes soaring through the sky, a golden dragon erupting from the lake below. This is a world far older and more mysterious than the ninja world. And that boy, no, he is no longer a boy, he appears within these visions. Clad in azure robes with his hair tied back, he stands atop a peak overlooking a sea of clouds, his gaze harder and more resolute than that ordinary boy ever was. That is the look of someone who has found their path. Minato witnesses their cultivation, day after day, year after year. Meditation, breathing, refining, chi foundation establishment, from ignorant mortal to chi refining cultivator to foundation building warrior. Each step. For 60 years he tried to walk with others, but the path of cultivation is ultimately a narrow bridge, only oneself can reach the end. For 60 years he wanted to give up countless times, but each time at the last moment he gritted his teeth and kept going. Because he did not want to die again. That thought drove into his soul like a nail, sustaining him through 60 long years. Minato witnesses his tribulation, lightning strike. The sky splits open and violet lightning pours from the wound as though the world itself roars in fury. The man sits cross-legged atop the peak, encircled by defensive arrays, a nascent golden core glowing in his palm. Once formed, he will enter the golden core stage, 500 years of life power multiplied several-fold, transformed from insignificant ant into a true cultivator. The first bolt strikes. The formations shatter. The second bolt falls. The mountain crumbles. The third strike draws blood from his mouth as cracks form in the golden core. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Each strike grows more ferocious, pushing him closer to the abyss of death. His robes shred to rags, skin blackens and chars, bones crack and groan beneath the torrent of lightning. Yet his gaze never wavers, that fanatical stubbornness, the absolute refusal to turn back now that he has come this far. The seventh bolt strikes. The golden core shatters. He shatters too, not his body but his soul. The tribulation's power pierces through his flesh and obliterates his spiritual essence. In that instant Minato witnesses the final flicker of light extinguish in those eyes like a candle blown out by the wind. Dead. 60 years of cultivation reduced to nothing in a single moment. Minato closes his eyes. He can feel that despair, the crushing weight of giving everything, reaching the threshold only to have it all shattered in an instant. He knows that despair too, the night the Nine-Tails attacked, when he watched Kushina struck by the beast's tail, beast bomb, when his arm passed through his own body, when he realized he would never see his son grow up. Two souls, two lives, yet at the deepest level they resonate. Both gave everything. Both fell short of the finish line. Both were people who refused to accept defeat. That shattered soul did not dissipate. It was drawn into the void by some incomprehensible force, drifting slowly through the chaos. Memories trickled away, consciousness gradually dimmed, and at last it became a dazed remnant soul left with nothing but the instinct of hunger. It forgot who it once was. It forgot the boy on earth who sat before a screen and wept for the Fourth Hokage. It forgot the 60 years of bitter cultivation, day and night in the world of immortal cultivation. It forgot the seventh heavenly thunder that shattered everything in the Golden Core tribulation. It forgot everything. Only hunger remained. A hunger so primal, so instinctive that it surpassed all reason. How long had it drifted in the void? 10 years. 100. Or longer. Time had lost all meaning there. The remnant soul simply wandered through the chaos again and again, searching for something that could fill itself. Until it caught the scent of the death god's breath. Until it lunged at Minato Namikaze's soul. Until, now. In the consciousness space those blue eyes flew wide open. Carl remembered. He remembered everything. He remembered his ordinary self on Earth, a young man who had just graduated from college curled up in a rented apartment binge-watching anime, sobbing uncontrollably at Naruto. He remembered the car accident, the blinding white light, the shrill screech of brakes, his body flying through the air, the cold hard ground. He remembered the feeling of his first death, and his second was the same, the tearing sensation of a soul being violently ripped out of the body. He remembered the 60 years in the cultivation world. He remembered the basic cultivation art he had picked up from a corpse and the ecstasy of successfully drawing chi into his body for the first time. He remembered the Golden Core tribulation, those 7 heavenly thunders. He withstood the first 6 but not the 7th. The sound of his Golden Core shattering still echoed in his ears, the feeling of his soul being split apart still ached faintly in the depths of his soul. He remembered drifting through the void. Boundless darkness, endless loneliness. Memories slipped away like sand between his fingers and consciousness flickered out like a candle in the wind. He remembered how he had forgotten everything bit by bit, first the most trivial matters, then important memories, then his own name, then who he was. In the end only hunger remained. And now, he remembered. He remembered it all. Deep within the consciousness space Carl's figure slowly emerged. He was no longer that dazed remnant soul. He had a form, not Minato Namikaze's form but his own. A lean middle-aged man in a blue Taoist robe, his hair bound in a topknot. 60 years of cultivation had carved deep marks into his face. In those eyes was something Minato Namikaze did not have, the calm of one who had seen through life and death, the detachment of one who had died twice. He stood in the consciousness space. Opposite him were Minato Namikaze's soul fragments, the golden shimmering fragments slowly reassembling within his remnant soul. 2 people, 2 souls, gazed at each other in the darkness. Carl looked at Minato. Minato looked at Carl. One was an ordinary young man from Earth who had crossed into a cultivation world, endured 60 years of bitter cultivation and finally fallen beneath the Golden Core tribulation. One was the Fourth Hokage of Konoha who had sealed the Nine Tails to protect the village and ultimately fallen to the dead demon-consuming seal. One was a viewer who had wept for the Fourth Hokage while watching Naruto. One was the Fourth Hokage himself who had made countless people weep. 2 people who had both died. 2 people who refused to accept it. At the boundary between life and death they met. So that's it, Carl said softly, his voice echoing through the consciousness space. So it's you. Minato's soul fragments did not speak, they were too shattered, not yet fully reassembled. But Carl could feel those fragments vibrating, resonating, responding to his words. I've watched your story, Carl went on, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. In another world, at a time when I had not yet died. I sat in front of my computer watching you hold Naruto, watching you say, I'm sorry, watching you close your eyes. I cried. I thought if only the Fourth Hokage could have lived. If only someone could have saved him. He paused and his smile grew even more bitter. Then I died. Twice. In the end I became a remnant soul that was nothing. I drifted in the void for who knows how many years, forgetting everything until only the instinct to eat remained. Then I caught the scent of your soul, I pounced and snatched you from the death god's mouth. He looked at the golden fragments, his gaze softening a little. I had meant to devour you. But I didn't expect your soul to be so strong. Your memories, emotions and will, they changed me instead. They illuminated me. They made me remember who I was. He reached out and touched the golden fragments. The warmth at his fingertips made him pause, it was the warmth of chakra and the warmth of a soul. Minato Namikaze, Carl said, we are very much alike. We both gave everything to protect something, both fell before the finish line, both refused to end like this. The golden fragments began to glow. Brighter and brighter as if ignited by his words. So, Carl took a deep breath, I will not devour you. And you will not devour me. Let us merge. Not one replacing the other but two people becoming one. Your memories and my memories, your ninjutsu and my cultivation, your will of fire and my obsession with not dying again. He closed his eyes. Let me live in your place. Let me see Naruto grow up for you. Let me protect Konoha for you, in my way and in your way. The golden fragments burst apart violently, turning into countless streams of light that poured into Karl's remnant soul. Karl's body began to change. The blue Taoist robe gradually dissolved, replaced by a white Hokage cloak. His bound topknot came loose, becoming a head of brilliant golden hair. His lean face became gentle and handsome, and blue eyes replaced black pupils. Minato Namikaze's soul fragments took root in Karl's remnant soul. The chaos within Karl was illuminated and shaped by the golden light. The memories, emotions, will and power of two people, everything fused completely at that moment. Minato saw Karl's life. An ordinary young man on Earth killed in a car accident, transmigrating into a cultivation world, 60 years of bitter cultivation, the golden core tribulation drifting through the void. Karl saw Minato's life. The yellow flash of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, his love with Kushina, Naruto's birth, the night of the nine tails, the dead demon consuming seal. Their two lives overlapped, interwove and merged in the consciousness space. It was not 1 + 1 = 2. It was, becoming one. Deep within the consciousness space the darkness began to recede. Light surged from all directions, illuminating every corner. At the center of the light a brand new figure slowly emerged. Golden hair, blue eyes, a white Hokage cloak. That was Minato Namikaze's appearance. But in those eyes, besides Minato's characteristic gentleness and resolve, there was something more. The weariness of having crossed two worlds, the vicissitudes of 60 years of cultivation, the calm after dying once and then dying again, and the courage to still choose to move forward after seeing through fate. He slowly opened his eyes. He knew who he was. He was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. The yellow flash. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto Uzumaki's father. He was also Karl. Once an ordinary young man from Earth, once a viewer of Naruto, once a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment, the unlucky wretch who had been struck dead by tribulation lightning. He was two people. He was also one person. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Those hands were slender and strong, with a trace of Rasengan's chakra still lingering at his fingertips. He closed his eyes and sensed the condition of this body. The body was in terrible shape. The wound in his abdomen had not yet healed, he was weak from excessive blood loss, and the yin chakra of half of the nine tails was rampaging within the seal like a beast trapped in a cage. But he was still alive, or rather he was alive again. His heart was beating, his blood was flowing, his lungs were drawing breath. All of it told him, you are still alive. He opened his eyes and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. That smile was incredibly warm, Minato Namikaze's signature smile, like a gentle spring breeze. But if anyone looked closely enough they would notice something more in that smile. It was a profound calm that only a soul who had crossed two worlds could possess. He raised his head and looked toward the depths of the consciousness space. There was a crack there leading to the real world. Without hesitation he stepped through. In the real world, amidst the ruins, Minato's body stirred. First his fingers, the 5 blood-stained digits slowly curled, tightening around Kushina's cold hand. Then his eyelids, those closed eyes, faintly trembled as if struggling to break free from some constraint. Finally his chest, that motionless cavity, suddenly heaved violently. Like the first gasp of a drowning man surfacing. Minato coughed once. Then a second time. A third. His body arched and a hoarse, broken sound escaped his throat. It was not a groan but an affirmation that he was still alive, that this body still functioned, that his heart still beat, blood still flowed, lungs still breathed. Naruto slipped from his arms and he instinctively reached out to catch him. The movement was sluggish, as if still unaccustomed to this newly awakened body, but he finally steadied the infant's head. Naruto smacked his lips in his sleep, his tiny face nuzzling against Minato's palm, peaceful as if nothing had happened. Minato knelt on the rubble, gasping for air. Pain. Excruciating pain. The wound in his abdomen burned like fire and every breath tore at him with searing agony. The yin chakra of the nine tails struggled within the seal, occasionally leaking out, rampaging through his body, bringing waves of bone-chilling cold. Weakness from blood loss made him dizzy, the ruins and night sky spinning faintly before his eyes. Yet he was smiling. A faint curve at the corners of his mouth, a weary exhausted smile yet one tinged with the relief of survival. He lowered his head to look at Naruto in his arms. The infant's face was wrinkled, his skin still flushed with newborn vitality, a few strands of golden baby hair clinging to his forehead. His tiny mouth was slightly open, his breathing steady and serene. Minato gazed at that small face and two vastly different emotions surged within him, merging into one in an instant. One was Minato's. A father's love for his son, deep burning, willing to sacrifice everything. He looked at Naruto, remembering Kushina lying in a pool of blood, the sob in his own voice as he said, "I'm sorry," and the fate this child would bear from this day forward as a Jinchuriki. Guilt, anguish, reluctance, they surged like a tide. The other was Carl's. It was the perspective of an observer, once a viewer, who had wept while watching Naruto. He knew Naruto's future, knew this child would grow up in loneliness, learn to put on a brave face under everyone's scorn, meet Jiraiya, master the Rasengan, defeat pain, become a hero and fulfill his dream. He ached for Naruto, but that ache carried a certainty that, "I know you will make it through." The two emotions fused into something entirely new. Not Minato's guilt nor Carl's certainty, but a resolve. "Naruto," he said, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible this time. "You won't be alone." That was said for Naruto. And for himself. In the distance footsteps and shouts approached. "Lord Fourth Hokage. Lord Fourth Hokage is here. Quick. Medical team. Lord Fourth Hokage is alive. My God. His wounds." Several ANBU ninjas rushed to the ruins, first their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Hours earlier they had witnessed the Ninetail's claws pierce the Fourth Hokage's body, seen him collapse in a pool of blood, and watched that body never rise again. Everyone had thought the Fourth Hokage was dead. But now he knelt on the rubble holding Naruto, his eyes open, still breathing. Though the breath was faint, though his face was pale as paper, though his entire body was soaked in blood, he was alive. Lord Fourth Hokage. An ANBU with a cat mask knelt before him, his voice trembling with excitement. You're alive." Minato looked up at the ANBU. Those blue eyes made the ANBU pause. They were still the Fourth Hokage's eyes, gentle, resolute, reassuring. But deep within those eyes something was different. A deeper calm, the kind that comes only after experiencing too many brushes with death. A detached, observer-like composure that did not belong to this world, perfectly fused with Minato Namikaze's original warmth. Minato said softly, "I am alive." He paused, lowered his head and looked at Kushina, who had stopped breathing beside him. "Kushina." His voice was as light as a feather falling on water. He reached out and gently closed her eyes. The movement was slow, tender, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world. His fingertips trembled slightly when they touched her cold hand, but he did not stop. The ANBU fell silent. No one knew what to say. Minato withdrew his hand and held Naruto closer. His expression was very calm, too calm. Too calm for a husband who had just lost his wife. But the ANBU did not dwell on it. They thought the Fourth Hokage was putting on a brave face, that the responsibility of the Hokage was sustaining him. They did not know that within this body two souls were bearing the pain together. Minato's pain was a tearing, bloody agony, like someone had ripped his heart from his chest while it was still beating. Carl's pain was a dull, suffocating ache, like a massive boulder pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He gazed at Kushina, remembering how he had sobbed uncontrollably while watching this episode in front of a screen. Now he was here, he was Minato, and Kushina lay beside him, no longer breathing. The two pains combined, nearly crushing him. But he did not fall. Because Naruto was in his arms. Because Konoha was still burning. Because there was still much to do. "How is the village?" Minato asked, his voice steadier than before. "Lord Third Hokage has organized personnel to control the fires," the ANBU reported quickly. "Casualties are still being tallied. But thanks to your timely sealing of the Ninetail's, losses have been minimized." Minimized. Minato closed his eyes. Everyone who died tonight was his villager. Each had a family, friends, dreams. Every death was his responsibility. "Take me to see the Third Hokage," Minato said. "I have matters to report." "Lord Fourth Hokage, your injuries, it's nothing." He held Naruto and slowly stood up. His body swayed and the ANBU instinctively reached out to support him, but Minato waved his hand and steadied himself. He looked down at his hand, pale, blood-stained, trembling slightly. Then he clenched his fist. He knew that from this moment on he was no longer Carl. He was Minato Namikaze. He knew the future of Naruto, the threat of the Akatsuki, the truth of Itachi Uchiha, the true identity of Pain Obito's survival, the fourth great ninja war Kage Otsutsuki. He knew the end of it all. He also knew the path of cultivation, how to refine spiritual energy, break through realms and tread a completely different path in this world. Two kinds of knowledge, two kinds of power, two lives merged together. He lifted his head and looked toward Konoha. The distant fires had gradually died out, replaced by the first glimmer of dawn. Daybreak was near. He took his first step. His stride was unsteady but firm. A second step, a third, a fourth. Each step was more resolute than the last. He was Minato Namikaze. And also Carl. He was a soul returned from the underworld. Minato carried Naruto accompanied by Umbu as he made his way through the devastated ruins. Konoha's streets were unrecognizable. Houses had collapsed, the roads were cracked, and traces of the Ninetales' sweeping tail lay everywhere. Medical ninja wove through the ruins, lifting the wounded onto stretchers, and ninjas used earth release to clear debris and fire release to burn wreckage. Villagers stood silently by the roadside, the terror of narrowly escaping death still lingering on their faces. When they saw Minato passing by, everyone stopped what they were doing. Lord Fourth Hokage. The Fourth Hokage is alive. Thank goodness. Lord Fourth Hokage, he. Some began to cry, others knelt on the ground, and still others pressed their hands together in quiet prayer. Minato walked past them, nodding slightly, but did not stop. His face was terrifyingly pale, his white Hokage robe soaked through with blood, and the wound in his abdomen had only received the most basic treatment to stop the bleeding. But he walked steadily, his spine straight. In his arms Naruto slept peacefully. The third Hokage's temporary command post was in the main hall of the Ninja Academy, one of the few buildings the Ninetales had not destroyed. When Minato entered the hall, it was packed: clan heads, Umbu captains, the supervisor of the medical corps, and the officer in charge of logistics. Everyone was gathered around a huge map of Konoha, with voices of debate, reports, and orders interweaving. Lord Fourth. The first person to spot Minato was Uchiha Koharu, one of Konoha's elders. She had never been close to Minato, but now her voice carried an unmistakable tremor. The hall went silent in an instant. Everyone turned to look at the blood-soaked golden-haired man holding an infant in the doorway. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped out from the crowd. His pipe was in his mouth, the wrinkles on his face deeper than usual, and his eyes were full of exhaustion and grief. Only moments earlier he had received the devastating news: his wife Biwako had died protecting Naruto during the Ninetales attack. Several Umbu ninja who had been guarding Kushina during childbirth had also perished. The moment he saw Minato, the pipe slipped from his mouth and broke in two on the floor. Minato. The third Hokage's voice was hoarse, as if confirming something. You're not dead. Minato looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That smile held warmth, exhaustion, and something the third Hokage could not see through. No, Minato said. I'm still alive. The third Hokage hurried forward, his gaze sweeping over Minato. At a glance he saw the wound piercing through Minato's abdomen, the pallor of severe blood loss, and the weakness of nearly depleted chakra. But he also saw those eyes, blue eyes brighter than ever. Medical Corps. The third Hokage called over his shoulder. Immediately. Wait, Minato interrupted. Handle the important matters first. Carrying Naruto, he walked to the map, and everyone automatically made way. Minato swept his gaze over the map, then raised his head and looked at all those present. What are the casualties? The supervisor of the medical corps stepped forward, his voice heavy. The confirmed death toll has already exceeded 50, including Lady Biwako Sarutobi. 62 are seriously injured and over 200 are lightly injured. Some areas are still being searched, so the numbers may rise further. Minato's eyes darkened. Biwako, the third Hokage's wife, the guardian during Kushina's delivery, had also passed away in this calamity. His fingers tightened slightly, but only for a moment, then returned to calm. The Ninetales has been sealed, he said. The threat is gone. But the village's order must be restored as soon as possible. Clan heads led your people in clearing the ruins and sheltering the villagers. Medical Corps, do everything you can to treat the wounded. Logistics, assess the material losses. He paused, looking toward the Umbu. One more thing. The hall fell silent once more. Minato's voice was calm, so calm it did not sound like a man who had just crawled back from the brink of death. Go and bring Fugaku Uchiha and the captain of the Uchiha police force here. Those present exchanged glances. The Uchiha clan had not appeared on the main battlefield during the Ninetales assault, summoning them alone after the disaster would inevitably invite suspicion. The third Hokage frowned and was about to speak, but Minato had already continued. Let the Uchiha police force guard all key areas of the village, maintain order and prevent looting. His tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were assigning the most ordinary task. No one surpasses the Uchiha clan's Sharingan in nighttime vigilance. This is the task best suited to them. In the hall some let out a relieved breath while others wore puzzled expressions. Minato's words were perfectly reasonable, yet at this critical juncture right after the Ninetales had been sealed, singling out the Uchiha still made some people inwardly uneasy. The third Hokage looked at Minato, his gaze turning profound. Minato, the third Hokage, began slowly, his voice low. The Ninetales matter. Third Hokage Minato turned, looking directly into his teacher's eyes, his voice not loud but exceptionally clear. This matter has nothing to do with the Uchiha. The hall was utterly silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Minato. His expression was as calm as still water, revealing not the slightest ripple. But in those eyes was a power that allowed no doubt. Minato's voice resounded through the hall. I do not want anyone at any time to connect this matter to the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage was silent for a moment. He thought of those things, the Ninetales' eyes, those pupils like the Sharingan. He remembered the increasingly awkward position of the Uchiha clan in the village, the policies toward the Uchiha during the second Hokage's era, and the ever-deepening rift between the clan and Konoha. I understand what you mean, the third Hokage said with a nod. Minato inclined his head slightly and said nothing more. He knew the third Hokage's words were sincere. But he also knew that relying on the third Hokage's verbal promise alone was not enough. After the Ninetales incident, the suspicions of Konoha's leadership toward the Uchiha would only deepen, ultimately leading to that irreparable tragedy. That was the future he knew, or rather the soul from another world knew. And that future he would never allow to happen again. Lord Fourth Hokage and Umbu reported, stepping forward. Lord Fugaku Uchiha is already waiting outside. Minato nodded. Show him in. A moment later Fugaku Uchiha entered the hall. He wore the Uchiha clan uniform, his face as expressionless as a statue. But in his eyes Minato saw a trace of unease. Fugaku knew very well the Uchiha clan standing in the village. Fugaku, Minato began, his voice gentle and calm. Someone has already told me why the Uchiha did not appear on the battlefield. Fugaku was briefly startled. He had not expected Minato's first words to be an explanation rather than an accusation. Minato's voice echoed through the hall like the declaration of a fact. Next, we will still need the Uchiha to maintain order in the village. I will arrange Umbu to assist your work. Fugaku was silent for a moment, then bowed deeply. The Uchiha clan will not fail its mission. Minato nodded, his gaze lingering on Fugaku for a moment. Beneath that expressionless face lay a father, a clan head, and a man surviving in the cracks. What Minato needed to do now was change that future. After Fugaku left with his orders, the atmosphere in the hall eased somewhat. The clan heads received their assignments and departed one after another, while the medical corps and logistics personnel also dispersed. In the end, only Minato, the third Hokage, and a few corps members remained in the hall. Minato gently laid Naruto from his arms onto a makeshift bed. The infant was still fast asleep, utterly unaware of everything around him. Minato looked at him silent for a few seconds, then turned around. Third Hokage, he said, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Notify Master Jiraiya of the Ninetales incident as soon as possible. The third Hokage was briefly taken aback, then nodded. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, Minato's teacher and Naruto's godfather. He was currently traveling abroad, knowing nothing of what had happened in the village. I will send someone to find him, the third Hokage said. You want him to come back? Yes, Minato said. There are some things I want to talk to him about. He did not say what exactly, and the third Hokage did not press. Also, Minato paused about the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He lowered his head, looking at the small life on the bed. The infant's breathing was steady and peaceful, his little fists clenched tightly as if grasping at something invisible. Just say it was sealed inside me. Minato's voice was very soft but very firm. Don't tell outsiders about Naruto. The third Hokage was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Very well. He did not say anything like Naruto is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Because he saw the resolution in Minato's eyes, a father's gaze brooking no doubt. Minato picked Naruto up again and gave the third Hokage a slight bow. I'll go handle some matters first and report the details later. Go on, the third Hokage said. Your wound. It's nothing. Minato turned and walked toward the door. When he reached the threshold, the third Hokage's voice came from behind him. Minato. He stopped in his tracks. It's enough that you're alive. The third Hokage's voice was somewhat hoarse. This old man who had just lost his wife watched his proudest grand-disciple crawl back from death's door, his heart full of mixed emotions. Minato did not look back, only gave a soft then stepped out of the hall. Outside, dawn had broken. Morning light filtered through the ruins and spilled over every inch of Konoha. From afar came the sound of ninjas clearing rubble. Nearby someone was weeping and others were talking in low voices. The air was thick with the smell of charring and dust, but the wind blew from the east, bringing a hint of morning coolness. Minato stood at the entrance drawing a deep breath. In his arms Naruto stirred, his little face rubbing against Minato's chest as he let out a vague murmur. Minato looked down at his son, a faint curve rising at the corner of his mouth. Let's go, he said softly. There is still much to be done. He stepped forward and walked into the light of dawn. The crowd in the great hall gradually dispersed. The clan heads left with their assigned tasks while the medical and logistics squads each went about their own duties. Minato stood before the map and double-checked the deployments at several key areas before letting out a faint sigh of relief. His face was still pale and the wound in his abdomen throbbed dully, yet he betrayed no sign of discomfort. Lord Fourth, one of the Hokage guards, knelt on one knee before him. Your wound. It is nothing. Minato looked down at Naruto in his arms. The baby was sleeping deeply, his small mouth slightly open, his breathing steady. I need to go to the Uchiha clan grounds. The guards exchanged glances and quickly moved to Minato's side. They knew the fourth Hokage's temperament. Once he had decided on something, no one could stop him. Minato carried Naruto out of the ninja academy. The morning light had already fully illuminated Konoha streets. Cleanup work was proceeding in an orderly manner on the ruins. Shinobi used earth release techniques to repair the roads while the medical squad treated the wounded in temporary tents. Everyone who saw Minato pass by stopped what they were doing to bow or nod. The fourth Hokage was still alive. The news spread through Konoha like the wind. The Uchiha clan grounds were located in the northeastern corner of Konoha, separated from the village center by a small grove. As Minato walked through the grove, his steps faltered slightly. This grove was the boundary between the Uchiha clan grounds and the village. It was also where that rift would one day begin. He continued onward through the gates of the Uchiha compound and into this relatively unscathed area. The Nine-Tails assault had been concentrated mainly on the central and western parts of the village. Because of its remote location, the Uchiha clan grounds had not suffered severe damage. Lord Fourth. A young Uchiha clansman caught sight of Minato and widened his eyes in surprise. He bowed hurriedly, then turned and ran toward the depths of the compound, clearly to spread the news. Minato did not have to wait long. Fugaku Uchiha came striding from the depths of the compound, followed by two members of the Uchiha police force. His face was still expressionless, but his steps were a little faster than usual. Lord Fourth, Fugaku said, stopping before Minato with a slight bow. Why did you come in person? Your wound. It is nothing. Minato smiled, a warm and sincere smile that eased much of the tension in the two police force members behind Fugaku. Fugaku, there is something I would like to ask of you. Fugaku blinked in surprise. Please speak. Minato looked down at Naruto in his arms, then raised his eyes to Fugaku's face. Naruto's mother. Just passed away. His voice was calm, but Fugaku noticed the hand holding the baby tighten slightly. I have too many things to deal with right now and my wound has not healed properly. I want to leave Naruto in your home for the time being. Fugaku was stunned. The two police force members behind him were stunned as well. The fourth Hokage, the highest leader of Konoha, was entrusting his own son to the Uchiha clan. I remember that your wife Mikoto recently gave birth to Sasuke. Minato continued, his tone as if he were saying something perfectly ordinary. The two children are about the same age, so they can be taken care of together. Mikoto and Kushina were also good friends for many years. With Naruto in her care I can rest easy. Fugaku was silent for a moment. Countless thoughts passed through his mind, the intention behind the fourth Hokage's move, its impact on the Uchiha clan, and how the rest of the village would view it. But in the end all those thoughts were outweighed by one simple fact. The Fourth Hokage trusted him. The Fourth Hokage trusted the Uchiha. All right. Fugaku nodded, his voice lower than usual. Mikoto will take good care of him. Minato smiled, a smile that held gratitude and also something Fugaku could not quite see through. Let's go. I'll go back with you to see the house. Fugaku stepped aside and walked shoulder to shoulder with Minato along the streets of the Uchiha compound. The two police force members followed behind and the Hokage guards followed at a greater distance. This group walking through the Uchiha compound attracted countless curious looks. Uchiha clan members stood by the roadside watching the Fourth Hokage carrying a baby and walking side by side with their clan head. Some were surprised, some confused, and some had an unreadable glimmer in their eyes. Minato noticed those looks but said nothing. After a while he spoke again. Fugaku, how old is Itachi this year? Fugaku was taken aback, never expecting Minato to ask about that. He is 6. 6. Minato nodded thoughtfully. Just the age for forming memories. He must have been frightened by the Ninetales rampage as well. He is fine, Fugaku said. Mikoto stayed in the compound with him and Sasuke, they were not affected. That's good. The two walked in silence for a while. When they were almost at Fugaku's door, Minato spoke again. Fugaku, he said softly as if mentioning a trivial matter, I know that some people in the village hold certain opinions about the Uchiha. Fugaku's steps faltered slightly but he quickly recovered. But I want you to know, Minato turned his blue eyes looking straight into Fugaku's. In my eyes the Uchiha are part of Konoha. Just like every other clan they are part of Konoha. Fugaku was silent for a long while. Thank you, Lord Fourth. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Minato said nothing more. Some words were enough once spoken. Fugaku's home was a typical Uchiha-style building, spacious, old-fashioned, and carrying a certain solemnity. When Minato followed Fugaku into the courtyard, a woman with long black hair stood beneath the veranda holding a baby in her arms. Uchiha Mikoto. The moment she saw Minato her eyes reddened. Minato. Her voice trembled. Kushina. Minato said nothing, only gave a gentle nod. Mikoto's tears fell. She and Kushina had been close friends for years, having known each other since their girlhood. When Kushina was pregnant they often discussed raising children and promised to let their children grow up together. But now. Minato spoke, his voice gentle and calm. Naruto. Can I entrust him to you? He lowered his head and looked at Naruto in his arms. Mikoto wiped away her tears, stepped forward and took Naruto from Minato's arms. Gazing down at the baby with golden fuzz, her tears spilled out again. Of course, she said between sobs, of course. Kushina's child. Is my child. Seeing her hold Naruto like that, the heavy stone hanging over Minato's heart finally settled. Just then a small figure emerged from inside the house. It was a boy with short black hair and black eyes, his face still carrying a hint of childishness. He walked over to Mikoto and looked curiously at the baby in her arms. Mom, who is this? Itachi. Mikoto crouched down so Itachi could see Naruto's face. This is Uncle Minato's child. His name is Naruto. He will stay at our house for a few days, so you must take good care of him. 6-year-old Itachi. Uchiha nodded seriously, reached out a small hand and gently touched Naruto's cheek. He is so small, Itachi said, even smaller than Sasuke. Minato crouched down to look at Itachi at eye level. He reached out and gently ruffled Itachi's hair. Itachi, Minato said with a smile, I am entrusting Naruto to you. Itachi looked at Minato, his black eyes carrying a steadiness beyond his years. He nodded solemnly. I will, Uncle Minato. Minato stood up and looked at Fugaku. I'll leave the child here for now. Thank you for your trouble. Fugaku nodded. Rest assured, Lord Fourth. Minato looked once more at Naruto in Mikoto's arms. The baby was still sound asleep, unaware of everything around him. His gaze lingered on Naruto's face for a few seconds, then he turned and walked toward the door. When he reached the entrance he stopped and looked back. Mikoto stood beneath the veranda holding Naruto, Itachi beside her and Fugaku behind them. Morning light bathed the Uchiha-style house, coating it in a layer of gold. This image Minato would remember for a long time. He turned and stepped out of the Uchiha compound. The Hokage guards followed behind him. One of them could not help asking Lord Fourth, is it really all right to leave young Naruto with the Uchiha? Minato did not answer, only kept walking. A faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. He knew what he was doing. Entrusting Naruto to the Uchiha was not merely because of the friendship between Mikoto and Kushina, nor because he simply needed a reliable person to look after Naruto. It was a signal. A signal to all of Konoha. The fourth Hokage trusted the Uchiha. A signal to the Uchiha, you are part of Konoha, not outsiders. A signal for the future, that rift from this moment on would be filled. Let's go, Minato said softly. There is still much to be done. He stepped into the morning light. When the last of his affairs were settled, Minato finally returned to his home. The street before his house had not been spared from the Ninetales rampage, the pavement was cracked and half of the courtyard wall had collapsed. Minato pushed open the half-closed door and walked through the familiar corridor. Every step tugged at the wound on his abdomen, but he did not stop. The house was silent. Kushina was no longer there. This realization pierced the softest part of his heart like a needle. Minato stood in the center of the living room gazing at the empty space and remained silent for a long time. Kushina's red hair would never again appear in the kitchen, her laughter would never echo through the hallway, the aroma of her cooking would never again fill the entire house. The woman who always called out, Minato, with a smile was gone. Minato closed his eyes, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He still had many things to do. He could not afford to fall. Minato sat cross-legged on the tatami mat in the living room and untied the sash of his Hokage robe. The white robe was stained with blood, his own, Kushina's, and the Ninetales'. He carefully removed the robe, revealing the black inner garment soaked through with blood. The wound on his abdomen was horrifying. The Ninetales' claws had pierced through his body, leaving 3 deep gashes. The edges of the wound had begun to scab, but the center was still losing blood and the surrounding skin was red and inflamed. The sealing formation of the dead demon-consuming seal flickered faintly above the wound. The black patterns resembled scorched brands firmly sealing the yin half of the Ninetales' chakra within his body. Minato checked his chakra level. It was dire. The dead demon-consuming seal had consumed most of his chakra, and the yin Ninetales' chakra was constantly surging against the seal like a beast trapped in a cage, occasionally spilling out and rampaging through his body. His current chakra reserves were probably only about 20% of his peak. But he was still alive. That was enough. Minato closed his eyes and began to sort through his memories. Minato Namikaze's memories rushed in like a tide, the jutsu, the battle experience, the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God. He saw how he had learned the Rasengan, how he had improved the Flying Thunder God, and every moment he had darted across battlefields during the Third Great Ninja War. The Rasengan, an A-rank jutsu requiring no hand, seals concentrating chakra into the palm to form a high-speed rotating sphere. It was inspired by his observation of the tailed beast ball and took 3 years to complete. Its power was immense, but it required precise chakra control. The Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank spacetime ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, which Minato had perfected to its utmost. As long as a technique mark was left, he could instantly teleport to its location. It was this very technique that earned him the title of Yellow Flash during the Third Great Ninja War. Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, 4 symbols, seal, 8 trigrams, seal. Every jutsu, every battle, every experience was etched clearly into his soul. Then came Karl's memories. A completely different world, no chakra, no ninjutsu, only a power called spiritual energy. In that cultivation world, people sat in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining their bodies and ultimately attaining the realm of immortality. Chi refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation. Each realm was a hurdle, and each hurdle required tremendous effort. Karl had cultivated bitterly for 60 years in that world, advancing step by step from chi refining to the peak of foundation establishment. He remembered the cultivation techniques, the circulation paths of spiritual energy, and the moments of breakthrough on the brink of life and death. 2 sets of memories, 2 kinds of power intertwined at this moment. Minato began to sense the marks of the Flying Thunder God within his body. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the flow of chakra, searching for the technique coordinates scattered everywhere. Those marks were like points of light in the darkness, lighting up one by one. There was one in the Hokage's office at Konoha, left during his daily affairs. There was one in Mount Myaboku, left during his training with Jiraiya. There was one at the border of the Land of Iron, left during the Third Great Ninja War. There was one in the Land of Lightning, left during a mission. Minato sensed each of these marks as if lighting one lamp after another in the darkness. Suddenly his consciousness touched an extremely distant coordinate, somewhere at the border of the Land of Fire left during the battle with the masked man on the night of the Ninetales. Minato's brow furrowed. That mark was still there. But he could feel that the connection between the mark and himself had become weak, as if separated by an invisible barrier. He could sense the location of that coordinate, but he could not instantly teleport there. The connection had been severed by some power. What a pity, Minato murmured. He knew who the masked man was. The one wearing a spiral mask capable of phasing through any attack and using the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito. Kakashi's former teammate, Rin's former companion, the man who had died in the Kanabi Bridge battle. And also the mastermind behind the Ninetales rampage. A complex glint flashed in Minato's eyes. Obito. The boy who had once dreamed of becoming Hokage was now an enemy of Konoha. He did not know what Obito had gone through over the years, but he knew that boy was no more. The Obito now was an avenger consumed by hatred and despair. Next time, Minato said softly, I won't let you escape. He began to re-establish his flying thunder god marks. Weaving hand seals condensing chakra at his fingertips, Minato left a new technique coordinate on the wall of the living room. Then the bedroom, the kitchen, the corridor. He also left one in the Hokage's office and one at the entrance to the Uchiha clan's compound. Each mark consumed chakra, and chakra was what he needed most right now. But he had to do it. The flying thunder god was one of his most vital survival techniques. Without sufficient coordinates, the technique would be half crippled. After placing the last mark, Minato paused to assess his condition. Strange. He felt that after the fusion of the two souls, his understanding of the flying thunder god had deepened. The technique coordinates became clearer in his consciousness, and the sense of spatial distance became more precise. It was like a blurry picture suddenly wiped clean, every detail vividly clear. The range had increased. Minato could sense that his teleportation range with the flying thunder god had nearly doubled compared to before. Moreover, his perception of spatial fluctuations had become keener, and he could even faintly sense spatial coordinates where he had not yet left marks. This reminded him of a power, spiritual energy. In the cultivation world, a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment could already begin to perceive the laws of space between heaven and earth. Although Carl had not specifically cultivated space-related techniques, 60 years of cultivation had given his soul an instinctive perception of the world's laws. Now that perception had merged with the flying thunder god technique. Minato's eyes lit up. What would happen if he combined the spatial perception of cultivation with the flying thunder god? Perhaps he could perform short-range teleportation without leaving marks. Perhaps he could sense farther spatial coordinates. Perhaps he could enter some kind of spatial fold like the masked man. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but he knew this was not the time for deep study. He had more important things to do. Healing. Minato closed his eyes and formed a hand seal he had never used in the ninja world, a cultivation hand seal from the immortal world called the Chi Guidance Technique. Spiritual energy began to circulate within his body. Unlike chakra, spiritual energy was a gentler, more nature-aligned power. It was not extracted from cells like chakra, but absorbed from heaven and earth, circulated through meridians, and finally gathered in the dantian. Carl had cultivated for 60 years in that world, mastering the use of spiritual energy. Although his physical body was destroyed in the lightning tribulation, the spiritual energy cultivation in his soul had been preserved. Now as the two souls fused, that cultivation was gradually merging into Minato's body. Spiritual energy flowed slowly through the meridians, and wherever it passed, wounds began to heal. This was not the rapid cell regeneration of medical ninjutsu, but a more fundamental repair. Spiritual energy nourished his body, strengthened his meridians, and mended the tissues torn by the Ninetales chakra. But the speed was too slow. Minato frowned. At this rate, the wound on his abdomen would take at least 3 days to fully heal. And he still had to deal with the issue of the Ninetales chakra. That half of the Ninetales inside him was like a time bomb that could explode at any moment. He needed a faster method. Minato began to search his memories for healing techniques. Carl had learned many in the cultivation world, but most required medicinal pills or specific artifacts. In this world without spiritual herbs or artifacts, there were not many options. Just then he thought of a power, Sage Mode. Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode was a state achieved by absorbing natural energy, merging with nature. In this state, a ninja's perception greatly increased, physical abilities were enhanced across the board, and they could even sense the chakra flow of everyone around them. And natural energy, how similar it was to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cultivation world. Minato's eyes sparkled. What would happen if he used spiritual healing techniques while in Sage Mode? Sage Mode absorbed natural energy, spiritual cultivation absorbed heavenly spiritual energy, both were essentially the energy of heaven and earth just with different names and circulation methods. Let's try. Minato closed his eyes, began to mobilize his chakra and attempted to enter Sage Mode. He needed to become still first, absorbing natural energy into his body. The most difficult part of Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode was maintaining absolute stillness while absorbing natural energy. Even moving a finger would cause the natural energy to run wild. Jiraiya had spent a long time mastering it, and Minato himself had trained for a long time at Mount Myaboku to learn it. But now Minato felt something different. When he began to absorb natural energy, the spiritual energy within his body also started to circulate automatically. The two energies converged within him without conflict or repulsion, but like two rivers flowing into the same ocean, merging naturally. Natural energy poured into his body, spiritual energy flowed through the meridians, and the two complemented each other as if dancing in perfect harmony. The patterns of Sage Mode began to appear on Minato's face, orange eyeshadow emerged beneath his eyelids and his pupils became vertical slits. But unlike before, faint cyan light could be seen within those orange patterns, the color of spiritual energy. Sage Mode activated. Minato felt a tremendous change in his body. Perception skyrocketed, allowing him to clearly sense the chakra fluctuations of everyone within several miles. Physical abilities were fully enhanced, even his breathing became more powerful. At the wound on his abdomen, natural energy and spiritual energy worked together, causing it to heal at a visible rate. But that was not what he wanted. Minato began to circulate the spiritual healing technique, the Return of Spring art. This was the most basic healing technique in the cultivation world, usable even by chi refining cultivators. It guided spiritual energy through the meridians to accelerate the body's self-repair ability. Though basic, its effects were significant. In Sage Mode, the effect of the Return of Spring art was amplified several times. Natural energy continuously poured into his body, converting into spiritual energy which circulated along the path of the Return of Spring art through the meridians. Wherever it passed, damaged tissues began to repair rapidly. The wound on his abdomen healed at a visible rate, the swelling subsided, new flesh grew, and the 3 deep gashes turned into 3 shallow pink scars within just a few minutes. Minato could also feel that the Ninetales chakra inside him was suppressed. The dual power of natural energy and spiritual energy was like adding another lock to the seal, making the Ninetales struggles increasingly futile. So that's it. Minato murmured to himself. Sage Mode absorbed natural energy, spiritual cultivation absorbed heavenly spiritual energy, the two were essentially the same source of power. In this world, natural energy was everywhere, far more abundant than spiritual energy in the cultivation world. If he could combine the two. He closed his eyes and continued circulating the Return of Spring art. After circulating spiritual energy through 36 cycles, Minato slowly opened his eyes. The patterns of Sage Mode faded from his face, natural energy dissipated and spiritual energy returned to calm. He looked down at his abdomen, the wound had completely healed, leaving only 3 faint scars. His chakra had recovered to about 60% of his peak, and the Ninetales chakra inside him had quieted considerably. More importantly, he could sense that his spiritual energy cultivation had increased slightly during this healing session. Though it was only a tiny amount, it was indeed growing. This meant that in this world he could also cultivate immortality. Minato stood up and stretched. The wound no longer hurt, the weakness was gone, and he felt as if he had been reborn. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The night wind blew in from outside, carrying a hint of coolness. The moon hung in the sky, clear and bright. In the distance, the village of Konoha slept quietly under the moonlight. The cleanup work on the ruins had paused, with only a few lamps flickering in the darkness. Minato stood by the window, gazing at the village he had fought to protect. He knew that the Ninetales rampage was only the beginning. Ahead lay many more crises: the Akatsuki Uchiha Obito Orochimaru, the Uchiha clan massacre, the Fourth Great Ninja War. These perils loomed like mountains on the path of the future. But he was not afraid. He was Minato Namikaze. The Yellow Flash of Konoha. The Fourth Hokage. He was also Carl, a Foundation establishment cultivator of 60 years. A soul returned from the Yellow Springs. 2 souls, 2 powers, 2 lives. Fused together, becoming the person he was now. Minato turned around, took a clean bandage from the cabinet and wrapped it around the scar on his abdomen. Then he put on a new Hokage robe, the white fabric glimmering faintly in the moonlight. He took the special flying thunder god kunai from the wall, spun it in his hand and tucked it back into his ninja tool pouch. Then he walked out of the house. There was still much to do. But at least tonight, he could quietly and peacefully keep vigil for Kushina. Everyone had left. Minato raised his hand and the last Umbu hesitated for a moment before bowing and retreating. The sound of footsteps faded along the corridor, eventually swallowed by the wind. The room was empty, save for him. No, that was not quite right. Kushina was still here. Minato sat down beside her, the sound of his knees against the tatami mat echoing distinctly in the hollow space. The candle flame flickered, casting her shadow on the wall, wavering with it. She had changed clothes, a white kimono clean and unstained by blood. Her hair had been combed anew, neatly spread beside the pillow, a startling crimson. Minato gazed at her face and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. She looked as if she were merely asleep. Her eyelashes still curled upward, the corners of her lips seemed to hold a faint curve as though she were in the midst of a pleasant dream. He had seen her sleep countless times. Sometimes she would kick off the blanket, sometimes mutter in her sleep, sometimes suddenly roll over and drape an arm across his neck, leaving him breathless. But this time she lay perfectly still. Minato reached out and took her hand. It was cold. He remembered the warmth it once held. In winter she would slip her hands into his pockets saying, "Minato, you run warm, lend me your heat." In summer she would press her palms against his cheeks, complaining, "It's so hot, Minato, cool me down." Now it was cold. A lifeless, silent coldness that lay motionless in his palm. Minato did not weep. It was not that he did not want to, he simply could not. His eyes felt dry and aching, his throat constricted, yet the tears refused to come. It was a strange sensation, as if something had lodged in his chest, unable to rise or fall, stubbornly stuck there. He sat there holding her hand, thinking of nothing. Or perhaps his thoughts were too many, so tangled that even he did not know what he was thinking. From outside the window came occasional shouts. The night watch ninja were changing shifts. In the distance people moved stones, set up tents and inventoried supplies. The entire village was busy cleaning up the mess left by last night. A memorial ceremony was to be held in 3 days. Someone had reported earlier that the third Hokage had decided to give proper burials to all who had died. The messenger recited a long list of names, but Minato barely registered them. He only remembered nodding and waving the man away, saying he understood. He did not want anyone else here. Naruto was staying with the Fugaku family. Kitachi would watch over him and Mikoto would feed him. The child was still young, understanding nothing, crying when hungry, sleeping when full, unaware that his mother was gone. Perhaps that was for the best. Better not to know. Minato shifted his position, turning Kushina's hand over to look at her palm. He suddenly remembered the first time he had held this hand. How old had they been then? 12 or 13. He had driven off a few cloud ninja who were bothering her, and she had scolded him for meddling. They had argued. Somehow they had made up. Later he had taken her hand. That evening the sunset was exceptionally beautiful, painting her face a rosy hue, whether from the light or her shyness he could not tell. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched, a faint approximation of a smile. Then he remembered that he was no longer the Minato of before. His mind now carried another person's life. Another world, another version of himself, 60 years of cultivation, 60 years of immortality practice, only to be struck down by lightning. In those 60 years there was no Kushina. In those 60 years he had been merely a spectator, sitting before a screen watching the Fourth Hokage hold Naruto, watching Kushina close her eyes, watching a flood of comments, cry, tears. He had wept then too. But now he was here holding her hand, cold. 2 lives, 2 selves had become inextricably intertwined that night. Not one swallowing the other, not one taking advantage, simply merging into one person. A person who had lived 2 lifetimes. A person who for the first time loved someone so deeply. Minato felt his throat tighten further. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against the back of Kushina's hand. Her fingers were cool against his skin, reminiscent of the gesture she used to check his temperature when she was ill, only now their roles were reversed. "I will bring you back," he whispered, barely audible, as if afraid to wake her. He knew there was a way. The Rinnegan. Nagato's technique. Though it demanded a life in exchange, he would find a way. He would. And there was impure world reincarnation, though that was not true resurrection at least. At least he could see her once more. And there was cultivation. He had practiced for 60 years and knew that this world held spiritual energy, natural forces and countless inexplicable phenomena. What if there was a path? He refused to believe in fate. He had crawled back from the Reaper's jaws. What was impossible? Minato lifted his head and looked at Kushina. Her face was serene, the candlelight casting faint shadows on her eyelashes like two tiny fans. "Wait for me," he said. "No matter how long." He released her hand, gently placing it back by her side. Then he formed a hand seal. It was not a complex technique, just a seal. Not the kind used to contain tailed beasts, but one to preserve this body. To keep it from decay, from change, from being taken by time. Black patterns spread from his fingertips, creeping like vines over Kushina's hand, wrist and arm, then slowly sinking into her skin, vanishing from sight. It was done. She would remain as she was. Forever. Minato sat beside her for a while longer. Outside the sky began to brighten, not with full daylight but a pale grayish light that seeped through the window cracks, dimming the candle's glow. Someone shouted, "Time to work." From a distance. The sound of shifting objects clattered. A new day had begun. Minato stood up, his knees were numb and he paused to steady himself. He cast one last glance at Kushina. "I'm going." He turned and pushed open the door. The morning light rushed in, making him squint. The air carried the scent of scorched earth, of soil, of dew. Figures were already laboring among the ruins, ninja using earth release to pile rubble together while others built new houses nearby. Minato stood at the doorway, taking a deep breath. He tucked away the image of Kushina, storing it in the deepest corner of his heart. Along with all those memories, the golden warm ones, everything about her. Then he stepped forward into the light. There was still much to be done. Shuemen walked along the road back to the Hokage's office. The day had fully dawned and the streets were crowded with people. Some were clearing rubble, others were repairing rooftops, and a few medical ninjas were crouched by the roadside changing the bandages of an injured old woman. Seeing him approach, everyone paused in their tasks, bowed and called out, "Lord Fourth Hokage," then resumed their own work. Shuemen nodded in acknowledgement, one by one, without slowing his pace. His mind was occupied with thoughts. Since last night the memories had been flooding into his mind like water bursting through a sluice gate. Cars and Shuemen's, 2 lifetimes worth of memories mingled together, sometimes making it impossible to tell which belonged to himself and which to that other self. For instance, right now. As he walked, he suddenly began pondering a very strange question: which world was stronger in terms of combat power? Back in the cultivation world, Carr had actually pondered this question many times. During his seclusion, when boredom struck, he would let his mind wander, imagining what level the people from Naruto would reach if they came to the cultivation world. Back then he thought the people from Naruto surely couldn't defeat the cultivators. Look at Golden Core stage cultivators, a wave of the hand summoned thunder and lightning, they could fly on swords and take a head from 1,000 li away, how formidable. Even he at the peak foundation establishment stage could swagger through the cultivation world. At those Kage level experts, if they came, would probably be about on par with him. But now, truly standing in this world, truly possessing Bufeng Shuemen's body chakra and combat experience, he realized how absurd his previous thoughts had been. Carr had cultivated for 60 years, reaching the peak of foundation establishment just one step away from Golden Core. In that world he was already considered a notable figure. Among rogue cultivators, those who reached his level could be counted on one hand. His techniques were also numerous: Chi attraction art, spring revival art, wind control technique, condensing Chi into weapons. Along with a few magical artifacts, a flying sword and a set of defensive formation plates. In that world these things were enough for him to swagger about. But now, comparing these techniques with the combat power of this world, he finally had a clear positioning. What level would peak foundation establishment strength be in this world? Shuemen silently compared in his mind. Carr could fly. This was the greatest advantage. Once he activated the wind control technique, he could hover in midair, unreachable by those on the ground, and slowly wear down his opponent with his flying sword. His speed was also considerable. At full throttle he was faster than most jonin in terms of movement. Carr had the protective true essence of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and ordinary ninjutsu striking it felt like a mere tickle. He had tried having Shuemen's shadow clone use ordinary ninjutsu, fire release, water release, wind release, and they only created a ripple on the protective true essence. Carr had a flying sword, fast and lethal, a single strike could slice off half a mountain. That thing was truly sharp. Chakra shields were like paper before it. But when he compared these techniques with the Kage-level experts of this world, they were just as so. He could fight but he couldn't defeat the top-tier ones. Shuemen simulated it in his mind. Let Kaur in his prime face Jiraiya. Once Jiraiya activated Sage Mode with two Toad Sages on his shoulders helping and smashed a massive Rasengan down. Kaur felt he couldn't withstand it. The protective true essence could block ordinary ninjutsu but not attacks of that level. The flying sword was fast but Jiraiya's perception was also sharp. Once he activated Toad Song you would fall into a genjutsu without even time to react. Moreover Jiraiya was tough and resilient. Kaur's attack methods would probably only inflict minor injuries on him. What about fighting the third Hokage? In his prime the third was known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, mastering all 5 chakra natures and able to use any ninjutsu with ease. Once he summoned the adamantine staff Enma you couldn't beat him in close combat nor could you outmatch him in long-range combat. Though the third was old his combat experience was terrifyingly rich. In his eyes Kaur's cultivation world fighting style was probably like child's play. Shuemen mentally positioned Kaur peak foundation establishment roughly equivalent to the ordinary Kage level of this world. He could spar with the likes of Jiraiya and the third Hokage but his chances of winning were slim. He could defeat ordinary Jonin and most elite Jonin but in front of true Kage-level experts he was just as so. What about the Golden Core stage? When Kaur failed his tribulation he had watched from afar the battles of several Golden Core experts. The scene was truly terrifying, flying swords blotted out the sky, spells rained down like a storm and a single palm strike could flatten a mountain peak. He used to think that such power was the limit of mortals and that no one in this world could be stronger. But now he no longer thought so. Golden Core experts were roughly the Super Kage level of this world, like the future Naruto Sasuke Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Shuemen closed his eyes and imagined Hashirama Senju's would release true several thousand hands, the wooden giant that could alter the terrain with a single palm strike, a monster that required the Nine Tails full power tailed beast ball to barely counter. He then imagined a Golden Core expert unleashing their full power, flying swords in unison, spells bombarding wildly, Golden Core self-destruction. Roughly the same. Truly about the same. The top combat power of the Golden Core stage was roughly on the level of Hashirama and Madara. Very strong to the point of absurdity, capable of destroying a country single-handedly. But even in this world they were not invincible. What about the nascent soul stage? Shuemen had never seen a nascent soul expert. Neither had Kaur. Such beings were already legends among legends in the cultivation world, appearing perhaps once in a few centuries. But Shuemen felt that the nascent soul stage was roughly the 6 paths level of this world. Like the sage of 6 paths Kagaya Akatsuki, 6 paths Madara and 6 paths Naruto. As for the divine transformation, harmony and great vehicle stages, Kaur had never even heard of those levels. They probably existed only in legends. Beings of that level had probably surpassed the scope of this world's understanding. Shuemen suddenly felt a wave of emotion. He had cultivated immortality for 60 years in that world, endured so much hardship and suffering only to be struck dead by lightning. In the end the cultivation strength he had prided himself on was merely ordinary Kage level in this world. He couldn't even necessarily defeat Jiraiya. Let alone the future Naruto, Sasuke, Hashirama and Madara. Let alone Kagaya Akatsuki. He continued walking, his mind still churning. No, he couldn't compare it that way. Just because Kaur's world's cultivation path was inferior didn't mean the path of cultivation itself was weak. The key was, he was no longer Kaur nor purely Shuemen. He was a new existence formed by the fusion of two people. He had Shuemen's chakra, flying thunder god technique, Rasengan and Sage Mode. He also had Kaur's spiritual energy formations, alchemy and spiritual sense. Combined these were not 1 + 1 = 2, it was 1 + 1 = 3 = 5 = 10. Shuemen stopped standing by the roadside and thinking for a while. He thought of a possibility. What if he combined the cultivation method of spiritual energy with that of chakra? Using spiritual energy to enhance chakra recovery speed and chakra to drive the circulation of spiritual energy, the two complementing each other might produce a new kind of power. What if he combined the formations of the cultivation world with the sealing techniques of ninjas? Though Kaur's formations were low-level, their principles shared many similarities with sealing arts. If he could learn from each other's strengths he might create some very interesting things. What if he combined the healing principles of the spring revival art with medical ninjutsu? The spring revival art excelled in sustainability, consuming nothing of oneself and drawing on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Medical ninjutsu excelled in speed, producing immediate results. Combining the two might accomplish many things previously impossible. There was also Sage Mode. Shuemen had originally mastered Sage Mode but not very well. It took a long time to enter the state and its duration was short. Now with Kaoru's ability to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he felt he could enter Sage Mode many times faster. He might even be able to achieve instantaneous entry like Naruto. If he could achieve that step, his power would increase dramatically. As he was now, he was already considered top tier among Kage-level experts. The title, Yellow Flash, was not for nothing. The combination of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan had proven everything in the Third Shinobi World War. But if he could fully master those cultivation things and integrate them into his own combat system, he had confidence to compete with those future monsters. Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, Madara, Kaguya. Those beings he once looked up to, perhaps one day he could stand on the same level. Shuemen's eyes brightened. But he didn't continue thinking because the Hokage's office had arrived. The guards at the door saw him and quickly saluted. Shuemen nodded and pushed the door open, entering. The third Hokage was already seated inside with a pile of documents spread before him, his pipe resting on the corner of the table, still smoking. Seeing Shuemen enter, he looked up, his eyes carrying some fatigue but also some relief. "You're here." "Ahem." Shuemen sat down opposite him. The third Hokage glanced at him, noticing the deep dark circles under his eyes, but his spirit seemed fine. "And Jukusenai?" "It's all arranged," Shuemen said, his tone very calm. The third Hokage nodded and didn't ask further. He was silent for a moment, then pushed the documents on the table toward Shuemen. "Take a look at the arrangements for these 3 days." Shuemen took them and flipped through a few pages. The location, procedure, guest list, security plan for the memorial ceremony. Densely written. He looked through them very carefully. The third Hokage smoked beside him, occasionally glancing at him. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a warm patch of light on the desk. In the distance someone was chanting work songs. It was the ninjas working together to lift a large stone. Further away a baby was crying, probably awakened by the noise. Shuemen finished flipping through the last page and put the documents back on the table. "No problem," he said, "let's go with this." The third Hokage nodded, picked up his pipe and took a puff. "Then 3 days later." He paused. "You will give a speech on stage." Shuemen was silent for a moment. "Okay." He did not decline. He was the fourth Hokage, some things had to be done by him. The third Hokage looked at him and suddenly felt that this grand disciple seemed different somehow. Still the same face, the same blue eyes, the same gentle tone. But something had changed, heavier, more steady, like a blade hidden in its sheath. "Shuemen," the third Hokage said, "are you all right?" Shuemen was taken aback, then smiled. "I'm fine." He stood up and placed the documents back in front of the third Hokage. "I'll go attend to my duties now." The third Hokage nodded and watched him turn and walk toward the door. When he reached the door, Shuemen suddenly stopped and looked back at the third Hokage. "Third Hokage," he said, regarding Jukusenai. "You don't need to worry. I'll handle it." The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. Shuemen had already pushed the door and left. Only the third Hokage remained in the office. He sat in his chair, pipe in hand, staring at the closed door, silent for a long time. He felt that Shuemen was somehow different. But he couldn't pinpoint it. Perhaps too calm. A man who had just lost his wife shouldn't be so calm. But the third Hokage didn't think much of it. He assumed Shuemen was putting on a brave face, suppressing his grief for the sake of the village. What he didn't know was that Shuemen wasn't without pain. He had simply hidden that pain in the deepest part of his heart. Together with Jukusenai. 3 days later. Before dawn, Minato woke. He had not slept long, perhaps 4 hours. His dreams had been full of Kushina's shadow, her smiling, her playfulness, her holding Naruto and waving at him. He wanted to chase after her, but his feet were rooted to the ground. Then he woke. Outside the window the world was gray, the moon still hung at the edge of the sky, pale like a piece of ice about to melt. Minato sat up and stayed in the darkness for a while. Then he rose and put on black mourning clothes. The garments had been delivered the previous evening, folded neatly and left at the door. No one knew who had placed them there. He did not ask, he simply put them on. When he stepped out, the horizon was beginning to pale. The air carried a damp chill and dew had wet the tops of his shoes. The ruins along the streets had mostly been cleared. New wooden frames were going up and a few houses had already had their walls rebuilt. That was the way of Konoha's people, even if the sky fell they would rebuild their homes first. Minato walked alone without escort. His steps were light, almost silent on the gravel road. Passing the Uchiha clan grounds he paused and glanced inside. The lights were on in Fugaku's house. A woman's silhouette was cast against the window, probably Mikoto feeding Sasuke. Itachi's small shadow stood beside her as if watching something. Naruto was there too. Minato withdrew his gaze and continued on. The memorial site was set in a clearing at the center of the village, the very spot where the Nine Tails had been sealed. In 3 days the ninja had used earth release to raise a high platform. White curtains fluttered gently in the morning breeze like a host of silent spirits. When Minato arrived, people were already waiting. The third Hokage stood to the left of the platform wearing a black kimono, the lines on his face deeper than usual. Beside him stood Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, both elders in black mourning clothes, their expressions solemn. Farther away the clan heads stood in small clusters, no one speaking. Seeing Minato approach, everyone bowed slightly. Minato nodded and ascended the platform. He did not stand at the center, instead he first walked to the side, where Kushina's coffin lay. The coffin was white, unadorned, simple as a box. The lid was closed, hiding the inside. But Minato knew what she looked like, the same as 3 days ago, quiet and still as if asleep. He stood before the coffin for a while, then reached out and touched the lid. The wood was rough beneath his fingers, the grain stinging slightly. "Lord Fourth Hokage." A voice came from behind. Minato turned and saw an Anbu kneeling on one knee below the platform. "Lord Fugaku of the Uchiha clan has arrived." Minato nodded and walked back to the center of the platform. The Fugaku family stepped out from the crowd. Fugaku led the way in a black kimono, his expression as steady as ever. Mikoto walked beside him holding Sasuke in her arms and Itachi by the hand. In Itachi's arms was a swaddled bundle, Naruto. 6-year-old Itachi walked with grave care, his steps small but his back straight. The bundle in his arms was yellow. Naruto slept soundly inside it without a sound. Minato stepped down from the platform and came before Itachi. Itachi looked up at him, round black eyes showing neither fear nor tension, just quietly watching him. "Uncle Minato," Itachi said, "Naruto hasn't cried. I fed him once and Mama Mikoto says he's very good." Minato crouched down and looked at Naruto first. The baby's face was rosy, his mouth slightly open, his breathing even. Then he reached out and gently ruffled Itachi's hair. "Thank you, Itachi." Itachi shook his head. "No need to thank me." Minato took Naruto from Itachi's arms. The baby stirred during the handover, nuzzling his small face against Minato's chest, then settled again. Minato cradled him in the crook of his left arm, his right hand gently supporting the back of his head. Mikoto watched from the side, her eyes a little red. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end only murmured, "Minato. My condolences." Minato nodded to her. "Mikoto, I've troubled you these past few days." "It's no trouble," Mikoto said, shaking her head, her voice a little hoarse. "Kushina was my friend and Naruto is my child." Minato said nothing more. Carrying Naruto, he walked back to the platform. Everyone had assembled. The third Hokage stepped forward and stood beside Minato. He looked at Naruto in Minato's arms, then at Minato's face, and asked in a low voice, "Shall we begin?" Minato nodded. The third Hokage turned to face the crowd and cleared his throat. "Everyone." His voice was not loud, but it carried far in the quiet morning. 3 nights ago the Nine Tails attacked our village. Many people lost their lives, their loved ones and their homes that night. Today we are here to bid them farewell. The third Hokage began to read the names. One by one. Each name was like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ring after ring of ripples. Sarutobi Biwako. Kushina. Then the names of the Anbu, the Chunin, the Genin and the ordinary villagers. The toll from 3 nights ago had grown by several more, those who had succumbed to severe wounds, those found during search and rescue. After the third Hokage read the final name, he was silent for a long time. Wind blew in from the east, making the white curtains flap loudly. Minato stepped forward. He stood at the very front of the platform holding Naruto in his arms. Morning light fell across his face, stretching his shadow long into the crowd. Everyone was watching him. Kakashi stood at the outermost edge of the crowd. He was dressed all in black, his mask covered half his face, leaving only one eye visible. That eye was red, whether from lack of sleep or something else no one could say. Beside him Might Guy was also in black, his thick brows knit tightly, his lips pressed into a thin line. Asuma had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, ash falling onto his collar without his notice. Kurinai leaned against a tree, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, her knuckles white. In the distance Jiraiya leaned against an old tree, not entering the crowd. He had received word 3 days earlier and rushed back, traveling day and night. He had arrived late the previous night. While Minato arranged the memorial in his office, Jiraiya stood outside the door for a while watching, then left without going in. Now he stood there watching his disciple on the platform, watching the infant in his disciple's arms, watching the white coffin. His eyes were a little moist. Jiraiya remembered something Minato had said to him many years before, when Minato was still a youth. Back then Minato had only just met Kushina and he seemed to glow all over as if bathed in sunlight. Teacher Minato said, "I want to protect someone. For my whole life." Jiraiya laughed at him, then saying a kid knew nothing about a lifetime. Now he was not laughing. On the platform Minato spoke. 3 nights ago, he said, our village was attacked. His voice was not loud, but it was steady. Many people died. My wife died too. As he said this, he glanced down at Naruto in his arms. The baby was still asleep, unaware of everything. But Konoha is still here. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Houses that collapse can be rebuilt. Roads that break can be repaired. But people who die. He paused. People who die cannot come back. When those words were spoken, someone in the crowd began to cry. The sound was low and stifled like wind passing through a bamboo grove. But there is one thing we can do, Minato said, and that is to set the dead at peace. He paused. Make the living Konoha stronger. The crowd fell silent. Everyone was watching him. Watching the man who had just lost his wife, watching the Hokage who had crawled back from the brink of death, watching the innocent baby in his arms. The Nine-Tails disaster was not a natural calamity, Minato said. It was man-made. These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. In the crowd someone drew in a sharp breath, some whispered to one another, and some stared wide-eyed. The third Hokage frowned beside him but did not stop him. Someone controlled the Nine-Tails and attacked Konoha. Minato's voice remained calm, as if he were speaking of something that had nothing to do with him. That person wore a mask and mastered a space-time jutsu. I fought him and left the mark of the flying Raijin on him. He said no more after that. He did not say who it was. He did not reveal the masked man's identity. He did not state the man's purpose. But everyone understood. The fourth Hokage would go after that man. Konoha would retaliate. Minato stepped back and bowed deeply to the crowd below. Everyone, please lay flowers for the dead. The crowd began to move. People lined up and stepped forward one by one, placing their flowers before the platform. White chrysanthemums, yellow chrysanthemums, and the occasional red one, that was the color Kushina had loved. Jiraiya straightened up from the tree and slowly walked into the crowd. He did not join the line, instead he stood at the back waiting until everyone had laid their flowers before slowly walking up. In his hand was a single white flower, dew still on its petals, one he had casually picked from the roadside. When he reached the coffin, Jiraiya paused. He said nothing. He simply placed the flower beside the coffin, stepped back, pressed his palms together and closed his eyes. Only after a long while did he open them. Minato stood nearby watching him. The master and disciple exchanged a glance. Jiraiya offered no words of comfort, he simply nodded. Minato nodded in return. Then Jiraiya turned and walked away. His black morning clothes fluttered once in the morning breeze and he soon vanished into the crowd. Minato withdrew his gaze and looked down at Naruto in his arms. The baby had woken at some point, his clear blue eyes fixed on the sky. The sky was blue without a single cloud. It was a good day for a farewell. By the time the ceremony ended, the sun had already passed noon. The crowd slowly dispersed, white petals blown everywhere by the wind, into the cracks between stones, onto the freshly turned soil and beside Kushina's coffin. Minato stood on the high platform watching the last few people leave before he turned and walked down. Itachi was still standing there holding Sasuke in his arms with Fugaku and Mikoto beside him. Naruto had already been taken by Mikoto and was sleeping peacefully in his swaddling clothes. Minato walked over, took Naruto from Mikoto's hands, looked at him, then handed him back to Itachi. Itachi, take him back for your uncle first. Itachi nodded, took Naruto and held him very steadily. A 6-year-old carrying 2 infants looked a little strained, but he did not utter a word, his back straight and tall. Minato crouched down and looked into Itachi's eyes. I'll come get him tonight. Okay. Minato ruffled his hair, stood up and nodded to Fugaku. Fugaku gave a slight bow and the family turned and left. Itachi walked at the very back, his steps small but steady. Neither of the 2 infants in his arms was jostled. Minato stood there watching for a while until the shadows of that line of people disappeared at the end of the street. Then he turned and walked toward the Hokage monument. The wind was strong on the Hokage monument. Minato stood atop the 4th Hokage's statue, looking down at the village below. The sun was already sinking westward, dyeing the entire ruins a deep orange red. Fresh lumber was piled by the roadside. Shinobi were still working, looking from a distance like a swarm of ants, moving things back and forth tireless. Jiraiya leaned against the hair of the 3rd Hokage's statue, a sake flask in his hand. He took a drink, swirled it and said nothing. The 2 of them simply stood there, one atop the 4th's head, one atop the 3rd's, with a gap of several yards between them. After a long silence, Minato spoke. Master, this time I must trouble you. Jiraiya shook the flask, it was empty. He tucked it into his belt and nodded. Without another word, Minato's figure vanished. Uchiha clan compound, the living room of Fugaku's house. Fugaku sat in the seat of honor with 6 Uchiha clansmen kneeling before him. All of them were elites, all core members of the Uchiha police force. In every pair of eyes lurked something hard to name: tension, excitement, and a trace of disbelief. A few hours earlier, the 4th Hokage had sent word, operation tonight. Be ready. He had not said what the operation was, who the target was, or how many people were needed. But Fugaku knew. He had known ever since Minato said at the memorial ceremony that the Ninetales incident was a man-made calamity. The 4th Hokage was about to make his move. And the 4th Hokage had chosen the Uchiha. Fugaku tapped his fingers lightly on his knee. Beside him sat Shisui, 17-year-old Uchiha Shisui, almost absurdly young. He was the most taciturn man in the Uchiha clan and also the sharpest blade. The living room was very quiet, no one spoke. Then Minato appeared in the center of the room. There was no sound, no warning. It was as if he had been standing there all along and everyone had simply failed to see him. Fugaku stood up and the other Uchiha followed. Only Shisui did not move. He had sensed the chakra fluctuations of the flying thunder god long ago but had not made a sound. 4th Hokage. Fugaku bowed slightly. Minato swept his gaze across the people in the room. 6 Uchiha elites plus Fugaku and Shisui, 8 Sharingan. That was enough. Are you ready? Minato asked. Fugaku nodded. Ready. Minato looked at him, then at Shisui. Shisui stood up and bowed his head slightly by way of greeting. Shisui, Minato said, after this you'll be transferred to my side. Hokage's personal guard. Shisui was stunned. Everyone else in the room was stunned too. The Hokage's personal guard, one of Konoha's most central positions, always held by the person the Hokage trusted most. No Uchiha had ever served as Hokage's personal guard. Never. Shisui was silent for 3 seconds, then dropped to one knee. Yes. Minato turned to Fugaku. About Itachi he said, once this is finished I'll take him as my disciple. Just like Kakashi and the others. The corner of Fugaku's eye twitched. The weight of those words was even heavier than Shisui's appointment as Hokage's personal guard. To be the 4th Hokage's disciple, that meant Itachi's future would no longer be merely the Itachi of the Uchiha clan but the Itachi of Konoha. That was true trust, true acceptance, true. Treating the Uchiha as his own people. Thank you, 4th Hokage. Fugaku's voice was a little hoarse. Minato said nothing more. He turned to face the 8 people in the room. Target route. The air in the living room instantly froze. Route. Danzo's route. An underground organization within Konoha's ANBU, outside the Hokage's jurisdiction and bound by no rules, like a venomous serpent hiding in the dark. Danzo formed a private army without authorization, abused his power, murdered his comrades in secret, and colluded with foreign enemies. Minato's voice was not loud, but every word drove into the ears of everyone present like a nail. His crimes deserve death. He did not mention the Nine Tails. He did not mention that the masked man might be an Uchiha. He did not mention the years of suppression and suspicion Danzo had directed at the Uchiha. But Fugaku knew. Every Uchiha present knew. Tonight's operation was not merely about purging Danzo. This was the Fourth Hokage's pledge of trust to the Uchiha. I trust you. I place the blade in your hands and together we cut the tumor out of this village. Fugaku took a deep breath and stood up. The Uchiha clan heeds the Fourth Hokage's command. Minato nodded and his figure vanished once more. Meanwhile at the other end of Konoha, the third Hokage stood on a rooftop. Jiraiya stood beside him. In Jiraiya's hand was a kunai, the one Minato had left him inscribed with the Flying Thunder God's formula. What did Minato say? The third asked. His voice was muffled. Purge root, Jiraiya said. Then neither of them spoke. Root. Danzo's root. They both knew exactly what it was, assassination, brainwashing, human experimentation using its own people as pawns. Konoha's tumor, everyone could see it but no one dared to touch it. Now the fourth Hokage was going to. Minato also said one more thing. Jiraiya put the kunai into his ninja tool pouch. What? Leave none alive. The third Hokage was about to leap off the rooftop but Jiraiya stopped him. Root's stronghold was underground. That was Danzo's consistent style, hidden underground in the dark, hidden where no one could see. The entrance was in an old forest at the northeast corner of the village. On the surface it was an abandoned warehouse but underground all three levels were root facilities. By the time Minato appeared at the warehouse entrance, Fugaku and Shisui had already arrived with their men. 8 Uchiha. 8 Sharingan red as blood in the moonlight. 3 levels below, Minato said. The first level is outer personnel, the second is core members and the third is Danzo himself. He looked at Fugaku. Fugaku, take your men and clear the first and second levels. Leave no survivors. Fugaku nodded. Minato then looked at Shisui. Shisui, come down with me. Shisui nodded. Minato said no more, turned and pushed open the warehouse door. The hinges gave a harsh creak and dust fell from the doorframe. The warehouse was crowded with old wooden crates and clutter and the air smelled of mildew. Minato walked to the center, crouched down and knocked 3 times on the floor. A crack opened in the floor. It was a passage leading down, pitch black with no end in sight. A cold wind drifted up from it carrying the smell of blood and medicine. Minato jumped down. Root first level. By the time the root members on night watch heard the noise, Minato was already standing before them. 3 masked root ninja reacted extremely fast, one drew a blade, one formed hand signs, one fell back to raise the alarm. They moved with perfect coordination, smooth as flowing water, clearly death warriors forged by brutal training. But they were facing the yellow flash. Minato did not move. It was not he who moved, it was Fugaku. 3 shuriken flew out of the darkness and struck the 3 men precisely in the throats. All 3 fell at once without a sound. Fugaku stepped out of the darkness followed by 6 Uchiha. 8 Sharingan glowed red in the dark like 8 ghost flames. First level clear, Fugaku said in a low voice. The Uchiha ninja fanned out like 8 silent blades cutting into Root's darkness. Minato did not pause, he continued downward. The battle on the second level was fiercer than the first. Root's core members were no pushovers. They sensed the intrusion and began setting ambushes in the passage, explosive tags, traps, poison, smoke, genjutsu barriers. Layer upon layer, airtight. But before the Sharingan these things were no different from paper. One Uchiha used genjutsu to counter the controller of the poison smoke barrier, another used his Sharingan to see through every trigger point of the explosive tags. Fugaku personally cut down the last holdout with 3 slashes. 6 men, 30 seconds, all dealt with. Minato stood before the entrance from the second level to the third and glanced back. Fugaku stood behind him, the blood on his blade still wet. I'll go to the third level alone, Minato said. Fugaku hesitated, then nodded. Minato pushed open the door to the third level. Danzo stood in the center of the room. He wore a white shirt, his right arm wrapped in bandages, and the X-shaped scar on his chin stood out starkly in the dim light. His expression was calm as if he had known someone would come. Fourth Hokage, Danzo said, his voice low and hoarse, do you know what you are doing? Minato did not answer, only looked at him. Moving against Konoha's leadership without authorization is treason against the village. Danzo's voice rose a little. You are destroying Konoha's foundation. Foundation. Minato finally spoke, his voice soft. Do you mean Root's assassination list, or the death warriors you secretly trained? Or your collusion with Orochimaru in human experiments, or the way you shifted the blame for the Ninetales incident onto the Uchiha? Danzo's expression changed. It was not fear but the anger of being exposed. You think you've won? Danzo sneered. You think Konoha will be clean once I'm gone? Minato, you are too naive. This village needs darkness. It needs someone to do the dirty work in the shadows. No, it doesn't. Minato cut him off. At least not you. Danzo's eyes narrowed. His right hand began to move, the bandages unwound layer by layer, revealing the arm beneath studded with Sharingan. 10 Sharingan opened at once in the dim light, a red so intense it was blinding. Minato, Danzo's voice turned cold and sinister. You will regret this. He formed hand signs. Izanagi, a forbidden technique that turns fatal damage into a dream usable only once with each Sharingan. Danzo had 10 eyes plus his own, giving him 11 chances to rewrite death. Danzo's figure vanished from where he stood and appeared behind Minato. A kunai in hand, he thrust straight at the back of Minato's neck, then he saw blue light. Minato turned, a Rasengan condensing in his right palm. It was wind-released Rasengan chakra spinning at high speed in his palm, letting out a piercing whine. Danzo's kunai stabbed into Minato's shoulder. At the same moment the Rasengan slammed into Danzo's chest. Boom! Danzo's body was blasted backward, crashed through the wall and landed in the next room. A bowl-sized hole had been blown through his chest, flesh and blood mangled. 3 seconds later the wound disappeared. Danzo rose from the rubble, one Sharingan on his right arm closed. 11 times, Minato said. You have 11 chances. Danzo's eyes flew wide. How did he know the secret of Izanagi? There was no time to think. Minato was already before him. A second Rasengan. Danzo dodged. He used would release his arm, turning into a thick branch that blocked the Rasengan's impact. But the Rasengan's rotational force shredded the branch to pieces. Splinters flew, cutting Danzo's face. The third Sharingan closed. Danzo began to retreat. He knew he could not defeat Minato. The combination of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan was unsolvable in close combat. He needed distance, he needed time, he needed. Minato appeared behind him. A third Rasengan. Danzo barely blocked it with wind release, but the shockwave still sent him flying. The fourth Sharingan closed. You, Danzo's voice trembled, not with fear but rage. Do you think killing me will change anything? This village's darkness will not disappear, I know. Minato appeared before him, face to face, less than 3 feet apart. But at least it can be made a little less. A fifth Rasengan. This time Danzo did not dodge. The Rasengan struck him square in the abdomen, pinning him to the wall. The wall cracked, dust flew. The fifth Sharingan closed. Danzo slid down from the wall, knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. There were still 5 eyes open on his right arm. 5 chances. 5. Minato. Danzo looked up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If you kill me, the leadership will not let you go. Koharu and Hamura will impeach you. They won't. Minato's voice was calm. Because from tonight Root no longer exists. All your files, experiment records, assassination lists, will appear on the Third Hokage's desk. The whole of Konoha will know your dirty deeds. Danzo's face went completely white. You think you were protecting Konoha? Minato looked at him, his blue eyes showing neither anger nor pity. You were only protecting yourself. He raised his hand. A sixth Rasengan. This time there were no flashy movements, no intricate footwork. Just the simplest Rasengan pressed against Danzo's chest. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th. The 9th. The 10th. Every Rasengan struck Danzo with precision, and every time Danzo used Izanagi to revive. But with each revival he could feel his life force draining away. The price of Izanagi was not only the eyes but chakra and lifespan. The 11th. Danzo's last Sharingan closed. He knelt on the ground covered in blood, all 10 eyes on his right arm closed like 10 doors forever shut. Minato stood before him looking down. You still have one last chance, Minato said. The one in your right eye. Danzo's body went rigid. The one in his right eye, it was the eye he had obtained from Uchiha Kagami, kept for decades, never once used his final trump card. He raised his head and looked at Minato. Minato's expression was calm, as if waiting for an answer. Danzo suddenly laughed. The laugh was soft and dry, like dead leaves scattered by the wind. "Minato," he said, "you are more suited than I to be the one in the darkness." Minato did not answer. Danzo closed his eyes. "Do it." Minato raised his hand. A Rasengan gathered in his palm and its blue light illuminated the entire room. Danzo's pale face, the mottled bloodstains on the walls. Then the light vanished. Minato stood in the corridor of the room behind him, silent. There was no blood on his hands. He had contained the Rasengan's power to the smallest possible range, enough to kill one person but not to harm the innocent. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Very clean. He clenched his fist, then opened it. Then he raised his head and walked back along the corridor. When he reached the first level, Fugaku was already waiting with his men. 8 Uchiha, not one injured. More than 20 Root members lay dead on the floor. Fourth Hokage Fugaku bowed slightly. Root has been completely eliminated. Minato nodded. He walked to the warehouse door and pushed it open. The night wind blew in cool, carrying the scent of soil and grass. The moon hung in the sky, big and round, making all of Konoha look as if it were plated with silver. In the distance, Jiraiya and the third Hokage were still standing off. Minato stood in the moonlight and took a deep breath. Then he turned and walked toward the Uchiha compound. Naruto was still waiting for him at Fugaku's house. When Minato arrived at Fugaku's home, the lights in the living room were still on. Fugaku had come back with him. The two men walked along the streets of the Uchiha district, one after the other. Moonlight stretched their shadows long, one tall, one short, overlapping, then parting, then overlapping again. Neither spoke, yet neither felt awkward. When they reached the door, Fugaku stepped aside to let Minato enter first. In the living room, Mikoto sat on the tatami feeding Sasuke with one arm while gently patting Naruto's swaddling clothes with the other. Itachi sat nearby, a picture book in hand, but his eyes kept drifting to the two infants. At the sound of footsteps he looked up. Seeing Minato and Fugaku enter together, he paused for a moment, then rose and bowed properly. "Uncle Minato." "Father." Minato smiled at him and walked over to sit beside Naruto. The baby was awake, his blue eyes fixed on the ceiling, mouth moving slightly as if lost in thought. Minato reached out and gently touched the baby's cheek. Soft and warm like a freshly steamed dumpling. Naruto grasped his finger. The grip was feeble but surprisingly firm. Mikoto glanced at Minato, then at Fugaku. Fugaku gave a slight nod, and Mikoto, saying nothing, returned to soothing Sasuke. She knew there had been an operation tonight and that Fugaku had accompanied the fourth Hokage. Now both had returned safely, that was all that mattered. Fugaku sat across from him, poured himself a cup of tea, then filled another for Minato and pushed it across. The tea was warm, not hot. Minato let Naruto keep hold of his finger with one hand and lifted the teacup with the other, taking a sip. "It's all over," he said. Fugaku's hand paused on his cup, then he nodded. "All members of Root have been eliminated. Danzo is dead." Minato's voice was calm, as though discussing the weather. "What about your casualties?" "None," Fugaku replied. The Sharingan held a decisive advantage in that terrain. Traps, ambushes, genjutsu barriers, we saw them all clearly. Minato nodded. He had known it would be so. 8 elite Uchiha led personally by Fugaku, more than enough to clear the first and second layers of Root. He had sent Fugaku not because he could not do it himself, but because he wanted the Uchiha to do it. To let the Uchiha sever Danzo's Root with their own hands. To make the Uchiha understand that henceforth they were no longer outsiders in Konoha. "What about the third?" Fugaku set down his cup and looked at Minato. "Do you think he'll have objections?" "Jiraiya kept him from intervening," Minato said. "Perhaps for the best. With clean hands the third will find it easier to navigate what comes next. Besides," he paused. "What Danzo has done over the years deserves death 10 times over. The third knows this well enough, he simply lacked the resolve. Now that someone has carried it out for him, he will say nothing." Fugaku fell silent for a moment. "And the council? Hamura and Koharu, they will remain quiet." Minato spoke with conviction. "Danzo is dead, Root is gone. Without forces under their command, what leverage do they have against the Hokage? Moreover, once Danzo's files are made public, they will be too busy protecting themselves to speak on his behalf. Fugaku nodded, asking no further questions. Minato took another sip of tea and looked down at Naruto. The baby had somehow loosened his grip and fallen asleep, mouth slightly parted, breathing even. Has Naruto been good these past few days? Minato asked Mikoto. Very good, she replied with a smile. Better behaved than Sasuke even. Sasuke cries 2 or 3 times each night, but Naruto sleeps through until dawn without needing to feed. He takes after his mother. Minato's mouth curved slightly, though something dimmed in his eyes. Mikoto noticed but said nothing, simply tucking Naruto's blanket a little tighter. Minato sat for a while, finished his tea, then carefully wrapped Naruto and lifted him into his arms. Mikoto, thank you for looking after him these past few days. It's no trouble at all, Mikoto said, shaking her head. You focus on what you need to do. Naruto can stay here. I'm caring for Sasuke anyway, 1 child or 2, it makes no difference. Minato nodded and rose, cradling Naruto. At the doorway he paused and glanced back. Itachi was still seated there, picture book in hand, watching him. Minato offered him a smile. Itachi, come see me in a few days. There's something I want to teach you. Itachi's eyes brightened, but he remained composed, giving a measured nod. Understood. Minato turned and stepped into the night. The moonlight was bright, casting Konoha in a frost-like glow. Walking home with Naruto in his arms, Minato's steps were slower than usual. The night wind bit cold, slipping beneath his collar. He instinctively hunched his shoulders and drew Naruto closer to his chest. Near the doorway of his own home he spotted a figure leaning against the frame. Jiraiya. The old man stood with arms crossed, half-lidded eyes suggesting either sleep or deep thought. At the sound of footsteps he opened his eyes, glanced at Minato, then at Naruto in his arms. You're back. Yes. Minato stepped forward and freed a hand to open the door. Jiraiya made no move to help, merely leaning against the frame as he watched Minato fumble with the lock, change his shoes and settle Naruto. Only after Minato had finished did Jiraiya speak leisurely. The third has returned. Minato nodded. He knew what Jiraiya meant. The third had not stopped him, had not blamed him, had not held him accountable. He had merely read those files, remained silent for a long time and then gone home. He doesn't take it well, Jiraiya said. Minato did not respond. Jiraiya said nothing more. He drew a sake flask from his coat, gave it a shake and found nearly half a flask remaining. He uncorked it, took a swallow and handed it to Minato. Minato accepted it and drank. The sake burned harshly down his throat. He could not tell what kind it was. The two, master and disciple, stood at the doorway, one leaning against the frame, the other against the wall, watching moonlight pool in the courtyard. Inside, Naruto slept soundlessly in the back room. What now? Jiraiya asked. Minato handed the flask back. We make Root's files public. Let everyone see what Danzo has done these years. And then. Minato considered. Rebuild Konoha. Repair the houses, pave the roads, bury the dead with honor. Jiraiya studied him. I mean that masked man. Minato fell silent for a moment. He will return. Do you know who he is? Minato did not answer. He gazed at the moonlight in the courtyard, silent for a long while. Master, he said, there are things I cannot speak of yet. Not because I distrust you, but because I have not fully unraveled them myself. Jiraiya looked at him, pressing no further. Fine, he said. Tell me when you've figured it out. He tucked the flask into his sash and turned to leave. After a few steps he paused, throwing a remark over his shoulder without looking back. That boy Naruto, he looks like you. But his eyes are his mother's. Then he was gone, his footsteps quickly swallowed by the night. Minato stood at the doorway, frozen for a moment. Then he smiled, faint, fleeting, like a breeze brushing his face. He closed the door and entered the back room. Naruto slept deeply in his bed, little fist clenched around the edge of the blanket, mouth slightly parted, breathing soft and fine. Minato lay down beside him, turning on his side to watch his face. Jiraiya was right. Those eyes belonged to Kushina, blue, wide and luminous. Minato reached out and gently touched Naruto's cheek. Your mother's eyes, he whispered, are beautiful. Naruto murmured in his sleep, turned over and buried his small face in the blanket. Minato pulled the covers up for him, then lay flat, staring at the ceiling. Moonlight streamed through the window, white and silver pooling on the floor like water. He closed his eyes. Tonight's affairs were concluded. Danzo was dead, root dissolved, and the Uchiha pacified. Much remained to be done, rebuilding the village, addressing the council, guarding against that masked man, finding a way to resurrect Kushina. But he did not wish to think on those matters now. He only wished to lie here listening to Naruto's breath and sleep. Tomorrow he would deal with it. Minato rolled onto his side facing Naruto and closed his eyes. The moonlight crept inch by inch, climbing from the floor to the wall to the ceiling to the far side of the window frame. The night was very still. Konoha slowly healed beneath the moonlight. End of chapter 12. The moonlight had shifted to the other side of the window frame. Minato lay with his eyes closed, but he was not asleep. Naruto's breathing was soft and even, like a small animal curled up beside him. He could hear the occasional bark of a dog in the distance and the mournful wail of wind threading through the ruins. He was thinking. Not about the things he had to think about during the day, rebuilding the village, dealing with the higher-ups, guarding against the masked man. Those matters could wait until tomorrow. What occupied him now was his own path. Carl had walked the cultivation world for 60 years, reaching the peak of foundation establishment, one step short of the golden core. That road had been bitter and slow, but every step had been solid. In that world, cultivators drew spiritual energy from heaven and earth, tempered their bodies, condensed a golden core, and at last lived as long as heaven and earth. Power came slowly, but it came steadily, without harming the body or shortening one's life. Minato had walked the shinobi world for 24 years, from a Konoha genin to the Fourth Hokage. The name of the Yellow Flash made the entire shinobi world tremble in fear. He had walked that road so fast that before he could even think clearly about the price, he was already standing at the very front. What was the price? It was his life. Chakra was extracted from cells. Every jutsu, every battle, every burst of power consumed his life. The more he used, the faster he aged. The foremost shinobi, Hashirama Senju Madara Uchiha Jiraiya, the third Hokage, which of them had not traded their lives for power? Hashirama died in his prime. Madara clung to life through the demonic statue of the outer path. Jiraiya's body past 50 had already begun its decline, and the third Hokage's chakra reserves were now less than half what they had been at his peak. This was not cultivation, it was overdraft. Minato opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He had never thought of it as a problem before. The shinobi world had always been like this, generation after generation burning themselves to light the village. Those who died simply died, and the next generation took their place and kept burning. Kushina had done it. He had done it. Naruto would have done it in the future. But now he did not want to live that way anymore. It was not fear of death. He had died once already, there was nothing to fear. It was unwillingness, regret. He still had many things to do. He could not burn out and vanish in a few decades like an ordinary shinobi. He needed to live a long time. Long enough for Naruto to grow up, for Konoha to become truly strong, long enough to reach the day he could bring Kushina back. That meant he could not keep walking the path of chakra. Minato turned over facing Naruto. The baby was sleeping deeply, tiny fist clutching the corner of the blanket, mouth slightly open, breathing softly. He reached out and gently touched Naruto's cheek. Naruto, he whispered, Daddy wants to take a different path. Of course Naruto did not answer. Naruto smacked his lips in his sleep, turned over and buried his face in the blanket. Minato tucked the blanket around him, then closed his eyes again. He began to think seriously about how to proceed from here. He could no longer copy Carl's path exactly. The cultivation world was rich in spiritual energy. Cultivators could climb step by step from the chi refining stage, spending centuries slowly grinding their way to the golden core and nascent soul. But this world had no spiritual energy, only natural energy. Though natural energy and spiritual energy were close in essence, their forms and uses were different. He could not meditate and breathe in the way he had in the cultivation world, waiting for spiritual energy to come to him on its own. He needed to find a new approach, to combine sage arts with cultivation. Sage mode absorbed natural energy, while cultivation absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In essence they were the same thing, just called by different names. The toads of Mount Myaboku used natural energy to strengthen their bodies and enhance their senses, but no one had ever used natural energy to cultivate, not because it was impossible but because no one had ever thought of it. What if he could draw natural energy into his body like spiritual energy and circulate it according to a cultivation art? Minato's heart skipped a beat. Then he thought of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails' Yin chakra was inside him, half a Nine Tails an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Chakra was extracted from cells but a tailed beast's chakra was not. It was another form of natural energy, one of the purest powers between heaven and earth. If he could refine the Nine Tails chakra and turn it into his own spiritual power, then he would no longer need to extract chakra from his cells. The Nine Tails chakra was more than enough for battle cultivation or anything else. In that way he could completely throw off the shackles of the shinobi path. Minato's breathing grew a little quicker. His mind began to race, churning the knowledge of 2 lifetimes together, breaking it apart and piecing it back together. The path of chakra ended here. From now on he would no longer draw chakra from his own cells. As for those jutsu, Flying Thunder God Rasengan Shadow Clone, he would power them with spiritual energy where possible, gradually improve those he could not and abandon those that truly could not be improved. He did not lack combat power. What he lacked was time, lifespan, the years he needed to reach the day he could bring Kushina back. In its place there were 3 paths. The first was to draw natural energy into his body and walk the path of cultivation. Combine Sage Mode with Cultivation Arts, use natural energy in place of spiritual energy and cultivate according to the cultivation system. Chi Refining Foundation Establishment, Golden Core Nascent Soul. Step by step without haste. If this path worked, excellent, if not it did not matter, he had other paths. The second was to refine the Nine Tails chakra and walk the path of the tailed beast. The Nine Tails Yin chakra was inside him, half a Nine Tails was enough for a lifetime. He did not intend to merely borrow the Nine Tails power like an ordinary Jinchuriki. He would refine it completely and make it his own. Not sealed within his body but fused into his meridians, into his dantian, into every inch of flesh and blood. The third path was the way of sage arts. He already knew the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku. But in the past he had treated it as a combat state, activating it when needed and releasing it afterward. It had never occurred to him that it could be kept on constantly. Now he understood that the natural energy absorbed by sage mode and the spiritual energy of cultivation shared the same source. If he could cultivate, fight and live in sage mode, his body would be continuously nourished by natural energy and he would never grow old. 3 paths, not choosing one but walking all 3 at once. Minato's eyes gleamed in the darkness. He thought of Carl's 60 years in that world. For 60 years he had walked the paths of others, learning others' arts, using others' techniques and even breaking through according to the experiences of those who came before him. In the end he died under the heavenly tribulation, not because he had not worked hard enough but because that road had reached its end and he was not the one who could walk all the way through. But now he would walk a path of his own. Not Carl's cultivation path and not Minato's shinobi path. A completely new path. Merge the arts of cultivation, the power of tailed beasts and the system of sage arts into a path no one had ever walked before. Whether this path would lead anywhere he did not know. But at least it was worth a try. Minato took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. He began to try. The chi guidance art circulated slowly through his body, but not in the old way of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This world had no spiritual energy. Instead he used the method of sage mode, drawing natural energy in through his skin, his breath and every pore. Natural energy flooded into his body, wild, violent and uncontrollable, just as when he entered sage mode in the past. In the past he would have mixed this natural energy with chakra to enter sage mode. But this time he did not use chakra. He used spiritual power. Carl's spiritual cultivation lay dormant deep within his soul. After the past few days of gentle nurturing it had recovered somewhat. It was still faint like an oil lamp on the verge of going out, but it was there. Spiritual power flowed through his meridians, guiding the raging natural energy, gathering it, taming it and fusing it into himself bit by bit. It hurt. Natural energy tore at his meridians like a wild horse struggling against its reins. His spiritual power was too little, so little it could barely suppress it. Beads of sweat broke out on Minato's forehead and his temples throbbed, but he did not stop. Gritting his teeth he guided the natural energy along his meridians bit by bit. Starting from the dantian, passing through the conception vessel, the governing vessel, the 3 yin meridians of the hand, the 3 yang meridians of the hand. Every acupoint was like a pool that had been dry for a long time. Natural energy flowed in, slowly seeping into the cracked walls, moistening them. Not spiritual energy but natural energy. Not chakra but spiritual power. 2 things he had never fused before collided in his meridians, tangled together and tried to become one. It was slow. Far slower than in the cultivation world. Far slower than when he used chakra. But it was indeed getting better. He could feel the cells depleted by chakra being nourished by natural energy, the torn tissues slowly healing and the hollow places within him being filled up bit by bit. It was not chakra. It was a brand new power, gentler than chakra, wilder than spiritual energy, and more enduring than either. He did not know what to call it. Natural spiritual power. Sage spiritual energy. Or something else. Never mind, the name did not matter. What mattered was that this path worked. Minato slowly opened his eyes. It was not yet dawn. The moon had already drifted to the other side of the window, only a sliver still hanging there. Naruto was still asleep, not having moved at all. Minato looked down at his own hand. A faint layer of light rested in his palm, very weak like the glow of a firefly. Not the blue of chakra and not the cyan of spiritual power, but a faint gold, as if sunlight had been condensed into the palm of his hand. Minato stared at the light for a long time. Then he clenched his fist and the light vanished. He closed his eyes again and continued guiding natural energy through his body. This time he did not use the chi guidance art, nor did he use the method of sage mode. He used his own method, drawing natural energy and taming it with spiritual power and then merging it into his meridians, his dantian, and every single cell. Not the chakra extraction method which consumed himself. Not the spiritual energy absorption method which depended on the outside world. It was a completely new way. A way that belonged to him alone. 36 cycles. 72 cycles. 108 cycles. Minato did not know how many cycles he had completed. He only knew that when the sky began to pale, a very very small object had appeared in his dantian, not a golden core, not a condensation of chakra, but a seed. Golden, faintly glowing like a seed just planted in the earth. He did not know what it was. But he knew it was the beginning of his new path. Outside the window the moon finally sank. A sliver of pale dawn appeared at the edge of the sky, so faint it looked as if someone had lightly touched a brush to rice paper. In the ruins in the distance early rising shinobi were calling out work songs, and the clanging sounds of labor began the day. Minato did not get up. He lay beside Naruto, listening to the baby's breathing and feeling the faint glow of the seed in his dantian, perfectly still. The sun rose in the east and sunlight streamed through the window, warm on his face. Naruto woke up wriggling and making little grumbling sounds. His tiny fist poked out from under the blanket and waved aimlessly in the air. Minato opened his eyes and looked down at him. The baby's blue eyes looked back at him unblinking, as if trying to recognize who he was. Minato picked him up and held him close. "Naruto," he said, "Daddy isn't going to walk the path of chakra anymore." He paused. "Daddy is going to walk a new path, the kind no one has ever walked." Naruto yawned, buried his face in Minato's chest and fell asleep again. Minato stood up with Naruto in his arms and walked to the window. Sunlight spread over Konoha in a golden wash, making even the ruins glow brightly. Fresh timber was stacked by the roadside. The shinobi had already begun working, some hauling stones, some mixing cement, some standing on rooftops hammering nails. The village was rebuilding. He was rebuilding too. But this time it would be on his own terms. The meeting was set for the morning. By the time Minato arrived, the conference room was already filled with people. On both sides of the long table the clan heads sat in order: Hayashi Hyuga Shikaku Nara Inoichi Yamanaka Choza Akimichi Tsum Inazuka Shibi Aburame. And Fugaku Uchiha seated nearest the door, a position he had occupied for years. 2 seats by the window were empty, reserved for Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado. The third Hokage sat slightly off the head of the table, not at the main seat. He saw Minato enter, nodded slightly and set down his pipe. Minato walked to the main seat and sat. He had not brought Naruto. The boy was left at Fugaku's house, watched over by Itachi. "Let's begin," he said. Shikaku Nara spoke first, reporting the reconstruction progress over the past few days: building repairs, medical treatment for the wounded, resource allocation and fortification of defenses. Clear and precise with accurate figures, truly the sharpest mind in Konoha. Minato listened and nodded without adding much. Then Hayashi Hyuga reported on border vigilance. After the Nine-Tails rampage, the smaller neighboring nations had grown restless. If the Hyuga's Byakugan had spotted suspicious movements along the borders. Minato simply said strengthen security and said nothing more. Next came Inoichi Yamanaka reporting the losses in the intelligence division. On the night of the Nine Tails, the intelligence division had suffered casualties, but nothing severe. Operations had resumed. Minato acknowledged with a simple good work. One after another the reports proceeded calmly as if nothing had happened. Yet everyone knew today would not remain so uneventful. Because word of the rout had spread. Not through Minato but through Jiraiya. The previous night Jiraiya had slammed the rout's archives onto the third Hokage's desk and walked away without a word. The third Hokage had read through the night, his eyes red by morning. He dared not disclose the entire contents of those archives, but certain key items, assassination lists, records of human experimentation, secret communications with other villages, had already reached the ears of the clan heads. Danzo was dead. The rout was gone. This matter demanded an explanation. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado arrived precisely on time. Both were clad in black, their faces as dark as a stormy sky. They took their seats by the window without even glancing at Minato. Minato paid them no mind and continued listening to the clan reports. When the last speaker finished, the room fell silent. Everyone knew the main topic was about to begin. Minato set down the documents in his hand and lifted his head. There are several matters to announce today. His voice was not loud, but every word was heard clearly by everyone in the room. First, effective today, the position of Hokage advisor is abolished. A profound silence blanketed the room. Koharu Uchiha's face turned pale instantly. Hamura Mitokado's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of tea onto the table. The clan heads exchanged glances, no one daring to speak. The Hokage advisor, a position established in the second Hokage's era to assist the Hokage in administrative affairs. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado had held that post for 30 years, wielding a third of Konoha's power. Now with a single sentence Minato had abolished the position. Fourth Hokage Koharu Uchiha stood, her voice sharp as a blade. The Hokage advisor was established by the second Hokage and is vital to Konoha's governance. You cannot decide this alone. Minato met her gaze. Just a look. He did not rise, did not slam the table, did not release any chakra. He simply looked at her with calm composure. But there was something in that look that caught Koharu Uchiha's voice in her throat. Her mouth opened, lips trembling, yet not a single word escaped. It was not fear but something deeper. As if she had been seen through to the very marrow, every deed she had done over the years, her deals with Danzo, the suppression of the Uchiha, the covert obstruction of the Fourth Hokage's authority. All had been laid bare, not a single one overlooked. Koharu Uchiha sank back into her seat. Hamura Mitokado glanced at her, opened his mouth and ultimately said nothing. The room grew so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock was audible. Minato withdrew his gaze and continued. Second, the rout has been purged by me. Shimura Danzo colluded with foreign enemies, abused his power, assassinated comrades and conducted human experiments. The evidence is conclusive and he was executed on the spot. He spoke as calmly as if reading an ordinary document. The rout's bases have been seized. All archives and physical evidence are in the hands of the third Hokage. Those imprisoned by the rout, missing shinobi from various clans, abducted civilians, prisoners used for experiments, have all been rescued. Each clan may send representatives to claim their people. The atmosphere in the room shifted completely. Hayashi Hyuga's fingers tightened, his knuckles turning white. Shikaku Nara straightened, his gaze sharpening. Tsum Inuzuka's lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes blazing with fury. Every clan had missing members. Some had been missing for years, some for over a decade. The names of many had already been carved on the memorial stone. They had believed those people dead, lost in missions, killed in battle, fallen to enemies. Now they realized they might not have died at all. They had been taken by Danzo, locked in some underground cell, turned into experiments for the rout. Fourth Hokage Tsum Inuzuka stood, her voice trembling. A member of my clan has been missing for 7 years, the list will be released shortly, Minato said. If his name is on it, you may go and bring him back. Tsum Inuzuka's mouth opened and her eyes reddened. She sat down, roughly wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Minato waited a moment, letting everyone absorb the information. Then he spoke again. The third matter. He rose, both hands braced on the table, leaning slightly forward. All eyes fixed on him, the clan heads tense with anticipation, Fugaku's breath catching, the third Hokage's pipe suspended midair, unmoving. The Uchiha police force is hereby disbanded, effective today. The room erupted in uproar. Hayashi Hyuga jerked his head up, Shikaku Nara frowned, Tsum Inuzuka's jaw dropped. Fugaku, seated nearest the door, stiffened as the color drained from his face. Disbanding the Uchiha police force, that was the very foundation of the Uchiha clan standing in Konoha. Since the second Hokage's era, the Uchiha had been responsible for the village's security. It was their duty, their power, and their place in the village. Without the police force, what would the Uchiha be? Fourth Hokage, Fugaku rose, his voice hoarse. Minato raised a hand to stop him. Let me finish. Fugaku gritted his teeth and sat back down, his hands clenched into fists on his knees, knuckles white. Minato swept his gaze across everyone present. After the Uchiha police force is disbanded, its functions will be directly under the Hokage's command. Personnel will be drawn from all clans without fixed assignments and rotated periodically. He paused. All current Uchiha police personnel will be dispersed and assigned to various departments of Konoha, the Umbu Intelligence Division, Medical Division, Logistics Division, Education Corps, wherever they are needed. The room fell silent. Not a relaxed silence, but one in which everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Minato had finished speaking, but everyone waited for him to reveal his true intention. Disbanding the police force, scattering the Uchiha, it sounded like suppression, like punishment, like uprooting the Uchiha from Konoha. Fugaku sat there, pale-faced, lips tightly pressed. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Danzo dead, the root gone, Koharu and Hamura sidelined. Was the Uchiha next? Were the trust and promises the fourth Hokage had shown that night all false? Minato looked at him. Fugaku, he said, do you know why I am doing this? Fugaku raised his head, meeting Minato's eyes. Those blue eyes held no hostility, no suspicion, no condescending charity. Only a calm, earnest something. Because the Uchiha should not be only policemen. Fugaku was stunned. Since the second Hokage's time, the Uchiha have been confined to the police force. Barred from the Umbu, the intelligence division, the core decision-making circle. You are a clan of Konoha, yet you have been trapped in one position for decades. Minato's voice was not loud, but each word struck Fugaku's chest like a hammer. This is not protection, it is imprisonment. Not trust, it is vigilance. Fugaku's lips moved, but he said nothing. Now I am dismantling this cage. Minato looked at Fugaku, then at everyone present. From now on, Uchiha can enter the Umbu, the intelligence division, anywhere they wish to go. Like the Hyuga, like the Nara, like the Akimichi, like everyone else. The room was utterly silent. So silent that the rustle of leaves outside the window could be heard. Hayashi Hyuga spoke first. Fourth Hokage, he said, his voice steady, I agree. Everyone turned to look at him. Hayashi Hyuga's expression was calm, but his words startled all. It has indeed been unfair to confine the Uchiha to the police force. If the fourth Hokage can place Uchiha in the Umbu and intelligence division, then the Hyuga should have the same opportunity. Minato looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Of course. Shikaku Nara was the second to speak. I have no objection. Disbanding the police force and distributing personnel to various departments is the right approach. A single clan holding a specific institution for too long is detrimental to both the village and the clan itself. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded. Choza Akimichi also nodded. Tsum Inazuka was silent for a moment, then nodded as well. Fugaku sat motionless. His hands were still on his knees but no longer clenched, his fingers had loosened, palms resting against his knees, trembling slightly. He finally understood Minato's meaning. Disbanding the Uchiha police force was not to suppress the Uchiha. It was to release them from that cage. Since the second Hokage's era, the Uchiha had been locked in the cage of the police force. Called trust, but it was vigilance. You handle security but do not touch core power. Your Sharingan is useful but only within prescribed limits. You are part of Konoha, but always that part. Now Minato had dismantled that cage. The police force was gone, but Uchiha could now enter the Umbu, the intelligence division, any place previously forbidden to them. No longer objects of surveillance, no longer a clan to be guarded against, but ordinary members of Konoha just like any other clan. Fugaku stood up. He bowed deeply to Minato. Fourth Hokage, his voice was hoarse but steady, the Uchiha clan is deeply grateful. Minato nodded. One more thing. He paused. Shisui Uchiha is hereby transferred to the Hokage's personal guard, effective immediately. Itachi Uchiha, once he reaches the appropriate age, will become my disciple. Fugaku's body trembled slightly. Hokage's personal guard. Hokage's disciple. These two positions meant that members of the Uchiha clan would directly enter the core of Konoha's power. Not scattered Uchiha, not suppressed Uchiha, but those trusted most by the Hokage. Thank you, Fourth Hokage. Minato nodded. Meeting adjourned. The clan heads filed out. Hayashi Hyuga nodded to Minato as he left, then nodded to Fugaku. Shikaku Nara patted Fugaku's shoulder on his way out. Tsum Inuzuka's eyes were still red, but she glanced at Fugaku, her lips moving, and softly uttered congratulations. Fugaku stood by his seat acknowledging each one. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado were the last to leave. As they stood, their legs were trembling. At the door, Koharu Uchiha stopped and turned to look at Minato. Fourth Hokage, her voice was as rough as sandpaper. You will regret this. Minato did not look at her. No, I won't. Koharu Uchiha's lips quivered, then she turned and left. Hamura Mitokado followed his steps, unsteady as if his backbone had been removed. Only Minato and the third Hokage remained in the room. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and lit it. Smoke drifted between them like a thin veil. Minato the third said, your decision today is very bold. I know. Putting Uchiha in the Umbu and Intelligence Division will make some in the village uneasy. I know. Yet you still want to do it. Minato turned to face the third. Third Hokage. From the second Hokage's era to now, the Uchiha have been confined for 40 years. 40 years of suspicion, vigilance, and isolation. What has it achieved? Danzo is dead, the root is gone, but the Uchiha remain. If we do not change, another Danzo will appear, another root will be established, and the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha will only deepen. He paused. I am not dismantling the police force. I am dismantling the wall. The third Hokage was silent for a long time. You are right, he finally said, his voice weary. Perhaps that wall should never have been built. Minato did not reply. He stood and walked toward the door. At the threshold he stopped and glanced back. Third Hokage, the root archives, release what can be released. The people of Konoha have the right to know the truth. The third Hokage nodded. Minato pushed the door open and stepped out. Outside the sunlight was bright. Fugaku had not left, he was leaning against the corridor wall waiting. Their eyes met. Fourth Hokage Fugaku said, thank you. Minato shook his head. Don't thank me. You chose this yourself. Fugaku was silent for a moment. About Itachi. I already said I will take him as my disciple. Once the village affairs are settled we will begin. Fugaku nodded, said nothing more, and turned away. His steps were much lighter than when he had arrived, as if he had shed a burden carried for a long time. Minato stood in the corridor watching him recede. Shisui approached from the other end, standing beside Minato. Fourth Hokage. Shisui, come with me. Where to? Minato thought for a moment. First pick up Naruto at the Uchiha compound. Then report to the Hokage's personal guard. From today you will be with me. Shisui was silent for a beat, then knelt on one knee. Yes. Minato looked at him and suddenly smiled. Get up. Don't kneel at every turn. From now on with me you don't need so many formalities. Shisui rose, his face expressionless, but the tips of his ears turned red. Minato turned and walked down the corridor with Shisui following behind. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, one after the other, gradually fading away. As they stepped out of the building the sunlight hit them, making Minato squint. In the distance shinobi were still working on the ruins. Some moved stones, some mixed cement, some stood on rooftops hammering nails. The clinking sounds drifted over like a messy song. Minato stood on the steps taking a deep breath. When Minato found Jiraiya, the old man was sitting beside the memorial stone drinking sake. He wasn't there to pay his respects to anyone, he simply sat with his back against the steely legs stretched out long, the sake flask resting on his knees. Noticing Minato approaching, he raised the flask and shook it, half full. You're here. Yes. Minato sat down beside him. The two leaned shoulder to shoulder against the memorial stone, gazing at the Hokage monument in the distance. The newest carving, the fourth Hokage's face, was still white, untouched by wind and rain. Kushina's grave lay not far away. White flowers still fresh had been placed there that morning by someone. Master, are you still leaving? Minato asked. Jiraiya took a sip of sake and pondered. With you guarding Konoha I can rest assured. He didn't look at Minato when he spoke, his gaze fixed instead on the drifting clouds above. Someone has to finish writing the Jiraiya legendary tale. There's nothing for me to do here anyway. Might as well take a walk, see the world beyond. Minato was silent for a moment. Master, you can't leave right now. Jiraiya turned his head to look at him. The other great nations will be making moves these coming days, Minato said. Word of the Ninetales attack has spread. Some will see opportunity. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly, but he said nothing. Of course he understood what Minato meant. Konoha had just survived a catastrophe. The Ninetales assault had dealt devastating losses to the village, and the Fourth Hokage was rumored to be gravely wounded near death. That news would reach the other four great nations, and undoubtedly some would feel tempted to strike. Cloud, Rock, Mist, Sand, who among them wasn't watching Konoha with predatory eyes? The Third Shinobi World War had ended only a few years prior. The ink on the peace treaties was barely dry. Every nation was secretly amassing strength, waiting for the day Konoha revealed a crack. The Ninetales attack, that was the crack. You're worried they'll take advantage? Jiraiya asked. Not worried, Minato replied. Certain. The news will reach every nation. They'll test our defenses. Iwa and Kumo are most likely, they bear the deepest grudges against Konoha. Jiraiya fell silent for a while. Is there anything you need me to do? Nothing. Minato spoke calmly. With my current strength and the village's resources, holding Konoha is manageable. But during this time I need you to remain in the village as a deterrent, not for war but to let the outside world know Jiraiya is still in Konoha. Jiraiya glanced at him and suddenly laughed. You've learned to use your master's name to scare people, kid. Minato smiled too. My master's name is useful, might as well put it to work. The two fell quiet again. A breeze swept through, rustling the trees beside the memorial stone. All right, Jiraiya stood, tucking the sake flask into his belt. Then I'll stay a while longer. We'll see how things settle. Minato nodded, saying no more. He knew Jiraiya's nature. When the time came to leave, nothing could keep him. When he chose to stay, nothing could drive him away. That he was willing to remain now wasn't because of Minato's words, but because he knew Konoha truly needed him. No persuasion required. No begging necessary. A single sentence was enough. Between master and disciple, some things needed no explanation. While Minato and Jiraiya sat talking beside the memorial stone within the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the land of lightning, the fourth Raikage was pacing back and forth. His pace was blistering, not ordinary walking but the lightning speed movement of his lightning mode, leaving only afterimages behind. Those in the office were accustomed to it, and no one found it strange. Has the intelligence from Konoha been confirmed? I stopped and looked at Darui before him. Confirmed. Darui handed over a document. The Ninetales did indeed attack Konoha. The village suffered devastating losses. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato was gravely wounded during the battle, rumored to have nearly died. Konoha is now in the process of reconstruction, and its defensive capabilities have been significantly weakened. I took the document, scanned it briefly, then tossed it back onto the desk. Namikaze Minato is still alive. Alive. It is said he has recovered past the point of danger. I fell silent for a moment. He knew all too well who Namikaze Minato was. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Yellow Flash of Konoha had single-handedly held off 50 elite Kumo ninja, including the guard unit of his own father, the Third Raikage. That battle had prompted Kumo's high command to issue an order upon encountering Namikaze Minato: retreat immediately, and it would not be considered desertion. If Namikaze Minato were dead, Kumo could seize the chance to march and carve pieces from Konoha's territory. But he was still alive. Never mind then. I waved his hand dismissively and turned to sit back down in his chair. Raikage-sama. Darui looked surprised. With Namikaze Minato still alive, there's no reason to pick a fight with that nail. Ice voice was heavy. The Ninetales attack may have weakened Konoha, but as long as that man draws breath, Konoha is no easy target. There's no sense throwing away more lives for the sake of minor gains. Darui nodded and said nothing further. The land of Earth Iwagakure. The third Tsuchikage Inoki floated suspended in midair, gazing at the map before him. He was small in stature, but none would dare dismiss the glint in his eyes. What of Konoha's situation? He asked. The Ninetales attacked. The village sustained severe damage. The fourth Hokage was gravely wounded but survives. Hoshigaki stood behind him, voice low. Inoki was silent for a long while. His fingers tapped lightly on the map. at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. During the Third Shinobi World War, Iwa and Konoha had fought countless battles across that land where countless lives were lost. Namikaze Minato alone had slaughtered his most elite forces on that very battlefield, forcing him to sign the ceasefire agreement. If Namikaze Minato had perished, he could have seized the moment to march and reclaim the territories lost during the war. But he was still alive. Never mind. Anoki descended from the air and settled into his chair. Tsuchikage-sama. Hoshigaki looked startled. With Namikaze Minato still living, there's no need to take such risks. Anoki's voice was soft yet resolute. We all know his strength well enough. One man equals an entire army. The Nine-Tails attack failed to kill him, which means heaven itself does not wish for Konoha to fall. We have no reason to oppose heaven's will. Hoshigaki nodded and rolled up the map. The land of water Kirigakure. The fourth Mizukage Yagura sat at his desk, a report in hand. His expression was unreadable, he could pass for an ordinary young man. But those who knew him understood how dangerous this man truly was. Is the fourth Hokage of Konoha still alive? He asked. Alive, answered the shinobi beside him. Yagura paused for a moment. Then so be it. He set the report down on the desk and said no more. Yukimi Yagura remained silent but issued no orders to mobilize. The land of wind Sunigakure. The fourth Kazekage Raza stood before the window gazing out at the desert. In his hand he clutched a report now crumpled from his grip. The Nine-Tails had attacked Konoha. The fourth Hokage was gravely wounded. The village suffered heavy losses. Had he attacked now, he might have carved out some advantage. Konoha's prosperity was something Suna could never match. But one person came to his mind, Namikaze Minato, the man who had single-handedly turned the tide of the Third Shinobi World War. As long as he lived, Konoha would remain a bone too hard to chew. Never mind. Raza tossed the report onto the desk and turned to leave the office. His wife Karura stood at the doorway watching him. Their eyes met for a moment and neither spoke. For days later the news reached Konoha. Minato sat in the Hokage's office reviewing a compilation of intelligence reports. Jiraiya leaned against the windowsill, arms crossed, waiting for him to finish. Kyumo has backed down. Iwa has retreated. Mist and sand show no signs of movement either. Minato set the reports aside and looked up. Your name truly is effective, master. Jiraiya chuckled. Minato shook his head. It's not just my reputation, it's their reluctance for war. The Third Shinobi World War ended only a few years ago. Every nation is still recovering from their losses. The Nine-Tails attack does present an opportunity, but going to war with Konoha for it would come at too high a price. They've calculated the cost. Jiraiya studied him and suddenly realized his disciple had changed. The Minato he once knew was the warm golden flash, the hope of all Konoha's sharpest blade. The Minato of now, beyond sheer sharpness, had gained something else: composure, calculation, a clarity that saw the entire chessboard laid out before him. Regardless, Jiraiya produced his sake flask and took a swig. We've weathered this storm, for now. Minato nodded. For now. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at Konoha. The ruins still stood, but new houses had already begun to rise. Shinobi worked diligently. Children ran through the streets, their laughter drifting over from afar. Master, Minato said, thank you. Jiraiya blinked in surprise. For what? For staying. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment, then smiled. Don't thank me. I simply didn't want to miss the show. Minato turned to look at him. What show? You, Jiraiya pointed at him. I'm very curious to see what my fourth Hokage plans to do next. Minato paused, then laughed. Then you'd best stay a while longer. How long? Perhaps quite a while. Jiraiya shook the flask, nearly empty. All right, he said. Then I'll stay a while longer. Outside the window the sunlight was perfect. Konoha grew steadily under the warm light, new houses rising one by one, new trees planted row after row. Children ran through the streets, their laughter crisp as bells. Minato stood at the window watching it all. Jiraiya leaned by the sill sipping his sake. Neither spoke. But the silence between them was comfortable. End of chapter 15. At long last everything had settled. The reconstruction was progressing smoothly. The relocation of the various clans had been arranged and the higher-ups were as silent as a stagnant pool of water. The third Hokage was handling the aftermath of Root. Jiraiya was stationed in the village and Shursui had been officially transferred to the Hokage's personal guard. Itachi would come to the Hokage's office after school every day, sitting quietly without uttering a word, occasionally helping Minato pass documents. Minato felt the time was right. It was time to withdraw his focus and turn it toward himself. That evening he dropped Naruto off at the Uchiha compound, told Mikoto, "I might be a bit late picking him up tonight," and then returned alone to his empty home. The house was quiet. Moonlight streamed through the window, laying a blanket of white across the floor. Minato sat down in the center of the living room, crossed his legs, closed his eyes and placed his hands on his knees. He didn't rush. Instead he first let himself calm down. His breathing deepened and lengthened, his heartbeat slowed and steadied, and his thoughts settled like sediment sinking to the bottom of a river. Then his consciousness descended. The seal space was pitch black. Iron bars stretched from the ground to the ceiling, each etched with sealing formulas, their black patterns glowing faintly in the darkness. Kurama lay behind the iron bars, its massive body like a small mountain, 9 tails swaying slowly behind it. Those crimson eyes blazed like 2 flames in the dark, fixed intently on Minato. Minato walked up to the iron bars, stopped and looked up at Kurama. Neither spoke. Man and fox stared at each other as if sizing each other up, as if confirming something between them. The seal space was so quiet that the hum of the sealing formulas flowing through the iron bars could be heard, a buzzing sound like bees in flight. In the end Minato spoke first. "Kurama," he said, "you must know why I'm here." Kurama's pupils contracted sharply. Not because Minato had used its name, he had already done so the last time he visited. "Who are you now?" Kurama spoke, its voice low and deep like thunder rolling from beneath the earth. Minato did not hesitate. "I am Minato," he said. "Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage. The one who sealed you inside me." Kurama stared at him for a long time. Those crimson eyes were like 2 blades trying to cut Minato open from the inside out to see what lay within. "You carry the scent of someone else," Kurama said. Minato did not deny it. "Yes. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I know what you've been through." Kurama's tail stopped moving. Every word Minato spoke was like a nail driven into its most painful wound. It opened its mouth as if to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Minato took a step closer, now only a few paces from the iron bars. He extended his right hand clenched into a fist toward Kurama. "Kurama, will you help me? A future partner." Kurama stared at that fist. It was not large, with knuckles clearly defined and a few faint scars on the back of the hand. Kurama was silent for a long time. Many images flashed through its mind, the future it had seen where it became a partner with humans. "Do you know what I'll do if you release the seal?" Kurama's voice was so low it was barely audible. "I'll destroy Konoha, kill everyone, including you." "You won't," said Minato. "How do you know?" "Because you're not that kind of being," Minato said calmly. "You're not a beast, not a monster. You're Kurama. You have your own will, your own thoughts and your pride. You wouldn't hurt someone who willingly extends a fist to you." Kurama stared at that fist. For a long time. Then it extended its claw, a huge orange-red claw with claws as sharp as blades, through the gap in the bars and gently touched Minato's fist. Gently, as softly as a leaf settling on the water's surface. Fist to fist. Man and fox, separated by iron bars, completed this ritual. Kurama withdrew its claw. "Don't misunderstand," it said, its voice still low but its tone changed. "I haven't agreed to anything. I just want to see how far you can go." Minato smiled. "All right. Then watch." He turned his back to Kurama and began forming hand seals. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, ox, snake. Each seal was as heavy as a mountain, each one mobilizing the last remnants of his chakra. His fingers trembled not from fear but because he was doing something never done before. Unsealing the 8 trigram seal. Cutting open the seal that bound Kurama, opening the cage door. The sealing formulas began to crumble beneath his fingertips, the black lines cracking, falling away and dissipating like paper burned by fire. The iron bars began to vibrate, emitting a humming sound, cracks spreading and deepening. Kurama's body went rigid. It could feel the cage that had imprisoned it collapsing bit by bit. The power of the seal was weakening, the binding formulas were vanishing, and its strength was returning, not just the small portion suppressed by the seal but the entirety. "You're insane." Kurama's voice shook the entire seal space. "If you release the seal, what will you do?" Minato asked without turning his head. Kurama opened its mouth but no words came out. The final formula shattered. The iron bars collapsed with a roar, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished into the darkness. Kurama stood in the empty seal space, no cage, no bars, no restraints. It could move, leave, burst out of his body, destroy Konoha, kill everyone. But it didn't move. It stood there watching Minato's back. That man stood before it, his back to it, his hands hanging at his sides, completely defenseless. He just stood there, exposing his entire back to it. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Kurama asked. Minato turned and looked at Kurama. Those blue eyes held no fear, no tension, only a calm, earnest sincerity. "You want," he said. Kurama stared at him for a long time. Then it did something that even surprised Minato. It lay down. Its massive body rested on the ground, 9 tails lying quietly behind it, and those crimson eyes no longer blazing like fire softened slightly. "You're crazier than Mito," Kurama said. Minato smiled. "Maybe." He sat down cross-legged in front of Kurama as casually as if he were in a friend's living room. Kurama watched him, snorted a puff of hot air but said nothing. "Kurama," Minato said, "I don't want to follow the path of chakra anymore." "What?" "Chakra is extracted from cells. Overuse harms the body and shortens one's lifespan. I want to walk a new path, train with natural energy, fight using your power, and supplement with sage techniques. I want to live long enough to accomplish everything I've set out to do." Kurama was silent for a moment. "What do you want to do?" Minato thought for a while. "Make Konoha stronger, let Naruto grow up safely, and revive Kushina." Kurama's ear twitched. Reviving the dead, that was the ultimate taboo, something even a tailed beast couldn't achieve. But this human spoke of it, his tone as calm as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. "You're insane," Kurama said. "You've said that before." Kurama said no more. It lay there, eyes closed as if sleeping. But Minato could feel Kurama's power surging from his dantian, gently, slowly, like a river flowing through his entire body. It wasn't the coldness of chakra but the warmth unique to Kurama, carrying the breath of life. As that warmth traveled through his meridians, the dried-up, damaged pathways began to revive as if nourished by spring rain. Kurama chakra mode. Minato closed his eyes and began to circulate his new mode. Soon after he opened his eyes. Kurama still lay there, eyes closed as if truly asleep. But Minato knew it wasn't. Tailed beasts didn't need sleep, they simply rested, pondered, and watched the human who had freed them from the cage. "Kurama," Minato said, "thank you." Kurama didn't open its eyes. "Don't thank me. I just didn't want to be locked in a cage anymore." Minato stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes. He walked up to Kurama, reached out and gently touched its nose. Kurama's nose was cool and moist like a dog's. Kurama opened its eyes and glared at him. "Don't touch me." Minato smiled and withdrew his hand. "From now on I look forward to working with you," he said. Kurama didn't answer. It closed its eyes again and gave a slight flick of its tail. Minato withdrew from the seal space. In the living room the moonlight was still white and the shadows on the floor were still. Minato opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. Kurama chakra mode. He stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze flowed in, cool, carrying the scent of earth and grass. The moon hung in the sky, large and round, coating all of Konoha in a layer of silver. "Kurama," Minato whispered, "good night." In the seal space Kurama lay on the ground, eyes closed, not answering. But its tail gave another gentle flick. Minato stood before the window, moonlight bathing his form in a silver sheen. He glanced down at his hands. The Nine-Tails chakra mode had already activated, golden radiance enveloping his entire body like a gossamer veil of light. He could feel that power coursing through him, warm and abundant like an endless river that would never run dry. Then he deactivated the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The golden luminescence receded from his skin like tide drawing back into the sea, quietly surrendering to his core. The Nine-Tails thermal energy likewise stilled, encircling that seed with the drowsy gentleness of a creature drifting into slumber. He lingered at the window for a moment, his mind turning over possibilities. With the Nine-Tails chakra at his disposal, he would no longer need to worry about chakra reserves during battle. The Nine-Tails chakra was inexhaustible, boundless and eternal. What would happen if he combined the Nine-Tails chakra mode with the Flying Thunder God technique? Moreover, the Nine-Tails chakra was denser and more volatile than ordinary chakra. A Rasengan forged with Nine-Tails chakra would carry at least double the destructive power. Yet this was only one piece of the puzzle. The Nine-Tails chakra merely addressed combat efficiency. What truly mattered was an alternative path forward, a route he would forge on his own terms. He would draw natural energy into his body, using it to temper his physique, nurture his meridians and extend his lifespan. He would live until Naruto retrieved Kushina. It was that simple. Minato settled onto the tatami, crossed his legs and closed his eyes. As he began his meditation, natural energy surged from all directions, seeping through his skin, drawn in with each breath, penetrating every pore. Sage mode activate. Orange pigmentation appeared beneath his eyelids while his pupils contracted into vertical slits. His sensory perception exploded outward, allowing him to detect the chakra signatures of everyone within several miles. Mikoto soothing Sasuke to sleep at Fugaku's residence, Itachi reading in the adjacent room, Naruto resting peacefully in his cradle with steady, even breaths. Minato drew a deep breath and initiated the breath-guiding art. This cultivation method, which Cal had practiced for 6 decades in another world, he could recite from memory even with his eyes closed. The meridian pathways of the breath-guiding art unfolded slowly through his body's channels, originating from the dantian and coursing through the conception and governing vessels to the baihui acupoint at the crown, then tracing down the 3 yin meridians of the arms to the palm, before returning through the laogong acupoint and ascending along the 3 yang meridians back to the shoulders, finally sinking once more into the dantian. 1 circuit. 2 circuits. 3 circuits. Natural energy began flowing along the breath-guiding art's pathways. Previously unruly forces that had smashed recklessly through his meridians and torn them asunder behaved differently this time. Guided by the art's pathways, they ceased their chaotic rampage and flowed obediently along the meridians. Though still wild in nature, they at least now had direction. Minato gritted his teeth and continued cycling. By the 49th circuit, the natural energy began to respond to his commands. This wasn't domestication but rather redirection, a wild river being channeled into a broad watercourse. The current remained swift, the waves still towering yet contained within banks that prevented overflow. Minato began applying the sealing technique to concentrate this natural energy within his dantian. The golden seed there started to glow as if calling forth the natural energy. Natural energy surged toward the seed, absorbed and transformed by it, then released as a completely new energy, gentle and imbued with the breath of life. This energy radiated from the dantian throughout his entire body. Minato couldn't help but cry out. Ah, his voice was barely more than a sigh drawn from the depths of his throat. Yet he heard it clearly himself, echoing sharply through the empty room in the quiet of night. It was genuine comfort. Not the relief of a massage or the satisfaction of a full meal, but something rising from his very bones, his cells, the deepest reaches of his soul. Like parched earth at last receiving rain after years of drought, like a suffocated man gasping his first breath, like frozen ground welcoming the arrival of spring. Cells depleted by years of chakra exhaustion, cells deformed and necrotic and nearing death, were being awakened bit by this energy. As spring arrived and ice melted all things reviving, Minato felt every cell in his body rejoicing. They opened tiny pores and greedily absorbed this energy, like someone parched in the desert finally finding water. His meridians were being nourished as well. Those dried, broken channels riddled with cracks were being filled, repaired and widened bit by this energy. The seed within his dantian was also transforming. Absorbing natural energy, it grew brighter, larger, more stable. Golden light radiated from it, illuminating his entire dantian. Minato sat motionless. Sage mode remained active. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15. He felt no discomfort. Natural energy, guided by the breath-guiding art and transformed by the seed, quietly merged with his body. This wasn't borrowed energy returned after use. It truly, completely became part of him. Natural energy seeped through his skin, entered with each breath, penetrated through every pore. Guided by the breath-guiding art and transformed by the seed, they flowed throughout his body, nourishing every cell, reviving every inch of his meridians. The moon outside the window shifted from one side to the other. The night air grew progressively colder. Occasional dog barks echoed from afar before silence returned. Minato lost track of time. An hour. 2. Longer. It didn't matter. He only knew his body was improving. He had finally found his own path. Drawing natural energy into his body, guiding it with the breath-guiding art, transforming it with the seed, then integrating it throughout his entire being. Minato slowly opened his eyes. The sage mode markings remained on his face, the orange pigmentation beneath his eyes, his vertically slit pupils, yet he felt no strain. He looked down at his hands. A faint luminescence rested on his palms, not the golden hue of Ninetales chakra but a translucent dawn-colored glow. Natural energy flowed gently within him, unhurried and steady as a quiet stream. Kurama to Minato murmured, "This feeling is incredibly comfortable." Within the ceiling dimension, the Ninetales lay sprawled on the ground, opening one eye to regard him before closing it again. Obviously, the Ninetales' voice rumbled deep and resonant, "Natural energy is inherently the purest substance in heaven and earth." Minato smiled. "You're right." Standing before the window, he gazed at Konoha village bathed in moonlight. The ruins remained, but new houses had already risen in their place. On the Hokage rock in the distance, his statue gleamed white under the moonlight. Naruto slept peacefully at Fugaku's residence while Itachi read nearby and Mikoto soothed Sasuke to sleep. All was well. He closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Natural energy surged toward him from all directions, tenderly, quietly, like a mother's hand caressing every inch of his skin, penetrating each pore, nourishing every cell. That exquisite comfort returned. Minato exhaled softly. This time he made no sound, yet the corners of his mouth curved into the faintest arc of a smile. Days passed one after another. Each morning the first thing Minato did upon waking was not to head to the Hokage's office but to the adjacent room to see Naruto. The infant slept in a small cradle, one that Mikoto had helped make with a wooden frame and a soft cotton pad inside. Naruto always slept deeply, his tiny fists clutching the corner of the blanket, his mouth slightly open, his breathing soft and gentle. Minato would stand by the cradle for a while, sometimes reaching out a finger to gently touch his cheek, soft, warm. Then he would go wash up, change clothes and leave for work. The daytime administrative affairs had become somewhat easier than before. The third Hokage had completely retired. The old man moved back to his old residence, spending his days tending flowers and raising birds, occasionally dropping by the Hokage's office to sit, drink tea, chat a little and then leave. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado had been thoroughly sidelined, with no power, no troops and no one even to speak to. The two stayed quietly at home, rarely going out. When they occasionally encountered Minato on the street, they would lower their heads and take a detour. Minato did not finish them off. There was no need. The two old folks could no longer stir up any trouble. The reins of Konoha were now firmly in his hands. No one opposed him, no one dared to oppose him, and no one wanted to oppose him. The fourth Hokage had survived the Ninetales rampage, purged the root, reorganized the police force and freed the Uchiha from their cage. The villagers saw and remembered. Those who had once harbored doubts about the fourth Hokage now fell silent. Minato did not think it was anything remarkable. Power was not what he desired, it was simply what he needed. With power he could protect Konoha, ensure Naruto grew up safely and accomplish what he wanted to do. Evenings were his own time. Returning home, his first stop was the Fugaku residence to pick up Naruto. This had become a daily routine. The lights at the Fugaku house were always on. Mikoto would wait for him at the door, holding Naruto in her arms, while beside her stood Itachi holding Sasuke. Sasuke was 6 months old, plump and fair with big round eyes. He had begun to recognize people and would smile when he saw Minato. Itachi was 6 years old, a bit taller than 3 months ago, the childishness on his face fading, making him look more and more like a young boy. When Minato took Naruto from Mikoto's arms, the infant would wake up. Not because he was disturbed, but as if naturally waking, as though he sensed his father's scent. Naruto's blue eyes looked at Minato, blinking, and then his small hand would stretch out from the swaddling, reaching toward Minato. That little hand was so tiny, with slender fingers and thin translucent nails. Every time Minato saw that hand reaching out to him, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. It was not excitement or emotion, it was a quiet, steady contentment, like taking a sip of hot soup on a winter day, warmth spreading from the throat down to the stomach. He lifted Naruto up and the infant's tiny hands would grab his collar, holding on tight as if afraid he might run away. Minato looked down at him and Naruto looked back, blue eyes meeting blue eyes. "Let's go home." Naruto could not speak, but he could smile. The corners of his mouth curved, revealing pink gums, and his eyes narrowed into 2 slits. That smile was exactly like Kushina's. Minato carried Naruto along the road home. The moonlight was beautiful, casting a frost-like sheen over all of Konoha. Naruto stayed quietly in his arms, his little hand still clutching the collar tightly. 3 months had passed. Minato could feel his body changing. Not a sudden overnight transformation but a slow gradual change like the growth of a plant. Natural energy circulated within him every day. The seed in his dantian had sprouted, producing a tiny tender green shoot. The Ninetales hot stream enveloped it, providing warmth and power. Natural energy surged in from all directions, absorbed and transformed by the seed, then flowed throughout his body. His cells were regenerating. Those cells that had been overused by chakra for years, deformed, necrotic, nearly dead, were being replaced by new ones. His skin became smoother, his hair glossier, his eyes clearer. When he looked in the mirror he felt as though he had returned to his 20s or even younger. His strength was also growing. Not an increase in chakra volume but a deeper, more fundamental growth. His perception was sharper, his reactions faster, his body lighter. Driven by Ninetales chakra, the Flying Thunder God technique could teleport him nearly twice as far as before with almost no cost. The Rasengan formed with Ninetales chakra possessed a power that even surprised him. Minato made a mental comparison. The current him, if pitted against the him from 3 months ago, could end the battle within 30 seconds. It was not that the him of 3 months ago was weak, it was that the current him was too strong. The combination of Ninetales chakra, the Flying Thunder God, and the comprehensive enhancement of his body by natural energy did not merely add up, it multiplied, yielding a power 10 or 20 times greater. So who in this ninja world could match him? Minato had pondered this question. Madara Uchiha, if he were still alive. That legendary man, the only rival of Hashirama Senju, a monster possessing the Rinnegan and would release. Minato had never seen Madara, but he knew from Carl's memories just how formidable Madara was. The current him was probably still not a match for Madara, but the gap was not insurmountable. If he were given another year, allowing natural energy to nurture him further and letting the Ninetales power fuse more deeply, he would have the confidence to face Madara in battle. Another was Nagato, the owner of the Rinnegan and the hidden leader of the Akatsuki. From Carl's memories Minato knew how strong Nagato was, the 6 paths of pain, each with Kage-level strength, and together they were nearly invincible. But Minato was not afraid of Nagato. The Flying Thunder God was the bane of the Rinnegan. No matter how powerful the Rinnegan was, it had visual blind spots. As long as he could dart between the blind spots of the 6 paths of pain and eliminate them one by one, victory was not impossible. As for the others, the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 4th Kazekage, the 5th Mizukage, Minato believed none of them were a match for him. Not out of arrogance but out of confidence. The title Yellow Flash had already proven everything during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Now with the boost of Ninetales chakra and natural energy he was immeasurably stronger than he had been back then. But Minato did not become complacent. He had seen true power, Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, the Sage of 6 Paths. Their strength was still beyond his reach. He still had a long way to go. So every night after putting Naruto to sleep he would sit in the living room, activate Sage Mode and run the chi refining technique, absorbing natural energy. Without haste, without contention, going with the flow. Natural energy surged in from all directions, absorbed and transformed by the seed, then flowed throughout his body. That pleasant sensation would always make him let out a soft sigh. One day after finishing the last document in the Hokage's office, Minato leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Then he stood up, walked to the window and looked out at Konoha. The ruins had been mostly cleared, rows of new houses were being built and the streets had regained their former liveliness. Children were chasing and playing in the streets, their laughter drifting over clear as bells. He suddenly thought of Itachi. Over the past 3 months Itachi had come to the Hokage's office every day after school. Not because Minato asked him to, but because Itachi came on his own. He would say nothing, just sit quietly on a chair in the corner, sometimes reading, sometimes doing homework, sometimes just sitting there watching Minato handle documents. At first Minato found it a bit odd, but he soon got used to it. Sometimes when he was done with work he would chat with Itachi, asking about school, about home, about what books he was reading lately. Itachi's answers were always short but earnest, as if he were doing something very important. Minato knew why Itachi came. Not because he wanted to learn something but because he wanted to be there. This 6-year-old child possessed a maturity and sharpness beyond his years. He could sense Minato's expectations and his trust. He did not want to betray that trust, so he came, staying quietly, waiting for the day Minato would need him. Minato felt the time had come. That evening Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office as usual, sat down on the chair in the corner and took a book out of his school bag. Minato finished the last document, put down his pen and turned to look at Itachi. Itachi. Itachi looked up, his black eyes round and calm, quietly meeting Minato's gaze. Minato looked at Itachi's face. At 6 years old the child still had baby fat, but the traces of a young boy were already visible in his brows. Those black eyes were bright and deep like a bottomless well. Minato recalled himself at 6, back then he was still climbing trees, throwing kunai and fighting classmates at the ninja academy. Itachi was far more mature than he had been at that age. In that case, Minato said, starting tomorrow I'll teach you something. Itachi's eyes flickered. Not an exaggerated jumping up and shearing brightness, but a quiet ripple like the surface of water stirred by a breeze. He closed his book, stood up and bowed to Minato. Yes. Thank you, Lord Fourth. Minato smiled. Call me teacher. Itachi was taken aback for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curved into a very slight arc, the closest thing to a smile that Minato had ever seen on Itachi. Teacher. Minato nodded. He stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The evening breeze drifted in cool, carrying the scent of sunset. In the distance on the Hokage monument his statue glowed golden in the setting sun. Tomorrow afternoon at the training grounds. Okay. Itachi slung his schoolbag over his shoulder, walked to the door, paused and turned back to look at Minato. Teacher, he said, I will work hard. Minato nodded. Itachi pushed the door open and left. His footsteps faded down the corridor, light and steady, just like his personality. Minato stood at the window watching the sun sink little by little. The horizon was dyed orange-red as if someone had spilled a bottle of paint. Konoha grew quiet in the twilight, smoke rising from the chimneys of every house dispersing into the sky. It was time to pick up Naruto. Minato closed the door and walked out of the Hokage building. The setting sun cast his shadow long and far. He walked along Konoha streets, passing newly built houses, newly planted saplings and ninjas returning home in 2s and 3s. The lights at the Fugaku residence were already on. When Minato pushed open the gate, Mikoto was sitting on the porch holding Naruto, waiting for him. Sasuke was asleep in a cradle beside her and Itachi sat on the steps reading a book. Seeing Minato enter, Naruto's small hand stretched out from the swaddling, reaching for him. Minato walked over and took Naruto from Mikoto's arms. The infant's tiny hands grabbed his collar, holding on tight. Blue eyes met blue eyes and Naruto smiled. Let's go home. Minato carried Naruto and turned to leave the yard. The sun slowly sank behind him and the moon peeked out from the edge of the sky. The next afternoon at the training ground. When Shuemen arrived, he was already standing there. A 6-year-old child, his back straight as a rod, hands hanging at his sides like a sapling freshly planted. The setting sun cast a layer of golden light behind him, stretching his shadow long. How long had he been standing there waiting? Shuemen did not ask. Judging by the shadow on the ground, at least half an hour. Sensei. You bowed. Shuemen nodded and walked to the center of the training ground. This was training ground 3, not large, surrounded by a small grove. The ground was packed earth covered with a thin layer of fallen leaves. Shuemen stopped, turned to face you. Have you awakened your Xiaolunian? You nodded. His black eyes turned crimson, 2 tomo floating beside his pupils, rotating slowly. Shuemen looked at those eyes. 2 tomo. For a 6-year-old the burden was still considerable. Most children of the Yuzhibo clan awakened their eyes only after 10 years of age, and some never awakened at all. You awakening at 6 was rare even in the history of the Yuzhibo. Look at me with your Xiaolunian, Shuemen said. You raised his head, crimson eyes fixed on Shuemen. Shuemen moved. He did not use the flying thunder god nor the Ninetails chakra nor even the speed of an ordinary shinobi. He simply slowly took one step toward you. But in Yu's Xiaolunian that step was slowed countless times. Shuemen's foot lifted, traced an arc in the air, then fell, the sole contacting the ground, pressing a shallow imprint into the earth. Yu's eyes followed Shuemen's movement from foot to leg, from leg to waist, from waist to hand. He could see every detail, predict Shuemen's next move, even sense how each muscle of Shuemen's body was moving. This was the Xiaolunian. Not merely sharpening the eyes but accelerating the brain's processing speed. Others saw a single action, the Xiaolunian saw every decomposed step of that action. Others needed a second to react, if the Xiaolunian needed only a tenth of a second. The Xiaolunian is not for staring at an enemy, Shuemen said. You raised his head, crimson eyes watching him. The Xiaolunyan is for prediction. How the enemy's muscles move, how chakra flows where their gaze falls, the Xiaolunyan captures all this information. Once captured, your mind must make a judgment in an instant. Will he go left or right? Will he strike with a fist or a kick? What hand seal will he form? Shuemen paused, looking into Yu's eyes. How far can you go now? Yu thought for a moment. I can see the flow of chakra. But judgment? Not yet. Too much information, my mind can't keep up. Shuemen nodded. For a 6-year-old, such self-awareness was already commendable. He knew his limits, knew his weaknesses. No bravado, no exaggeration, just honesty. Too much information because you care too much, Shuemen said. Yu blinked, startled. You try too hard to process everything, unwilling to let go of any detail. But the Xiaolunyan reveals too much, you cannot possibly process it all. You must learn to filter, which information is important, which is not. Keep the important, discard the rest. He raised his hand and waved it slowly before Yu's face, so slow even an ordinary person could see it clearly. When I moved just now, where were your eyes looking? Yu thought. At your fingers. Are fingers important? Yu opened his mouth but said nothing. Fingers are not important. Fingers are a feint. What truly matters is the shoulder. Before I throw a punch, my shoulder moves first. If you stare at my fingers, you'll be deceived. If you watch my shoulder, you'll know when I strike and in which direction. Shuemen withdrew his hand and stood before Yu. The Xiaolunyan is a tool, not the master. Use your eyes to see, but use your mind to think. Don't let your eyes lead your mind, let your mind command where to look. Yu nodded. In his crimson eyes the tomo spun a little faster. All right, Shuemen said, stepping back. Let's try. Hit me with your strongest attack. Yu did not hesitate. He drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripped it in his right hand and charged at Shuemen. His speed was not slow, for a 6-year-old it was quite fast. His footwork was steady, his breathing even, and his grip on the kunai was textbook. Shuemen stood still, unmoving. Yu reached him, thrusting the kunai toward his shoulder. Not a vital point, the shoulder. This child, even when attacking, controlled his strength, mindful not to hurt the other. Shuemen sidestepped slightly. Lightly, slowly, like a breeze passing by. The kunai scraped past his shoulder, missing by an inch. Yu did not stop. He withdrew the kunai, pulled another from his left waist, crossed his arms and slashed at Shuemen from both sides. This was an entry-level dual-blade technique. He had clearly practiced it many times, the movements were fluid without any unnecessary pause. Shuemen stepped back. Just one step. Both kunai missed. Yu's breathing grew rapid, not from exhaustion but from tension. He could feel that Shuemen was not dodging his attacks but feeding him openings. Shuemen's speed could have been so fast that you couldn't see him, but he didn't. He suppressed his speed to match Yu's, using the most basic footwork, evading every strike one by one. 17 thrusts, 23 slashes, 6 kicks, 1 headbutt, all missed. Yu stopped, panting heavily. Sweat beaded his forehead, his hair plastered wetly to his temples. But his eyes were bright crimson, the two tomos spinning rapidly beside his pupils. Shuemen looked at him and smiled. Not bad. Stamina needs work, but your technique and awareness are decent. Yu bent over, hands on his knees, catching his breath, then straightened up. Sensei, was I too slow? Not slow, Shuemen said. You were too tense. Yu blinked. You tried to make every move perfect, every action textbook. But combat is not an exam, there are no standard answers. You need to learn to relax, let your body act rather than having your mind constantly commanding it. Shuemen stepped forward, reached out and gently patted Yu's shoulder. You are too old and weary. Yu looked up, his black eyes puzzled. A 6-year-old should not be so weighed down. You should laugh, make trouble, get into fights with classmates, get scolded by teachers. Shuemen's voice was soft but earnest. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Yu was silent for a moment. His lips moved as if to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Shuemen knew what he was thinking. This child had been shouldering responsibilities beyond his years since he was very young. The future of the Uzibo clan, the expectations of his family, his father's charge and his own demands on himself. These things weighed on his small shoulders like a mountain. I have a task for you, Shuemen said. Yu looked up. From tomorrow no more using shadow clone to go to school. Use eyes widen slightly. Go to school in person every day, attend class properly, play with your classmates. Don't run off after school either. Walk with your classmates, go to the park for a while, then come home and finish your homework yourself. No shadow clones. Yu opened his mouth to speak. Shuemen raised a hand to stop him. This is a mission. It must be completed. Yu was silent for a long time. Then he lowered his head and whispered, yes. Shuemen looked at him, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. He knew Yu didn't understand why. From Yu's perspective, going to school, playing with classmates, doing homework, all these were wastes of time. He had more important things to do, more important things to learn. But Shuemen knew that some things were more important than ninjutsu. Let's go, Shuemen said, turning toward the exit. Time to pick up Mingren. Yu followed behind him, his footsteps soft like a cat. The two walked one after another along the streets of the setting sun, stretching their shadows long, one tall one short, overlapping and separating and overlapping. After a few steps Yu suddenly spoke. Sensei. Shuemen did not turn around. The classmates at school. I think they are childish. Shuemen laughed. Of course. They are children, so naturally they are childish. Yu blinked. He had never heard Shuemen use the word, of course, in such a casual tone. The fourth Hokage, the Golden Flash, the hero of actually saying, of course. You are a child too, Shuemen said. You have the right to be childish. Don't treat yourself like an adult. You are only 6. Yu did not speak again. But his footsteps were lighter than before, as if something had been lifted off his shoulders. When they reached the gate of Fuyue's house, Mei-chin was already waiting on the porch, holding Mingren in her arms. Suozhu was in the cradle beside her, his little hands and feet kicking, babbling away. Seeing Suozhu, a faint smile appeared on Yu's face. He crouched and gently touched Suozhu's cheek. Shuemen took Mingren from Mei-chin's arms. The baby's small hand reached out and grabbed his collar, holding tight. Blue eyes met blue eyes. Mingren smiled. Let's go home. Shuemen turned away, holding Mingren. Yu stood at the gate watching Shuemen's back for a moment, then turned and walked into the courtyard. Mei-chin looked at Yu and felt that her son seemed different today. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Just that he seemed lighter somehow. Yu, Mei-chin asked, how was your day? Yu thought for a moment. Shuemen-sensei gave me a task. What task? To go to school. No shadow clone. Use my real body. Mei-chin paused, then smiled. That smile was gentle, the corners of her eyes curving like crescent moons. Then you must do it well. Yu nodded and went inside. He sat at his desk, opened his school bag and took out his homework notebook. He did not use a shadow clone as before. Instead he sat still for a while, looking out the window at the sky. It was almost dark, if the last traces of sunset were slowly fading on the horizon. He recalled Shuemen's words. You are a child too. You have the right to be childish. Yu lowered his head and looked at his hands. Small, slender, with calluses from gripping kunai on his fingers. He clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Then he picked up his pen and began to write his homework. The characters were neatly written, stroke by stroke, as if he were doing something very important. In the Hokage's office, Minato was reviewing documents. Shisui stood at the doorway like a pillar, his back rigid, his gaze fixed down the corridor. It had been 3 months since he was transferred to the Hokage's guard. Each day his work was to stand there, on watch, on alert, occasionally helping Minato deliver documents. At first he thought the job far too tedious. Here he was, Uchiha Shisui, bearer of the Mangekyo Sharingan, reduced to standing at the door like a gate guardian day after day. But gradually he came to understand Minato had placed him there not because he needed protection but because he needed to be seen. Uchiha Shisui, Hokage's guard. The title itself was a statement. The door opened. Jiraiya stepped inside. The old man was dressed neatly today, not his usual disheveled appearance. His hair was tied back, his clothes freshly changed, the gourd absent from his waist. He walked with heavier steps than usual, as though carrying words unspoken. Minato glanced up, looked at Jiraiya, then lowered his gaze back to his documents. Sensei, sit. Jiraiya did not sit. He stood before the desk, arms crossed, watching Minato work. After a while he spoke. Minato, I am leaving. Minato's brush paused. A slight pause nearly imperceptible. Then he continued writing, finished the last character, set down his brush and looked up at Jiraiya. Teacher and student faced each other in silence. The office was quiet, so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting an uneven patch of light upon the desk. Minato said nothing. He nodded. Jiraiya nodded back. No unnecessary words, no reluctance, no "take care" or other platitudes. Between master and disciple some words need not be spoken. Jiraiya turned toward the door. A few steps later he stopped without looking back. Minato. You have done better than I imagined. Minato did not answer. Jiraiya pushed the door open and left. His footsteps faded down the corridor, growing softer and softer until they vanished entirely. Shisui remained standing straight at the doorway, watching Jiraiya's figure disappear at the end of the corridor. Minato sat behind his desk staring at the place where Jiraiya had stood. Nothing remained there except a beam of sunlight from the window falling upon the floor, blindingly bright. He picked up his brush and continued reviewing documents. Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya passed through the toad oil pool, walked along the long damp corridor and arrived at the great toad sage's sanctuary. The sanctuary was vast and empty, the air thick with the damp mossy scent of the mountain. The great toad sage sat upon the innermost stone dais, his enormous body resembling a small hill, eyes closed as though sleeping, or deep in thought. Fukasaku and Shima stood on either side. Seeing Jiraiya enter, they exchanged a glance but said nothing. Jiraiya walked to the great toad sage and sat cross-legged before him. "Old man, you summoned me." The great toad sage slowly opened his eyes. They were enormous, golden, with vertical pupils like blades. He regarded Jiraiya for a long moment, then spoke. His voice was slow and deep, rising from some profound distance. "Jiraiya, I had a dream." Jiraiya sat a little straighter. The great toad sage's dreams were never ordinary dreams. Every dream was a prophecy, a glimpse of the future, a fragment of fate. He had witnessed the sage dream many times, each occasion signaled that something momentous was about to unfold. "What did you dream?" Jiraiya asked. The great toad sage fell silent for a moment. His eyes were half open, half closed, as though still retracing the dream, verifying its contents. "Fate has changed." Jiraiya's brows furrowed. Fate changed, what could that mean? The great toad sage's prophecies were always precise, never wrong. Fate was predetermined, unalterable. If fate changed, could prophecy still hold meaning? That child, the great toad sage said, the child of prophecy. Jiraiya's heartbeat quickened. The child of prophecy, that was a vision the great toad sage had shared with him long ago. A child who would bring tremendous change to the ninja world. Either destruction or peace. He had searched for this child for many years, first believing it was Minato, then Nagato. Yet now he was no longer certain of anyone. He still exists, the great toad sage said, but no longer alone. Jiraiya did not understand. "What do you mean?" The great toad sage closed his eyes and opened them again. Light moved within his pupils as though something wandered in their depths. The original thread of fate was a straight line. From beginning to end, clear and unmistakable. But now that line has branched, into many paths. I can no longer see clearly. Jiraiya's breath caught. The great toad sage unable to perceive the future, this was more shocking than any prophecy. The great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, who had lived for over a millennium, had never been unable to see. "Why?" Jiraiya asked. The great toad sage looked at Jiraiya. In those enormous eyes was something, pity perhaps or sorrow. "Because of one person. One who should not have lived. One who died and yet returned. That person's fate lies beyond my sight." The great toad sage's voice was soft, deliberate. "He is like a stone cast into a lake, stirring countless ripples. Those ripples have changed the shape of the entire surface. The once calm waters are now disturbed in every direction. I cannot see where those ripples will spread nor what will form where they converge." Jiraiya was silent for a long time. "Old man," he said at last, "what can you tell me?" The great toad sage closed his eyes as though recalling that dream. After a long while he spoke again. "The hero of the future will bring change. He will end the wars. He will guide the ninja world toward an entirely new path." Jiraiya waited. But I do not know who he is. A trace of emotion entered the great toad sage's voice, one Jiraiya had never heard before. Not confusion, not bewilderment, but something faint, ethereal, like a sigh. Perhaps it is that child. Perhaps it is that person's child. Perhaps it is that person himself. Perhaps someone else entirely. I do not know. The sanctuary fell quiet. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances but said nothing. Jiraiya sat there, his hands resting on his knees, head bowed, gazing at his own palms. His hands were large, calloused with thick knuckles. Hands that had taken many lives and saved many more. Hands that had penned countless books and drained many gourds of sake. Hands that had embraced Minato and Naruto. Old man, Jiraiya looked up. Did you summon me simply to tell me this? The great toad sage regarded him. Jiraiya, the path ahead is yours to walk alone. In the past I told you where to go, whom to meet, what to do. But now I cannot see clearly. Therefore you must choose for yourself. Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then smiled, a smile carrying relief, acceptance, and a touch of bitterness. Choose for myself. Very well. He stood bowed to the great toad sage and turned to leave. At the doorway the sage's voice came from behind. Jiraiya. Jiraiya did not turn back. He stepped out of the sanctuary, his footsteps echoing down the long corridor, steady and fading into the distance. Fukasaku watched Jiraiya's figure disappear, then turned to the great toad sage. Old man, do you truly cannot see anymore? The great toad sage gave no answer. His eyes closed as though sleep claimed him once more. But Fukasaku noticed the faint twitch of his tail, a gesture that came only in deep contemplation. Shima sighed. Old man, do you think our boy Jiraiya can bear this? Fukasaku shook his head. Bear it he must, whether he can or not. He is Jiraiya. The two toads fell silent. When Jiraiya emerged from Mount Myaboku, the sky was nearly dark. He stood at the cave mouth, gazing at the distant sunset. The plains of the land of fire stretched beneath the fading light, gold, crimson and amber, like a vast oil painting. He drew his gourd from his robe, shook it, and felt the remaining liquor slosh within. Uncorking it, he took a swig that burned his throat. He thought of Nagato. The boy he had once believed to be the child of prophecy, the disciple bearing the Rinnegan. Could it be him? Jiraiya corked his gourd and tucked it back into his robe. After work, Minato did not let Shisui follow him. Shisui, Minato said, removing his conical hat at the entrance of the Hokage tower and handing it to Shisui, go to Fugaku's place first and tell him that Naruto will stay with him tonight. I won't pick him up. I'll get him tomorrow morning. Shisui took the hat and nodded. Understood. And what about you? I have some matters to attend to. You go on ahead, no need to follow me. Shisui hesitated for a moment, but seeing Minato's expression he said nothing more. He bowed and turned to leave. His silhouette gradually faded into the dusk, his footsteps as light as a cat, soon disappearing around the corner of the street. Minato stood at the entrance of the building, watching the sky darken little by little. The sun had already sunk behind the mountains, leaving only a final brushstroke of orange-red light clinging to the horizon, as if someone had gently dabbed a brush on rice paper. On the streets of Konoha, people were finishing their work and heading home. Some were closing shop doors, others packing up stalls, and a few were walking hand in hand with their children. Smoke from cooking fires rose from the chimneys of every household, drifting into the twilight. Minato turned and walked toward the Hyuga clan compound. He did not enter through the main gate. Not because he couldn't, but because he wished not to disturb too many people. The walls of the Hyuga compound were high, but that was no obstacle for him. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport inside, landing in the shadow of an old pine tree. The interior of the Hyuga compound was quieter than he had imagined. The courtyard was large, paved with white gravel that rustled underfoot, so he walked with extreme care, each step landing as silently as a cat's paw. Several old pine trees were scattered across the courtyard, their branches twisted and bark cracked, bearing the marks of age. The wooden floor of the corridor was polished to a gleam, reflecting a faint silver sheen under the moonlight. He knew where Hisashi lived. The residence of the Hyuga branch family head was in the northeast corner of the compound, small but very quiet. Minato skirted the main house, passed through a long corridor, and arrived at a door. The door was not fully closed. Through the gap he saw Hisashi. Hisashi was sitting on the tatami holding a child in his arms. The child was very small, about 2 or 3 years old, with black hair and white eyes, skin as pale as porcelain. He wore a small blue kimono and clutched a wooden toy, a carved bird. That was Hyuga Niji. 3-year-old Hyuga Niji. Minato stood outside the door watching Hisashi hold Niji. A dark cloth band was tied around Hisashi's forehead and beneath it lay the caged bird curse mark. He bowed his head gazing at the sun in his arms, his expression a complex tapestry, gentleness, love, but also a deep profound sorrow. What was he thinking? Minato knew. He was thinking that this child too would one day be branded with the same curse mark as his own. This child's forehead would be etched with that ugly humiliating seal. This child's entire life would be bound by that seal forever, unable to break free. Minato stood outside the door for a while, then gently knocked on the door frame. Hisashi looked up. The moment he saw Minato his body went rigid. His eyes widened slightly, his mouth opened a little, but nothing came out. He had not expected Minato to come, nor had he imagined that the Fourth Hokage would visit the Hyuga compound alone at night, standing at his doorstep. Though they were contemporaries and old friends, their meetings over the years had been few and far between. Minato was the Hokage, he was the head of the Hyuga branch family, their positions were too far apart. Minato did not wait for Hisashi to invite him in. He took off his shoes and entered the room. He sat down across from Hisashi, legs crossed as casually as if he were in his own home. Hisashi stared at him for a long time. Then he lowered his head and gently patted Niji in his arms. Niji, go play in the inner room for a while. 3-year-old Niji looked up, his white eyes shifting between Minato and his father. Obediently he climbed down from Hisashi's lap, hugged his little wooden bird and toddled unsteadily into the inner room. The curtain fell, blocking the small figure. Only 2 people remained in the room. Hisashi knelt upright, his back straight, hands resting on his knees. His expression had recovered from the initial shock, returning to the composure befitting the head of the Hyuga branch family, steady, restrained, impenetrable. But Minato could see something in his eyes, a deep heavy tension like a bowstring pulled taut. Minato did not speak in haste. He looked around the room. It was small, the furnishings simple. Compared to the Hyuga main family's reception hall, this place felt more like an ordinary ninja's home. No scrolls hung on the walls, no expensive tatami mats covered the floor, and even the tea set was the most common kind. The head of the Hyuga branch family lived in such a place. Minato withdrew his gaze and looked at Hisashi. Hisashi. Hisashi bowed his head slightly. Fourth Hokage. Call me Minato. Hisashi looked up, meeting Minato's eyes. His lips moved, but the name did not come out. The name, Minato, he had called it many times before. At the Ninja Academy, on the training grounds during the Chunin exams. But that was long ago. Now this man was the Fourth Hokage, the supreme leader of Konoha, an existence he had to look up to. Minato did not force him. He shifted his posture, stretched his legs out and leaned against the wall, making himself appear more at ease. He knew Hisashi was tense, knew what he was thinking, knew he was speculating about Minato's purpose. Rather than let him continue guessing, it was better to speak directly. Minato spoke. Hisashi, you don't want Niji to be branded with the caged bird seal either, do you? The room fell silent. Hisashi's body seemed frozen, motionless. His breath hitched for a moment, then resumed, but shallower and quicker than before. His eyes fixed on Minato, and in those white eyes something churned, not anger, not sorrow, but something more complex, indescribable. He lowered his head, staring at his hands. Those hands rested on his knees, knuckles white as if gripping something tightly or desperately holding something back. After a long while Hisashi nodded. A very slight nod, almost imperceptible. But Minato saw it. Minato said no more. He adjusted his posture, sat up straight and looked into Hisashi's eyes. I will gradually abolish the caged bird seal of your branch family. Hisashi's breath caught. He lifted his head, staring at Minato, his white eyes filled with disbelief. Abolish the caged bird, that was the Hyuga clan's 1,000-year tradition, the very foundation of the main family's control over the branch, the most guarded secret of the Hyuga. And the Hokage said he would abolish it. Hisashi opened his mouth to speak, but Minato raised a hand to stop him. Not now. The time is not yet ripe. The main family will not agree and other clans will have objections. But I will take it step by step, little by little. First, let the branch family members step out into the world, let Konoha see the strength of the Hyuga branch. Then slowly turn the caged bird into a mere formality. Finally, when it is no longer needed, it will naturally vanish. Minato's voice was not loud, but it was steady, each word like a nail driven into wood. Hisashi looked at him for a long time. Something flickered in his eyes, not tears but something brighter, hotter. Like a dying fire into which someone had thrown dry kindling, rekindling the flames. Minato, he finally called out the name, his voice hoarse. Why do you? Because I need you. Minato did not mince words. The power of the Hyuga, Konoha needs it. The Byakugan is one of Konoha's strongest bloodline limits, but you are locked inside this compound, locked within the caged bird curse, locked in the system of main and branch families. Your strength is not being used where it should be, it's being wasted. He paused. I need the branch family. Not as the Hyuga branch but as Konoha's shinobi. Not a branch family bound by the caged bird, but a branch family that can freely and fully unleash the power of the Byakugan. Hisashi remained silent for a long time. From the inner room came Niji's soft humming. The child was talking to his wooden bird toy, his voice thin and gentle like a spring breeze. Minato, Hisashi finally spoke, his voice low but steady. The Hyuga branch family from this day forth pledges itself to you. Not to the Hokage but to him. To Minato as a person. Minato nodded. He did not utter polite refusals like, there's no need for that. He knew what Hisashi's words meant. The Hyuga branch family recognized him, not the position of Hokage but the man himself. It meant that the Hyuga branch would become his strength, his backing, his people. It meant that from now on, no matter what happened, the Hyuga branch family would stand by his side. This was trust and also a gamble. Hisashi had staked the entire future of the branch family on him. Minato stood up. I didn't even drink tea, but we've talked a lot. Hisashi also rose. Let me brew some tea. No need. Minato waved his hand. Another day. It's too late tonight, Niji needs to sleep. He walked to the door, put on his shoes and glanced back. Hisashi was still standing there, back straight, hands at his sides. The curtain of the inner room lifted a crack and Niji's small face peeked out, his white eyes gazing curiously at Minato. Minato smiled at him. Niji, next time uncle comes I'll bring you a toy. Niji retreated behind the curtain, then after a moment poked his head out again and nodded slightly. Minato smiled. He turned and left the room, walking through the long corridor and across the white gravel courtyard. Moonlight shone on the gravel, casting a faint silver glow as if a layer of frost had been laid. The shadows of the old pine trees fell on the ground, crooked and twisted like silent figures. When he reached the wall, Minato stopped and looked back at the Hyuga compound. The tall walls stood like a silent castle under the moonlight, separating the world inside from the world outside. Those inside wanted to get out, those outside could not enter. But tonight he had entered. Not as the Hokage but as an old friend. Minato used the flying thunder god technique to teleport outside the wall, landing on the street beyond. The street was empty, not a soul in sight. Moonlight shone on the stone pavement glaringly bright. He headed toward Fugaku's house. Though Shisui had already informed Fugaku that Naruto would stay there tonight, he still wanted to take a look. Not to bring him back, just to see. The lights were still on at Fugaku's house. Minato did not knock, he stood outside the garden wall and peered through the gap in the window. Mikoto was holding Naruto, feeding him the infant, small hands clutching her clothes tightly. Itachi sat nearby, a book in his hand, but his eyes kept drifting toward Naruto. Sasuke was asleep in the cradle, his tiny limbs splayed out like a little frog. Minato watched for a while, then turned and left. The moonlight fell on him, stretching his shadow long and long. He walked down the empty street, his footsteps echoing softly in the night breeze. The village of Konoha slept quietly under the moonlight. The ruins were gone, new houses stood one after another like saplings freshly planted. Minato walked home and pushed open the door. The room was empty. No sound of Naruto crying, no voice of Kushina, only moonlight streaming through the window, spreading a layer of white on the floor. He sat down on the tatami, crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Natural energy surged from all directions, seeping through his skin, his breath every pore. The seed in his dantian had sprouted tender green shoots, small and delicate, swaying gently in the golden heat of the ninetales. Minato took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. When Minato returned home, the moon had already climbed high into the sky. The room was empty, there was no cry of Naruto, no voice of Kushina. Only moonlight slipped through the window, laying a white sheet across the floor. He stood at the door for a while, listening to his own breathing, then took off his shoes and walked into the living room, sitting down on the tatami mat. He did not rush into meditation. Instead he closed his eyes and thought for a while. 3 months. 3 full months from the night of the Ninetales attack. In these 3 months he had done many things: purged the Root Division, reorganized the police force, released the Uchiha from their confinement, visited the Hyuga branch family, took Shisui as his disciple, and went to Fugaku's house every day to pick up Naruto. Konoha was rebuilding, power was concentrating, and the great clans were choosing their sides once more. Everything was moving in a favorable direction. But he knew the true storm had not yet come. Uchiha Obito. Nagato, possessor of the Rinnegan, disciple of the Third Hokage's mentor Jiraiya, and the hidden mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. And Uchiha Madara. That legendary man, the sole rival of Senju Hashirama, the Azura of the shinobi world. And the Kagaya clan. Minato opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling. Moonlight painted a crooked square on the ceiling, pale and wan. Then he thought of those children who had not yet grown. Naruto, 3 months old, still drinking milk, unable to even turn over. Sasuke, 6 months old, a little paler than Naruto with darker hair. Neji, 3 years old, a prodigy of the Hyuga branch family and the heir of the Byakugan. And Shisui, 6 years old, already having opened his eyes and shouldering the future of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, a faint flicker of joy passed through Minato's heart. Not excitement, not agitation, but something very subtle and light, like a spring breeze skimming across still water. Because he knew the future. He knew what these children would become. But he also knew, the future had already been changed by his hand. Danzo was dead, Root was gone, the Uchiha police force was disbanded, and Uchiha members were scattered across various divisions. Shisui no longer needed to slaughter his clan. Sasuke no longer needed to become a vessel of vengeance. The Hyuga branch family had acknowledged him. Perhaps the caged bird seal would no longer need to be branded. Neji might not die. Minato took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then he began his cultivation. 3 months had passed. Every night during these 3 months he would sit in meditation here, absorbing natural energy to nourish his body. Now his body was completely different from 3 months ago. Minato closed his eyes and began to look inward. He could see his meridians. 3 months ago those meridians were like dry riverbeds full of cracks and blockages. Now those riverbeds were moistened by natural energy, becoming wide, unobstructed and supple. Natural energy flowed slowly through his meridians, unhurried, like a quiet little river. He could see his cells. 3 months ago those cells were like exhausted little warehouses, some deformed, some necrotic, some barely holding on. Now those cells were awakened by natural energy, becoming full, vibrant and alive once more. New cells were growing. Old cells were dying. Metabolism was returning to normal. He could see his dantian. The seed within had sprouted a tender shoot, green, tiny, like a small grass blade just breaking through the soil. The heat flow of the Ninetales surrounded it, golden and warm, like a river guarding a fragile shoot. The shoot swayed gently in the heat, as if breathing, as if growing. Minato opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. These hands 3 months ago had been pale, dry and scarred. Now the skin had become smooth, the color ruddy, and even the old scars had faded considerably. He had not grown younger. He had grown healthier. It was not a change of appearance but of substance. He remembered his judgment 3 months ago, his cellular age had already been over 30. A 24-year-old body with cells 30+ years old. That was the price of chakra depletion. What about now? Minato did not know the exact number, but he could feel that those depleted cells had been replaced. The new cells were healthy, young and full of vitality. His body was no longer a hollowed-out shell drained by chakra, but a normal, healthy 24-year-old's body. No, better than ordinary. Minato stood up and moved his body. No soreness, no stiffness, no sense of being emptied. His body felt light, loose, as though he had taken a hot bath or slept a good night's rest. He walked to the window and pushed it open. Night wind blew in cool, carrying the scent of earth and plants. He inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled. Natural energy has already compensated for my body's deficits. He murmured to himself, his voice soft, as if speaking to himself or to the moon outside. He turned and sat back on the tatami, crossing his legs, closing his eyes. It was time to enter the next stage. The ability of natural energy was not limited to healing. It could also strengthen the body, making it stronger, faster, more resilient. Not a temporary boost like chakra, but a permanent, fundamental change. It was like forging iron into steel, not coating the surface but changing its structure from within. Minato began circulating the breath, guiding art. Natural energy flowed in from all directions, seeping through his skin, his breath, every pore. This time he did not simply let natural energy flow through his meridians and nourish his cells. He guided it toward his dantian, toward that seed. The seed needed energy. The seed needed to grow. The seed needed to grow from a tiny just sprouted seed into a great tree. This was not a matter of days or weeks but of years or decades. But he was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. Natural energy poured into his dantian and was absorbed by the seed. When the seed absorbed natural energy, it emitted a faint golden glow, pale as the afterglow of a firefly. The Ninetales' heat flow surrounded it, helping it absorb, transform and store. Minato could feel the seed growing bit by bit. Not at a speed visible to the naked eye, but very slowly, like bamboo growing. You cannot see it grow, but after some time you find it has grown several feet taller. 1 cycle. 2 cycles. 3 cycles. The seed in his dantian was no longer that tiny feeble thing from 3 months ago. It had grown larger, brighter, more powerful. The tender shoot had become a small sapling, and the sapling bore its first leaf, delicate and vivid green like a newborn infant. Minato slowly opened his eyes. The sky had not yet dawned. The moon had already shifted to one side of the window, with only a corner still hanging there. In the distance insects chirped one note after another, unhurried. Wind blew through the window, bringing the coolness of night, feeling comfortable against his face. He stood up, walked to the window and gazed at the Konoha village outside. The village was quiet under the moonlight, houses in rows, streets in lines, the statues on the Hokage rock gleaming white in the moonlight. Kurama, Minato whispered, what do you think this seed will eventually become? Inside the ceiling dimension the Ninetales lay on the ground, eyes closed. I do not know, Kurama's voice was deep and resonant. No one has ever done this before. You are the first. Minato smiled. Then let us wait and see. Kurama did not speak again. Its tail swayed gently. Minato closed the window and walked to the neighboring room. Naruto's room was empty, the baby was still at Fugaku's house. He stood beside the crib gazing at the empty space for a while, then turned back to his own room, lay down and closed his eyes. Moonlight poured through the window, falling on his face, white and cool. His breathing gradually grew deeper and longer, his heartbeat gradually slowed and steadied, his thoughts gradually settled like sediment in water, sinking bit by bit to the bottom. He fell asleep, a small curve on the corner of his mouth. End of chapter 23. Early the next morning when Shuei men arrived at the office, Shuei was already standing at the door. Sunlight streamed through the corridor window, casting a bright patch of light on Shuei's face. He stood ramrod straight, his eyes fixed on the corridor, motionless as a pillar. Shuei, go fetch Kakashi. Shuei nodded and turned away. Shuei men pushed open the office door, walked in and settled into his chair. The day's documents were already laid out neatly on the desk, the first batch. He picked up the topmost one, opened it, glanced at it, then closed it again. He didn't feel like reviewing documents today. After about a quarter of an hour, footsteps sounded at the door, light, steady but a bit heavier than usual. It was Kakashi's gate. Shuei men looked up and saw Kakashi standing at the door, his silver white hair slightly disheveled, a mask covering half his face, revealing only one eye. That eye was red, not from crying but from lack of sleep. Master, Kakashi's voice was a bit hoarse. Shuei men stood up, picked up his conical hat from the desk and put it on. Kakashi, take a walk with me. Kakashi hesitated for a moment but didn't ask why. He stepped aside to make way and Shuei men walked out of the office with Kakashi following behind. The two walked one after the other down the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, one heavy, one light, like a simple duet. When they stepped out of the Huaying building, the sunlight hit them squarely, making Shuei men squint. He stood on the steps taking a deep breath. The air carried the scent of earth flowers and the greasy smell of cooking from the breakfast stalls. Let's buy flowers first, Shuei men said. Kakashi remained silent, following behind. They walked to a flower shop on the corner. The owner, a plump middle-aged woman, froze when she saw Shuei men enter, then hurriedly bowed. Shuei men smiled at her and asked for 2 bunches of chrysanthemums, white, fresh, still bearing dewdrops on their petals. Kakashi stood by watching Shuei men take the flowers and hand 1 bunch to him. Kakashi took the flowers, looking down at the white chrysanthemums in his hand, saying nothing. The memorial tablet of Muyi stood in a small grove east of the village, quiet and seldom visited. Shui Men and Kakashi walked along the path, gravel crunching beneath their feet. The shade from the trees on either side cut the sunlight into patches falling on the ground like shattered mirrors. No one was before the memorial tablet, only the rustle of wind through leaves. Shui Men walked up to the tablet, crouched down and placed his chrysanthemums before it. He didn't bow or clasp his hands, he just crouched there staring at the names on the tablet. Kakashi stood behind him, still holding his flowers, motionless. Shui Men stood up, turned to look at Kakashi. Not here. Kakashi lifted his head, confusion in his visible eye. Shui Men didn't explain, he turned and headed down another path. Kakashi followed, gripping his flowers a little tighter. They came to another grave. This one was much smaller and older than the memorial tablet, with a thin layer of moss covering the stone. Some of the inscriptions had faded. But it was still legible, Chi Mu Shua Mao. Baya. The White Fang of Muyi. Kakashi's father. Kakashi stood frozen before the grave. He hadn't been here in a long time. Not because he had forgotten, but because he didn't dare to come. Every time he came he remembered that day, his father lying in a pool of blood, a white short sword in his hand, his eyes closed but a faint smile on his lips. Shui Men crouched down and placed the remaining chrysanthemums before the grave. Then he stood up, stepped back, clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. Kakashi stood beside him, watching Shui Men's profile, his golden hair glistening in the sunlight. Then he too crouched, placed his flowers before the grave, clasped his hands and closed his eyes. The wind blew and the chrysanthemum petals trembled gently, as if nodding, as if speaking. After a long while Shui Men opened his eyes. Without a word he turned and walked away. Kakashi stood up and followed behind. The two returned to the memorial tablet. This time Kakashi didn't speak. He walked to the tablet, crouched down and placed the flowers, the same bunch he had retrieved from Baya's grave, before the memorial tablet. Many people lay here, Jio Xi and Nai, and those who had died on the night of the Nine Tails. Shui Men stood behind him, watching his back. Kakashi crouched there for so long that Shui Men thought he might never stand up again. But Kakashi did rise, turned around and looked at Shui Men. Master, what exactly is? Let's go to Huaying Yen, Shui Men interrupted him. The wind was strong on Huaying Yen. Shui Men stood atop the Fourth Hokage's statue, gazing down at the village of Muyi. Kakashi stood beside him, his silver white hair tousled by the wind. From up here Muyi looked tiny, houses like building blocks, streets like threads, people like ants. But this tiny place held many people that many had fought desperately to protect. Shui Men pulled a document from his chest and handed it to Kakashi. The complete details of your father's mission back then. Kakashi's hand stiffened. He stared at the document in Shui Men's hand but didn't take it. In that exposed eye something churned, not anger, not sorrow, but something more complex, unnameable. Master. You have the right to know the truth. Shui Men pressed the document into Kakashi's hand. Your father didn't commit suicide. Kakashi's hand tightened around the document, his knuckles turning white. He was driven to death. Shui Men's voice was calm, as if speaking of something unrelated to him. The mission failed and the village's higher-ups needed someone to take the blame. Your father was the captain, so naturally he became the target. Tuanzong, Xiao Chun Yen and a few elders stirred things up behind the scenes. Rumors, sneers, open and covert pressure, step by step they pushed him to the brink. Kakashi lowered his head, staring at the document in his hand. The cover was blank except for the Hokage's emblem, a simple spiral pattern embossed on the craft paper. He stared at that spiral for a long time, so long that the wind tangled his hair further, so long that the sun emerged from behind the clouds and then hid again. The day your father died, Shui Men said, I was out on a mission. When I rushed back I stood before his grave all night, thinking all night, why? Because of his comrades he abandoned the mission. Why didn't those hiding in the shadows bear responsibility while the one who charged ahead had to take the fall? Kakashi looked up at Shui Men. Shui Men's expression was calm, but Kakashi could see something in his eyes, a deep heavy anger suppressed for many years, buried very deep but still there. Later I figured it out, Shui Men said. Because the power in this village is not in the right hands. Tuanzong, Xiao Chun Yen, they held power but they didn't care about right or wrong, only about who benefited them. Your father stood in Tuanzang's way, so he had to die. It's that simple. Kakashi's lips moved but no words came out. Now Tuanzong is dead, the root is gone, and Xiao Chun and Yen have been sidelined. Your father's grudge is settled. Shuei Men turned to look at Kakashi. But you should know the truth. Kakashi lowered his head and opened the document. He turned page after page reading word by word. The mission details the higher-ups' discussions, Tuan Zhang's annotations, the Elder Council's resolutions. Every page was truth, every word was blood. He read quickly, not because he didn't want to read carefully but because he dared not. Those words were like knives stabbing into his heart one by one. When he reached the last page his hands were trembling. Not from cold but from anger, an anger held back for years, one he had never dared to acknowledge. Master. Kakashi's voice was raspy as sandpaper. Shuei Men looked at him. Thank you. Shuei Men said nothing. He reached out and patted Kakashi's shoulder very lightly as if brushing away dust. The wind blew from Huaying Yen, cool, carrying the scent of distant forests. The sun emerged from behind the clouds, shining on the two of them, casting long shadows on the rocks of Huaying Yen, crooked like two trees leaning together. Let's go, Shuei Men said. Time to head back. He turned and walked down from Huaying Yen with Kakashi following, still clutching the document tightly. The two walked one after the other down the stone steps, their footsteps echoing on the stone rhythmic. When they reached the entrance of the Huaying building, Shuei Men stopped and turned to face Kakashi. Kakashi, don't blame yourself for your father's matter. Kakashi looked up and something flickered in his visible eye. You were not wrong and neither was he. The ones wrong were those hiding in the darkness. They are gone now, your father can rest in peace. Kakashi lowered his head and murmured, yes. Shuei Men said no more, turned and walked into the building. Kakashi stood at the entrance watching Shuei Men's figure disappear into the corridor. Then he looked down at the document in his hand. The wind blew, lifting a corner of the paper. He pressed it down and smoothed it gently. Then he turned and walked away. His steps were lighter than when he had come, as if he had shed something he had carried on his back for a long time. After Kakashi left, Minato returned to his office to continue reviewing documents. Shisui stood at the door, his back straight as usual. Minato reviewed a few documents, then lifted his head to glance at Shisui, only to find him staring blankly down the corridor, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. Shisui. Shisui snapped back to attention and stepped inside. Fourth Hokage. What's on your mind? Shisui hesitated for a moment. Is Kakashi-senpai all right? Minato looked at him. What do you think? Shisui pondered. He doesn't seem well. But somehow he seems a little better than before. Minato didn't reply. Shisui was a sharp observer but not good at articulating his thoughts. He could see the change in Kakashi but couldn't quite name it. Minato knew that when Kakashi received that document today his heart must have been in turmoil. A knot that had been tied for 20 years wouldn't unravel overnight. But at least he was beginning to face it. He'll be fine, Minato said. Shisui nodded, returned to the door and resumed his post. In the afternoon Hayashi arrived. He walked into the office holding something in his hand, a small wooden carving of a bird, its wings outstretched as if about to take flight. Minato recognized it. He had asked for it to be given to Niji. Niji doesn't like it? Minato asked. Hayashi shook his head. He loves it. He wouldn't let it go. Minato smiled. Then why bring it back? Hayashi placed the wooden bird on Minato's desk. Niji said he wants you to carve a character on it. Minato picked up the wooden bird and turned it over. The belly was flat and smooth, perfect for carving. He found a small knife in his drawer, thought for a moment and carved the character, Ning, into the bird's belly. The strokes were few but each one was made with care. He blew off the wood shavings and handed it to Hayashi. Take it. Hayashi took the bird, examined the character, nodded, and as he turned to leave he handed Minato a list. Hayashi. Hayashi stopped. That day won't be too far off. Hayashi nodded. Minato looked at his expression and sighed. Don't worry. Within a year. Hayashi opened his mouth as if to speak, but seeing Minato's expression he closed it again. Yes. He left with the wooden bird. Minato leaned back in his chair watching his silhouette disappear through the doorway. By evening Minato had finished reviewing all the documents. He stood up and stretched, his bones cracking a few times. Shisui had already left for the day and New Umbu stood guard at the door, a fresh face who quickly saluted upon seeing him. Minato nodded and stepped out of the building heading toward Fugaku's house. The setting sun painted the entire Konoha in shades of orange. People on the streets were finishing their work and heading home, some were packing up stalls, others closing shop doors, still others holding their children's hands as they walked. As Minato passed by, some recognized him and would pause to bow, calling out, "Lord Fourth Hokage," before returning to their tasks. The lights at Fugaku's house were already on. When Minato pushed open the garden gate, Mikoto was waiting for him on the veranda holding Naruto. Sasuke lay asleep in a cradle beside her, his little arms and legs splayed out like a tiny frog. Itachi was sitting on the steps reading a book. When he saw Minato enter, he closed the book and stood up. Minato took Naruto from Mikoto's arms. The baby's tiny hand immediately reached out and grabbed his collar, holding on tight. Blue eyes met blue eyes and Naruto smiled. Minato smiled too. "Come on, let's go home." He turned and walked out of the yard holding Naruto. Itachi stood at the doorway watching his retreating figure for a moment, then turned and walked back inside. Mikoto gazed at Itachi's back and let out a soft sigh. "What's wrong?" Fugaku stepped out from the house. "Nothing," Mikoto said. "It's just that Itachi lately seems a little more relaxed than before." Fugaku glanced at the doorway but said nothing. Minato walked home with Naruto in his arms. The moon had already risen, hanging in the eastern sky, faint and pale like a piece of ice about to melt. Naruto remained quiet in his arms, his small hands still clutching the collar tightly. Back home, Minato placed Naruto in the cradle and went to the kitchen to heat up some food. It wasn't a lavish meal, just rice balls and miso soup that Mikoto had packed for him. He sat at the table, ate his dinner alone, washed the dishes and then returned to the living room. Naruto was already asleep. His little mouth was slightly open, his breathing soft and shallow, his small fists clutching the corner of the blanket. Minato stood by the cradle for a while, then gently rocked it, humming a wordless song. It wasn't a song he knew, but one Kushina used to hum. He didn't remember the lyrics, only the melody, slow, gentle, like the sound of wind rustling through a wheat field. Naruto's breathing grew steadier. Minato stopped, sat down cross-legged on the tatami and closed his eyes. He began his training. Natural energy surged from all directions, seeping through his skin, his breath every pore. The seed in his dantian had sprouted a tiny shoot, tender and green, emitting a faint glow in Minato's inner vision. The Ninetail's warm current surrounded it, golden and warm like a river guarding the sprout. Minato guided the natural energy toward his dantian, toward the seed. The seed absorbed the energy, growing brighter, and the shoot turned a deeper green. It wasn't a speed visible to the naked eye, but slow, very slow, like bamboo growing. He was in no rush. He had all the time in the world. After 108 cycles, Minato slowly opened his eyes. Moonlight streamed through the window, spreading a layer of white across the floor. Naruto slept deeply in the cradle, his breathing soft like a small animal's. Minato stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze flowed in, cool and refreshing, carrying the unique stillness of the night. In the distance, insects chirped one after another, unhurried. He stood by the window gazing at Konoha under the moonlight. Houses lined up row by row, streets stretched one after another, and the statues on the Hokage rock gleamed white in the moonlight. There was still much to do tomorrow. But at least tonight he could stay quietly, peacefully for a while. Minato closed the window, walked to the cradle and took one more look at Naruto. The baby slept soundly, a small curve forming at the corner of his lips as if dreaming a pleasant dream. "Good night, Naruto." Minato blew out the lamp, lay down on the tatami and closed his eyes. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on his face, pale and cool. His breathing gradually deepened and lengthened, his heartbeat slowly calmed and steadied, his thoughts settled like sediment sinking to the bottom of a lake. He fell asleep. A small curve formed at the corner of his lips. Early the next morning, when Minato arrived at the office, Shisui was already standing at the door. His back was straight, his eyes fixed on the corridor, just like the day before, as still as a pillar. As Minato passed by him, he caught a faint scent of tea. Shisui had drunk tea today and it was fine tea. "Shisui, go fetch Kakashi. Both of you come together." Shisui nodded and turned away. Minato pushed open the office door, walked in and sat down in his chair. The day's documents were already arranged on the desk. He didn't rush to review them, instead he pulled out an old map from a drawer and spread it on the table. It was a map of the land of grass, very old with curled edges. Some pencil markings were on it, left behind by the third Hokage in his youth. The Uzumaki clan. After the fall of the Whirlpool country, the clan members scattered and fled. Some went to the land of rain, some to the land of fire, and some to the land of grass. In the original story, 2 of that branch in the land of grass survived, Uzumaki Karen and her mother. Karen had a special constitution, her chakra could heal injuries, even bring someone back from the brink of death. In a place like the land of grass, such an ability was a curse. She was treated as a mobile blood pack, bitten, drained, consumed, until she met Sasuke. Minato recalled the images from Carl's memories, Karen with red hair wearing glasses, boisterous, infatuated with Sasuke, wearing a blissful expression every time Sasuke bit her. It had seemed amusing back then, but now it only brought him heartache. A girl who had been treated as a tool since childhood, bitten hundreds or thousands of times, yet could still smile. This time she wouldn't have to endure that again. Minato folded the map and put it back in the drawer. About 15 minutes later, footsteps sounded at the door. 2 sets of footsteps, one light and one heavy. The light one belonged to Shisui, the heavy one to Kakashi. Minato looked up to see Kakashi and Shisui entering one after another. Kakashi's hair was still as messy as ever, his mask covering half his face, but his eye was brighter than the day before, no longer as red. "Sensei," said Kakashi. "Fourth Hokage," said Shisui. Minato nodded and gestured for them to sit. They settled into the chairs across from the desk, Kakashi leaning back, Shisui sitting upright. Minato looked at the 2 of them. One was his student, the other his personal guard. One had endured too much loss, the other bore the weight of the entire Uchiha clan. Neither was particularly adept at smiling or speaking, but both were people he could trust. "I have a mission for you," Minato said. Both Kakashi's and Shisui's expressions shifted, not with surprise but with focus. A mission was a mission, and upon hearing that word they instinctively entered a state of readiness. The land of grass. Minato pulled the map from the drawer and spread it on the table. After the fall of the Uzumaki clan, some members fled to the land of grass. "I need you to find them." Kakashi looked at the map, frowning. "There are still Uzumaki clansmen in the land of grass." "Yes," Minato said. "At least 2, a mother and a daughter. I don't know the mother's name, but the daughter is called Karen. Red hair, the hallmark of the Uzumaki clan." Shisui spoke up. "Fourth Hokage, the land of grass is not an ally of the land of fire. Our people cannot enter openly. Which is why this is covert," Minato said. "Don't reveal your identities, don't attract the attention of grass ninja. Find them, confirm their identities, and bring them back to Konoha. If they're unwilling, don't force them, but ask for the reason." Kakashi looked at Minato, confusion in his visible eye. "Sensei, why are these 2 so important?" Minato was silent for a moment, considering how to explain. "The Uzumaki clan's constitution is special. Their chakra possesses healing abilities. Especially that girl named Karen, her chakra can heal even severe injuries. In a place like the land of grass, such an ability is dangerous. They could be exploited, harmed." He paused. "Besides, they are Kushina's clansmen." Kakashi's expression changed. Kushina, his sensei's wife, the red-haired woman who always smiled, who had knitted him a scarf once. Her people were still wandering, still suffering. Kakashi lowered his head, looking at the land of grass on the map, and was silent for a few seconds. "I understand." Minato took a portrait from the drawer and handed it to Kakashi. It depicted a red-haired woman holding a little girl who also had red hair. The portrait was simple, but the features were clear, red hair, the distinctive color of the Uzumaki clan. This is based on intelligence, it may not be accurate. But red hair is the hallmark of the Uzumaki. When you reach the land of grass, keep an eye out for red-haired people. Kakashi took the portrait, examined it, folded it, and stored it in his ninja pouch. Shisui glanced at it as well, committing the red hair feature to memory. "One more thing," Minato said. Kakashi and Shisui looked at him. "There may be some Uzumaki ruins in the land of grass containing sealing technique scrolls and historical documents of the clan. If you find them, bring them back as well. But that's not the priority is the 2 people." Kakashi nodded. "When do we leave?" "This afternoon. Prepare yourselves, bring everything you need. When you arrive in the land of grass, proceed with caution. There's Kizugakure, the land of grass's ninja, and also some wandering rogue ninja and bounty hunters. Don't court trouble, but if trouble comes knocking, don't be afraid." Minato stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The morning sunlight streamed in, falling warmly on his face. In the distance, Konoha was slowly awakening in the morning light. Smoke rose from the chimneys of various houses, drifting into the sky. Sensei, Kakashi stood up looking at Minato's back. What are the names of those two? Minato turned around. The mother's name is unknown. The daughter is called Karen, Uzumaki Karen. Kakashi murmured it silently then nodded. Shisui also repeated it silently committing it to memory. Go. Leave this afternoon. No need to report in. Come directly to me when you return. Kakashi and Shisui stood up bowed to Minato and turned to leave the office. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded down the corridor, one light one heavy like the rhythm of a heartbeat. Minato stood by the window gazing at Konoha below. The sunlight fell on his face casting his shadow on the wall, long and crooked. Uzumaki Karen. Red hair glasses boisterous like to bite. This time she wouldn't be bitten. Minato stood at the window for a while then returned to his desk sat down and began reviewing documents. The pile of documents on the desk was high but he processed them quickly, one after another signing stamping setting aside. Halfway through he paused picked up a pen and wrote a line on a sticky note Uzumaki Karen land of grass red hair mother and daughter. Then he stuck the note to the corner of the desk and continued with the documents. In the afternoon Kakashi and Shisui set off. Minato didn't see them off. He stood at the window of the Hokage's office watching from afar as the two figures walked out of the village gate. Kakashi walked in front his silver hair glistening in the sunlight. Shisui followed behind with black hair and black clothes like a shadow. Their figures grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared over the horizon. Minato turned around returned to his desk and continued reviewing documents. There was still much work to be done. After Kakashi and Shisui left Minato sat alone in his office for a long time. He did not review documents or study maps he simply sat there gazing at the sky outside the window. The sky was a deep blue dotted with fluffy white clouds that looked like torn cotton scattered by an unseen hand. The Hokage rock stood under the sunlight his own statue gleaming white with a few birds perching on its head chirping for a while before flying away. He silently calculated in his mind. If all went smoothly it would take half a month otherwise a month at most. The grass country was not far. With Kakashi and Shisui's pace they could reach it in 3 days. The time needed to find the people was uncertain. The Uzumaki clan had been destroyed for so many years its members scattered hiding or dead. The remaining mother and daughter might no longer be in their original location. But Kakashi and Shisui were no ordinary men. Working together finding two people should not take long. Minato leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Everything was now on the right track. Root was gone Danzo was dead the higher-ups were neutralized and the major clans were realigning themselves. The Uchiha clan had been dismantled the Hyuga branch family had acknowledged him the police force had been reorganized, the power of Konoha was firmly in his grasp. Minato opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Now it was only a matter of time. Waiting for Kakashi and Shisui to bring the people back for Itachi to gradually grow into a normal child for Naruto to slowly mature for the Hyuga branch family to step out for that seed to slowly grow into a mighty tree. No rush. He had all the time in the world. He stood up walked to the window and pushed it open. The evening breeze flowed in cool and carrying the scent of sunset. In the distance Konohagakure gradually quieted down in the twilight. Smoke rose from the chimneys of every house drifting into the sky like a thin veil. Minato stood by the window for a moment then returned to his desk picked up a pen and wrote a line on a sticky note Uzumaki Karen grass country red hair mother and daughter. He then stuck the note to the corner of his desk and continued reviewing documents. Day after day passed. Minato went to the Hokage office every morning to handle paperwork taught Itachi ninjutsu in the afternoon picked up Naruto from Fugaku's house in the evening and after returning home trained and slept. Occasionally he visited the Hyuga residence sharing tea with Hayashi chatting with Hisashi and playing with Niji. Sometimes he stood before the memorial stone looking at Kushina's name speaking to her telling her that Naruto had smiled again today that Konoha was becoming better. At times he thought of Karen. What was that girl doing now? Locked up somewhere in the grass country having her blood and chakra drained. Or had she escaped hiding in some corner surviving alone? He did not know. He could only wait. A month later Kakashi and Shisui returned. That afternoon Minato was reviewing documents in his office. The door was suddenly pushed open and Shisui stood at the entrance his clothes stained with mud and blood, not his own but others. His hair was disheveled deep dark circles under his eyes yet his back remained straight. Kakashi stood behind him his silver hair even messier dust on his mask the one visible eye red, not from crying but from days without sleep. Between them stood a girl. Very young, about 3 or 4 years old. Her red hair was tangled, her face smeared with mud, her clothes tattered, one shoe missing, her bare foot with a wound covered in a blackish red scab. Her eyes were large and blue, the unique blue of the Uzumaki clan, the same shade as Kushina's. But there was no light in those eyes. No fear, no curiosity, nothing at all. As if someone had hollowed her out, leaving only an empty shell. Minato put down his pen, stood up, walked over to the girl and crouched down to meet her eyes. "You are Karen." The girl did not speak. She looked at Minato, at his blue eyes, his golden hair, his white robe and the characters Fourth Hokage on it. Her lips moved slightly but no sound came out. Kakashi spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. "Sensei, the child's mother, is dead." Minato's movement paused. By the time we arrived, her mother was already beyond help. The people of the grass country discovered their abilities, imprisoned them and used their blood and chakra to make medicine. Her mother had been drained too much, her body could not hold on. She had just breathed her last when we got there. Minato was silent for a few seconds. "What about the child?" "She was drained but not many times. Her body is unharmed, just severely traumatized." Minato looked at the girl. The girl looked back at him. Their blue eyes met, one vast, one bright, one deep. Minato reached out and gently touched her hair. Red, tangled, knotted, unwashed for a long time. The girl did not flinch or move, she stood there like a small tree that had been battered by the wind for so long it no longer swayed. "Karen," Minato said, "from now on you come with me." The girl did not speak. Her lips moved again and this time a faint sound emerged. Very soft, almost inaudible. "Mom." Minato's heart clenched. He said nothing, lifting the girl into his arms. She was light as a bundle of straw. Her body stiffened for a moment, then slowly, gradually softened, leaning against his chest. Her hand gripped his collar tightly, the same posture, the same strength, the same dependence as Naruto. Minato stood up holding the girl and looked at Kakashi and Shisui. "Good work." Kakashi shook his head. Shisui remained silent. "What about her mother?" Minato asked. "Buried," Kakashi said. "In the grass country, in a place where flowers can be seen." Shisui chose the spot. Minato glanced at Shisui, who lowered his head without speaking. Minato carried the girl to the window, letting her look out at Konohagakure. The sun had already set, leaving only a last trace of orange-red light on the horizon. Lights in the village flickered on one by one like stars falling to the earth. "Karen, look," Minato said, "this is your home from now on." The girl gazed at the lights outside the window, saying nothing. But her hand gripping Minato's collar loosened slightly, then tightened again, as if she dared not let go yet wanted to. Minato stood by the window for a while, then turned to Shisui. "Shisui, take this girl to Fugaku's house. Tell Fugaku it is my wish and ask them to help raise her. Along with Naruto and Sasuke." Shisui nodded, stepped forward and took the girl from Minato's arms. The girl's body stiffened again, but she did not cry or fuss, she simply remained quietly in Shisui's arms watching Minato. Minato smiled at her. "Karen, I will come see you tomorrow." The girl did not answer. Shisui turned and walked away, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Kakashi stood in the office looking at Minato. "Sensei, is there anything else?" Minato said, "Go back and rest. You've worked hard these days." Kakashi nodded and turned to leave. At the door he paused without looking back. "Sensei, the child's mother, said one thing before she died." Minato waited. "She said, 'Let my child live.'" Kakashi left. The corridor fell silent again. Minato stood by the window looking out at Konohagakure. Lights glowed one by one like hearts beating in the darkness. "Let her live," Minato whispered. "I will." He closed the window. 3 days ago. The border of the grass country. Kakashi and Shisui stood on a small hill gazing at the distant grass country. The sky hung gray and heavy as if rain were about to fall or had just passed. The grass on the ground grew tall and yellow-green, bending and swaying in the wind like drunken men. That was how the grass country got its name, grass everywhere, tall and short, yellow and green in chaotic disarray. Kakashi crouched down, took out the portrait from his ninja tool pouch and studied it once more. Red hair, the hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. The woman in the portrait held a little girl and both their hair burned red like twin flames. "Shisui, what do you think?" Shisui stood beside him gazing at the distant grass country. Let's find a village first. The grass country isn't large and there are only a few places where people live. We can ask around in those villages, we should be able to find something. Kakashi nodded, tucked the portrait away and stood up. Let's go. The two descended the hill and walked toward the grass country. They made no use of ninjutsu or chakra, moving like ordinary travelers on an ordinary road. This was the essence of infiltration: do not draw attention, do not reveal your identity, let everyone believe you are merely a passerby. After walking for roughly 2 hours they spotted the first village. It was small, perhaps a dozen households, their houses built from wood and thatch, leaning and crooked as if ready to collapse at any moment. At the village entrance stood a well where an old man was drawing water with slow measured pulls, each movement like slow-motion playback. Kakashi approached with a smile. Elder, we're just passing through. Would it be possible to borrow some water? The old man lifted his head, glanced at him, then at Shisui, and said nothing. Instead he pointed to a wooden bucket by the well. Half filled with water, a single withered leaf floated on the surface. Kakashi thanked him, scooped a ladle of water from the bucket, took a sip and passed it to Shisui, who drank as well. Kakashi returned the ladle and then took 2 rice balls from his pocket, offering one to the old man. Elder, may I ask you something? Is there anyone with red hair around here? The old man's hand faltered. He looked at Kakashi, his eyes holding wariness, fear and an indistinguishable complexity. What business do you have with a red-haired person? The old man's voice was gratingly hoarse, as though he hadn't spoken in ages. Kakashi offered a smile. I have a relative who was separated from me long ago. I heard they may be somewhere in this region of the grass country, so I wanted to search. The old man fell silent for a long time. He stared at the rice ball in his hand for a while, then took a bite, chewing slowly, lingering over each swallow. Go east, the old man said. Over that ridge there's a village. There's a woman there with red hair. She has a daughter also red-haired. Kakashi's pulse quickened, but his expression betrayed nothing. He smiled again, thanked the old man and pulled Shisui along. After some distance Shisui murmured, he's lying. Kakashi glanced at him. His eyes, Shisui said. When he spoke his gaze darted westward twice. East is fabricated, west is the truth. Kakashi nodded. He knew Shisui's Sharingan could pierce deception, but he hadn't expected Shisui to discern it without even activating his eyes. This was innate acuity, not granted by the eyes but forged by the mind. Then we head west. The two walked westward for roughly half a day, and as dusk approached another village came into view. This village was somewhat larger than the last, but the houses remained just as crooked and the roads equally rutted. At the entrance a few people sat chatting. Seeing Kakashi and Shisui approach they fell silent and watched them with wary eyes. Kakashi greeted them with a smile. We're merely passing through and seeking a place to rest for the night. No one spoke. After exchanging glances one person rose and pointed toward a house at the very back of the village. That household has an empty room. Go ask them. Kakashi thanked him and led Shisui inward. As they reached the doorway he paused, something entered his senses. A scent. Medicine. A heavy medicinal odor drifted from within, mingled with something sour akin to decay. The door opened. A woman stood in the threshold. Red hair. Kakashi took in her crimson locks, her face, the dark hollows beneath her eyes, and her arms as gaunt as kindling. Cradled in her arms was a little girl, also red-haired, equally skeletal, her eyes closed as though asleep, yet so much more. The woman regarded Kakashi and Shisui without wariness or fear, bearing only a profound crushing exhaustion, as if she had been worn beyond the capacity for terror. Who are you? The woman's voice was faint, as though a breath of wind might dissolve it entirely. Kakashi did not smile. He drew the portrait from his chest, unfolded it and held it toward her. By order of the Fourth Hokage we have come to take you home. The woman's eyes widened slightly. She looked at the crude sketch of herself and her daughter, traced its rough lines and gazed upon it for a long while. Then her tears fell, silently, incessantly, like a breach in a dam. It's too late, she said. Her voice remained whisper-soft, yet now layered with something else, despair. Too late. She lowered her head and looked at her daughter. The girl's breath was feeble and shallow, as though it might cease at any moment. They discovered my ability, the woman whispered. They learned my chakra can heal wounds, that my blood can serve as medicine. They locked us away and drew blood and chakra from us each day. I endured, but Karen is too young, she cannot bear it. Kakashi crouched to examine the girl in her arms. Red hair unkempt, her face smudged with dirt, lips pale, eye sockets sunken deeply. Her hands were tiny, her fingers slender, her nails tinged with a bluish purple. "Let me see her," Shisui said. Kakashi glanced at him and nodded. Shisui knelt, placed his hand upon the girl's forehead and closed his eyes. After a moment he opened them again. "Her body is severely depleted, but she can hold on. She needs rest, she needs nourishment, she needs." He hesitated. "No more draining." The woman's tears fell more fiercely. She clutched the girl close as though afraid someone might snatch her away. "Take her with you," the woman pleaded. "Take Karen." "I cannot come." Kakashi looked at her. "You." "My body is already spent," the woman said. "Drained too many times, the source of my chakra has withered. Even if I go with you, I will not survive long. But Karen is still young, she still has a chance." Kakashi fell silent. Shisui did as well. The two crouched at that dilapidated threshold, gazing at the red-haired woman, at the red-haired girl cradled in her arms, at their tears and their despair. "Are you certain?" Kakashi asked. The woman nodded. "Certain." She bent her head and pressed a kiss to the girl's forehead. Gentle, so faint, like a leaf settling upon still water. "Karen," she whispered, "Mommy must go now. You will follow these two uncles. They will take you to a safe place. There will be many people there and plentiful food. No one will harm you, no one will draw your blood. You must live well, for Mommy." The girl did not stir. Her eyes remained closed, her breathing still shallow, yet her small hand moved slightly as though reaching for something. The woman handed the girl to Kakashi. He accepted her, so impossibly light it tightened something in his chest. The woman gazed at the child in Kakashi's arms and then she smiled. That smile was faint and fleeting, like a candle flame flickering its final brilliance against the wind. "Let my child live," she breathed. Kakashi nodded. The woman closed her eyes. Shisui stood nearby, head bowed, palms pressed together. Kakashi held the girl at the doorway, watching the red-haired woman lean against the frame, her breathing growing gradually weaker, fainter, until it faded entirely. A wind swept in from afar, ruffling the woman's red hair like a small banner. Kakashi turned and walked away, the girl secure in his arms. Shisui followed in his footsteps. The two emerged from the village, traversed the broken roads and yellow-green grasslands and disappeared into the twilight. The sky darkened further, the distant mountains became black silhouettes as though sheared from the horizon by invisible scissors. Kakashi glanced down at the girl in his embrace. The girl still slept, her breathing steadier now, a faint rosy tint touching her cheeks. "Shisui," Kakashi asked, "what was her name again?" "Karen. Uzumaki Karen." Kakashi nodded and drew the girl closer, continuing onward. Shisui trailed behind the two, moving in single file through the dying light, their footfalls echoing softly across the vast grassland, steady and rhythmic like a heartbeat. 3 days later they returned to Konoha. 8 months passed in a serene, orderly manner. During those 8 months Minato's daily life was much the same. In the morning he went to the Hokage's office to review documents, in the evening he went to Fugaku's house to pick up Naruto, then returned home to practice and sleep. Occasionally he would visit the Hyuga residence, share a cup of tea with Hayashi, exchange a few words with Hizashi and playfully tease Niji. Sometimes he would stand before the memorial stone for a while, gazing at Kushina's name and speaking a few words to her. Life flowed like a quiet river, neither hurried nor slow. But beneath that tranquil surface many things were subtly changing. Minato's strength steadily improved. The seed in his dantian had grown into a small sapling, tender green, upright, gently swaying in the golden heat of the Ninetales. Natural energy surged into his body every day, absorbed and transformed by the sapling, then flowed through his entire being. His meridians grew wider and tougher, his cells became fuller and more vibrant, and even his bones grew denser. He didn't know what realm he had reached, nor did he care. He simply felt that his body was becoming better, lighter and more powerful. Previously using the Flying Thunder God technique required deliberate chakra manipulation, now the moment he thought of it he was already there. Previously forming a Rasengan required focused concentration to control the rotation of chakra, and now with a casual flick its power was more than double what it used to be. The Ninetales' power also merged more deeply. It was no longer a relationship of borrowing between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast, but a more essential, profound fusion. The Ninetales' chakra flowed within him as naturally as his own. There was no need to deliberately summon or control it, he could use it or withdraw it at will. The Nine-Tails still maintained its aloof demeanor, lying in his dantian with closed eyes, occasionally uttering a word or two. But Minato could feel that the Nine-Tails' attitude toward him had changed. It no longer regarded him as a mere vessel nor as a partner but as one of its own. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but it was unmistakably different. Naruto was nearly 1 year old. He had learned to crawl, to sit, and to pull himself up against the wall. His hair had grown yellower, his eyes bluer, and his smile more like Kushina's. Every time Minato went to Fugaku's house to pick him up, Naruto would reach out his small hands, grab Minato's collar, and babble something unintelligible. Recently he had begun to speak. His first word was, "Baba." When Minato first heard it he froze for a moment, then smiled. That smile was broad and bright like the sun emerging from behind the clouds. He lifted Naruto high above his head and Naruto giggled, his laughter clear as a bell. Xianglin had also returned. The red-haired girl from the land of grass had been like a wounded animal when she first arrived, silent, unsmiling, tearless, refusing to eat, curled up in a corner with her arms around her knees, making herself as small as possible. Mikoto would feed her and she would eat, if not she wouldn't. Itachi spoke to her but she ignored him. Sasuke cried beside her and she paid no attention. Every day when Minato came to pick up Naruto he would crouch in front of her and say a few words. Sometimes he would say, "Nice weather today," sometimes, Naruto smiled again, and sometimes he would say nothing at all, just crouch there and let her look into his eyes. One day Xianglin spoke. Not to Minato but to Naruto. Naruto was crying in his cradle and she crawled over, reached her hand inside and gently patted his belly. Naruto stopped crying and looked at her blue eyes meeting blue eyes. Xianglin gazed at him for a while, then said, "Don't cry." Her voice was very, very soft, like a breeze slipping through a crack in the door. But Minato heard it. Mikoto heard it. Itachi heard it too. From that day on Xianglin gradually began to speak. First to Naruto, then to Sasuke, then to Itachi, then to Mikoto, and finally to Minato. The day she called Minato Baba, he was having dinner. Xianglin walked out of her room, stood before him, looked at him for a long time and then uttered, "Baba." Minato's chopsticks paused. He lifted his head and looked at Xianglin, at her blue eyes, identical to Kushina's, and her red hair just like Kushina's. He smiled, reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Ahem." Xianglin's eyes brightened. It was a light Minato had never seen in her eyes before, not fear, not weariness, not emptiness, but a small timid spark like a tender sprout just breaking through the soil. He picked her up and placed her on his lap. Xianglin's body was still a bit stiff but much better than before. She leaned against his chest, her small hands gripping his collar, the same posture, the same strength, the same dependence as Naruto. "Xianglin," Minato said, "from now on your name is Uzumaki Xianglin. You are my daughter. You are Naruto's older sister." Xianglin looked up at him. Blue eyes met blue eyes. "Older sister?" she asked. "Yes. Older sister. You must take care of Naruto and Naruto will protect you." Xianglin thought for a moment, then nodded with a seriousness that seemed like accepting a very important mission. From that day on Xianglin changed. She began to play with Naruto of her own accord, help Mikoto with chores, talk to Itachi and make Sasuke laugh. She still didn't smile much, but she could smile. That smile was small and faint like winter sunlight, not hot but warm. As Minato watched her transformation he felt something indescribable. It wasn't happiness or relief but a quiet, solid contentment. Like picking up a discarded seed, planting it in the soil, watering it, fertilizing it, letting it bask in the sun and watching it slowly sprout. Itachi had changed too. Over 8 months his writing no longer resembled a mission report. Itachi was no longer as somber as before. He began to play rough with his classmates and wrestle with Sasuke for toys. He still didn't talk much but he could smile. That smile was small and subtle but Minato could see it, a slight curve at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer in his eyes. After returning from the land of grass, Shisui had become even more composed. He never spoke to Minato about Xianglin's mother but Minato could sense that the mission had deeply affected him. His gaze toward Xianglin had changed, toward Naruto had changed, and toward Minato had changed. He was no longer just a loyal guard, he had become someone who would lay down his life for this family. Minato knew that if necessary Shisui would not hesitate to die for Naruto, for Xianglin, for this family. Not out of duty, not out of orders, but because he chose to. Kakashi had also recovered from that mission. He buried Xianglin's mother in a place in the land of grass where flowers could be seen. After returning he sat in Minato's office for a long time saying nothing. Minato didn't speak either, just sat with him. Later Kakashi left. When he came back the next day his eyes were not as red as before. He still didn't talk much but he came. Not because of a mission but of his own accord. He came to see Naruto, to see Xianglin, to see Sasuke, to see Itachi. He wouldn't say a word, just stand nearby, watch for a while and then leave. Minato knew that Kakashi was learning to be with others, learning not to be so alone. At the Hyuga estate members of the branch family had begun participating in the police force. The first 4 dispatched performed excellently and the Byakugan's role in nighttime surveillance was irreplaceable. Hayashi was satisfied with this and Hisashi even more so. The branch family members stepping out, being recognized, needed and treated as Konoha shinobi rather than tools of the Hyuga branch, this was something Hisashi had waited many years for. Every time Minato visited the Hyuga residence Hisashi would prepare tea for him. The two would sit on the veranda drinking tea, chatting and watching Niji run around the yard. Niji was 3 years old, running fast and speaking well. He called Minato Uncle Minato, Naruto little brother Naruto, and Xianglin big sister Xianglin. There was no caged bird seal on his forehead yet. Minato looked at his forehead and thought, it never will be. Minato's prestige had reached its peak during these 8 months. It wasn't something he deliberately pursued, it happened naturally. He had killed Danzo, dismantled the root, neutralized the higher-ups, disbanded the Uchiha police force, reorganized the police force, freed the Hyuga branch members, brought back the orphan of the Uzumaki clan from the land of grass, accepted Itachi as a disciple, appointed Shisui as his personal guard, picked up Naruto from Fugaku's house every day and walked through the village every day so that everyone could see him. When people saw him they would bow, call out, Lord Fourth Hokage, and greet him with smiles. Children would chase him through the streets shouting, Uncle Fourth Hokage. He would stop, pat their heads and exchange a few words with a smile. Minato didn't think it was anything remarkable. He was just doing what he had to do. But the people didn't see it that way. They saw a Hokage who had crawled back from the brink of death, a Hokage who had killed Danzo and purged root, a Hokage who had freed the Uchiha from their cage, a Hokage who had rescued the Uzumaki orphan from the land of grass, a Hokage who personally picked up his child from home every day. They felt that this Hokage was different. That evening Minato picked up Naruto and Xianglin from Fugaku's house, put them to bed, then sat cross-legged in the living room and closed his eyes. Natural energy surged in from all directions, seeping through his skin, his breath every pore. The small sapling in his dantian gently swayed in the golden heat of the ninetales as if greeting him. He opened his eyes and looked at the moon outside the window. 8 months. It was time. Kurama, Minato murmured, do you think now is the right time to deal with the Hyuga's caged bird? In the sealed space the ninetales lay on the ground with closed eyes. Did you ask me? Minato chuckled. I wasn't asking you. I was asking myself. The ninetales' tail flicked lightly. Don't you already have the answer? Minato didn't reply. He stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze flowed in, cool and carrying the quiet of the night. The moon hung in the sky, large and round, casting a silvery sheen over the entire village of Konoha. Tomorrow it was time to act against the Hyuga's caged bird. The next morning when Minato arrived at the office, Shisui was already standing at the door. His back was ramrod straight, his eyes fixed on the corridor. 8 months had passed yet his stance had never changed, always the same, like a pillar ablaze a wall. Shisui, go fetch Hayashi Hyuga and Hisashi Hyuga. Both of them. Shisui nodded and turned away. Minato pushed open the office door, stepped inside and settled into his chair. The day's documents were already laid out on the desk, but he ignored them, pulling out a file from the drawer, one he had written himself, a reform proposal for the Hyuga clan's caged bird. He had spent 3 months drafting it and another 3 months revising, refining and weighing every word. Each sentence was carefully considered, each clause balanced for pros and cons. He placed the file on the desk, opened the first page and read it from beginning to end. Then he closed it, set it aside on the corner of the desk and waited. When Hayashi and Hisashi arrived, Minato was sipping tea. Shisui led them and Hayashi walking ahead, Hisashi following behind. Both wore calm expressions, but Minato could see what lay in their eyes, scrutiny in Hayashi's, anticipation in Hisashi's. Sit down. Minato set down his teacup. The two men took seats across the desk. Hayashi sat rigidly upright and Hisashi did the same, though his body tilted slightly forward as if waiting for something. Minato did not beat around the bush. He picked up the file from the desk and handed it to Hayashi. This is a reform proposal for the Hyuga clan's caged bird. Take a look. Hayashi took the file and opened the first page. His eyes moved line by line across the paper, his expression utterly unchanged. Hizashi sat beside him, not leaning in to look, but his body inched even further forward and he tapped his fingers lightly on his knee twice. Hayashi read slowly. Each page took a long time, each word read repeatedly. Minato did not rush him, simply picking up his teacup and continuing to drink. Shisui stood at the door like a pillar, motionless. The office was so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock was audible. After a long while Hayashi closed the file and placed it on the desk. He looked at Minato, his white eyes devoid of emotion. Fourth Hokage, this proposal is quite radical. Minato nodded. I know. Abolishing the caged bird, making branch and main families equal, this overturns 1,000 years of Hyuga tradition. I know. Hayashi was silent for a moment. Why do this? Minato set down his teacup and met Hayashi's gaze. Because the caged bird is wrong. The office fell silent. Hizashi's fingers stopped tapping, Shirsue's breath caught for a beat, and Hayashi's expression finally shifted, not into anger or shock but into something complex and ineffable. The original intent of the caged bird was to protect the Byakugan from falling into outsiders' hands. Minato's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. But its actual effect was to turn branch family members into accessories of the main family, stripping them of freedom, dignity and choice. That is not protection, it is enslavement. Hayashi said nothing. The Hyuga clan has been trapped by this system for 1,000 years. The main family is imprisoned by status, the branch family by the curse seal. No one has it easy, everyone wants change, but no one dares to speak. Minato looked at Hayashi. Now I am speaking for you. Hayashi was silent for a long time. He lowered his head, staring at the file on the desk for a long while. Then he lifted his gaze to Minato. Fourth Hokage, do you realize how much upheaval this proposal will cause if implemented? How many within the Hyuga clan will oppose it? What will the other clans think? What will the village's public opinion be? I know. Minato said. That is why I spent 8 months preparing. He stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. Morning sunlight streamed in, warming his face. The Uchiha have been disbanded, the police force has been restructured, and the Hyuga branch members have already stepped out. Danzo is dead, Root is gone, and the higher-ups have been sidelined. In Konoha today no one can stop this. He turned to face Hayashi. And besides, haven't you been waiting for this day? Hayashi's body trembled. He looked at Minato into those blue eyes for a long moment. Then he smiled. The smile was faint, light like a crack in the ice, revealing the water beneath. Minato, he addressed him by name, not Fourth Hokage, you are even bolder than I imagined. Minato smiled too. Without boldness nothing can be accomplished. Hizashi sat beside them saying nothing. But his eyes were red. Not from crying, from the red of having endured for so long and finally not needing to endure anymore. He looked at Minato, his lips moving as if to speak, but in the end nothing came out. Minato looked at him. Hizashi, you will be in charge of the branch family. Hizashi nodded. Yes. Minato returned to his desk, sat down and looked at Hayashi and Hizashi. The implementation will be in 3 phases. Phase 1, starting today the branch family will have the caged bird curse seal abolished. Phase 2, 1 year later main and branch families will be equal in status, with all positions open to competitive selection regardless of family branch. Phase 3, 3 years later the caged bird curse seal will be officially abolished and all existing seals will be removed. Hayashi listened and nodded. The timeline is acceptable. As for the specific execution, it must come from the Hyuga clan itself. I will not intervene or take the lead. This is a matter for the Hyuga, not for the Hokage. Hayashi looked at Minato, his eyes carrying something more, respect, gratitude and an indescribable deep emotion. Fourth Hokage, thank you. Minato shook his head. No need to thank me. I only did what needed to be done. Hayashi stood up and bowed to Minato. Hizashi also stood and bowed. The two turned and walked toward the door, Hayashi leading, Hizashi following. At the threshold Hizashi paused without turning back. Minato. Minato looked at him. Niji still has the wooden bird. He hugs it every night when he sleeps. Minato smiled. Next time I visit him I'll carve him another one. Hisashi nodded and stepped out of the office. Their footsteps faded down the corridor, one heavy one light. Heavy was Hayashi, light was Hisashi. Shisui stood at the door watching the two figures disappear, then turned to Minato. Fourth Hokage, aren't you afraid of opposition within the Hyuga clan? Minato leaned back in his chair staring at the ceiling. I am afraid. But what must be done no matter the fear. Shisui asked no more. Minato sat in the office for a while, then stood up and walked to the window. Sunlight fell on his face, warm and gentle. In the distance the village of Konoha slowly awakened in the morning light, with cooking smoke rising from chimneys and drifting into the sky. 8 months. The time had come. He turned, picked up his hat from the desk, placed it on his head and walked out of the office. Shisui followed behind. The two walked one after the other down the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, one after another like a heartbeat. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon his face in a warm glow. In the distance Konohagakure slowly stirred in the morning light. Cooking smoke rose from the chimneys of each household, drifting across the sky like a thin veil of gauze. He watched those wisps of smoke, the sun newly risen over the horizon, the figures multiplying on the streets, and his heart was calm. Not the calm of still water, but the taut coiled silence that precedes a storm, the kind that waits for something to shatter. Minato turned, picked up the bamboo hat on the desk, placed it upon his head and walked out of the office. Shisui followed in his footsteps. The two walked single file down the corridor, their steps echoing in the empty hallway, one beat another, like a heartbeat. At the entrance of the Hokage building Minato stopped and looked at Shisui. Shisui, you don't need to follow me today. Go to Fugaku's residence. Keep an eye on Naruto and Karen. Shisui hesitated. Fourth Hokage, your safety, within Konoha no one can harm me, Minato said. His tone was flat, not boasting, simply stating a fact. Shisui met his gaze, fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded and turned away. Minato walked alone through the streets of Konoha. The morning streets were alive. Steam rose from breakfast stalls. Someone sold dango, another soy milk. Children with school bags sprinted past, their laughter as clear as bells. He passed through them. Some recognized him, paused to bow, called out, Fourth Hokage-sama, and then returned to their chores. He nodded all along the way, smiled and never broke stride. The gate of the Hyuga compound stood open. When Minato entered, the guard at the entrance flinched in surprise, then hurriedly bowed. He did not wait for announcement. He walked straight inside. Gravel crunched beneath his feet. The pine trees on either side swayed gently in the morning breeze as if saluting him. The Hyuga meeting hall was spacious enough to seat dozens. When Minato arrived it was already full. The elders of the main family sat on the left. The branch family heads sat on the right. Hisashi sat at the head seat with Hinata's father beside him. Both wore composed expressions, but Minato could read what lay behind their eyes. Hisashi's was scrutiny, Hinata's father was expectation. The others were less controlled. Resentment and suspicion were carved into the faces of the main family elders. Unease and doubt defined the branch family heads. As Minato entered, the hall fell silent. All eyes turned to him, the young blonde Hokage, his bamboo hat, his white robe. He stopped beside Hisashi, did not sit, and stood facing everyone. I have come today to announce one matter. Minato's voice was not loud, yet every person in the hall heard it clearly. The caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan is hereby abolished, effective today. Chaos erupted in the hall. The main family elders sprang to their feet, voices overlapping. Fourth Hokage, this is an internal Hyuga matter. The caged bird seal has been our tradition for 1,000 years. You cannot abolish it on a whim. You are interfering in our family affairs. The branch family heads did not stand, but they whispered among themselves, their expressions shifting from unease and suspicion to shock and bewilderment. Minato said nothing. He simply stood there waiting. He waited for the noise to fade, for people to sit back down, for silence to reclaim the hall. Then he spoke. The original purpose of the caged bird seal was to protect the Byakugan from being stolen by outsiders. But its actual function has been to reduce the branch family to vassals of the main family, stripping them of their freedom, dignity, and right to choose. His voice remained calm, as though reciting a simple truth. This is not protection. This is enslavement. The Hyuga clan has been trapped by this system for over 1,000 years. The main family has been imprisoned by privilege. The branch family by curse. Neither has prospered. All have wanted change yet none have dared to speak. Today I speak for you all. A main family elder rose, his face flushed crimson. Fourth Hokage, you are an outsider. By what right do you meddle in Hyuga affairs? Minato looked at him. By the right of my position as Hokage. By the fact that every villager of Konoha, regardless of surname, regardless of clan, is someone I am sworn to protect. And by the fact that the branch family has been caged for a millennium and I am the first to offer them a key. The elder opened his mouth ready to retort, but when he met Minato's eyes he closed it again. Those blue eyes held no anger, no threat. Only something quiet and unshakable, like a nail driven deep, impossible to pull free. Minato withdrew a document from his robe and placed it on the table. The plan unfolds in 3 stages. Stage 1, beginning today the caged bird seal is removed from all branch family members. Stage 2, 1 year from now the main and branch families shall be equal in status and all positions open to public competition. Stage 3, 3 years from now the caged bird seal is formally abolished and all existing seals are lifted. Silence fell over the hall once more. But this was not the silence of outrage, it was the breathless hush of anticipation, as though everyone waited for something heavy to land. The branch family heads gazed at the document, at the words upon it, at Minato's face. Something shifted in their eyes, from shock to confusion to doubt and then to a fragile tentative hope too careful to be named. Hizashi rose and surveyed the assembled faces. I endorse the Fourth Hokage's plan. The main family elders froze. They stared at Hizashi, at the clan head, at the man who should have been their staunchest defender of tradition. Hizashi's expression was calm, but in his eyes burned a light they had never seen before. The caged bird seal is wrong, he said, his voice low but each word distinct. I have known this for a long time. I was simply too afraid to say it. Today the Fourth Hokage spoke it for me. Hinata's father also rose. He did not speak. He simply stood there looking at the branch family heads. They met his gaze, and the bandage upon his forehead beneath which the seal was still carved. But his eyes held no bitterness, no rage. Only the same quiet, unyielding resolve that lived in Minato's eyes. A branch family head rose, his voice trembling. Fourth Hokage, is this true? The caged bird, can it truly be abolished? Minato looked at him. Yes. Can the branch family, truly be free? Yes. Tears spilled from the elder's eyes. He did not wipe them. He simply stood there letting them fall dripping onto the floor. The other branch family heads rose as well, one after another. None spoke. They only stood gazing at Minato. Minato looked back at them and in his heart stirred an indescribable feeling. Not joy. Not satisfaction. Something quieter, steadier, the deep contentment of prying open a lock sealed for 1,000 years and hearing that single crystalline click. News spread swiftly. By that afternoon the entire Mai knew the caged bird of the Rishiang clan had been abolished. Not abolished in secret but openly and justly. The Fourth Hokage personally visited the Rishiang estate and before everyone announced the reform plan. The patriarch of the main Rishiang family agreed and the patriarch of the branch family agreed as well. The elders of the main family opposed it but to no avail. Because the Hokage stood with the branch family, the patriarch stood with the branch family and the era itself stood with the branch family. The villagers' reactions were mixed. Some applauded with joy, the branch family members should have been freed long ago. The Fourth Hokage is truly bold, daring to touch even the millennia-old tradition of the Rishiang clan. This is what a Hokage should do. Some watched coldly, what business is it of outsiders to meddle in the Rishiang family's affairs? With the caged bird abolished, how will the secrets of the Baiyan be protected? The Fourth Hokage is too hasty, it will cause chaos. Yet regardless of opinion everyone knew one thing, Mai had changed. From the day the root was purged, from the day the Uchiha police force was disbanded, from the day the Rishiang branch family members walked out of their walls, Mai had been transforming. Now it was changing even faster. Shuemen cared little about what others thought. He cared about results. That evening Rizhao came to the Hokage's office. He stood at the doorway, not entering, just gazing at Shuemen. Shuemen, the branch family members wish to see you. Shuemen looked up. Now. They are waiting in the clan compound. Many of them. Shuemen put down his pen, picked up his hat and walked out of the office. Jishue followed behind. Rizhao led the way. The three walked in single file through the twilight. The sky was darkening, the setting sun dyeing all of my a deep orange red. People on the streets were finishing work and heading home. When they saw Shuemen pass, they would stop, bow, call out, "Lord Fourth Hokage," then continue with their tasks. The courtyard of the Rishian clan was filled with people. Not the main family but the branch family. Men, women, the elderly, children. Hundreds of them stood in the twilight watching Shuemen. Their foreheads were bound with cloth strips, and beneath those strips were carved the caged bird curses. Some strips were dark, some light, some new, some old. A few strips had yellowed as if they had been worn for many years. Shuemen walked before them, stopped and looked at them. No one spoke. The wind swept through the courtyard, rustling the pine branches and stirring the cloth strips on the people's heads. An old man stepped forward. He was very aged, back bent hair, white face etched with deep wrinkles like knife cuts. He walked up to Shuemen, gazed at him for a long moment. Then he knelt, not a bow but a full prostration, both knees on the ground, forehead touching the earth. The others followed one by one like dominoes falling, from front to back, from the elderly to the children, all knelt. Shuemen stood there watching them kneel before him, his heart seized by an indescribable feeling. Not moved, not distressed, but something indefinable. "Rise," he said. No one moved. "Rise," he said again, his voice louder this time. The old man lifted his head, looking at Shuemen, tears streaming from his clouded eyes. "Lord Fourth Hokage," the old man's voice was hoarse as if he had not spoken in a long time, "we have waited for this day, for decades. Some waited a lifetime and never saw it. I am old, but I have lived to see it." Shuemen crouched down, supporting the old man's arm, helping him to his feet. "Rise. You need not kneel to me. I only did what was right." The old man stood but still hunched, unwilling to straighten fully. Shuemen looked at his forehead, at the yellowed cloth strip, at the curse mark carved beneath it for a lifetime. He reached out and gently touched the strip. "This. Soon it will no longer be needed." The old man's tears flowed even more freely. He did not wipe them away, he just stood there weeping, watching Shuemen. The others also rose, crowding around, gazing at Shuemen. In their eyes were tears, light and something long suppressed finally being released. Shuemen looked at them and the blockage in his heart slowly dissolved. That night Shuemen stayed in the Rishian compound for a long time. He spoke with the branch family members one by one. He listened to their stories, heard how they had lived through these years, learned what the caged bird had brought them. Some wept as they spoke, some laughed, some fell silent, just sitting there staring at the ceiling with hollow eyes. Shuemen listened without interrupting, without offering comfort, without saying, "It's all over." He knew that their pain could not be soothed by a single phrase. All he could do was listen, remember, and then change things. When he left the Rishian compound, the sky was pitch black. The moon hung on the horizon, large and round, bathing all of Mai in a silver sheen. Shuemen walked home, his steps slower than usual. Jishue followed behind, silent. The two walked in single file under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long and thin like two black rivers flowing across a silver ground. At the doorstep Shuemen stopped and turned to look at Jishue. "Jishue, what did you see today?" Jishue thought for a moment. "I saw many people kneeling." "And what else?" Jishue thought again. "I saw their eyes. There were tears and light." Shuemen nodded. "Remember those eyes." He pushed open the door and entered the house. Mingren and Xianglin were already asleep. He walked to the cradle and looked at them, Mingren's round face, Xianglin's slender one. Both slept soundly, their breaths soft like two little animals. Shuemen watched for a while, gently rocking the cradle, then went to the living room, sat cross-legged on the tatami and closed his eyes. Natural energy surged from all directions, seeping in through his skin, breath in every pore. The small sapling in his dantian swayed gently in the golden heat of Joe as if greeting him. "Julama," Shuemen murmured softly, "one day you too will break free from this cage." Shuemen spoke no more. He closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. Natural energy flowed slowly through his body, unhurried like a quiet stream. The small sapling in his dantian swayed gently in the heat of Joe as if dancing. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling onto the floor, spreading a layer of white. Shuemen sat in the moonlight, his breathing deepening and lengthening, his heartbeat slowing and steadying, his thoughts settling like sediment sinking gradually to the bottom of water. The Hyuga matter had barely come to an end. Minato sat in his office twirling a pen between his fingers, yet his mind was occupied with something else entirely. Kakashi. That child, it had been a long while since he had told him about his father. Surely he had come to accept it by now, Minato thought. These days whenever he came by to see Naruto and Karen, Kakashi would stand off to the side watching, saying nothing, not smiling, his face utterly devoid of expression. Minato knew what was going through his mind. The death of his father, the death of Obito, the death of Rin, and the death of Kushina, everyone one by one had been torn from his side. He thought he had grown accustomed to it, thought that if he hid the wounds and refused to look they would stop hurting. But Minato knew those wounds had never healed. They had only been pressed down into the deepest recesses of his heart, rotting there, throbbing there. Minato set down his pen. "Shisui, fetch Kakashi for me." Shisui nodded and turned away. Minato leaned back in his chair, stared at the ceiling and pondered for a while. Kakashi came quickly. He stood in the doorway, silver white hair slightly mussed, covering half his face, leaving only one eye exposed. That eye was bloodshot, not from crying but from lack of sleep. "Sensei." His voice as always was hoarse. Minato rose, picked up the bamboo hat from the desk and placed it on his head. "Kakashi, walk with me." Kakashi faltered for a moment but didn't ask why. He stepped aside to clear the path. Minato walked out of the office and Kakashi trailed behind. The two walked one after the other through the corridor, footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, one heavy, one light. As they emerged from the Hokage building, sunlight flooded over them, making Minato squint. He stood on the steps, drawing a long breath. "Come, let's go see the sea." Kakashi's stride faltered for an instant. The sea. Konoha lay deep within the land of fire, the nearest coastline hundreds of miles away. But he asked nothing, only followed. He knew his teacher wouldn't say such a thing without purpose. Minato used the flying thunder god technique to bring Kakashi to the shore. Once there, Minato spoke. "How have you been these days?" Kakashi was silent for a while. "Fine." Minato smiled. "What does fine mean?" Kakashi fell silent once more. He didn't answer, not because he was unwilling but because he didn't know how. "How have you been?" He had asked himself that question countless times, and every time the answer was the same: fine. Not bad, not good. Not happy, not pained. He simply lived, completed missions, ate, slept, woke, and completed more missions. Like a machine, it moved when a button was pressed and stopped when it wasn't. Minato didn't press further. Standing there looking out from this height, one could see far, far away, mountains, rivers, plains, and a silver thread gleaming at the edge of the sky. That was the sea. Kakashi gazed at that silver thread, a nameless feeling stirring within him. Not shock, not emotion, something very quiet, very hollow. Minato sat down on a boulder by the roadside and patted the stone beside him, signaling Kakashi to sit. Kakashi sat, and the two sat shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the distant sea. "Kakashi," Minato said, "I intend to seal your Sharingan." Kakashi turned his head to look at Minato. The one visible eye held a hint of confusion. "Your Sharingan was a gift from Obito. It wasn't awakened by yourself, so it has been consuming your chakra ceaselessly. You can't turn it off, can't stop it. It drains you while you sleep, while you eat, while you stand still. Your health has never been good all these years, and this is largely the reason." Kakashi said nothing. He knew it well. The Sharingan Obito had given him was both his pride and his burden. He had never spoken of it to anyone, but every word Minato said was true. Minato drew a scroll from his chest and handed it to Kakashi. "This is a sealing formula I've developed recently. It seals your Sharingan within your body so it won't drain your chakra in daily life. In battle you can cut through the seal with chakra and release the Sharingan. Then seal it again when the fight is over. It won't hinder your growth in strength, and it will no longer wear down your body." Kakashi accepted the scroll. He didn't open it, just clutched it tightly. And Minato turned his head, looking at the distant sea. "About your father, you know now." Kakashi's hand clenched even harder. "I remember the first time I met you. You were just a little thing. Dressed in white, carrying your father's short blade on your back with light in your eyes, like a fledgling that had just learned to fly." Minato's voice was soft, as if talking to Kakashi or perhaps to himself. "At that time your father was still alive. Obito was still here. Rin was still here. You would laugh, quarrel with Obito, and practice your father's swordsmanship. Kakashi lowered his head looking at the scroll in his hands. Its cover was white spotless with not a single character written on it. And now? Minato asked. How long has it been since you last touched your father's short blade? How long since you last practiced the sword? Kakashi, you've locked yourself in a cage for far too long. Kakashi's lips moved but no words came out. I'm not blaming you, Minato said. You've lost too many people. Anyone else might not have been able to endure it. You endured it, that alone is no small feat. But you can't stay like this forever. He rose and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Take this sealing formula. Whether to use it or not is for you to decide. Whether to learn your father's swordsmanship is also for you to decide. I just want you to know, you don't have to carry all those things forever. What should be laid down you may lay down. Kakashi kept his head lowered staring at the scroll in his hand. Sunlight scattered across his white hair making it shine like winter snow. Minato turned and walked back. After a few steps he paused without looking back. Kakashi think it over carefully. Then he was gone. The sound of his footsteps faded along the mountain path growing fainter and fainter until it vanished entirely. Kakashi sat alone on the boulder atop the mountain gazing at the sea in the distance. The silver thread glittered at the edge of the sky like another world. He lowered his head and opened the scroll. The sealing formula was written in great detail, every step clearly marked, even several lines of precautions listed. Minato's handwriting was neat and meticulous, each stroke drawn with care as if he were doing something profoundly important. Kakashi looked at those words for a very long time. Wind blew in from the sea stirring his hair and rustling the pages of the scroll. He raised his head and looked once more at the distant sea. Kakashi sat on a rock gripping the scroll tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. The silver line on the water's surface had already turned to gold and the setting sun was sinking lower, dyeing the entire ocean in shades of orange and red. Waves crashed against the reef rocks along the shore one by one, producing a dull muffled sound like the beating of a heart. He did not look at the scroll. He had already memorized every word within the scroll. The steps of the sealing technique, the flow of chakra, the precautions, Minato had written them in meticulous detail, as thorough as though teaching a child who understood nothing at all. He had read it over and over again until those characters felt etched into his mind. But still he had not made his decision. Decision. The word felt far too heavy for him to bear. Every decision he had made in all these years had led to disastrous consequences. Deciding to become a shinobi, his father died. Deciding to carry out that mission, Obito died. Deciding to save Rin, Rin died. Deciding to stay in Konoha, Mistress Kushina died as well. He no longer knew whether his decisions were flawed or whether the problem lay within himself all along. Every time he thought he had made the right choice, reality would deliver a devastating blow. Kakashi lowered his head and gazed at his hands. They were large with prominent knuckles and several faint scars on the back. He remembered the first time those hands had gripped his father's short blade. The hilt had been cold and heavy, his hands too small to hold it firmly, and the sword had fallen to the ground with a crisp ringing sound. His father had not helped him pick it up. Instead he had simply stood nearby watching with a smile and said, "Kakashi, when you grow up this blade will be yours." He had waited until that day came, but his father was no longer with him. That short sword was now locked away in a cabinet, never to be taken out again. Kakashi closed his eyes. A sea breeze blew in, carrying the salty scent of the ocean and a hint of coolness. So many memories surfaced, those people he had long dared not think of. His father. The White Fang. Hero of Konoha. Shame of Konoha. He remembered the sight of his father lying in a pool of blood, the white short blade fallen to the ground beside him, and the expression on his father's face, not one of suffering but rather a profound, almost peaceful serenity, as though he had finally found release. He had been too young then to understand why his father chose to die. Years later he understood, but he wished he had never come to understand. For understanding only birthed hatred. He hated those who had driven his father to such a fate, and he hated his father for allowing them to succeed. Most of all he hated himself for being utterly powerless to change anything. Obito. That perpetually late bottom-of-the-class idiot, the one who cried about wanting to become Hokage, his dearest friend who had given him the Sharingan. He remembered Obito crushed beneath the rubble, that half-crushed body, and the final words Obito had spoken, "Kakashi, help me save Rin." He had promised, but he had failed to keep that promise. Rin. The girl who always smiled, who bandaged his wounds whenever he was injured, the one who ultimately chose to die at his own hands. He remembered the warmth of Rin's blood splashing against his face, the gradual dimming of the light in her eyes, and himself kneeling on the ground cradling her lifeless body, weeping like a madman. And then there was Mistress Kushina, the red-haired woman who always wore a smile, who had knitted him a scarf. He remembered her lying in a pool of blood, and her final wish, "Kakashi, please take care of Naruto for me." He had promised, but he had no idea how to care for an infant. He could barely take care of himself. Kakashi opened his eyes and looked out at the distant sea. The sun had already sunk halfway below the horizon. The golden hue upon the water was fading, transforming into a deep somber blue. The waves continued to crash against the reef rocks, steady, unhurried, relentless. He lowered his head and looked at the scroll in his hands. The white cover bore no writing at all. Completely blank, as if waiting for him to inscribe something upon it himself. Kakashi stood up. Minato was standing a short distance away, his back turned, gazing out at the sea. Golden hair stirred gently in the sea breeze, and his white Hokage robe fluttered loudly in the wind. He did not turn around or speak. He simply stood there like an ancient tree rooted firmly to the earth. Kakashi walked over and took his place beside Minato. "Sensei." Minato turned his head to look at him. "Seal away the Sharingan." Minato studied the eye exposed beneath Kakashi's forehead protector, red with 3 tomo rotating slowly. He gazed for a long while, then nodded. "Sit down." Kakashi sat back upon the rock. Minato stood before him and began forming hand seals. Snake, boar, hare, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. Each seal was formed slowly and steadily, as though he were performing an act of utmost solemnity. Chakra gathered at the fingertips of Minato's hands, and blue light shone brilliantly against the darkening twilight. Minato placed his hand upon Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi felt a warm force surging from Minato's palm into his eye. It was not painful. Rather, it was an unusual sensation, as though something was slowly wrapping itself around his eye. The Sharingan's chakra resisted, but that resistance was feeble, like a small stream encountering a towering dam. Slowly, ever so slowly, it was held back, pressed down, and sealed away. Minato's hand lingered upon Kakashi's eye for a moment before withdrawing. "It is done." Kakashi opened his eyes. The world seen through his left eye had grown somewhat dimmer, not obscured, but rather the sensation of seeing without being consumed had returned. In the past, when the Sharingan was active, his left eye had always been brighter, keener, and far more draining than his right. Now that exhausting sensation was gone. His left eye had become ordinary and tranquil, requiring no deliberate effort to maintain. Kakashi blinked several times, testing the unfamiliar sensation. It felt strange, as though a heavy burden he had carried for far too long had suddenly been lifted. His body felt lighter, though it took some adjustment. "I have imparted the fundamental circulation of the sealing technique," Minato said. "Upon returning, practice it diligently. In battle, use chakra to draw the seal near your left eye, to release it, and draw it once more after the fight to reseal it." Kakashi nodded. He rose to his feet and looked at Minato. "Sensei, regarding this technique, cultivate it on your own when you return," Minato replied. "There is no need to rush. Proceed at your own pace. Try releasing and resealing it repeatedly until it becomes second nature." Kakashi nodded again. He tucked the scroll into his chest and turned to leave. "Kakashi." He paused. Minato did not look at him, his gaze fixed instead upon the distant sea. The sun had completely descended below the horizon. Only the last sliver of orange-red light remained upon the sea surface, like a thread on the verge of extinguishment. The first star of the evening appeared in the sky, small, bright, seeming to blink. When water is too clear, there are no fish. Kakashi turned to face Minato's silhouette. "Konoha is like this sea," Minato said. His voice was soft, yet every word was clear. "Where there is light, there is darkness. There are moments of calm and moments of violent storms. There are things visible and things hidden. Your father died in the darkness, as I have told you before. The Anbu, the shinobi world, this very village, all are like this sea, forever uncertain of what the next moment may bring." He turned his head to look at Kakashi. Those blue eyes shone with uncommon brilliance in the deepening twilight. "And all that we can do is continually grow stronger to protect what we hold dear. Not for vengeance, not to prove anything, simply so that those important to us will never vanish from our sides once more." Kakashi gazed at Minato for a long time. Then he lowered his head and murmured softly, "I understand." Minato smiled. It was a faint gentle smile, yet Kakashi could see it clearly. "Return home. You have duties tomorrow." Kakashi nodded. After Minato sent Kakashi back using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato returned himself. He stood by the seashore continuing to gaze out at the sea. The waves still crashed against the reef rocks one by one, steady and unhurried. Stars emerged one by one overhead as though someone were kindling lamps across the sky. Minato remained by the shore for a long time until the heavens grew completely dark, until the moon rose above the sea illuminating the entire ocean like a silver mirror. He turned and used the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha. The village was quiet. Most people had slept, with only a few ANBU patrols still on duty. Minato walked along the deserted streets, his footsteps echoing softly upon the stone pavement. Moonlight fell upon him, stretching his shadow long behind him like a river of darkness. When he reached the entrance of his home, he paused and noticed the light still burning within. It was Kashiwade who had left it on. That girl always left a lamp lit before sleeping, fearful that he would return to darkness. Minato pushed open the door and entered. Naruto and Kashiwade had already fallen asleep, sharing the same bed, their heads resting close together, breathing softly like two small creatures. Minato stood by the bedside for a while, then gently pulled the blanket over them and switched off the light. He sat down in the living room, not to train but simply to sit there gazing at the moon through the window. Moonlight streamed through the window and pooled upon the floor, spreading a layer of white. "Kurama," Minato whispered softly. "Do you think Kakashi can walk out of this darkness this time?" The Nine Tails lying within his furnace closed his eyes. "Whether he walks out or not depends on himself. You have done all that you can do." Minato pondered for a moment. "That is true." The next afternoon Minato finished the last document, set down his pen, leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. The documents on his desk were stacked high, but he processed them quickly, not out of carelessness but because his mind moved fast. One read was enough to remember, one thought was enough to reach a conclusion, there was no need to ponder repeatedly. Shisui stood at the doorway. Seeing him put down his pen, he shifted slightly, knowing Minato was about to leave. "Shisui, you can get off work first." Minato stood up, picking up his hat. Shisui nodded, turned and left. Minato walked out of the office. The corridor was empty and the setting sun streamed through the windows, painting the entire hallway orange-red. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, steady and unhurried. As he stepped out of the Hokage building, sunlight washed over him, making him squint. He stood on the steps and took a deep breath. The air carried the scent of soil, the fragrance of flowers and the aroma of dinner drifting from afar. The Fugaku family's door was open. Before Minato even reached the entrance, he heard Naruto's voice, not crying but a babbling sound as if he were talking to someone. He quickened his pace and walked in, seeing Mikoto holding Naruto on the porch soaking up the sun. Karen sat beside her, a book in her hands, but her eyes kept stealing glances at Naruto. Sasuke was asleep in the cradle beside her, limbs spread out like a little frog. "Papa." Karen was the first to notice him. She jumped down from the porch and ran up to him. Minato crouched down and Karen threw herself into his arms, her small hands gripping his collar tightly. He had grown accustomed to this gesture of Karen's. Every time she saw him she did the same, as if to confirm that he had truly come, that he truly hadn't abandoned her. "Were you good today?" Minato ruffled her hair. Karen's voice was muffled, coming from his embrace. Minato smiled, picked her up and walked over to the porch. Mikoto was watching them with a smile, and Naruto in her arms had already reached out his little hands toward Minato. Blue eyes met blue eyes. Naruto smiled, revealing a few tiny baby teeth. Holding Karen with one arm, Minato took Naruto from Mikoto's arms with the other. Two children in his arms, one heavy, one light, one squirming, one still. Naruto wriggled in his hold, tiny hands grabbing at his collar, calling out, "Papa, Papa," in a slurred voice like a shout and a song at once. Karen leaned quietly against his shoulder, her little hand also clutching his collar, not as tightly as Naruto's, but she didn't let go either. "Come on," Minato said, "I'll take you to watch the sunset." Naruto didn't understand, but he smiled. Karen understood, her eyes brightened and she nodded. Minato carried the two children out of the Fugaku house and walked toward the Hokage rock. The sun sank slowly behind him, stretching his shadow long and far like a dark river. Naruto wriggled in his arms, pointing at the little flowers, dogs and birds by the roadside, shouting, "Look, look, look." Karen leaned quietly against his shoulder watching the same thing, saying nothing, but her eyes shone. The wind was strong on the Hokage rock. Minato sat down atop the Fourth Hokage's statue, setting Naruto on his lap and Karen beside him. From here the whole village of Konoha lay at their feet, houses in row, streets in lines, people as small as ants. The setting sun dyed the entire village orange-red. The roof tiles glistened under the sun as if coated with a layer of gold. It was Naruto's first time sitting so high up. His eyes widened as he looked at the village below, his mouth hanging open, speechless. Karen sat beside Minato, her hands propped on the stone legs stretched straight, gazing at the distant sunset. Her red hair fluttered in the wind like a small banner. Minato looked at the two children and a feeling he couldn't name rose in his heart. Not joy, not satisfaction, something quiet and solid. Karen, Minato said, look. This is Konoha. From now on this is your home. Karen looked at the village below for a long time. Then she said softly, it's big. Minato smiled. Yeah, it's big. You'll get to know it slowly, every street, every corner, every person. Karen said no more. She leaned against Minato's shoulder watching the distant sunset. Naruto squirmed on Minato's lap for a while, then grew tired, leaned into his chest and quieted down. The two children, one on each side, leaned against him, both quiet, both gazing at the distant horizon. Minato too looked into the distance. The sun was sinking, the orange-red light fading bit by bit into a deep somber blue. The clouds at the horizon were painted purple and gold like a vast oil painting. Wind blew from afar, carrying the scent of forest and soil. Many thoughts crossed Minato's mind. As for Konoha, what needed to be done was already done. Root was purged, Danzo dead, the High Council rendered powerless. The Uchiha were disbanded, the police force reorganized, and members of the Hyuga branch family had stepped out. The caged bird seal was abolished and the branch family was free. Itachi was changing too. Kakashi was learning to let go, trying to take up his father's short blade again. The village was rebuilding, growing better and stronger. Everything was moving in the right direction. Next, all that remained was to wait for these children to grow up. Naruto, Sasuke, Karen, Neji, Itachi, and the younger ones he hadn't met yet. They would become the next generation of Konoha ninja, stronger, smarter and more resilient than them. He didn't need to pave every road for them. He only needed to give them a safe, fair place where they could grow freely. The rest they would walk themselves. Then there was his own matter. Minato closed his eyes and sensed his body. The little sapling in his dantian had grown into a small tree, not a towering one but a straight tender green sapling full of vitality. The Ninetail's golden heat flowed around it, giving it warmth and strength. Natural energy surged in from all directions, absorbed and transformed by the sapling, then circulated through his entire body. He could feel his body transforming bit by bit. Not a sudden rebirth overnight, but a slow, continuous change like the growth of a plant. His cells were becoming denser, his meridians tougher, his bones harder, his blood purer. Not stronger, better. Not an increase in quantity but a change in quality. Minato silently calculated. The first stage of transformation would take about 5 years. 5 years later his body would enter an entirely new state, not a temporary superficial enhancement like chakra but a permanent fundamental change. At that time his strength would undergo a terrifying surge. Not the kind of growth from learning a new jutsu, but an all-around elevation of his basic attributes, speed, strength, reaction, perception, recovery, all doubled or even more. 5 years. Not too long, not too short. Naruto would be 5, then old enough for school. Karen would be 8. Sasuke 6, Neji 9, Itachi 13. By then Konoha should be completely different. Minato opened his eyes and looked at the distant horizon. The sun had fully set, leaving only a last trace of orange-red light hanging at the edge of the sky like a thread about to burn out. The first star appeared at the horizon, small, bright, as if blinking. Karen, Minato said, what do you want to do in the future? Karen thought for a moment. I want to help Papa. Minato smiled. Help me with what? Karen thought again. Everything. I want to do everything. Minato ruffled her hair and asked no more. Naruto had fallen asleep in his arms, his little mouth slightly open, breathing softly, his small hand still clutching Minato's collar tightly. Karen leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes too, breathing slow and long. Minato sat on the Hokage rock holding both children, watching the stars in the sky light up one by one. Wind blew from afar carrying the coolness of night, stirring his hair, Karen's red hair and the fine golden baby hairs on Naruto's forehead. What needed to be done had been done. The rest was left to time and these children. And his own path was still long. Days passed one after another. Each morning Minato went to the Hokage's office to review documents. In the afternoon he taught Itachi ninjutsu, and in the evening he picked up Naruto and Karen from Fugaku's house. After returning home he trained and slept. It was the same as before, yet somehow different. The difference lay in his training entering a new phase. Previously his training had been about restoration, repairing a body drained by chakra, mending torn meridians, replenishing hollowed cells. Now his training was about transformation, slowly turning an ordinary body into a more advanced, more perfect and more nature-aligned existence. Not into a monster, not into a deity, but into a better version of himself. Every evening Minato would sit in the living room, cross-legged, eyes closed, entering sage mode. Natural energy surged from all directions, seeping through his skin, breath in every pore. The small sapling in his dantian swayed gently within the golden heat of the ninetales as if dancing or breathing. He no longer deliberately guided the natural energy. In the past he had to use his will to control, direct and tame those wild surges. Now the natural energy seemed to recognize his body, knowing where to go and what to do. It came and went on its own, absorbed by the sapling, transformed by it. Minato did nothing but sit there, letting his body do what it needed to do. This feeling was strange yet pleasant. Like sitting in a small boat, letting the water flow and the boat drift. No need to paddle or pole, just sit and watch the scenery slowly recede along the banks. A month passed. Minato could feel his skin becoming smoother, not from any applied substance but a healthy radiant smoothness emanating from within. The scars left from battlefields were gradually fading, some small ones had already vanished. 2 months passed. Minato could feel his strength increasing. Not the kind of strength from muscle training, but a force surging from his bones, tendons and every cell. Things he couldn't lift before he could now. Weights he couldn't raise he now could. It wasn't about becoming stronger, it was about becoming more powerful. 3 months passed. Minato could feel his speed increasing, not the speed enhanced by chakra but the raw speed of his body. It used to take him 15 minutes to walk from home to the Hokage's office. Now at the same unhurried pace he arrived in 12 minutes. It wasn't that he walked faster, his body had become lighter, each step longer, his landing softer and his rebound more powerful. 6 months passed. Minato could sense his perception sharpening. Previously, when entering sage mode, he could detect chakra fluctuations within several miles. Now he could perceive them even without entering sage mode. Closing his eyes he could sense the chakra of everyone in Fugaku's house, Mikoto cooking in the kitchen, Fugaku reading in the study, Itachi doing homework in his room and Sasuke running around the living room. He could sense Naruto and Karen sleeping, their breaths soft, heartbeats slow. He could sense Shisui standing at the office door, his back straight, eyes fixed on the corridor. He could sense Kakashi at home, sitting by the window gazing at the moon, holding that scroll in his hand. A year passed. Minato stood before the mirror looking at himself. Golden hair, blue eyes, pale skin. As identical as a year ago, yet somehow different. It was hard to pinpoint exactly what had changed, it was his entire aura. Before he was like a blade, sharp, bright, ready to be drawn at any moment. Now he was like a tree, steady roots deep in the earth, branches reaching toward the sky, swaying in the wind but never falling. Looking at himself in the mirror he thought of Kushina. If she were alive, what would she say seeing him now? She would probably say, "Minato, you've lost weight again," then cook a huge meal, watch him eat and say with a smile, "Eat more, eat more." At that thought Minato's lips curved into a smile, then slowly faded. He turned and left the bathroom. Naruto was now 2 years old. He had learned to run, jump and speak in full sentences. His hair was even blonder, his eyes bluer and his smile resembled Kushina's more than ever. Every time Minato picked him up from Fugaku's house, Naruto would run over, hug his leg, look up and call out, "Dad." That single word softened Minato's heart every time. Karen was now 5. She had grown much taller, her hair redder, her eyes bluer. She no longer curled up in corners like when she first arrived. She initiated conversations, helped with chores and took care of Naruto and Sasuke. She still didn't laugh much, but she could smile. That smile was small and faint, but every time Minato saw it he felt a warmth in his heart. Itachi was 9. He had grown taller, his voice had changed slightly and the baby fat on his face had faded, revealing the contours of adolescence. He was no longer as somber as before. He laughed, argued with Sasuke, bickered with Karen, and wrote in his diary, "Today's school lunch wasn't good, but I ate it all anyway." Reading his diary, Minato sometimes laughed out loud. Kakashi had changed. He sealed his Sharingan and took out his father's short sword from the cabinet. He began training in swordsmanship, rising before dawn every day to swing his blade on the training ground. His progress was swift, not because of talent but because of sheer diligence. Minato sometimes watched him train from a distance, not disturbing him. Kakashi knew he was watching but never stopped, continuing to swing stroke after stroke, sweat dripping from his face to the ground. Shisui still stood at the office door every day, back straight, eyes fixed on the corridor. But his posture was no longer as rigid as before. He was like a tree, steady, roots deep in the earth, branches reaching toward the sky. Minato still trained every night. Natural energy surged from all directions, absorbed and transformed by the sapling, then flowing through his entire body. His body was transforming bit by bit, not an overnight rebirth but a slow, continuous process like the growth of a plant. Time flowed like water, silent and imperceptible. Each day Minato reviewed documents, taught Itachi, picked up his children, and trained, living a steady and grounded life. His body was gradually transforming, akin to a tree slowly taking root, outwardly showing little change, yet beneath the surface the roots were delving deeper and spreading wider. But in the unseen corners of Konoha, on the other side of the shinobi world, undercurrents were stirring. The land of rain, the hidden rain village. The sky was eternally overcast, rain always falling without cease. This land knew no clear skies, no sunlight, only endless rain and mud. In the tallest tower of the village a single lamp burned in the darkness, its dim yellow light piercing the rain, appearing utterly solitary. At the tower's top floor a man sat in a chair, his body as thin as dried wood, skin pale as paper, with long red hair cascading down the back of the chair, almost trailing on the ground. Several black receivers jutted from his spine, extending all the way to the back of his skull like nails, pinning him to that chair. His eyes were purple with concentric rings spreading outward from the pupils, the Rinnegan. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, legendary for their power over life and death. He was called Nagato. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a disciple of Jiraiya and the shadow leader of the Akatsuki. But he had long ceased to think of himself as Nagato. He saw himself as a god, a judge of this world, a savior destined to bring peace to the shinobi realm. Yet his body could no longer endure. The prolonged chakra drain had reduced him to a skeleton. All he could do now was sit in this chair, using black rods to control 6 corpses, the 6 paths of pain, to walk, fight and pass judgment on this world in his stead. Konan stood beside him, clad in the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds of paper flower in her hair. She gazed at Nagato's back in silence. She had grown accustomed to silence, to standing behind him, to watching his body deteriorate day by day while being powerless to help. Black Zetsu emerged from the darkness. His body was black like a human figure drawn in ink, with no facial features, only a vague outline. He was the embodiment of Kageyas, while having lived for millennia, witnessing all of shinobi history. His voice was soft and slippery like a serpent slithering. Nagato, news from Konoha. Nagato's eyes shifted. Speak. The Ninetales incident is over a year past. Minato Namikaze is still alive and thriving. He killed Danzo, dismantled the root, sidelined the elders, broke up the Uchiha and even abolished the Hyuga's caged bird seal. Konoha's power is now firmly in his hands. No one can shake his position. Nagato was silent for a moment. Minato Namikaze, the disciple of Master Jiraiya. Also the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu added. He sealed the Ninetales within himself. He is stronger now than before. Konan spoke. Can we deal with him? Black Zetsu paused. Not now. Nagato turned his head to look at Black Zetsu. Those Rinnegan eyes held no emotion, only something deep and heavy like an abyss, bottomless. Nagato, your current body cannot endure. Though the 6 paths of pain are powerful, Minato Namikaze's speed is overwhelming. The Flying Thunder God is a counter to the Rinnegan. Your vision has blind spots and he can move freely between them. As you are now, you are no match for him. Nagato said nothing. He knew Black Zetsu spoke the truth. His Rinnegan could see through all jutsu, control life and death, but it had a fatal flaw, limited field of vision. Where he could see he was a god, where he could not see he was blind. And Minato's Flying Thunder God precisely exploited the unseen places. That man could teleport across a battlefield, appear in your blind spot and cross 1,000 miles in an instant. No matter how powerful the Rinnegan, it cannot see what lies beyond its sight. So what then? Nagato asked. Black Zetsu walked to the window gazing at the rain outside. Wait. Wait for what? Wait for Madara to recover. Wait for your Rinnegan to truly mature. Wait for the day you can fully unleash its power. Nagato fell silent for a moment. What of Uchiha Madara? Black Zetsu turned facing Nagato. Madara-sama is occupied with certain matters. Nagato's brow twitched but he said no more. Black Zetsu however smiled. That smile was faint subtle but Nagato could see the calculation in his eyes, a scheming a millennia-old constant. Black Zetsu nodded and turned back into the darkness. His figure slowly dissolved into the dark like a drop of ink in water soon becoming invisible. Konan watched the direction of his disappearance, her brow slightly furrowed. Nagato, can we trust Black Zetsu's words? Nagato did not answer. He stared at the rain outside at the ceaseless downpour for a long time. Whether we can trust him or not it doesn't matter, he finally said. What matters is that he is right. As we are now we are indeed no match for Minato Namikaze. So we must wait. Konan said no more. She stood beside Nagato also watching the rain. The rain fell endlessly as if it would never stop. The land of water, the hidden mist village. The weather here differed from the rain country, not rain but fog. Thick fog enveloped the entire village, a vast white blanket obscuring faces beyond 3 steps. The village was eerily quiet. Few people walked the streets, occasional shinobi passed with heads bowed, steps hurried as if fearing something. Uchiha Obito stood on a small hill outside the mist village gazing at the fog-shrouded settlement. He wore an orange spiral mask with only one eye-hole revealing a crimson Sharingan, its 3 tomos slowly rotating. Long black hair fell from behind the mask swaying gently in the wind. His black robe rustled in the night breeze. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadow at his feet like a black tree sprouting from the earth. Obito, no issues with Nagato? Obito nodded. Then let's begin. He leaped off the hill and headed toward the mist village. His steps were light and steady, barely making a sound on the wet grass. The thick fog parted before him and closed again as if welcoming him or warning him. Black Zetsu followed like a shadow. Yagura is now in the Mizukage building. He is highly alert with guards around him. How do you plan to approach him? No need to approach, Obito said, his voice muffled behind the mask. My Kamui can activate from a distance. As long as I can see him I can pull him into the Kamui dimension. Black Zetsu considered. Are you certain? Obito did not answer. He continued forward, the fog parting to reveal a narrow path leading to the village. The path was lined with black stones covered in moss. At the village entrance Obito stopped. He stared at the mist village in the fog, the Sharingan glowing in the mask's eyehole, its red light piercing the mist. Black Zetsu, Obito said, Minato Namikaze is still alive. Black Zetsu said nothing. The last time I saw him was on the night of the Ninetales. He dodged my Kamui with the flying thunder god, shattered my mask with a Rasengan. If I hadn't escaped quickly I might have died by his hand. Black Zetsu remained silent. Obito paused. Next time we meet I won't lose again. Black Zetsu gazed at Obito's back for a long time. Then he spoke. Once you master the Uchiha forbidden techniques or fully control the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release Minato Namikaze will be no match for you. Obito nodded. So for now I will control Yagura, control the mist village. Then wait for Nagato's Rinnegan to mature and for my Sharingan to evolve. When the time is right I will deal with Minato Namikaze. Black Zetsu said no more. He sank back into Obito's shadow like a snake retreating into its hole. Obito stood alone at the village entrance staring at the fog-shrouded mist village for a long time. Then he stepped inside, the fog closing behind him, swallowing his figure completely. The Mizukage building stood at the village's center, the tallest structure in the hidden mist. When Obito entered the building the guards at the entrance did not see him, his Kamui allowed him to pass through walls, corridors and all obstacles appearing directly before the Mizukage's office. He did not rush in. He stood at the door, closed his eyes and sensed the chakra within. One person, formidable chakra vastly stronger than an ordinary shinobi, the chakra of the 3 tails. Yagura was inside alone. Obito opened his eyes and pushed open the door. The 4th Mizukage Yagura sat behind his desk holding a document. He looked young like a teenager, but his eyes held a deep weight, the kind that comes from enduring much. He looked up at the man in the orange mask, frowning. Who are you? Obito did not speak. His Sharingan flared, the three tomos spinning faster and faster until they merged into a single shape. Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. Yagura's eyes met Obito's. Genjutsu activated. Yagura's body trembled. His eyes grew vacant, pupils dilated, his expression vanished. He sat there like a body drained of its soul, motionless. Obito gazed at him for a long moment, then spoke. Fourth Hokage, from now on you will obey my commands. Yagura's lips moved. Yes. Obito turned and left. As he stepped out of the Hokage building, the fog was still as thick, obscuring faces beyond 3 steps. He stood at the building's entrance staring at the mist village in the fog, the Sharingan glowing in the mask's eyehole, its red light piercing the mist. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu emerged from his shadow. Yagura is under control. The mist village is now in our hands. Black Zetsu nodded. What next? Obito paused. Return to the Rain Country. Wait for Nagato's Rinnegan to mature. Also initiate a purge in the Land of Water. He stepped into the thick fog. The fog closed behind him, swallowing his figure completely. The rain still fell. The fog had not lifted. When Minato emerged from the bathroom, the thin layer of mist on the mirror had not yet dissipated. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, golden hair, blue eyes and skin far better than a year ago. It was not pale but rather possessed a healthy luminous glow that seemed to radiate from within. The scars left behind from battles on the front lines had faded to the point of being almost invisible. He extended his hand, gazing at his palm. A thin layer of calluses rested there, remnants from years of gripping kunai. Yet they were far less thick than before, as though his skin itself was healing, renewing, gradually replacing the worn out with the new. He sat down on the tatami mat, not rushing into cultivation but instead closing his eyes and pondering for a moment. It had been a year. Exactly 1 year since the Night of the Nine Tails. Over this past year his body had undergone a slow metamorphosis, not an overnight transformation but a gradual, continuous change akin to the growth of a plant. Each day he attuned himself to his body, feeling his meridians widen, sensing his cells renew, watching the small tree within his dantian take root and grow. He was well aware that the present him was no longer at the same level as the him from a year ago. If measured against the power levels depicted in the original work, what tier had he been a year prior? Peak Kage level. The combination of the yellow flashes flying thunder god technique and the Rasengan had already proven its devastating power during the Third Shinobi World War. Minato began silently comparing in his mind. What was Naruto's strength in his normal state in the original work? That Naruto possessed formidable taijutsu and an enormous reservoir of chakra, yet still fell short compared to Senju Hashirama. His current normal state had likely surpassed Naruto without the Nine-Tails influence. Without needing to activate any special mode, his body was already a formidable combatant. What if he added the Nine-Tails chakra mode? Minato recalled the first time Naruto in the original work activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode, the golden chakra cloak enveloping his body with comprehensive enhancements in speed, strength and perception, making him appear like a blazing inferno. Even then Naruto had already reached Super Kage level strength. But Minato's current Nine-Tails chakra mode was far more complete, stable and profound than Naruto's had been at that time. It was not borrowed, it was integrated. The Nine-Tails chakra flowed through his body as naturally as his own chakra. Moreover, the Nine-Tails had granted it willingly, not been forcibly drained by him. The difference between the two approaches was like being forced to work overtime versus working willingly. The efficiency and results were entirely different. Add to that the Sage mode. In the original work, Naruto with Sage mode combined with Nine-Tails chakra mode was already one of the strongest beings below the 6 paths. His Sage mode, however, was deeper, more stable and more enduring than Naruto's. Naruto's Sage mode had time limitations and required preparation. He needed shadow clones to absorb natural energy for him. Minato required none of that. His body had grown accustomed to natural energy, allowing him to enter Sage mode at any time, anywhere, maintaining it indefinitely without fatigue or dispersion. Weighing all these factors, Minato did a mental calculation. In his normal state he surpassed the original Naruto's normal state. In Nine-Tails chakra mode his was more complete than the original's. In Sage mode he was more enduring than the original. Combined together his strength had likely reached the level described as Super Kage in the original work, not 6 paths level but the tier just below it. He was on roughly the same level as the original Naruto, Sasuke, Obito and Madara non-6 paths form. Who would win in a fight was uncertain, but at the very least he would not lose. This was merely the first stage of his transformation. Minato opened his eyes and gazed at the moon outside the window. 5 years, that was the time required for the first stage of transformation. Only 1 year had passed so far, 4 years remained. 4 years from now, when the transformation completed, his strength would undergo a terrifying surge. At that point he might reach half-step 6 paths level or come close to it. And beyond that? Minato pondered. After completing the first stage of transformation, his body would enter a relatively stable period. Then he could begin the second stage of transformation. The second stage would be far more difficult, slower, and require a considerably longer time frame. Perhaps 10 years, perhaps 20, perhaps even longer. But once completed, his strength would truly reach 6 paths level, on par with the 6 paths Sage Kaguya, 6 paths Madara, and 6 paths Naruto. By then his lifespan would also undergo a qualitative change. It would not be merely decades more of life, but hundreds, even thousands of years. Like the 6 paths Sage, he would live in harmony with heaven and earth, radiating as brightly as the sun and moon. Minato's lips curved into a slight smile as he thought of this. 6 paths level. That was once an achievement he had not even dared to imagine. In the original work it was a legendary tier, a realm only the mythical 6 paths Sage and his mother had attained. But now he knew that path existed, knew how to walk it, and was already on it, tempering his body with natural energy, drawing power from the Nine Tails chakra, sustaining his state through Sage mode, and patiently transforming over time. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. He was in no hurry, he had plenty of time. Kurama, Minato murmured softly, "What do you think I'll be like when I reach 6 paths level?" The Nine Tails lay within his dantian, eyes closed. "I do not know. No one has ever done this before. You are the first." Minato smiled. "Then let us wait and see." The Nine Tails' tail swayed gently. Minato rose and walked to the window, pushing it open. The night breeze drifted in, cool and carrying the distinctive tranquility of evening. The moon hung in the sky, large and full, casting a silver sheen over the entirety of Konoha. In the distance upon the Hokage rock his own statue gleamed white beneath the moonlight. Naruto and Kasumi had already fallen asleep, their breathing soft and steady like 2 small creatures at rest. He stood by the window gazing at the moonlit village of Konoha. Tomorrow held many tasks ahead, but at least for tonight he could simply remain here in peace and quiet. Time passed quietly for another 2 years. During those 2 years no major events occurred in the shinobi world. Kumogakure did not send out troops, Iwagakure made no moves, Kirigakure remained silent, and Sunigakure was likewise quiet. The Akatsuki organization was still lurking in the shadows. Hinagato was waiting for his Rinnegan to mature, and Obito was waiting for his plan to unfold. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, a moment, a variable, someone to make the first move. But Konoha cared nothing for these. The village was rebuilding and growing better day by day. The fear and sorrow after the Nine Tails attack had been smoothed over by time, replaced by a steady, reassuring, hopeful expression. The Fourth Hokage was alive, the Fourth Hokage was strong, and the Fourth Hokage was protecting them. That was enough. Minato's daily routine was simple. In the morning he reviewed documents, in the afternoon he taught Itachi, in the evening he picked up his child, went home to train, and then slept. 2 years passed like a single day, flowing like a quiet river, unhurried and steady. Yet within this routine something was slowly changing. Minato's training had reached a deeper level, the absorption of natural energy no longer required deliberate guidance, his body naturally did what needed to be done. His meridians had been stretched to their limit, his cells had undergone several cycles of renewal, and the small sapling in his dantian had grown into a real tree, not a towering giant but a straight, vibrant tree swaying gently in the golden warmth of the Nine Tails. He began researching something new, an advanced form of the Rasengan, the wind release Rasen Shuriken. In the original story this technique was invented by Naruto. It utilizes the nature transformation of wind release chakra, adding countless tiny wind blades to the base of the Rasengan, forming a high-speed rotating shuriken shape. Its power was tremendous, but it also placed a great burden on the user's body. In the original story, when Naruto first used this technique, his own arm was injured. While researching this technique, Minato discovered that if he used the Nine Tails chakra to drive it and natural energy to protect his body, this side effect could be reduced, even eliminated. He spent 3 months learning the technique and another 3 months refining it. Now he could use the wind release Rasen Shuriken skillfully without harming himself. He also studied other techniques. The tailed beast ball he learned from the Nine Tails, not the full version but a simplified one that could be used without transforming into a tailed beast form. Compress chakra, condense it into a sphere, then launch it. Its power was even greater than the Raisin Shuriken, but it took longer to form, not very practical. He improved upon it, combining the principles of the tailed beast ball and the Rasengan to create a new technique, the spiral sphere. It was more powerful than the Rasengan and faster than the tailed beast ball, a compromise. He also deepened the integration of the Flying Thunder God technique with the Ninetales chakra mode. Previously, using the Flying Thunder God required leaving a technique mark at the target location. Now it was no longer necessary. The Ninetales chakra helped him sense spatial coordinates, allowing him to teleport freely within a certain range without a mark. These things took him 2 years to gradually research, practice and master. No rush. He had all the time in the world. But what consumed the most of his time was not these techniques, it was Naruto. At 2, Naruto could run, jump and talk. At 3, he had started wrecking the house. At 4, now Naruto had become a standard, troublemaking machine. His hair was even more yellow, his eyes even bluer, and his smile looked more like Kushina's. His personality was also like Kushina's, carefree and impulsive, doing whatever came to mind, listening to no one. Mikoto said he was like a little wildcat, impossible to catch or confine. The moment you looked away he would vanish. Itachi said he was like a gust of wind, coming and going without a trace. When you wanted to find him he was nowhere, when you didn't he would be right in front of you. Karen said he was like a puppy, he would pounce on anyone then run away, then come back to pounce again. Every time Minato heard these comments he would laugh. And then he would think of Kushina. Kushina was just like that when she was little, impulsive, carefree and impossible to control. The first time he saw her she was fighting several older students, 1 against 3, holding her own. He was about to rush in to help her, but she scorned him for meddling. Minato's lips curved at the memory, then the smile slowly faded. Naruto came to the Hokage's office every day. It wasn't that Minato called him, he came on his own. From the Fugaku household to the Hokage building one had to cross most of Konoha, a considerable distance for a 4-year-old. But Naruto didn't mind. He ran there and ran back. Everyone on the street knew him, every shopkeeper greeted him, every child would play with him. He was the little sun of Konoha, shining brightly wherever he went. Whenever Shisui saw Naruto running over he would open the door in advance and step aside. He was used to it. Naruto would shout, "Shisui and I," and then dash into the office lunging at Minato. Shisui would stand there watching Naruto's back, his lips twitching. That was the closest he came to a smile. This day was just like any other. Minato was reviewing documents. A pile of pending paperwork sat on his desk, he read them one by one, approved them, signed, stamped and set them aside. Shisui stood at the door, his back straight, his eyes fixed on the corridor. Footsteps echoed from the hallway. Not normal footsteps, they were the footsteps of a child running, a pattering sound as if trying to stomp through the floor. Shisui's ear twitched. He knew who it was. Naruto-sama, the fourth Hokage is. Before he could finish a small yellow figure dashed past him, moving as fast as if powered by a spring. Shisui didn't try to stop him, he knew it was futile. "Dad!" Naruto burst into the office like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Minato. Minato had already heard his footsteps. He put down his pen and opened his arms, catching the cannonball. Naruto lunged into his embrace, his small hands gripping Minato's collar tightly. Blue eyes met blue eyes. Naruto smiled, revealing a few tiny baby teeth. "Dad, dad, 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 Naruto, why are you so early today?" Minato ruffled his hair. Naruto poked his head out from his father's arms, glanced at the documents on the desk, then at Shisui by the door, and finally turned back to look at Minato. "I missed you, Dad." Minato's heart softened. He lifted Naruto, placed him on his lap and let him sit in his arms. Naruto reached for the pen on the desk. Minato picked it up and handed it to him. Naruto took it and drew a crooked circle in the blank space of the document, then nodded with satisfaction. Shisui stood at the door watching this scene and his lips twitched again. "Naruto-sama, you cannot scribble on the documents," Shisui began. Naruto turned his head, looked at him and said with utter confidence, "It's a drawing." Shisui's lips twitched even more. Minato laughed, a big bright smile like the sun emerging from behind the clouds. He ruffled Naruto's hair, took the pen from his hand, placed it on the desk, then lifted Naruto and set him on his shoulders. "Come on, let's go for a walk." "Yay!" Naruto clapped his hands, his little legs swinging against Minato's chest. Minato walked out of the office, Naruto riding on his shoulders, his small hands gripping Minato's hair like reins. Shisui followed behind, watching Naruto's smug expression, and his lips twitched once more. In the corridor, several ANBU members saw this scene and froze. The fourth Hokage, the yellow flash, the hero of Konoha, had a 4-year-old brat on his shoulders, his hair a mess yet his face wore a smile. They had never seen the fourth Hokage like this. Not the dignified Hokage, not the god of war on the battlefield, but just an ordinary father at his wits' end with his son. Minato walked past them and they quickly bowed. Lord Fourth Hokage. Minato nodded and continued walking. Naruto, perched on his shoulders, looked at the ANBU and waved at them. Hello, uncles. The ANBU were startled, then waved back. Hello, Naruto-sama. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, turned his head, grabbed Minato's hair and shouted, "Giddy up." Minato's mouth twitched. Shisui behind them finally couldn't help it, he let out a laugh. Short, light, like a breeze seeping through a crack in the door. But Minato heard it. "Shisui, you laughed." Shisui's expression returned to normal. "No, I didn't." Minato said nothing more. He carried Naruto on his back and walked through the streets of Konoha. Sunlight bathed them warm and cozy. Naruto squirmed on his shoulders, pointing at little flowers, dogs and birds by the roadside, shouting, "Dad, look at this. Dad, look at that." Minato just looked, smiled and nodded. People on the street would stop, smile and call out, "Lord Fourth Hokage," then, "Young Master Naruto." Naruto would wave back, calling, "Hello, uncle." "Hello, auntie," and then continue squirming. Minato carried Naruto for a full circuit and then returned to the Hokage building. He lowered Naruto from his shoulders, crouched down and looked into his eyes. "Naruto, Dad still has work to do. You go back first. I'll pick you up in the evening." Naruto pouted, not happy. "No. I'll buy you dango tonight." Naruto's eyes lit up. Red bean filling. Red bean filling. 2 skewers. 2 skewers. Naruto thought for a moment, nodded, then lunged forward and planted a kiss on Minato's cheek. "You're the best, Dad." Then he turned and ran like a gust of wind out of the Hokage building. Shisui watched his back and his lips twitched again. Minato stood up, touched the spot where he had been kissed and smiled. The smile was faint light, but there was a sparkle in his eyes. He turned and walked back into the office, sat down and continued reviewing documents. The pile of documents on the desk was still high, but he worked quickly one after another, signing, stamping, setting aside. Outside the window the sunlight was just right. Konoha was slowly growing under the sun. New houses were built one by one, new trees were planted one by one. Children chased and played in the streets, their laughter clear as bells. Naruto ran back and forth among the crowd like a little sun, bringing light and warmth to everyone. Minato looked at the village outside the window, his heart at peace. The shinobi world had no major events. Konoha was improving, children were growing up and his body was slowly transforming. Everything was moving in a good direction. As evening fell, Minato finished the last document, set down his pen, leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Shisui had already left for the day. At the doors stood a new ANBU guard, an unfamiliar face, who quickly saluted when he saw Minato. Minato nodded and walked out of the building, heading toward the Fugaku residence. The setting sun dyed all of Konoha orange-red. People on the streets were finishing work and heading home. Some were packing up stalls, some closing doors, some holding their children's hands as they walked back. As Minato passed by, those who recognized him would stop, bow and call out, "Lord Fourth Hokage," then resume their own business. For the past 2 years, going to the Fugaku residence every evening to pick up Naruto had become a fixed part of his routine, rain or shine, unshakable. The Fugaku household had also formed the habit of waiting for him to arrive before starting dinner. Minato had told them more than once not to wait, but Mikoto wouldn't listen. Even Itachi said, "If teacher doesn't come, Sasuke won't eat." Minato had no choice but to arrive on time every day. The lights at the Fugaku residence were on. As Minato pushed open the garden gate, he caught the aroma of dinner, miso soup, grilled fish and Mikoto's special stew. He quickened his pace and went inside, finding the living room full of people. Fugaku sat in a head seat holding a newspaper. Seeing Minato enter, he put it down and stood up. Mikoto poked her head out of the kitchen and called with a smile, "Minato-kun, we've been waiting for you." Itachi sat beside the low table, a book open in front of him. Seeing Minato enter, he closed the book and said, "Teacher." Sasuke sat next to Itachi holding a rice ball, his face covered in grains of rice. When he saw Minato come in he mumbled with his mouth full, "Uncle Minato." Karen sat beside Mikoto quiet and still. When she saw Minato enter her eyes brightened for a moment but she didn't move. She no longer huddled in the corner like when she first arrived but she still wasn't good at expressing herself. When happy she wouldn't jump, when sad she wouldn't cry. Her eyes would just brighten or dim. Minato understood her. Every time he saw her eyes brighten he would smile at her. And Naruto was sitting by the low table craning his neck toward the door. His hair was even blonder, his eyes even bluer, and there was a faint ink smudge on his face, probably smudged while doodling circles in the Hokage's office that afternoon. The moment he saw Minato his eyes lit up, not with Karen's reserved glow but with a sudden radiant flash like a light bulb being switched on. "Dad!" Naruto bounced out of his seat and charged at Minato like a cannonball. Minato was already ready. He crouched down, opened his arms and caught the cannonball firmly. Naruto threw himself into Minato's arms, his small hands clutching Minato's collar tightly. Blue eyes met blue eyes. Naruto smiled, revealing a few tiny baby teeth. "Papa." Naruto called again, this time it was Papa, not Dad. Minato was taken aback for a moment then smiled. When had this kid learned to say Papa? Probably from the older kids on the street. Minato ruffled his hair. "Naruto, did you get into any trouble this afternoon?" Naruto's smile froze. He lowered his head, avoiding Minato's eyes. His small hands released Minato's collar, grabbed it again then let go. Minato looked at his expression and understood. This kid must have done something bad again this afternoon. "Naruto. I didn't get into trouble." Naruto's voice was so small it was almost inaudible. Minato looked at him without speaking. Naruto kept his head down, not daring to meet his eyes. The living room was silent for 2 seconds. Then Fugaku spoke. "Minato, come inside first. The food is getting cold." Minato glanced at Fugaku then at Naruto and did not press further. He carried Naruto into the living room and sat down by the low table. Naruto climbed down from his arms, sat beside him, head lowered, neither looking at him nor speaking. Karen glanced at Naruto then at Minato. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something but she didn't. Mikoto brought out the food, miso soup, grilled fish stew, rice, filling the entire table. "Minato-kun, I made your favorite grilled fish today," Mikoto said with a smile. "Thank you, Mikoto." Minato picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of grilled fish and bit into it. Crispy outside, tender inside, it was delicious. "Mikoto, your cooking keeps getting better." Mikoto smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Fugaku raised his cup, took a sip of sake, then looked at Minato. "Minato, did work go smoothly today?" Minato nodded. "Not bad. There wasn't much paperwork. I took Naruto out for a walk in the afternoon." Fugaku smiled. "Naruto insists on going to your office every day. There's no stopping him." "Let him come," Minato said. "I'm just reviewing documents in the office anyway. When he makes a fuss by my side it's actually less dull." Itachi listened from the side, the corner of his mouth twitching. Sasuke was eating with rice grains all over his face. Mikoto wiped his face with a towel but he squirmed in displeasure. Karen ate quietly, occasionally looking up at Minato, her eyes brightening for a moment before she lowered her head to eat again. Naruto kept his head down, shoveling rice, not daring to look at Minato or speak. After a few bites of the dishes Minato set down his chopsticks and looked at Fugaku. "Fugaku, is your current work going smoothly?" Fugaku put down his sake cup and thought for a moment. "Not bad. Shikaku is easy to get along with. He handles decision-making, I handle execution, and we cooperate well." 2 years ago Minato had reorganized the Jonin squad. Nara Shikaku continued to serve as captain responsible for overall decision-making and coordination. Uchiha Fugaku was appointed deputy captain responsible for concrete execution and personnel deployment. Minato had thought long and hard about this arrangement. Shikaku was the sharpest mind in Konoha suited to decision-making. Fugaku was the clan head of the Uchiha with prestige and the ability to execute suited to implementation. The two worked together, one using his mind, the other using his hands, complementing and checking each other. It gave Fugaku power and status yet wouldn't let him dominate alone. This was Minato's consistent style, trust but not blind, delegation but not loss of control. "Shikaku thinks highly of you," Minato said. "He says you are very steady and have never made a mistake on any task assigned to you." Fugaku's expression didn't change but his eyes brightened for a moment. It wasn't Karen's reserved brightness nor Naruto's sudden flare but a faint restrained glimmer like a ripple spreading across water when touched by a breeze. "Shikaku flatters me," Fugaku said. Fugaku looked at Minato then at Itachi and Sasuke and spoke. "Minato, have you ever thought about letting Itachi graduate early?" Minato's chopsticks paused. Itachi also raised his head and looked at Minato. Sasuke kept eating, not understanding. Karen understood. She looked at Itachi, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Itachi is 10 this year. With his abilities, graduating early would be no problem," Minato said. "But graduating early means entering the world of shinobi early, facing things he shouldn't have to face. I let him go to the academy and play with his classmates because I want him to slow down and not grow up so fast." Fugaku was silent for a while. "What do you mean?" "Let Itachi decide for himself." Fugaku turned to Itachi. Itachi lowered his head, staring at the rice in his bowl, and said nothing. The living room grew so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Sasuke stopped eating too. He looked at his brother still holding rice in his mouth, confusion and worry in his eyes. Karen looked at Itachi, her small hands clenched into fists beneath the table. Naruto stopped shoveling rice as well. He looked up at Itachi, not knowing what was happening, but he could tell the mood was off. After a long time Itachi raised his head and looked at Minato. "Teacher, I want to wait another year." Minato looked at him. "Why?" Itachi thought for a moment. "There are still some things at the academy I haven't finished learning. And my classmates are still there." When he said, "My classmates are still there," his voice was very soft, as if afraid of being overheard. But Minato heard it. Fugaku heard it. Mikoto heard it too. Minato smiled. The smile was faint and gentle, but there was light in his eyes. "All right. Then wait another year." Itachi nodded, lowered his head and continued eating. The tips of his ears reddened slightly, but no one noticed. Sasuke saw his brother smile, so he smiled too, though he didn't know what had happened. Karen unclenched her fists, picked up her chopsticks and resumed eating. Naruto looked at Itachi, then at Minato, and lowered his head to eat as well. Mikoto watched the scene, her eyes slightly red. She stood up, pretending to get something from the kitchen, turned her back to everyone and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Fugaku raised his cup, took a large gulp, then set it down and looked at Minato. "Minato, thank you." Minato shook his head. "No need to thank me. I only did what I should do." He lowered his head, looked at the rice in his bowl, picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth and chewed slowly. The grilled fish had gone cold, but it was still delicious. Outside the window the sky had darkened. The moon had risen, hanging in the eastern sky, faint like a piece of ice about to melt. The lights at the Fugaku residence were on, the warm yellow glow spilling through the windows, seeming especially warm against the night. In the living room Minato and Fugaku were talking. Mikoto was clearing the dishes, Itachi was wiping rice grains off Karen's face, Naruto was squirming in Minato's arms, and Sasuke had already fallen asleep, sprawled on the floor. Naruto nestled in Minato's arms, his little hands clutching Minato's collar, too sleepy to keep his eyes open, still mumbling, "Papa. Red bean paste. Dango." Minato looked down at him and smiled. He ruffled Naruto's hair and said softly, "I'll buy it for you tomorrow." Hearing this, Naruto finally felt at ease. He closed his eyes and his breathing slowly grew deeper and longer. Minato stood up with Naruto in his arms. Karen also stood and walked over to him. With one arm holding Naruto and the other holding Karen's hand, he said goodbye to Fugaku and Mikoto. "Mikoto, sorry to trouble you again today." "No trouble," Mikoto said with a smile. "Naruto and Karen are both very good, much better than Sasuke." She glanced at Sasuke, who was asleep on the floor, and sighed. Minato smiled. Holding Karen's hand and carrying Naruto, he walked out of the Fugaku residence. Moonlight fell on them, stretching the shadows of the three figures long and far. Karen walked beside Minato, her small hand held in his quiet with light steps. Naruto nestled in Minato's arms, sound asleep, his little mouth slightly open, breathing softly. After walking a while, Karen spoke. "Dad. Big brother Itachi, is he going to graduate soon?" Minato looked down at her. "He still has another year to wait." Karen nodded and said nothing more. But her small hand tightened around Minato's. He felt the warmth of her palm and knew what she was worrying about. This girl had lost too many people, so she was especially afraid of losing more. Itachi was about to graduate to become a shinobi to go on dangerous missions. She was afraid, but she wouldn't say it. She would only hold Minato's hand a little tighter. Minato crouched down and looked into Karen's eyes. Karen, Itachi will be fine. I'll protect him and he'll protect himself. You don't need to worry. Karen looked into Minato's blue eyes for a long time. Then she nodded and softly said, "Mm." Minato stood up, took Karen's hand, held Naruto in his arms and continued walking home. Moonlight fell on them, stretching their shadows long and far like a black river flowing across the silver ground. The moonlight fell on them, stretching the shadows of the three figures long and long. Karen walked beside Minato, her small hand held in his, quiet and light-footed. Naruto nestled in Minato's arms, fast asleep, his tiny mouth slightly open, his breathing soft and shallow. His little hand still clutched Minato's collar, gripping tightly as if unwilling to let go even in his dreams. The walk from Fugaku's house to Minato's house was not long, about 10 minutes on foot. But those 10 minutes were the quietest part of Minato's day. Moonlight, night breeze, two children. Karen's small hand was warm in his palm, Naruto's breath against his chest was soft. He walked slowly, not because he was tired but because he wanted the walk to last a little longer. "Dad," Karen spoke again. This afternoon Naruto broke Big Brother Shirsue's vase. Minato's footsteps paused. "What vase?" "The one Big Brother Shirsue keeps at the entrance to his office. It's blue with a flower in it." Karen's voice was calm, as if she were talking about something entirely ordinary. Naruto bumped into it when he ran inside. The vase fell to the ground and broke. Big Brother Shirsue said it was okay, but Naruto got scared and started crying. Minato thought about the vase outside Shirsue's office. It was blue and small, and sure enough there was almost always a flower in it, sometimes white, sometimes yellow. He had never asked Shirsue who put the flower there nor where the vase had come from. Shirsue wasn't the type to tend flowers, it was probably a gift from someone. "What happened after Naruto cried?" Minato asked. Big Brother Shirsue comforted him. He said, "It's broken, so it's broken, just buy a new one." Then Naruto stopped crying and then he drew circles on your documents. Minato smiled. That kid, he broke Shirsue's vase, cried in fright, then ran into his office, drew circles on his documents and forgot all about it as soon as he was done. When Minato had asked him that afternoon, "Did you cause any trouble?" he said, "No," with a guilty face. So this was what it had been about. "Karen, thank you for telling Dad." Karen shook her head and said nothing more. Her small hand no longer held Minato's palm so tightly. When they reached the front door, Minato freed one hand to open it. Naruto stirred and his arms shifted into a new position and went back to sleep. Karen went in first and switched on the light. The room brightened and the warm yellow glow spilled through the window, looking especially comforting in the night. Minato laid Naruto down on the bed, took off his shoes and jacket and covered him with the blanket. Naruto turned over in his sleep, buried his face in the pillow and mumbled something unintelligible. Minato stood by the bedside for a while, then turned and walked to Karen's room. Karen had already changed into her pajamas by herself and was sitting on the bed hugging a teddy bear. It was the birthday gift Minato had given her last year. She hugged it every night to fall asleep. "Dad. After Big Brother Itachi graduates, will he stop coming to our house?" Minato sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at Karen. Her eyes were bright under the lamplight, not the brightness of happiness but the brightness of worry, of unease, of someone afraid of losing something. "No. Even after Itachi graduates he'll still be in Konoha, still in the village. He'll come to see you and you can go to see him too." Karen thought it over. "Really? Really? When has Dad ever lied to you?" Karen thought it over again, nodded, lay down, pulled the blanket up to her chin and hugged the teddy bear to her chest. Minato tucked the blanket around her and patted her head gently. "Good night, Karen." "Good night, Dad." Minato turned off the light, left Karen's room and softly closed the door behind him. He sat down in the living room. He didn't train, he simply sat there gazing at the moon outside the window. Moonlight streamed in through the window and spread a layer of white across the floor. The night breeze drifted in cool, carrying the unique stillness of nighttime. In the distance insects chirped one after another, unhurried. Minato thought of Shirsue's vase. Blue, small, with a flower tucked inside. He had never asked Shirsue who had placed the flower there nor where the vase had come from. He decided to ask about it the next day. The next morning when Minato arrived at the office, Shisui was already standing at the door, his back straight, his eyes fixed on the corridor. Just like every day, like a post, like a blade, like a wall. Minato stopped in front of him. Shisui. Lord Hokage. Did Naruto break one of your vases yesterday? Shisui paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. A blue one. A small one. Where did that vase come from? Shisui was silent for a moment. His expression didn't change, but Minato noticed the tips of his ears turned slightly red. A friend gave it to me. Minato looked at him. What friend? Shisui fell silent again. This time the silence lasted so long that Minato thought he wouldn't answer. Then Shisui spoke, his voice a little softer than usual. Someone from the Hyuga clan. A friend I've known for a long time. The corner of Minato's mouth curved. He didn't ask any more. He patted Shisui's shoulder and walked into the office. Shisui remained by the door, the tips of his ears still red, but his back was straighter than ever. In the office the documents were already neatly arranged. Minato sat down, picked up a pen and began to work through them. One after another, signed, stamp set aside. Halfway through he stopped, picked up a sticky note and wrote a line, Shisui, go buy a new vase this afternoon. The cost will be paid from the Hokage's special fund. Then he stuck the note to the corner of his desk and went back to the paperwork. That afternoon Shisui went and bought a new vase. It was blue, about the same size as the old one, and he placed a white flower in it. He set the vase outside the office door, stepped back to look at it, nudged it forward half an inch, stepped back to look again and nodded with satisfaction. Minato watched the scene from inside the office. The corner of his mouth curved and he lowered his head to continue with the documents. In the evening when Minato went to Fugaku's house to pick up Naruto, Naruto threw himself into his arms, called out, "Papa," and looked up at him with a grin, eyes sparkling as if nothing had ever happened. Minato ruffled his hair. Naruto, did you break big brother Shisui's vase yesterday? Naruto's smile stiffened. He lowered his head, avoiding Minato's eyes. His little hand let go of Minato's collar, gripped it again, then let go. Naruto. I didn't mean to. Naruto's voice was so small it was almost inaudible. Minato crouched down and looked into Naruto's eyes. Dad isn't blaming you. But when you break something that belongs to someone else you need to apologize. Tomorrow go and tell big brother Shisui you're sorry, okay? Naruto kept his head down and thought for a long while. Then he nodded, raised his head and looked at Minato. Will big brother Shisui be angry with me? No. Big brother Shisui already bought a new vase. Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Naruto smiled, showing a few tiny baby teeth. Then I'll tell big brother Shisui I'm sorry tomorrow. Minato ruffled his hair, scooped him up, took Karen's hand and walked out of Fugaku's house. The next morning Naruto ran to the Hokage's office at the crack of dawn. Shisui was standing at the door. Seeing Naruto running over, he opened the door in advance and stepped aside to make way. But Naruto didn't rush in. He stood in front of Shisui, head bowed, small hands clutching the hem of his clothes for a long time. Big brother Shisui. Young master Naruto. I'm sorry. Naruto's voice was so small it was almost inaudible. I didn't mean to break your vase. Shisui looked at Naruto for a long time. Then he crouched down to look him in the eye. It's all right. A broken vase can be bought again. What matters is that young master Naruto wasn't hurt. Naruto looked up at Shisui. Blue eyes met black eyes. Big brother Shisui, you're not angry with me? No. Naruto smiled, threw himself into Shisui's arms for a hug, then turned and dashed into the office. Papa. Shisui stayed crouched by the door. The spot where Naruto had hugged him still held a trace of warmth. He stood up, smoothed his clothes and stood at attention once more, back straight, eyes fixed on the corridor. But the corner of his mouth twitched, so brief, so faint, like a breeze slipping through a crack in the door. Inside the office Minato caught Naruto as he rushed and lifted him up and set him on his lap. Naruto reached for the pen on the desk. Minato picked it up and handed it to him. Naruto took it, drew a crooked circle in the blank space of a document and nodded with satisfaction. Minato looked at the crooked circle and smiled. Naruto, what did you draw? The sun. Naruto declared matter-of-factly. Minato looked at the circle, then at Naruto. Shouldn't the sun be colored red? Naruto thought for a moment, picked up another pen and drew a small smiling face in the middle of the circle. This is Dad. Dad is the sun. Minato froze for a moment. Then he laughed. The smile was so wide and so bright, like a real sun emerging from behind the clouds. He lifted Naruto up over his head. Naruto giggled, his laughter as crisp as a bell. Shisui standing at the door heard the laughter inside, and the corner of his mouth moved again. Outside the window the sunlight was perfect. Konoha village slowly grew beneath the sun, new houses went up one by one, new trees were planted one by one. Children chased one another through the streets, their laughter crisp as bells. Naruto drew the sun in the Hokage's office. Shisui stood guard at the door and Minato worked through the documents. Everything was moving in the right direction. By the time Minato finished his last document, dusk had already settled. He leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window at the setting sun, his thoughts consumed by Naruto. 4-year-old Naruto spent his days playing with Sasuke and Karen at Fugaku's residence, drawing suns in the Hokage's office or running wild through the streets of Konoha. His world was painfully small, bounded by but a handful of people and places. Minato felt it was time to take him out and show him more. Not some distant land, merely a stroll through the village, visiting places he had never been, meeting faces he had yet to know. Early the next morning when Minato went to Fugaku's residence to fetch Naruto, he crouched down and said, "Naruto, we aren't going to Uncle Fugaku's today. Today father is taking you somewhere." Naruto tilted his head. "Where?" "The Hyuga compound. There's a little girl there about your age." Naruto's eyes lit up. "A little sister?" "Yes, a little sister." After a moment's thought he nodded and reached out his small hand, grasping Minato's finger. Minato rose, leading Naruto out of Fugaku's home. Karen stood at the doorway watching their retreating figures in silence, though a shadow flickered in her eyes. After a few steps Minato paused and looked back at her. "Karen, you can come too." A light kindled in her gaze. She hurried over and seized his other hand, and the three of them walked together down the Konoha streets. The morning sun bathed them in a warm glow. Naruto skipped along now and then, picking up a leaf or chasing a butterfly. Karen walked quietly beside them, her small fingers clenched tightly around Minato's hand. The great gates of the Hyuga compound stood open. The guards at the entrance bowed hastily upon seeing Minato. He returned the gesture with a nod and led the two children inside. Gravel crunched softly beneath their feet, and the pine trees lining the path swayed gently in the morning breeze. It was Naruto's first time here. His eyes widened as he took in the ancient architecture, the gnarled pines and the servants clad in white moving about. "Dad, this place is huge." "Men. This is the Hyuga clan compound. One of the oldest families in Konoha." Naruto did not fully grasp the meaning of oldest family, but he knew this place was vast, profoundly quiet, and utterly unlike anywhere he had ever been. Hayashi Hyuga was already waiting at the entrance to the reception hall. Clad in the traditional white kimono of his house, his posture rigid and upright, his Byakugan caught the pale silver of the morning light. Upon seeing Minato approach he inclined his head slightly. "Minato." "Hayashi." No formal pleasantries were exchanged, years of camaraderie rendered such things unnecessary. Hayashi lowered his gaze to the two children beside Minato. Naruto craned his neck to look up, meeting the pale white eyes with bright blue ones, unafraid, even offering a small smile. Karen lingered behind Minato, peeking out with half her face visible, her eyes betraying a trace of nerves. "This is Naruto and this is Karen." Minato introduced them. Hayashi gave a slight nod. "Come in." The reception hall was spacious yet sparsely furnished. Upon the wall hung a single scroll inscribed with the character for shinobi, its brushwork vigorous and commanding. Dark tatami mats covered the floor, centered around a low lacquered table bearing a tea set. The tea had already been brewed, wisp after wisp of fragrant steam curling from the kettle's spout. Minato sat on the low cushion and Naruto promptly climbed into his lap. Karen settled beside him, pressing close. Hayashi took his place across from them, picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Minato, then one each for the children. "Do the children drink tea?" Hayashi asked. "A little is perfectly fine," Minato replied. Hayashi nodded and pushed the cups toward the two youngsters. Naruto lifted his cup and took a sip, immediately sticking his tongue out in protest at the heat. "It's burning." Karen, however, did not drink. She cradled the cup in both hands, feeling the warmth seep into her palms, watching the delicate steam rise. Hayashi observed Naruto's comical distress and the corner of his mouth twitched, the closest he ever came to a smile. "Hayashi, where is Hinata?" Minato prompted. Hayashi set down his cup and turned his gaze toward the entrance. "In the garden. I have sent for her." After a brief wait, the soft sound of footsteps approached. They were exceptionally light and possibly slow, as though she feared treading upon something forbidden. A small girl appeared in the doorway dressed in a pink kimono, her hair a deep blue, her eyes the distinctive pale white of the Hyuga clan. She was frail and petite, appearing even younger than Naruto. She remained frozen at the threshold, too timid to step inside, her head bowed, her small fingers twisting tightly in the hem of her dress. "Hinata, come here." Hayashi's voice was steady, yet Minato discerned a gentle undertone within it. Hinata raised her head, casting a glance at her father, then at Minato, then at Naruto and Karen. Finally she bowed her head again and stepped forward, one careful movement at a time. Each step was minuscule and hesitant, as if walking on cotton. She reached Hayashi's side and sat down, keeping her gaze fixed downward, afraid to meet anyone's eyes. Naruto climbed down from Minato's lap and approached Hinata, squatting before her and tilting his head. "What's your name?" Hinata remained silent, her head still bowed. A crimson flush spread across her face from her neck to the tips of her ears. "I'm Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto." He pointed to himself, then to Karen. "That's my big sister Uzumaki Karen. And that's my old man, the Fourth Hokage." He pronounced Fourth Hokage with an extra loud, prideful emphasis, as though the title were his own. Hinata looked up, meeting Naruto's gaze, vivid blue against pale white. Naruto was grinning, revealing a few small baby teeth. Hinata stared at the smile, momentarily stunned. She had never seen a smile like that before, not a polite courtesy, not a reserved expression, but a radiant sun-like beam that seemed to glow from within. "I am Hyuga Hinata." Her voice was so faint it barely carried. But Naruto heard it. He smiled and reached out, capturing Hinata's hand in his. "Hinata, come on, let's go play." Naruto pulled her to her feet, causing her to stumble and nearly topple. He tugged her along, bounding out of the reception hall and into the courtyard. Karen watched their retreating backs, hesitated for a moment, then rose and followed. At the doorway she paused and glanced back at Minato. Minato offered a reassuring nod. She turned and stepped out, her pace slightly quicker than before. Soon only Minato and Hayashi remained in the hall. They sat across from one another, sipping tea and listening to the children's laughter drift from the garden. "That boy is exactly like Kushina," Hayashi remarked. Minato smiled. "Indeed. He has her temperament and her looks. Every time I see him laugh I am reminded of Kushina." Hayashi fell silent for a moment. Kushina was a wonderful woman. Her passing was a loss to Konoha. Minato did not respond. He merely gazed into his cup, watching the slender leaves unfurl slowly in the hot water. In the courtyard Naruto was pulling Hinata in circles beneath the pine tree. At first Hinata had been too timid to run, stumbling along as Naruto dragged her, nearly falling. But after a few circuits she began to laugh. It was not a boisterous laugh, but a quiet, breathy sound, as though she feared being overheard. Upon hearing it Naruto ran even faster. Standing beneath the eaves Karen watched them, a faint curve gracing her lips. "Naruto, slow down. Hinata's going to fall," she called out. Naruto skidded to a halt and looked back. Hinata was panting, her face redder than before, yet she was still smiling. Naruto looked at her and smiled in return. "Hinata, you look really pretty when you smile." Hinata's face flared crimson once more. She dropped her gaze, unable to meet Naruto's eyes, though the curve of her mouth remained. Naruto pulled Hinata down to sit beside him on the veranda. Karen joined them and the three sat in a row, watching the pines in the garden, the clouds drifting overhead and the dappled sunlight patterning the ground. Hinata sat quietly beside Naruto, stealing glances at him whenever she dared, only to quickly lower her eyes again. Naruto babbled on, incessantly recounting how mischievous Sasuke was, how delicious Miko's rice balls were, and how he had accidentally shattered Shirsue's vase yet faced no anger for it. Karen would occasionally chime in to correct his tales. Hinata simply listened, smiling without speaking. Inside the reception hall Minato and Hayashi sat together, observing the three children through the window. Minato smiled at Naruto's natural ease with others. "That boy can get along with anyone." Hayashi nodded in agreement. "Hinata is far too quiet. She needs a friend like this." Minato studied Hayashi. "Hayashi, do you think your expectations of her are perhaps too stringent?" Hayashi fell silent for a moment. The children of the Hyuga are subjected to rigorous training from a young age. As the eldest daughter of the main branch and the future heir, she cannot afford to be weak. Minato looked out at the small girl in the courtyard, head bowed, cheeks flushed, speaking in a whisper so soft it resembled a mosquito's buzz, and then returned his gaze to Hayashi's impassive face. Hayashi, she is still only 4 years old. You need not force her into the role of Hyuga heir so prematurely. Let her be an ordinary child. Let her laugh, let her play, let her make friends. When she is older, the burdens she must bear will be hers to carry. Hayashi remained silent for a long while. He watched Hinata in the courtyard, seeing her laugh, a true unguarded laughter that bubbled from deep within, making her very eyes shine. He could not recall ever having witnessed such a smile from her before. Perhaps you are right, Hayashi murmured, his voice so faint it seemed addressed to himself. Minato said nothing further. He lifted his cup and took a sip. Though the tea had grown cold, it still tasted excellent. In the garden, Naruto picked up a pine needle from the ground and held it out to Hinata. For you. Hinata accepted the pine needle, gazing at the slender emerald green spike. She cradled it in her palm as though it were a precious treasure. Thank you, she whispered softly. Naruto grinned. You're welcome. Warm sunlight bathed them both. The shadows of the pines fell across the earth, crooked and silent like mute figures standing guard. Yet the children's laughter shattered that stillness. The sound rang out clear and bright as bells echoing through the ancient confines of the Hyuga compound, as if no one had ever laughed here before, or as if it had been waited for long and patiently, at last arriving. Watching the 3 children in the yard, Minato felt an indescribable sensation stirring within him. It was not mere joy nor simple satisfaction, but something profoundly tranquil and grounded. It was as though he had planted a seed in the earth, watching it achingly slowly push forth its first tender sprout. That night Minato carried Naruto in his arms and held Karen's hand as they walked out of the Hyuga estate. The moonlight cast their shadows long and far across the ground. Naruto, nestled in Minato's embrace, was already drowsy, his eyes half closed, his small fingers clutching Minato's collar loosely but not letting go. Karen walked quietly beside Minato, her small hand held in his, her steps soft. Halfway home Minato's pace suddenly slowed. He sensed a gaze. Not the ordinary feeling of being watched, but a sensation of being locked onto, targeted, as if something in the shadows had fixed its eyes upon him. That gaze was subtle and restrained, but Minato's perception, honed over 2 years of transformation, had become keen beyond ordinary comprehension. Even the most skilled ANBU in the village could not conceal their presence from him. Minato did not turn around. He continued walking, his stride unchanged, his breathing steady, his expression betraying nothing. But his mind was racing. The gaze came from the left rear, about 500 meters away at mid-height, on a rooftop. The chakra felt strange, neither that of an enemy nor a villager. It was vast, so vast that it made Minato's heart skip a beat. He had encountered many powerful individuals, the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Master Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and that masked man. But none of their chakra could compare to that of the owner of this gaze. It was not a difference in quantity but in quality. Minato slowed his pace again. He looked down at Naruto in his arms. Naruto was almost asleep, eyes closed, breathing softly, his little mouth slightly open. Karen walked beside him, quiet and oblivious. Naruto, Minato called softly. Naruto opened his eyes drowsily. Minato said nothing more. He used a shadow clone to carry Naruto and lead Karen home. The clone took Karen's hand, another held Naruto, and the 3 turned toward their house. Karen took a few steps, stopped and looked back at Minato. Minato smiled at her. When the 3 small figures disappeared at the end of the street, Minato turned and walked toward the direction of the gaze. His steps were light and steady, barely making a sound on the stone pavement. The moonlight cast his shadow long and far like a drawn blade. On the rooftop the figure had not left. When Minato leaped onto the roof, he saw a back. The person sat at the edge of the roof, legs dangling, swinging gently. He wore a black cloak, the hood covering his face, but from his build he was an adult male, tall with broad shoulders. Minato stood behind him, motionless and silent. He could sense the man's chakra, still present, neither concealed nor hostile. It was spread open as if to say, I am here, you can see me, I will not run. The 2 remained silent for a long time. The night wind blew, rustling the man's cloak and Minato's hair. Then the man spoke. His voice was low, deep, as if rising from a very deep place. Is the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi still in the village? Minato frowned. Who are you? The man did not answer. He continued, and Master Jiraiya. Is he still alive? Minato's frown deepened. You know Master Jiraiya. The man was silent for a moment. Then he laughed. It was a soft short laugh like wind rustling dead leaves. Minato's pupils contracted. Jiraiya's disciples, he knew of two. One was Nagato the orphan from the land of rain, possessor of the Rinnegan, now likely the leader of the Akatsuki. The other was Minato himself. Minato's heart skipped a beat. No, there was another. Minato stared at the man's back, at the golden hair peeking from under the hood, at the black cloak fluttering gently in the night breeze. Who are you? Minato asked again. This time his voice carried something more, not vigilance, not hostility, but a subtle indescribable feeling. The man slowly turned around. Moonlight fell on his face. Golden hair, blue eyes, 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, the mark of a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. He appeared to be in his 30s, but his eyes held something deep and heavy, something not meant for young eyes. They were eyes that came from having experienced too much, lost too much. Minato looked at that face and froze. That face, he saw it every day. The same golden hair, blue eyes, the same features. But different were the 3 whisker-like marks and the something in those eyes. This was Naruto. A grown-up Naruto. You're. Minato's voice was hoarse. The man looked at him. In those blue eyes something stirred. Not tears, but something deeper, heavier, warmer than tears. He opened his mouth to speak, but his throat seemed blocked, unable to produce sound. He looked down at his hands. Those hands were large knuckles, prominent, covered in many scars. He clenched and unclenched his fists, then looked up at Minato. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, he said softly, his voice nearly carried away by the night wind. The 7th Hokage. I've come back. From the future. Minato's body went rigid. The 7th Hokage. From the future. He stared at that face, so similar yet different, at the light in those eyes, at the 3 whisker-like marks. He thought of Naruto's image, 4-year-old Naruto, small, soft, giggling with a few baby teeth, calling, Dad, as he leaped into his arms. And this person before him was his son, his grown son, the future 7th Hokage. Naruto. Minato's voice was soft, as if calling a name or confirming a fact. Naruto, the Naruto from the future, looked at Minato for a long time. Then he smiled. That smile was wide and bright, just like 4-year-old Naruto's. But in that smile Minato saw something he couldn't understand. It was exhaustion, sorrow, something that had been pressed down for years, deep and heavy, and could finally be released a little. Dad, Naruto said, his voice raspy as sandpaper, long time no see. Minato walked over and sat down beside Naruto. The two sat side by side on the rooftop, gazing at Konoha under the moonlight. The night wind blew cool and quiet, carrying the stillness peculiar to the night. In the distance insects chirped one after another, unhurried. How did you come back? Minato asked. Naruto was silent for a moment. He spoke of future events. After the Great War, both he and Sasuke had lost their combat ability. Kurama was sealed inside his daughter. He had no choice but to use the divine tool, something that could traverse time. I originally wanted to go back and change some things. But time got twisted and I ended up here. Minato listened, saying nothing. Every word Naruto said was understandable, but Minato needed time to digest. The Great War, Sasuke lost his combat ability, the Nine-Tails sealed in a daughter. He had a daughter. He was the 7th Hokage. Too much information, his mind could barely process it. After all, he had only seen the original story, knowing Naruto would marry, but nothing beyond that. Have you been well? Minato asked. Naruto paused. He looked at Minato, at those blue eyes, at the scenes he could only recall in memories and photographs. He thought of his childhood nights with no parents, of the lonely festivals, of the days he stood before the memorial stone. He remembered Master Jiraiya, the people who loved him and whom he loved. He remembered many things, but he didn't say them. I'm okay. Naruto said. Minato looked at him, not pressing further. He knew what okay meant. Not bad, but not good either. Your mother, Minato said, Kushina. She. I know, Naruto interrupted. She died. On the night of the Nine Tails to protect me. You died too. After sealing the Nine Tails you died in front of me. But in this timeline something changed, you're still alive. That's why I'm telling you. His voice was calm as if telling someone else's story. But Minato could see the thing in his eyes, the thing that had been pressed down for years, never spoken to anyone, not even dared to look at himself. Minato reached out and gently patted Naruto's shoulder just as he had patted Kakashi's. Naruto, I'm sorry. For making you bear all this alone in the future. Naruto shook his head. It's not your fault. The two fell silent for a long time. The moon slipped out from behind the clouds, then back in. In the distance Konoha slept peacefully under the moonlight, rows of houses, lines of streets, the Hokage rock statues glowing white in the moon's rays. Dad, Naruto spoke up, I can't stay long. The energy of the divine tool, won't last much longer. I might have to go back soon. Minato nodded. Is there anything you need me to do? Naruto thought for a moment. Take care of the younger me. Don't let him be alone. Don't let him think he's a monster. Don't let him. His voice trailed off. Minato watched him waiting. Naruto looked down at his hands. Don't let him wait as long as I did before someone told him he wasn't alone. Minato reached out and pulled Naruto into an embrace. Not a pat, a hug. Like a father holding his son tight and firm as if to make up for all the embraces he had missed over the years. Naruto's body stiffened. Then slowly he leaned into Minato's shoulder. His eyes were red but he didn't cry. Not because he didn't want to, he had passed the age for tears. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, shining on the two of them. One in a white Hokage robe, the other in a black cloak. One was the fourth Hokage, the other the seventh. One was a father, the other a son. They sat side by side on the rooftop gazing at Konoha under the moonlight, neither speaking. The night wind blew cool and quiet, carrying the stillness of the night. In the distance insects chirped one after another, unhurried. After a long while Naruto stood up. He looked at Minato, his blue eyes holding something deep and heavy. Dad, I have to go. Minato stood up too, looking at him. Will you come back? Naruto shook his head. I don't know. The energy of the divine tool, is unstable. I don't know if I can activate it again. Minato nodded. He didn't say, take care, be careful, or any polite words. He looked at Naruto for a moment, then said, Naruto, you are a great Hokage. Naruto was stunned. Then he smiled. That smile was wide and bright, just like 4-year-old Naruto's. But in that smile there was no fatigue, no sorrow, only a clean-washed, clean light. Thank you, Dad. Naruto turned, his cloak rustling in the night wind. He took a step forward and his body began to glow, a golden warm light like the sun. The light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire rooftop. Then the light faded. Naruto was gone. Only Minato remained on the rooftop. Moonlight cast his shadow long and far. He stood on the rooftop staring at the spot where Naruto had vanished for a long time. Then he jumped down and headed home. When he reached the doorstep he saw the light was still on inside. Karen had left it for him. He pushed open the door and entered. Naruto, the 4-year-old Naruto, and Karen were already asleep in bed, their heads close together, breathing softly like two little animals. Minato stood by the bed for a while, then gently pulled up the blanket and turned off the light. He sat down in the living room, not training, just sitting there looking at the moon outside the window. Naruto, Minato murmured, what exactly happened to you that you wouldn't tell me? The Nine Tails lying in his dantian opened its eyes. What? Minato did not explain. He looked at the moon outside the window, a small smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Well, you haven't left this timeline yet, I'll figure it out eventually. After all, I left a flying thunder god mark on you and I've improved it. I'll come find you in a couple of days. The Nine Tails was silent for a long time. Do you believe everything he said? Minato thought for a moment. Yes. You've seen the memories in my head before. The Nine Tails said nothing more. Its tail flicked gently. 2 days passed. Minato sat in his office, pen in hand, the document spread before him, yet his eyes were not on the paper but fixed on the window. He was sensing the flying thunder god mark he had left on Naruto. He had placed it on the future Naruto a few days ago without telling anyone, not even Kurama. Just at the moment of parting that night, as he patted Naruto on the shoulder, he had imprinted a minuscule, nearly undetectable flying thunder god seal onto Naruto's cloak. The mark was still there. Minato could feel it moving, neither fast nor slow, as if roaming within a fixed range searching for something. Minato put down his pen, closed his eyes and concentrated all his attention on the seal. He sensed Naruto walking through a strange place, stopping and starting, sometimes pausing for a long time as if observing something, then moving on. What was he looking for? Minato did not know. But he could feel that Naruto's state was off. The chakra fluctuation from the seal was weak, much weaker than a few days ago. It was not due to distance. Naruto's own chakra was diminishing. He was consuming himself, overexerting, pushing beyond his limits. Minato opened his eyes, stood up and walked to the window. He continued to sense the seal. Naruto was still walking, still searching, still exhausting himself. His pace quickened, not a normal walking speed but a running speed, fast, so fast it seemed like he was fleeing. Minato's brow furrowed. Something was wrong. Naruto was not searching, he was running. Something was chasing him. Minato's hand tightened on the window frame. The seal's speed grew faster and faster to an abnormal degree. Then, Minato sensed a strange, vast, suffocating chakra. It was not Naruto's but someone else's. The chakra was like an ocean, boundless, bottomless, crushing the breath out of one's lungs. Minato's pupils contracted. He had seen many powerful individuals but never such chakra. It was not a difference in quantity but in quality. Like the difference between a firefly and the sun. Minato did not hesitate. He formed hand seals and activated the flying thunder god technique. Space twisted before him and he appeared in a strange place. Not Konoha, not the land of fire, a place he had never been. Around him were barren hills, bare and lifeless. The sky was gray with no sun, no clouds, nothing. The wind blew fiercely, making his clothes rustle. Naruto was right in front of him. Seventh Hokage Naruto, the Hokage from the future, was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. His black cloak was torn, revealing the orange outfit beneath, the iconic outfit Minato had seen in Carl's memories, Naruto's signature attire. There were bloodstains on the clothes, his own blood. His left arm hung limply at his side, unnaturally, as if broken or dislocated. His face was bruised, blood at the corner of his mouth, and his blue eyes were filled with exhaustion and vigilance. Naruto! Minato called out. Naruto looked up. The moment he saw Minato, his eyes widened. Dad! How did you? Before he could finish, a black shadow fell from the sky, crashing into the spot where Naruto had just been standing. The ground exploded, sending rubble flying and dust billowing. Minato grabbed Naruto and teleported dozens of meters away with the flying thunder god. As the dust cleared, a figure emerged from the crater. The figure was tall, a head taller than Minato. His skin was pale white as porcelain. His hair was long, silver white, flowing down his back. He wore a white robe embroidered with black magatama patterns. On his forehead was a diamond-shaped mark, and his eyes were white, not the white of the Byakugan but a hollow pupilless white like two empty sockets. Yet his face was expressionless, like a mask. Akatsuki. The word flashed through Minato's mind. Images from Carl's memories surged, Kagaya Akatsuki. Those beings from distant planets beyond human comprehension. The true apex existences of the shinobi world, the six paths level. Dad, you have to go, Naruto said urgently, weakly. He's after me. It has nothing to do with you. Minato did not move. He looked at the Akatsuki, then at Naruto. Naruto's chakra was faint, almost imperceptible. The Nine-Tails chakra, no, the Nine-Tails was no longer there. Minato could sense that Naruto's body was extremely weak. Minato did not ask. He knew this was not the time for questions. He stepped in front of Naruto, facing the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's white eyes stared at Minato, pupilless, but Minato could feel him watching, appraising, evaluating. Who are you? The Akatsuki spoke. His voice was flat, cold, as if coming from a machine. Minato did not answer. His body began to glow, a golden light, the Nine-Tails chakra mode activating. A golden chakra cloak enveloped him, his hair stood on end and his eyes turned into red vertical slits. The Nine-Tails chakra boiled within him like a volcano about to erupt. Naruto stared at Minato's back, at the golden chakra cloak, at the familiar warm glow he had once possessed but lost. His eyes reddened. Kurama. He whispered so softly it was almost inaudible. The Akatsuki looked at Minato and finally a flicker of emotion appeared in his white eyes. Not fear, not surprise, curiosity. 9 tails. No. Not the 9 tails. Something else. Minato did not waste words. He vanished and reappeared behind the Akatsuki, a Rasengan gathering in his palm, wind release Rasen Shuriken. The high-speed rotating wind blades emitted a piercing screech like countless birds screaming. He pressed it toward the Akatsuki's back. The Akatsuki did not turn. A transparent barrier appeared around his body. The Rasen Shuriken struck the barrier, producing a grating screech. Wind blades scraped against the barrier, sending off countless sparks. The barrier trembled but did not shatter. The Akatsuki turned and extended his hand, pushing toward Minato. A tremendous force slammed into Minato, hurling him backward. Minato somersaulted in the air and landed dozens of meters away, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Minato steadied himself, appraising the Akatsuki rapidly. The Rasen Shuriken could not break his barrier, his flying thunder god's speed was matched, his attack power was immense, sending Minato flying with a single blow. But Minato also noticed, the Akatsuki's speed was not faster than his own. His reactions were not quicker. He could follow the flying thunder god but not its rhythm. Minato vanished again. This time he did not attack the Akatsuki's body but his barrier. The Rasengan exploded against it, making the barrier shudder and a tiny crack appear. Minato saw it. He teleported, continuously striking from different angles, each time hitting the same spot. Rasengan after Rasengan exploded, the crack growing larger and larger. The Akatsuki's expression finally changed. He extended his hand and clenched it toward Minato. Minato felt the space around him twist and compress as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing. His body was immobilized, unable to move. "Dad!" Naruto shouted, struggling to stand. The Akatsuki looked at Minato, his white eyes devoid of emotion. Interesting technique. But useless. Minato hung in the grip of the invisible hand, his bones creaking. But he was not panicked. He closed his eyes, feeling the energy of the tree within him. The tree in his dantian swayed gently in the golden warmth of the 9 tails, and natural energy surged from its roots, flowing through his entire body. His body began to glow, not the gold of the 9 tails chakra but a lighter, brighter, purer light. It was like the first ray of morning sunlight, not blinding but warm. Minato opened his eyes. They were no longer red vertical slits but a golden color like burning coals. Naruto stared at Minato's eyes, stunned. He had never seen such eyes. Not Sage mode, not 9 tails mode, something else. A power he had never witnessed before, brand new. Minato moved. He broke free of the invisible hand as if snapping a few ropes with astonishing ease. He appeared before the Akatsuki and punched him in the chest. The Akatsuki's body flew backward, crashing into a hill. The hill collapsed, burying him under rubble. Minato landed on the ground, staring at the collapsed hill, breathing heavily. His body trembled, not from exhaustion but because the light was consuming his stamina. He could not fully control that power yet. It was a byproduct of his body's transformation, powerful but unstable. The rubble stirred. The Akatsuki rose from the debris. His white robe was torn and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Minato and finally emotion surfaced in his white eyes, not fear, not anger but excitement. "You," the Akatsuki said, "are very interesting." He stepped forward, walking toward Minato. Minato clenched his fists, ready to meet him again. "Dad!" Naruto shouted urgently, "Don't fight. You can't beat him. He hasn't even tried yet." Minato did not look back. He watched the Akatsuki approach step by step. "Naruto," Minato said, "you go first." "Dad, go." Naruto gritted his teeth, staring at Minato's back, at the white Hokage robe flapping in the wind. He remembered many things, the nights without a father during his childhood, the festivals he spent alone, the countless times he had dreamed of his father's back, a back he had never truly possessed. Now he saw it, but he did not want to. He did not want this back to disappear. Naruto struggled to his feet and walked toward Minato. But his legs trembled, his body shook, his chakra was depleting. He took 2 steps, then fell, lying on the ground, watching Minato's back, watching the Akatsuki approach step by step. "Kurama." Naruto whispered, tears streaming down his face, "Help me. Help Dad." No one answered him. Kurama was no longer there. But Minato heard him. He glanced back at Naruto, at his face covered in tears and blood, at his blue eyes, the same eyes as Kushina. Something stirred in his heart, not pity, not anger, but something deeper, heavier. Minato turned to face the Akatsuki. His body began to glow again, not the gold of the Nine-Tails chakra, not that pale light, but a brighter, fiercer glow, as if he were burning himself out. Kurama, Minato said softly, lend me some power. In the sealed space the Nine-Tails rose. It opened its red eyes, its 9 tails slowly swaying behind it. Use it, Kurama said. Minato's body was engulfed in golden light. The light was so bright that Naruto could not open his eyes, so bright that the Akatsuki stopped in his tracks, so bright that the entire gray sky was illuminated. The light faded. Minato stood there, the same yet different. His golden hair was longer and the Nine-Tails chakra cloak had become a tangible flame-like garment. 9 tails swayed slowly behind him, not chakra constructs but real flesh and blood tails. The Akatsuki stared at him and finally a ripple appeared in his white eyes, not excitement but surprise. This is... the Akatsuki said, half-tailed beast transformation. No. Full transformation. You can completely become the 9 tails. Minato did not answer. He looked at the Akatsuki, his golden eyes devoid of emotion. Again, Minato said. The Akatsuki was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. The smile was faint light, but there was something in his eyes, fighting spirit, anticipation, the excitement of meeting an opponent after a long time. Very well, the Akatsuki said. Both moved at once. The sky exploded. Hills collapsed. The ground split open. Naruto lay on the ground watching the two beams of light collide, intertwine and tear the sky apart. He wanted to stand but could not. He wanted to help but could not. All he could do was watch Minato and the Akatsuki fight, their speeds too fast for the naked eye to track, their powers so great that mountains crumbled and the earth split. Dad! Naruto whispered, be careful. Naruto's voice came from behind, hoarse and urgent, Dad, watch out. His Rinnegan can absorb chakra and he can even refine that chakra into pills and eat them. Minato's pupils contracted. Absorbing chakra, that kind of ability. He thought of Nagato. Nagato's Rinnegan could also absorb ninjutsu, but that was the power of the Preta path, it could only absorb, not refine into pills. But this man before him could not only absorb but also store and even consume. This meant ordinary ninjutsu attacks were useless against him and might even become his sustenance. Minato's mind raced but his body did not stop. The 9 tails behind him carved golden arcs through the air, writhing like 9 colossal serpents in a dance. His eyes had shifted from gold to crimson, the vertical pupils of the 9 tails burning with battle intent yet coldly calm. Akatsuki, the man with silver-white long hair, stood atop the ruins, his white robe rustling violently in the wind. The pale purple Rinnegan on his forehead was half-lidded like a languid cat and a faint elusive smile hung at the corner of his lips. He had been forced back a few steps by Minato's 9 tails form, but there was not a single wound on his body. Minato's attacks had indeed struck him, yet all of them had been absorbed. That translucent barrier was not merely a defense, it was an absorption technique. Any attack laced with chakra would be devoured by it and converted into Urashiki's power. Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Akatsuki spoke at last, his voice soft as if talking to himself. I never expected such a being to exist in this era. However, your chakra is quite peculiar. It doesn't seem like ordinary 9 tails chakra. Something else is mixed within it. He tilted his head, those white eyes fixed on Minato like he was examining an intriguing dish. Interesting. I would very much like to taste it. Minato was not provoked. His mind was calculating at breakneck speed. The attacks of his 9 tails form were absorbed. The Raisin Shuriken was absorbed. The tailed beast ball was absorbed. Ordinary ninjutsu was useless against him. The speed of the flying Raijin could keep up with him but could not break through his defenses. In close combat, when Minato's fist struck him, he would use that barrier to absorb the impact, then counterattack. Minato had already taken 2 hits in close combat and his ribs throbbed with pain. Kurama, Minato said inwardly, ordinary attacks won't work on him. He can absorb chakra. The 9 tails lay within his dantian, its voice low and measured. I know. The power of the Rinnegan. His absorption technique is not singular, it is all-encompassing. Any attack carrying chakra, whether ninjutsu or taijutsu, will be decomposed by his Rinnegan. Then what do we do? Minato was silent for a second. Use Sage Mode. Natural energy is not chakra. Let's see if he can absorb natural energy. Minato's eyes brightened. Sage Mode, activate. Natural energy had already merged with his body, every single cell was saturated with it. If he attacked with this power, could Urashiki's absorption technique still hold? Minato did not know, but he was willing to try. Minato deactivated his Ninetales form. The golden chakra cloak peeled away from his body and the Ninetales retreated back into him. The scorching heat of the Ninetales flowed back into his dantian, quietly coiling around that tree. Minato closed his eyes, took a deep breath and then opened them. Sage Mode, activated. Orange markings appeared beneath his eyes and his pupils became slitted. Not the crimson vertical pupils of the Ninetales, but the golden vertical pupils of Sage Mode. His hair remained blonde but now bore a faint halo like the glow of morning light. Natural energy surged in from all directions, seeping through his skin, his breath and every single pore. His perception exploded. He could clearly sense the flow of chakra within Urashiki's body, vast, chaotic, like a raging sea in a storm. Akatsuki watched Minato's transformation, his brow furrowing slightly. Sage Mode. The same as Naruto's. He tilted his head, confusion flickering in those white eyes. No. This is not ordinary Sage Mode. Your body. Your body itself is natural energy. Minato did not answer. He vanished and reappeared in front of Urashiki. A single punch aimed at Urashiki's chest. No chakra. No Rasengan. No tailed beast ball. Just a fist, pure physical, carrying natural energy. Akatsuki instinctively activated his absorption technique. The translucent barrier materialized around his body like a thin film of water. Minato's fist struck the barrier. The barrier shuddered, not cracking but warping. Natural energy was not chakra, the absorption technique could not decompose it. The barrier rippled violently like a water's surface struck by a stone. Akatsuki's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time he had shown an expression of surprise. Minato's fist pierced through the barrier and slammed into his chest. Akatsuki's body was sent flying, crashing into another hill. The hill collapsed, burying him beneath the rubble. Minato landed on the ground and looked at his own fist. It worked. Naruto, lying not far away, watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with shock. He had seen countless powerhouses, 6 paths Madara, 6 paths Obito, Kagaya, Akatsuki, Momoshiki, Akatsuki, Kinshiki, Akatsuki, Ishiki, Akatsuki. But he had never seen anyone break through an Akatsuki's absorption technique using pure natural energy. Natural energy was not chakra, but natural energy was the power of this world itself. The Akatsuki's Rinnegan could decompose chakra, but it could not decompose this world. Minato's fist was this world. Akatsuki rose from the rubble. His white robe had a torn hole and there was a shallow fist mark on his chest. He lowered his head to look at the mark, then raised his head and stared at Minato. In those white eyes surprise had vanished, replaced by a thicker, fiercer excitement. You, Akatsuki said, are the most interesting person I have encountered in this era. Minato did not waste words. He vanished again, appearing on Akatsuki's left side and threw a punch at his shoulder. This time Akatsuki did not use the absorption technique, he directly blocked Minato's fist with his hand. Fist met palm, producing a deep, thunderous impact. Minato felt a colossal force surge from Akatsuki's palm, numbing his entire arm. His hand was huge, powerful, as if forged from steel. The two locked eyes and moved at the same instant. Fists, feet, knees, elbows. No ninjutsu. No chakra. Just pure primal physical combat. Minato's taijutsu was already among the finest of shinobi, and with Sage Mode's augmentation every blow carried the crushing force of natural energy. But Akatsuki's taijutsu was even greater, his body tempered over 1,000 years had transcended human limits. Every punch was like a collapsing mountain, every kick a splitting earth. Minato took a hit, staggered back a few steps, and a thread of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But he did not stop. He charged forward again, faster, stronger. The Ninetales chakra mode was activated once more, not full Ninetales transformation but half transformation. The golden chakra cloak enveloped his body. The power of the Ninetales and natural energy overlapped, colliding, merging and erupting within him. His eyes became golden vertical pupils, not red but gold. Sage mode and Ninetales mode activated simultaneously, This was the first time Minato had used this state in real combat. Naruto stared at Minato's back, at that golden chakra cloak with its orange patterns, at those golden seemingly blazing eyes, and felt something indescribable stir in his heart. He had seen Ninetales Sage Mode before. It was one of the strongest forms he himself had once used. But after his battle with Sasuke he could no longer use it. Yet Minato's Ninetales Sage Mode was different. His natural energy was not borrowed, it was inherent to his body. His Ninetales chakra was not sealed within him, it had become one with natural energy. The two powers were not stacked, they were fused. Kurama, Naruto murmured, "Dad. What exactly is he?" No one answered him. Minato was already clashing with Akatsuki again. This time Minato was even faster. With Flying Rage and Ninetales chakra and Sage Mode combined, his speed had reached a level Akatsuki could no longer track. He appeared behind Akatsuki, striking his lower back, appeared on his left, slamming an elbow into his ribs, appeared above him, stomping down on his shoulder. Akatsuki scrambled to defend, but his speed could not keep up with Minato's rhythm. He took several blows, each carrying the impact of natural energy rattling his body. Akatsuki grew enraged. He spread his arms wide and his Rinnegan blazed to life, not one but two. The pale purple Rinnegan on his forehead snapped open and another one opened on the back of his head. Both Rinnegan flared simultaneously. Purple light surged from his body, forming a colossal hemispherical barrier. Everything within the barrier, stones, dust, air, was being absorbed. Minato felt his body growing lighter, his chakra draining away, his natural energy being torn from him. "Dad!" Naruto shouted. "He's absorbing your chakra and natural energy. Get back." Minato did not retreat. He stood there feeling his power being stripped away bit by bit. The Ninetales chakra diminished. Natural energy diminished. Even his physical strength was waning. But he did not panic. He closed his eyes and sensed that tree within him, and the sword inside the tree. In his dantian the tree swayed gently within the golden torrent of the Ninetales. Its roots ran deep, into every cell of Minato's body, into his bones, into his very soul. The Akatsuki's Rinnegan could absorb chakra and natural energy, but it could not absorb this tree. Because this tree was not chakra. It was not natural energy. It was Minato himself. It was his body. It was his soul. It was his path. Minato opened his eyes. The power of the tree surged up from his dantian, flooding through his entire body. The sword within it also began to tremble. His body started to glow, not the gold of Ninetales chakra, not the orange of Sage Mode, but a radiance brighter, purer, like diamond light. Akatsuki's barrier shuddered. That light pierced through the barrier through the absorption technique and struck his body. Akatsuki's body froze. His eyes went wide, his mouth fell open, but no sound escaped. That light was not painful, not hot, not cold. But it immobilized him as if something had pinned him in place. Minato walked up to Akatsuki, reached out and drew the sword from his chest. "Your Rinnegan is powerful," Minato said, "but you cannot see what you cannot see." Akatsuki's pupils contracted. He could not understand Minato's words, but he could feel it, a power he had never experienced before, steadily slipping away from within him. Not being drained but flowing away actively, willingly, like water seeping through the cracks of one's fingers. His power, the power he had amassed over 1,000 years of life, was being peeled away from this man piece by piece. Akatsuki let out a furious roar and the barrier exploded. Purple light burst from his body, blasting Minato away. Minato tumbled through the air, landed on his feet, slid back a few steps and steadied himself. Akatsuki stood at the center of the shattered barrier, gasping for breath. His white robe was torn, his hair disheveled, and blood traced from the corner of his lips. He stared at Minato, and in those white eyes the excitement had vanished, replaced by something he had never felt before, fear. "You." Akatsuki's voice was hoarse. "Who exactly are you?" Minato looked at him and said nothing. In his hand the sword gleamed brilliantly in the night. Akatsuki gritted his teeth, turned and tore open space itself. A black rift appeared behind him. He stepped into it, the rift closed and he was gone. He ran. Minato stood in place, staring at the spot where Akatsuki had vanished for a long time. Then his body swayed and he collapsed to his knees. The sword vanished. The Ninetales chakra mode deactivated. Sage mode deactivated. His face was pale as paper, his lips purple, his hands trembling. That final strike had consumed too much of his power. In this battle he had unleashed every trump card he possessed, and even then he had only barely driven his enemy back. Dad! Naruto struggled to crawl over, kneeling before Minato, looking at him. Are you okay? Minato lifted his head and met Naruto's gaze. Those blue eyes were heavy with exhaustion, but he smiled. I'm fine. Just a little tired. Naruto's tears fell. He threw himself into Minato's arms and held him tightly as if afraid he would disappear. Minato froze for a moment, then reached out and gently patted Naruto's back. It's all right, Minato said. He's gone. Naruto said nothing. He buried his face in Minato's shoulder and wept like a child. It had been so long since he last cried, so long that he had thought he never would again. But today he cried. Not from fear. Not from pain. Because he had waited for this embrace for far too long. So long that he thought he would never have it in this lifetime. Minato held Naruto and said nothing. He lifted his head and gazed at the gray overcast sky. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, faint and pale like a piece of ice about to melt. In the distance insects chirped, one note after another, unhurried and serene. After Akatsuki tore through space and fled, the battlefield fell silent. The wind still blew as before, the gray sky unchanged, and the distant hill had collapsed on one side with rubble scattered like building blocks trampled by a giant. Minato knelt on the ground, his knees pressing into the rubble, his hands supporting him as he gasped for breath. His body trembled, not from cold but from exhaustion. The Nine-Tails chakra mode had automatically deactivated and the markings of Sage mode faded from his face. The tree in his dantian shrank back to its original size, quietly resting within the golden currents of the Nine-Tails as if frightened by the recent battle. Naruto lay beside him, tear stains still fresh on his face. He was even weaker than Minato, his left arm dislocated, 2 ribs broken, chakra nearly depleted, unable even to stand. His orange outfit was torn in several places, revealing bruised and battered skin with dried blood at the corner of his mouth forming a dark red scab. He looked at Minato, his blue eyes filled with guilt. Dad. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. Minato shook his head and said nothing. He sat up, crossed his legs, closed his eyes and regulated his breathing for a while. Natural energy surged from all directions, slowly replenishing his depleted body bit by bit. The tree in his dantian absorbed the natural energy and lit up again, while the Nine-Tails' hot currents regained their warmth. A few minutes later Minato opened his eyes, his complexion slightly improved. He turned his head and looked at Naruto. Can you heal your injuries on your own? Naruto gave a bitter smile. Back when Kurama was with me, this kind of injury would heal in minutes. Now. He looked down at his dislocated left arm. Now I can only rely on medical ninjutsu. But I can't even muster enough chakra for that. Minato reached out, grasped Naruto's left arm and gently pushed and pulled. With a click the dislocated joint was reset. Naruto clenched his teeth, not crying out, but cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Minato then placed his hand on Naruto's chest and used Sage chakra to mend several broken ribs. It wasn't medical ninjutsu, it was the gentle nurturing of natural energy, slow but painless, leaving no aftereffects. There Minato withdrew his hand. I'll give you a thorough treatment when we get back. Let's go. First get back. It's not safe here that Akatsuki might return. Naruto nodded. Minato stood up and helped Naruto to his feet, supporting him with one hand while forming hand seals with the other. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, space twisted before their eyes, and then the two appeared in the living room of Minato's house. The room was quiet. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver layer on the floor. From the next room came the soft, even breathing of Karen and the 4-year-old Naruto, gentle, delicate, like 2 little animals snoring. Naruto, the 7th Hokage Naruto, stood in the living room listening to those breaths, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. That was his younger self, a self different from his own childhood. He had imagined countless times how wonderful it would be to go back to the past, change everything, see his parents alive. Now he saw them, but he didn't know what to say or do. Minato took a futon from the cabinet, spread it in a corner of the living room and placed a pillow on it. Sleep here tonight. I'll figure something out tomorrow. Naruto looked at the makeshift bed, then at Minato. Dad, aren't you going to ask me anything? Ask why I came to this era. Why that Akatsuki was chasing me. Minato sat down on the tatami and looked at Naruto. You'll tell me when you're ready. Naruto was silent for a moment, then sat down on the bed. His body ached, his arm, his ribs, every part of him. But he didn't lie down. He just sat there, head bowed, staring at his hands. I traveled through time, originally intending to go to the founding era of Konoha to meet Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha to ask them to come to the future to help us. Naruto began, his voice low. But I was discovered by the Akatsuki and ended up in this world. Minato said nothing, waiting for him to continue. In my world, Naruto went on. First I talked about what would happen in the future. I mentioned that Kagaya was sealed, but there were others, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki and Ishiki. They came one after another and each time they were defeated, but at great cost. I lost Kurama, Sasuke lost his Rinnegan, and many people died. I couldn't even protect my own son, your grandson. He paused. And we know more Akatsuki will come. They won't stop. They'll keep coming until they take all the chakra from this planet. Minato's brow furrowed. So what are you planning to do? I spent a long time discussing with them and came up with a plan. Minato's pupils contracted. A plan? What kind of plan? Minato asked. Naruto continued, gather the strong from different eras, usually to send them to our world to help us. I have no other choice. My era can't hold on much longer. Minato was silent for a long time. He looked at Naruto, at his weary, pale, scarred face, at the eyes carrying the crushing weight of years. He thought of the 4-year-old Naruto running into the office every day, leaping into his arms, shouting, "Dad," smiling like a little son. This Naruto before him had suffered since childhood, and now in his middle age he was suffering again. Rest tonight, Minato said, standing up. Tomorrow I'll help you. Naruto looked up at Minato. Dad. Minato looked back at him. You're my son. Since you've come to this world I have to take responsibility. Naruto's lips moved as if to say something, but his throat seemed blocked and no sound came out. Minato said no more and turned to walk into his own room. He lay on the tatami, closed his eyes but didn't sleep. He was thinking about today, the Akatsuki's power, how even stacking Sage Mode and Ninetales Mode couldn't defeat him, only barely drive him back. If not for that sword he might have lost today. The power of that tree sword was immense, but he couldn't fully control it. Forced use placed a heavy burden on his body. After using it today he could barely stand. He needed to accelerate his transformation to enter the next stage as soon as possible to elevate his power to another level. Time. Originally he planned to take a few more years. But now it seemed he didn't have that much time. The Akatsuki had already come and might come again. Next time it might not be just one person. He needed to become stronger before then. Minato turned over facing the wall. In the next room Karen and the 4-year-old Naruto slept, their breaths soft and even. In the living room the 7th Hokage Naruto also hadn't slept. He sat there gazing at the moon outside the window, lost in thought. Minato closed his eyes. Natural energy flowed in from all directions, seeping into his body, nourishing his meridians and cells. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Minato was already awake. Lying on the tatami he listened to the birds chirping outside the window, running through the day's tasks in his mind. He got up, washed his face, changed into clean clothes and walked into the living room. Naruto, the 7th Hokage Naruto, was still sitting on the makeshift bed, the blanket untouched, having sat there all night. His eyes were red but there was no trace of drowsiness. When he saw Minato come out he stood up, opened his mouth as if to speak but no words came out. Minato looked at him. Come with me. For now your presence must not be known to too many people. Naruto nodded. Minato reached out, gripped Naruto's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Space warped for an instant and the two appeared in an unfamiliar forest. The trees were tall and dense, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patchy spots of light on the ground. The air was humid, carrying a scent of decaying leaves mixed with earth. Birdsong came from all directions, rising and falling like a lively concert. Minato released his grip, surveyed the surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. He had been here a few times before, secluded far from Konoha and unlikely to be found by anyone. Wait for me here, Minato said. Naruto leaned against a tree watching him. Okay. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more and returned to Konoha. He first went to the Fugaku residence. Dawn had not fully broken but the lights were already on. Mikoto was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, the aroma wafting out through the window. Fugaku was practicing swordplay in the yard. Hearing footsteps he stopped and looked at Minato. Minato gave him a nod. I have some matters to attend to for the next few days. Naruto and Karen are in your care. Back at his own home, Karen and little Naruto were already awake, sitting on the bed with messy hair and half-open eyes, still not fully roused from sleep. Seeing Minato enter, little Naruto's eyes lit up at once. Dad! He jumped off the bed and threw himself into Minato's arms. Minato caught him, lifted him up and ruffled his hair. Dad has things to do today. You and your sister will go to Uncle Fugaku's house. I'll pick you up in the evening. Little Naruto pouted, displeased. No. I'll buy you dango tonight. Red bean filling. Red bean filling. Two. Little Naruto thought for a moment, then nodded. Karen got off the bed, walked up to Minato and looked up at him. Dad, where are you going? Minato crouched down and looked at her. A little business. I'll be back soon. Karen said nothing but reached out and gently touched Minato's face. Minato smiled, ruffled her hair, then took both children by the hand and delivered them to the Fugaku household. Mikoto took little Naruto and said with a smile, Go on, don't worry. Fugaku stood nearby and nodded. Minato turned and left the Fugaku house, heading straight to the Hokage's office. Shisui was already standing at the door. Seeing Minato approach, he bowed slightly. Fourth Hokage. Shisui, cancel all meetings today. Hold the documents until I return to review them. Shisui was taken aback, but he did not ask why. Understood. Minato walked into the office, picked up a pen from the desk and wrote a line on a sticky note. Sensei returned to Konoha quickly, there is something to discuss. He then bit his finger, pressed a bloody fingerprint onto the note, folded it into a paper crane and formed hand signs. A toad appeared in a puff. Minato said, Find my sensei and give him this. The toad nodded, leaped out of the window and vanished into the morning light. This was the means of contact Jiraiya had left him. Wherever Jiraiya was, this toad would find him. Minato stood at the window watching the direction the toad had taken, then turned and walked out of the office. Shisui was still at the door. Fourth Hokage, any further instructions? I'm leaving it to you, Minato said. Shisui nodded, standing even straighter. Minato walked out of the Hokage building, found a secluded corner, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the forest. Naruto was still leaning against the tree in the exact same posture. Seeing him return, he straightened up. Dad, where did you go? Handled a few things. Minato sat down on a rock across from him and looked at Naruto for a long time. Naruto felt uneasy under his gaze and touched his own face. What? How is your sage mode now? Naruto's expression stiffened. He lowered his head, staring at his hands, and remained silent for a long time. Minato did not press him, he just sat there and waited. The wind blew and the leaves rustled as if whispering to one another. It doesn't last long. Naruto finally spoke, his voice faint as if confessing something shameful. Kurama is gone. My chakra reserves have dropped drastically and sage mode requires a huge amount of chakra to maintain balance. Right now, I can only manage about 5 minutes. Minato looked at him. Then what do you have left? Naruto said nothing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Rasengan. Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. Those all require chakra. You don't have enough chakra, and Otsutsuki Absorb Ninjutsu. Those can be forgiven. Taijutsu. Your taijutsu was always boosted by the Ninetales chakra. Without the Ninetales, your taijutsu is only at the level of an ordinary elite jonin. Minato's voice was not loud, but every word struck Naruto like a nail. Have you become nothing just because you lost the Ninetales? Naruto raised his head, something churning in his eyes. It was not anger, it was grievance, it was unwillingness, something that had been suppressed for a long time, never spoken to anyone, something he himself dared not look at. Dad, sage mode, Minato interrupted. The first Hokage, Lord Hashirama Senju, used sage mode. Jiraiya Sensei used sage mode. I also use sage mode. None of us had the Ninetales, yet our sage modes were all formidable. Hashirama's sage mode allowed him to fight evenly with Madara Uchiha. Jiraiya Sensei's sage mode allowed him to create his own techniques. And my sage mode, you saw it yesterday. It may still be inferior to Hashirama's, but it's usable, and it's usable well. He stood up, walked over to Naruto, crouched down and looked into his eyes. Sage mode is not an accessory of the Ninetales. It is your own thing. You learned it from Mount Mayaboku. You cultivated it yourself. The Nine Tails merely amplified its effects. But even without the Nine Tails you should still be able to use it. Your Sage Mode was already strong, even stronger than Jiraiya-sensei's. Why can't you use it now? Because you haven't practiced it in too long. Because you relied too much on the Nine Tails. Because you forgot, Sage Mode requires training. Naruto's eyes grew red. He knew every word Minato said was true. Ever since he mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode he had rarely used Sage Mode. With the Nine Tails he didn't need to spend time absorbing natural energy, didn't need to maintain balance, didn't need to worry about time limits. The Nine Tails had done everything for him. He thought that was progress, but it was actually regression. He thought he had grown stronger, but it was the Nine Tails that had grown stronger, he himself had not changed. Your Sage Mode is a Sage Mode adapted to you. Minato's voice grew softer. Not Hashirama's, not Jiraiya-sensei's, and not mine. Everyone's Sage Mode is different because everyone's body is different and everyone's natural energy is different. You need to find your own Sage Mode, not imitate others, not copy the past but feel, explore and create anew. He stood up, took a few steps back and looked at Naruto. From now on you will train Sage Mode here every day. Naruto raised his head and looked at Minato. Dad, is Sage Mode really useful? Minato shook his head. I don't know that either. But I can tell you one thing, Senjutsu, the power of nature, is the true path of this world. Minato turned and walked toward the edge of the forest. Dad! Naruto called out. Minato stopped but did not turn around. Thank you. Minato did not answer and kept walking. His footsteps gradually faded into the forest, growing softer and softer until they disappeared. Naruto stood alone in the forest. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, falling on his face. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Natural energy surged toward him from all directions. He tried to draw it into his body but it refused to obey, rampaging through his chakra pathways, causing him to grimace in pain. He did not stop. He kept absorbing, kept guiding, kept trying. It hurt but it was bearable. Far lighter than the pain of losing Kurama. Minato walked out of the forest and stood on a hillside, glancing back. Through the gaps in the leaves he saw Naruto, his son, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, his face a mixture of agony and focus. He watched for a while, then turned and left. The Flying Thunder God technique activated and he returned to Konoha. Shisui was still standing at the office door. Seeing Minato return he bowed slightly. Minato walked into the office, sat down and began reviewing documents. The pile on the desk was tall but he worked quickly, one after another, signing, stamping and setting them aside. Naruto stood alone in the forest, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting light on his face. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Natural energy surged from all directions. He tried to draw it into his body but it refused to obey, rampaging through his meridians, causing him to grimace in pain. He didn't stop. He kept inhaling, kept guiding, kept trying. It hurt but he could endure it. It was far lighter than the pain of losing Kurama. 5 minutes. He could only hold on for 5 minutes. In the past, when Kurama was still there, he gradually stopped using Sage Mode. When chakra was insufficient the Nine Tails would replenish it, when balance was broken the Nine Tails would adjust it. He didn't need to worry about anything, he only needed to stand there taking hits or chase after others. Now that Kurama was gone he realized how reliant he had been on that fox. Sage Mode required precise chakra control, a perfect balance between body and natural energy, and long periods of focus and practice. He had known all of this before but now he had grown rusty. It wasn't that he had forgotten, it was that he hadn't used it for so long, his hands had become unfamiliar and his body had forgotten the feeling. Naruto opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead. 5 minutes were up and natural energy began to run wild, his face starting to distort with signs of toadification. He quickly deactivated Sage Mode, gasping for breath. Still no good, Sage Mode could only last a few minutes. He sat down leaning against a tree and looked up at the sky overhead. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, puffy one after another like the cotton candy he ate as a child. He remembered the days when Jiraiya-sensei taught him to train. He also remembered the time he trained at Mount Mayaboku, getting smeared with toad oil every day, getting his head knocked by Fukasaku-sama and being chased around by Shima-sama to eat. Back then he thought it was hard. Now that he thought about it, those were the easiest times. Jiraiya-sensei would sit nearby drinking sake laughing as he watched him get chased by toads. Fukasaku-sama would stand on his shoulder teaching him over and over how to sense natural energy. Shima-sama would cook in the kitchen, the aroma drifting out making his mouth water. Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto's eyes reddened again. When Jiraiya-sensei died he hadn't been able to see him one last time. Naruto had never seen him one final time. He had stood in the rain and cried for a long time, so long that the rain washed away his tears, so long that he thought he could no longer cry. Every time he thought of Jiraiya, every time he recalled the words Jiraiya had said, every time he remembered Jiraiya's carefree attitude he would cry. It wasn't sorrow, it was longing. Naruto wiped his eyes, sat upright again, crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Again. This time he didn't rush to absorb natural energy, instead he first felt his own body. His father was right, there were still traces of Kurama within him. Those traces were faint like ink washed by water, barely visible but still there. He could feel Kurama's chakra remnants in every one of his cells, dormant, feeble, as if waiting to be awakened. Naruto tried to touch those traces with his chakra, not absorbing natural energy, not entering sage mode, just touching. When those traces were touched they emitted a slight warmth like a heater in winter, not hot but very warm. He could feel Kurama's presence, not a real presence but an illusion, a memory, something engraved deep in his soul. Kurama, Naruto murmured. No one answered him. But he felt those traces grow warm for a moment as if responding to him. Naruto's tears fell again. He didn't know why he was crying, he was already an adult, already the seventh Hokage, already experienced so much. Naruto sniffled and continued to feel those traces. This time he was neither anxious nor demanding. He just sat there feeling the faint flickering warmth inside his body, like listening to a song he hadn't heard for a long time. The melody was blurred, the lyrics forgotten, but the feeling remained. Natural energy slowly, little by little, surged toward him. It wasn't that he actively absorbed it, it came on its own, as if drawn by those traces, as if summoned by that warmth. Naruto neither resisted nor guided it. He simply let it come and go on its own, circulating within his body. As natural energy flowed through his meridians, wherever it passed those traces, the traces grew hotter, the heat turned into light, and the light illuminated his meridians. Naruto didn't know how long passed. Maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe longer. He didn't care. He just sat there feeling the changes in his body, feeling those traces gradually awakening, feeling natural energy being gradually tamed by him. Then he entered sage mode. The same sage mode as Jiraiya-sensei's. Orange eyeshadow appeared beneath his eyelids and his pupils became vertical slits. No signs of toadification appeared on his face. Natural energy flowed steadily within him, no rampage, no loss of control. He could feel his body growing stronger, his perception sharpening, power surging. Though it couldn't compare to the Nine-Tails sage mode of the past, at least he had entered it. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Sage mode was still active, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. No rampage, no loss of control, no toadification. He had done it. Naruto smiled. The smile was not big, not bright, even a little ugly, because tears remained on his face, his eyes were still red, and the wound at the corner of his mouth hadn't healed. But that smile was genuine, a smile that surged from the depths of his heart, unstoppable, bubbling up like a spring. Kurama, he whispered, did you see? I did it. No one answered him. But he felt those traces warm up once again. When Minato returned to Konoha it was almost noon. He had been approving documents all morning. He worked quickly one after another, signing, stamping, setting aside. Halfway through Minato paused, picked up the teacup on the desk and took a sip. The tea had gone cold but he didn't mind. He looked at the sky outside the window thinking about Naruto. He wondered how Naruto's training was going. In the afternoon Minato finished all the documents. He stood up and stretched his body, his bones cracking a few times. Shursui had already left work. A new ANBU stood guard at the door, an unfamiliar face. Seeing Minato come out he quickly saluted. Minato nodded and walked out of the building. He didn't go to Fugaku's house. Instead he found a secluded corner and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the forest. Naruto was still sitting under that tree. His eyes were closed and there was orange eyeshadow on his face, sage mode. Minato stood in the distance watching him, neither approaching nor making a sound. He could feel that Naruto's sage mode was different from the morning. In the morning Naruto's sage mode seemed forced, unstable, on the verge of collapse. Now, although still immature, it was at least steady. Natural energy flowed slowly through his body unhurried like a quiet stream. Minato watched for a while then turned and left. Naruto didn't know he had been there. He kept his eyes closed feeling the changes in his body. Natural energy flowed through his meridians. Wherever it passed those traces, the traces would glow, the light would illuminate his meridians, the meridians would be nourished, and after nourishment they could hold more natural energy. This was a cycle, a positive cycle. He had never known any of this before because with Kurama around he didn't need to. Now that Kurama was gone he could only rely on himself. But he discovered that relying on himself wasn't that hard. The hard part was starting. Once started it wasn't hard anymore. The sky darkened. Naruto opened his eyes and deactivated Sage Mode. His stomach growled a few times. From morning until now he hadn't eaten a single thing. He stood up, dusted off his clothes and looked around. The forest was quiet, birds silent, insects silent, only the rustling of wind through leaves. Naruto leaned against the tree looking at the sky overhead. Dusk was approaching, the setting sun dyed the clouds orange-red as if someone had knocked over a jar of paint. The sky was darkening. The sun had already sunk behind the mountains, leaving only a last streak of orange-red light hanging at the horizon as if someone had lightly touched a brushstroke on rice paper. The light in the forest dimmed and the shadows of the trees stretched long and thin like silent figures standing in the twilight. Mingren leaned against a tree, his stomach growling again. He hadn't eaten all day but he didn't want to move. He just sat there watching the light at the edge of the sky fade little by little into darkness. Shuemen appeared before him. No sound, no warning, as if he had grown out of the air itself. Mingren looked up watching Shuemen, watching his golden hair glow faintly in the twilight, watching his white Hokage robe flutter gently in the wind, watching the softness in his blue eyes, like moonlight settling on the surface of water. Shuemen walked over, sat down on the grass and patted the spot beside him. Sit. Mingren straightened up from the tree and sat down next to him. The two sat side by side gazing at the distant sky. Neither spoke. The wind blew and the leaves rustled as if they were speaking for them. Mingren didn't know what Shuemen was thinking but he could feel Shuemen watching him. Not a scrutinizing, appraising look, but a quiet gaze as if he were looking at something precious. After a long silence Shuemen spoke. How long has it been since you examined yourself? Mingren was taken aback. He looked at Shuemen, confusion in his blue eyes. What do you mean? Shuemen didn't look at him, he stared at the distant skyline. Have you reflected on your battles against the Akatsuki? Ever since you reached your peak relying on Kurama's power, how long has it been since you continued training? Mingren's mouth opened then closed again. He wanted to say, I've been training, but the words died in his throat. He had been training, but that was before he lost Kurama. After losing Kurama most of his time was consumed by paperwork, village affairs, the shinobi world's problems and an endless stream of matters that never seemed to resolve. He rarely had time to sit down, truly think about himself or examine his own path. Shuemen was right, he hadn't looked inward for a long time. You've seen Guy, haven't you? Shuemen said. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Mingren nodded. Guy, Might Guy, Kakashi's contemporary, the green beast of Konoha, the inheritor of the 8 gates. In Boruto's era Guy was confined to a wheelchair, his right leg gone, but his eyes still shone like 2 lamps. Every time they met he would give a thumbs up and shout with a grin, Mingren, youth never gives up. Mingren always smiled back, but in his heart he thought that old man's youth had truly burned for a lifetime. That boy Guy, Shuemen said, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. You must have seen him. In your era he should be an old man by now. Mingren nodded again. He didn't know why Shuemen suddenly brought up Guy, but he didn't interrupt. Guy couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu from childhood. Taijutsu was his only weapon. When his father taught him the 8 gates he told him, Guy, you are a genius, your genius just doesn't lie in ninjutsu. Guy believed it. He believed it all his life. He ran every day, did push-ups every day, kicked wooden posts every day, rain or shine, unshakable. In all the years I knew him I never saw him slack off, never heard him complain. He was like a perpetual motion machine, always moving, always training, always growing stronger. Shuemen turned to look at Mingren. Did you ever see him relax? Mingren was silent. He pictured Guy, sitting in a wheelchair, his right pant leg empty but his eyes still bright. He remembered Guy's words, Mingren, you must improve a little every day, even if it's just 1 millimeter. Back then he thought Guy was just spouting platitudes. Now he realized Guy wasn't giving a sermon, he was describing himself. He improved a little every day for decades, and that was how he achieved that one kick. That kick reached the pinnacle of the 8 gates, shattered half of Akatsuki Madara's body, and defined the limit of a mere mortal. The powers you once possessed, Ninetales Chakra Mode, 6 Paths Sage Mode, various forms of the Spiral Sphere, these were all formidable, so formidable that the entire shinobi world looked up to you. Shuiman's voice was low, but every word was clear. But have you ever considered where these powers came from? The Ninetales power was given to you by Kurama, the 6 Paths Sage's power was bestowed by the 6 Paths Sage himself. With those Spiral Sphere variations you developed yourself, but later you abandoned further development. You are like someone who stumbled upon a treasure vault, then hoarded the gold and silver inside without ever earning more. Mingren's face flushed. He knew Shuiman was right. After defeating pain, his strength had skyrocketed. Ninetales Mode, Kurama Mode, Ninetales Golden Body Mode, each one stronger and more absurd than the last. He thought he was growing stronger, but it was the powers that were growing, he himself hadn't changed. And Sage Mode, if he hadn't picked it up again today, he might have lost it altogether in a few more years. You can use Sage Mode, Shuiman said, but do you know how many people in the entire history of the shinobi world have mastered Sage Mode to its apex? Mingren thought for a moment. The first Hokage Hashirama. Master Jiraiya. And you. And you, Shuiman said, looking at him. You are one of them. Your Sage Mode was once stronger than mine. But you abandoned it because you had the Ninetales and no longer needed it. You thought Sage Mode was slow, troublesome, and too restrictive. But have you considered why Lord Hashirama's Sage Mode was so powerful? Not because of his colossal chakra, but because he had practiced it for decades. Why was Master Jiraiya's Sage Mode so stable? Not because of his talent, but because he had trained it for decades. How long did you train it? You practiced for a few months, then stopped. Shuiman stood up, brushed the grass off his clothes, and turned to face Mingren. Sage Mode is like a weapon. If you leave it in a corner, it will rust, grow dull, and become unwieldy. But if you polish it every day, sharpen it every day, it will grow brighter and sharper. You don't need to rely on it to conquer the world, but when you need it, it must be there. He reached out and patted Mingren's shoulder. Losing Kurama is not the end of the world. You still have Sage Mode, you still have the Spiral Sphere, you still have Shadow Clones, and you still have yourself. These things are within you, no one can take them away. Mingren looked up at Shuiman. His eyes were red, but he didn't cry. He gazed at Shuiman's blue eyes, at the firm warm light within them. Dad, Mingren's voice was hoarse, did I disappoint you? Shuiman looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled, a small smile but genuine. No. You have never disappointed me. Mingren lowered his head, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, but the tears came faster than he could wipe them away. Shuiman sat down beside him, reached out and pulled him into an embrace. The sky was completely dark. The moon had risen, hanging in the eastern sky, pale and faint like a piece of ice about to melt. Stars blinked into existence one by one, as if someone had lit a lantern in the sky. The wind blew from afar, carrying the chill of night, stirring their hair. Mingren finished crying, wiped his eyes, and looked up at Shuiman. Dad, what should I do? Now that the Akatsuki have come, I feel like I can't even protect my own child. Then become so strong that they dare not covet your child. Mingren thought for a moment. I don't know how to get stronger. I've tried every method I know. Shuiman smiled. Want me to teach you? Mingren was taken aback, then he smiled too. The smile was small but bright, like a crack in the dark clouds revealing the sun behind. He looked at Shuiman, at this father he had seen only a few times, only in photographs and memories, and felt a strange, indescribable emotion. Dad, thank you. Shuiman shook his head. No need to thank me. I'm your father. Mingren's tears threatened to spill again, but he held them back. He took a deep breath, stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. I'll keep training in Sage Mode. Shuiman also stood up, looking at him. Not going to eat. Not hungry. No sooner had he spoken than his stomach growled again, louder than before. Shuiman looked at him and he looked at Shuiman. They stared at each other for a second, then burst into laughter together. The laughter echoed through the forest, startling a few birds that flapped away noisily. Shuiman reached into his robe and pulled out something, handing it to Mingren. It was a dozen rice balls wrapped in oil paper, still warm from his body heat. Mingren took them, unwrapped the paper and took a bite. They were filled with red bean paste. He froze, staring at Shuemen. Now Naruto loves these, Shuemen said. I thought you would too. Mingren's tears finally broke free. He cried as he ate the rice ball sticking in his throat. Shuemen handed him a water flask. He took a sip, swallowed and took another bite. The red bean paste was sweet, so sweet it made his throat tight. Naruto took a bite of the rice ball filled with sweet red bean paste so sugary it made his throat tighten. Chewing slowly, he looked at Minato, waiting for him to speak. Minato did not rush to speak. Only after Naruto had swallowed did he slowly say, Sage Mode. You know its origins. Naruto nodded. Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya-sensei took me there. Yes, Mount Mayaboku. Minato sat opposite him, cross-legged, his hands resting on his knees. One of the 3 sacred lands renowned alongside Shikatsu Forest and Ryuchi Cave. The sage arts passed down from the great toad sage Gamamaru have endured for over 1,000 years. Our sage mode was learned from there. When Jiraiya-sensei taught you, he should have told you that the core of sage mode is natural energy. Chakra is the fusion of physical and spiritual energy, while natural energy is the power that exists between heaven and earth. When the 3 are balanced, one enters sage mode. If they fall out of balance, one undergoes toadification, turning into stone. Naruto took another bite of the rice ball, chewing as he nodded. He had learned all of this, from Jiraiya-sensei and from Fukasaku Sennin. He remembered it clearly. But later with the 9 tails he had used it less and gradually grown rusty. But do you know why the first Hokage's sage mode was so powerful? Minato asked. Naruto thought for a moment. Because he had so much chakra. Not entirely. Minato shook his head. Lord Hashirama's chakra reserves were indeed immense, but the reason his sage mode was so formidable lay in the strength of his very physique. He possessed vitality and regenerative abilities far beyond ordinary humans. When natural energy entered his body, he didn't need to consciously maintain balance, his body regulated it on its own. That's why his sage mode had no time limit, no preparation period, he could activate it anytime, anywhere. That's because his body could withstand that power. Naruto fell silent. He recalled the first Hokage's sage mode, the dark patterns appearing across his face, no hand seals needed, no need to stand still. He could activate it or deactivate it as effortlessly as breathing. He had previously thought it was the result of decades of training, but now he understood, it was because Lord Hashirama's body was inherently suited for sage arts. Jiraiya-sensei's sage mode differed from Lord Hashirama's. Minato continued, Jiraiya-sensei's body wasn't nearly as resilient, so he required the assistance of both Fukasaku and Shima. The 2 sages would perch on his shoulders, helping him absorb natural energy and maintain balance. Without them, Jiraiya-sensei could still enter sage mode, but only for brief moments, and it required extensive preparation beforehand. That wasn't a sign of weakness on Jiraiya-sensei's part, it was simply that his physique couldn't naturally accommodate sage arts. The fact that he could wield sage mode to such an extent was already pushing his limits. Naruto recalled what Jiraiya-sensei looked like in sage mode, the toad-like pattern spreading across his face, his nose enlarging, his eyes transforming into frog-like slits, with Fukasaku perched on one shoulder and Shima above his head. At the time he had found it somewhat amusing. Now looking back, he understood it was the absolute limit a normal person could achieve. Without Lord Hashirama's physique or the 9 tails power, Jiraiya had relied on decades of relentless training and the 2 sages' guidance to forge himself into a Kage-level powerhouse through sheer determination alone. My sage mode is unlike either of yours. This is something I created myself. Minato extended his hand, palm upward, as a wisp of natural energy condensed there, emitting a soft pale blue light. The so-called sage mode is the convergence of chakra, spiritual energy and natural power, 3 forces combined into one. However, you have likely already observed the drawbacks of chakra when confronting the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore my self-created sage mode relies directly on spiritual energy to guide natural power, strengthening the body through its direct application rather than drawing upon chakra. Currently I'm harnessing this natural energy, my body is still undergoing transformation, not yet complete. Once that process finishes, my sage mode should reach at least Lord Hashirama's level, if not surpass it. Naruto gazed at that faint blue light hovering above Minato's palm, feeling an indescribable emotion stir within him. It wasn't envy or jealousy. It was something far calmer, like quietly observing a distant landscape. His father's sage mode possessed a quiet beauty, the pale blue radiance was gentle, neither glaring nor showy, flowing like a tranquil stream. Dad! Is there a limit to this path you're walking? Minato gathered the light back into his palm and looked at Naruto. I'm not certain, but it's certainly stronger than what I have now. You've already mastered Sage Mode, but now I need you to abandon chakra. I intend to teach you this. He withdrew an aged scroll from within his clothing, the edges curled, the paper yellowed with time, stained with watermarks and grime from countless handling. Minato set the scroll upon the grass between them, leaving it unopened. This is something I've been developing over the years. It's not a ninjutsu, it's a cultivation method. Naruto paused. Cultivation method. Yes. A cultivation method. Minato's voice remained calm. You should understand that chakra is drawn from your cells. The more you use it, the faster your cells age. That's precisely why ninjas generally have shorter lifespans. Why did Lord Hashirama die in his prime? It wasn't from battle. His cells were exhausted beyond repair from overusing chakra. While drawing upon chakra to access Sage Mode made Lord Hashirama extraordinarily powerful, you also know that Sage Mode requires combining chakra with natural energy. And given the constant warfare of that era, I suspect this was one of the contributing factors to his early death. Naruto remained silent. He knew his father was right. He'd witnessed too many ninja dying young, not from combat but from their bodies giving out. He'd also seen too many mighty warriors decline in their prime, not from lack of effort but because their bodies simply couldn't endure any longer. He had felt it himself. Ever since losing Kurama, his body had become like a house hollowed out by termites, appearing intact on the surface yet riddled with hidden damage within. This method I teach doesn't rely on chakra, it harnesses natural energy instead. Minato unrolled the scroll, revealing intricate diagrams of meridians and acupoints densely annotated with characters. He couldn't decipher the writing, but he could see how meticulously each line and character had been drawn, as though every stroke carried profound importance. By drawing natural energy into your body, you can temper your physique, nourish your meridians, and repair your cells. This isn't about exhaustion, it's about nourishment. Rather than depleting yourself, you're building accumulation. At its deepest level, your body will gradually transform, cells will regenerate, meridians will widen and strengthen, and even your lifespan will extend. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. It can extend lifespan. It can. Minato gazed at him. Though you've lost Kurama, your body was nurtured by it for decades. Its chakra has seeped into every cell. This is one advantage you carry, you never extensively depleted chakra, so your cellular vitality remains intact. It will help reduce that recovery period. Moreover, the remnants of the Nine Tails still linger within you, merely dormant. Through this cultivation method you can awaken those traces and restore their vitality. I'm not bringing Kurama back, I'm making your body as formidable as it was when he was within you. Combined with the Sage Mode I've taught you, by the time you return to your era you should possess the strength to protect your son. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Staring at the scroll and those incomprehensible diagrams, he felt an inexplicable sensation stirring within him. It wasn't excitement or agitation, it was something quiet and grounding, like stumbling upon a lantern after wandering through darkness for far too long. Father. This cultivation method, was it meant for yourself? Minato fell silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. I originally developed this method for my own use. The transformation requires time and I needed a cultivation technique to accelerate the process. I spent years researching, writing and refining it, finally completing it early this year. My intention was to use it myself, which would have shortened my transformation period. His fingers traced the yellowed pages with gentle reverence, as though touching something invaluable. But it appears now that you need it more than I do. Naruto's eyes grew misty. Father. Hold on, don't get emotional just yet. Minato interrupted him. This cultivation method isn't being given to you without conditions. I have terms. Naruto wiped his eyes and sat up straight. What conditions? First, from today onward you'll practice Sage Mode here daily while simultaneously cultivating this method. No slacking off, no interruptions, no giving up halfway. Naruto nodded. What's second? Second, once your strength has recovered you must return to your era and continue serving as the 7th Hokage. Do not remain here. Do not alter the course of this era's history, its future will be shaped by its own heroes, including your father. Naruto fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. Third. Minato met his gaze, his blue eyes carrying a depth of sincerity and gravity. No matter what lies ahead, no matter what obstacles you face, never surrender. You are not alone. Regardless of which era I exist in, I will always stand beside you. Tears finally spilled over for Naruto. He bowed his head, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand, but the tears kept coming, refusing to stop. Minato didn't offer a handkerchief or tell him to stop crying. He simply sat there patiently waiting for Naruto to finish. After some time, Naruto lifted his head and looked at Minato. "Thank you, father." Minato shook his head. "No thanks needed. I'm your father." He rolled up the scroll and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took it, gripping it tightly in his hands as though afraid it might slip away. The scroll was old, the paper thin. He could feel the residual warmth upon it. That was his father's body heat, the lingering touch of Minato's hands. "For now, rest here and recover." Minato rose to his feet, brushing grass from his clothes. "Practice sage mode daily, but not as before. Follow what I've taught you. Don't rush, don't force it. Natural energy absorption is a gradual process, it cannot be hurried." Naruto also stood carefully, tucking the scroll inside his garment. "Father, what was that place you mentioned, the one you reserved for yourself?" Minato regarded him. "What? You said earlier there was a location intended for your own cultivation. One that would have saved me time. Take me there now." Minato fell quiet for a moment, then smiled. "That place, you already know it. When Jiraiya-sensei returns, we'll go together." The moon climbed higher, casting silver light over both of them and stretching their shadows long across the ground. Standing beneath the moonlight with the scroll pressed against his chest, Naruto felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time, not power but direction. Naruto stood beneath the moonlight, gazing down at his own hands. Those hands had once held the Rasengan, the tailed beast ball, the truth-seeking balls bestowed by the Six Paths Sage, and countless things he had believed would never be lost. Now those things were gone, but he still held a scroll in his hands, a cultivation art in his mind, and a direction in his heart. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking with a few crisp sounds, not painful but carrying a sense of solidity he had not felt in a long time. He tucked the scroll back into his chest, patted it to confirm it wouldn't fall out, then sat cross-legged beneath that tree. Without rushing to open the scroll, he first closed his eyes and sensed his own body. Natural energy was still there, not much but sufficient. Those traces remained, faint but still present. He took a deep breath and began following the method Minato had taught him to re-perceive the natural energy, re-establish the balance, and re-enter the sage mode he had long neglected to take seriously. No rush. He had all the time in the world. In Konohagakure the night had grown deep. The streets were empty, moonlight blanketing the stone paths in a pale frost-like layer. Minato emerged from the landing point of the Flying Thunder God, stood before his own door and was about to push it open when his hand froze mid-air. He sensed it, someone was inside the house. The chakra was strong, familiar, like flames, yet also like a hot spring, radiating warmth and carrying the scent of alcohol. Jiraiya. Minato pushed the door open and stepped inside. The living room light was on. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the tatami, a sake flask in one hand, a dish of peanuts before him. His white hair was still as messy, his clothes still as slovenly, his face still wearing that carefree expression, but his eyes were different. In those eyes lay something heavy, not fatigue but seriousness. Hearing Minato enter, he looked up, glanced at him, then raised the sake flask and shook it. "Back. Ahem." Minato removed his shoes, stepped inside and sat down across from Jiraiya. "When did you arrive?" "Just got here. The frog said you needed me urgently, so I rushed back." Jiraiya handed the flask to Minato. "A sip." Minato took the flask, drank, and the heat burned his throat, making him cough twice. Jiraiya chuckled, retrieved the flask and took a sip himself. Master and disciple sat facing each other in silence. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling onto the floor between them, dazzlingly bright. After a while Minato stood up. "Sensei, take a walk with me." Jiraiya looked at him, asked no questions, stood up, tucked the flask into his belt and followed Minato out the door. The two walked through the empty streets, their shadows stretched long by the moonlight, one ahead one behind like two black rivers. Minato led the way, Jiraiya followed. Neither spoke, yet neither felt awkward. When they reached the foot of the Hokage rock, Minato stopped and looked up at the carved faces. The fourth Hokage's statue stood at the far right, the stone still fresh, untouched by wind and rain. The third Hokage's statue beside it was older, more weathered yet still dignified. The second Hokage, the first Hokage, each older than the last, each more worn, yet all stood there gazing down at the Konoha below, watching generation after generation being born, growing up and passing away. Minato leaped onto the Hokage rock and Jiraiya followed. The two stood atop the fourth Hokage's head looking down at the village. From up here Konoha seemed tiny, houses like blocks, streets like threads, people like ants. But this small place held so many people, so many whom others desperately sought to protect. The night breeze blew cool and carrying the scent of distant forests. Minato gazed at the village for a long time. Jiraiya stood beside him, not looking at him, also gazing at the village. Neither spoke, but both were lost in thought. Minato was thinking about that future world, a world where even the seventh Hokage could not protect his own son, and the conjectures surrounding that world. Jiraiya was also thinking. He thought about the prophecies of the great toad sage, those words he had heard for most of his life yet still not fully understood. The child of prophecy, upheaval, destruction and peace, the shifting of fate. He had pondered for years, racked his brains, yet still found no clarity. Minato spoke. "Sensei, I want to take you to meet someone." Jiraiya turned to him. "Who?" "Naruto." "Naruto from the future." Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He did not ask, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He did not ask, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" He simply looked at Minato, at those blue eyes, at the earnest solemn light within them. He knew Minato would not lie to him, would not joke about such a matter. "When?" Jiraiya asked. "Tomorrow." Jiraiya nodded. "And then?" Minato was silent for a moment. "Then I want to go to Mount Myaboku to see the great toad sage." Jiraiya's brow furrowed. The great toad sage, he had met him many times, paying respects every time he visited Mount Myaboku. But Minato rarely asked to go. He knew Minato disliked those mystical prophecies, those ambiguous words, that feeling of destiny already sealed. Now Minato voluntarily said he wanted to go. That meant something serious had happened, something he could not handle alone. "Why?" Jiraiya asked. Minato did not answer directly. He looked at the distant village, at the scattered lights, at those flickering beacons in the darkness like so many beating hearts. "Sensei, I want to confirm some things." Jiraiya nodded. He asked no more. He knew that when Minato wanted to confirm something he was already 80% certain. At that moment Minato was thinking about the future in his heart. The Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the founder of Ninshu, the disseminator of chakra. That legendary figure had emerged in that era, aiding Naruto and Sasuke in sealing Kaguya. But in those later battles, against Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, Ishiki, the Six Paths Sage did not appear. Nor did the mighty ones of the Pure Land, the past Hokage, the past legends, appear. Minato's brow furrowed even tighter. The more he thought, the more wrong it felt. The Six Paths Sage had intervened against Kaguya, so why not against the later Otsutsuki? Were those Otsutsuki weaker than Kaguya? No, Momoshiki Ishiki, none were weaker than her. And the mighty ones of the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju, Madara, Uchiha, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, why did they not intervene either? Did they not know the shinobi world faced an apocalyptic threat? They knew, they must have known. Yet they did not appear, did not help, did nothing. Unless... The voice in Minato's heart grew very soft, so soft it nearly dissipated in the night breeze. Unless the Six Paths Sage had already fallen. And the Pure Land had been breached as well. The night breeze blew cool and carrying a chill. Jiraiya stood there holding the sake flask. The flask was cold and the sake within was cold too. He looked at Minato, at his face pale in the moonlight, at the deep heavy something in those blue eyes. "Minato, what are you thinking about?" Jiraiya's voice came. Minato turned to look at Jiraiya. "I'm thinking about some things in the future." "Because of the future? So you want to see the great toad sage?" Jiraiya asked. "Yes," Minato said. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. He looked down at the Konoha beneath, at the scattered lights, at those flickering beacons in the darkness like so many beating hearts. "Tomorrow," Jiraiya finally spoke, "we'll see Naruto first. Then I'll take you back to Mount Myaboku." Minato nodded. The two stood on the Hokage rock gazing at the moonlit Konoha, neither speaking again. The night breeze blew cool, carrying the unique stillness of the night. In the distance insects chirped one after another, unhurried. By the time Minato and Jiraiya descended from the Hokage rock, the sky was already on the verge of dawn. A faint silver luminescence tinged the eastern horizon as though someone had lightly brushed ink upon rice paper. "Teacher, let's return to my place first," Minato said. Jiraiya nodded and followed him home. The two walked along the deserted streets in silence, neither breaking the quiet. Minato's home lay in the eastern quarter of the village, small but immaculate. In the courtyard stood a persimmon tree planted by Kushina in her lifetime, now as thick as a wrist. When Minato pushed open the door, the sound of children's laughter drifted from within. It was Naruto, 4 years old, playing rough with Karen. "That's mine. I got it first. You said yesterday I could play with it today." "I never said that." The two argued heatedly, their voices rising ever higher and sharper with each exchange. Minato stood at the doorway for a moment, the corners of his mouth curving upward before he stepped inside. "Naruto, Karen, stop squabbling." Both children froze at once and turned to look at him. The moment Naruto spotted Minato, his eyes lit up, but before he could cry out, "Dad," his gaze fell upon Jiraiya standing behind him. He tilted his head, regarding the tall elderly man with white hair and crimson robes, curiosity brimming in his blue eyes. "Dad, who's this?" Minato crouched and ruffled Naruto's hair. "This is Grandpa Jiraiya. Dad's teacher." Naruto gazed at Jiraiya and Jiraiya gazed back. One was 4 years old, the other in his 40s, old and young, two pairs of eyes meeting. After a few seconds Naruto burst into a smile, revealing his small milk teeth. "Hello, Grandpa Jiraiya." Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered many children and taught countless students, hearing himself addressed as Lord Jiraiya, Teacher Jiraiya, Pervy Sage, but never, not once, had anyone called him Grandpa Jiraiya. Spoken by the mouth of a 4-year-old, the title came out soft and sweet like freshly steamed rice cake, so tender it tightened his throat. Jiraiya squatted and retrieved something from his robe, a small wooden carving of a toad, round and plump with bulging eyes and an endearing clumsiness. He handed the carving to Naruto. "This is a gift I made for little Naruto." Naruto accepted it, turning it over and over in his hands, then pressed it to his chest and smiled again. "Thank you, Grandpa Jiraiya." Karen peeked over from the side, her eyes curious as they landed on the wooden toad. Jiraiya glanced at her and drew forth another carving from his robe, a butterfly, its wings slender and delicate as though ready to take flight at any moment. He offered it to Karen. "This is for you." She accepted it and bowed her head, gazing at the wooden butterfly for a long while. Then she lifted her eyes to his and whispered, "Thank you." Her voice was so faint it nearly vanished into the air, yet Jiraiya caught every syllable. He smiled broadly, the wrinkles around his eyes crowding together. Minato stood nearby, watching the scene, a wordless warmth swelling within his chest. Watching Jiraiya squat on the ground conversing with the two children, he was drawn back to his own childhood. He had met Jiraiya when Karen was this age. Jiraiya was younger then, his hair not yet so white, his face not so lined with wrinkles, but the smile was the same, carefree and boisterous, and the light in his eyes was unchanged. "Naruto, Karen, we're visiting Lord Fugaku today," Minato said. Naruto clutched the wooden toad and pouted. "No. I'll buy you dango tonight. Red bean filling. Red bean filling. 3. 2. Naruto pondered this and nodded. Karen said nothing. She carefully tucked the wooden butterfly into her pocket, gave it a gentle pat to ensure it wouldn't fall out, then approached Minato and took his hand. Minato walked the two children to Fugaku's house. Mikoto greeted them at the door. Upon spotting Jiraiya, she paused momentarily before bowing hastily. Jiraiya waved dismissively with a smile, murmuring, "No need for ceremony," before following Minato away. Once they reached a secluded spot beyond the village entrance, Minato reached out, gripped Jiraiya's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God. Space warped and the two appeared in an unfamiliar forest. Sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy, painting dappled patches of gold across the forest floor. On the grass beneath the trees sat Naruto, the 7th Hokage, cross-legged with his eyes closed, orange pigment staining the skin around them. He was still cultivating Sage mode. From the moment Minato departed yesterday until now he had not rested once. Naruto sensed something and opened his eyes. He saw Minato first and offered a smile, then his gaze fell upon the figure beside him. White hair, crimson robe, wooden geta sandals, a sake flask at his waist, and that unmistakable expression he would carry for the rest of his life, carefree and joking on the surface yet serious in his eyes. Naruto's body went rigid. Jiraiya stood motionless, gazing at the Naruto who had come from the future, golden hair, blue eyes, the three whisker-like marks on his cheeks. He did not look the way Jiraiya had imagined. He had dreamed of this moment, often picturing Naruto tall and broad-shouldered, magnificent in the Hokage robe, standing atop the Hokage rock and surveying the entirety of Konoha. But this Naruto was neither tall nor imposing nor magnificent. He was thin, gaunt, his eyes burdened with exhaustion, his clothes soiled, his face marked with wounds. Yet his eyes shone brilliantly, the same brilliance from when he was 4, bright as if a lamp had been kindled within them, one that would never be extinguished. The two locked gazes for a long while. Naruto rose to his feet. His legs trembled, not from fatigue but from emotion. His hands shook, not from cold but from something he could no longer contain. His eyes reddened, tears welling within them, hovering on the verge of spilling, but he held them back. He stared at Jiraiya, at a face he had only ever seen in photographs, in memories, in dreams. A face he had believed he would never witness again in this lifetime. Then he charged forward. Naruto threw himself into Jiraiya's arms and embraced him tightly, so tightly as though afraid he would vanish if he loosened his grip, as though terrified this was merely a dream that would shatter the moment he let go. Jiraiya stumbled back a step from the force of the impact before regaining his balance, then reached out and patted Naruto's back. Naruto's tears finally broke free. He buried his face against Jiraiya's shoulder and wept like a child. Not silent tears but raw, unrestrained wailing, his entire body shuddering, his breath coming in ragged gasps as though he sought to pour out every grievance, every sorrow, every yearning accumulated over more than a decade. Jiraiya said nothing. He did not ask what was wrong, he did not tell him to stop crying. He simply stood there, allowing Naruto to cling to him, to weep openly, his hands moving gently and slowly across Naruto's back as though soothing a child haunted by nightmares. Minato watched from a distance, making no move to approach. He understood this was a moment between Naruto and Jiraiya. His presence was neither required nor warranted. He turned away and walked to the far side of the forest, leaning against a tree to wait. Naruto cried for a long while, until his voice grew hoarse, until his tears dried up, until he felt every ounce of strength had been spent in weeping. He lifted his head from Jiraiya's shoulder and studied the man's face, the white hair, the crimson robe, the perpetually carefree expression, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, the smile at the edge of his lips. "Teacher Jiraiya." Naruto's voice rasped like sandpaper. Jiraiya looked down at him and smiled, a smile identical to the one preserved in memory, playful and boisterous on the surface, yet overflowing with tenderness in his eyes. "Naruto, you've grown so much." Another wave of tears spilled over. Naruto wiped at his eyes with his sleeve, but they only multiplied, impossible to halt. Jiraiya reached out and gently wiped his face, a clumsy motion, his large hands smearing tears and snot together. Naruto fought back a laugh through his sobs, his expression a tangled mixture of joy and sorrow, indistinguishable where one ended and the other began. Jiraiya studied that tear-streaked, half-smiling face for a long moment before speaking. "Naruto, you haven't had it easy, have you?" It was not a question but a statement. Naruto hesitated, then lowered his head in silence. Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder, a light touch yet steady and sure. He sat down on the grass beside him and Jiraiya did the same. The two sat side by side, gazing upward at the sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting a warm glow upon them. From behind a distant tree Minato watched without approaching. He could see Naruto leaning against Jiraiya's shoulder, could see Jiraiya's hand resting on Naruto's back, could see their shadows merge together upon the grass. He turned his gaze toward the faraway horizon. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds pure white, scattered like cotton torn by careless hands. He recalled the days Jiraiya had taught him ninjutsu, the time spent training at Mount Myaboku, the moment Jiraiya had stood among the crowd on the day he became Hokage, giving him a thumbs up and grinning like a child. He remembered Jiraiya's words to him, "Minato, you must become a remarkable Hokage." At the time he had simply nodded. Now reflecting upon it, he felt he had not yet fulfilled that promise. But he would. For Naruto, for Konoha, for all those he longed to protect. The two of them sat together in silence, bathed in dappled sunlight. Somewhere in the distance a bird sang. Minato watched them for a while longer, then turned and walked back toward the village. His heart felt fuller than it had in years. The sun climbed higher in the sky and the forest grew warm. Time seemed to slow, stretching the moment into something eternal. In that quiet forest beneath the dappled light, a past and a future had finally found each other, and neither would ever be the same again. Minato came over and sat down beside Naruto. The three of them sat in the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting patches of light on the ground. Minato sat on the left, Naruto in the middle and Jiraiya on the right. No one spoke. Wind blew from afar, rustling the leaves. Naruto lowered his head, staring at his own hands. Minato closed his eyes as if deep in thought. Minato spoke. Naruto looked up at him. Minato reached out, placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and closed his eyes. The Nine-Tails chakra surged out from within him and golden light flowed between them. Inside the seal space, the Nine-Tails opened its eyes, watching it all without a word, but its 9 tails swayed gently. Golden light flowed from Minato's hand to Naruto and Jiraiya and then drew something out from Naruto's body, a world, a complete long world filled with blood and tears. Jiraiya saw it. He saw that night, the night of the Nine-Tails Konoha, burning Minato and Kushina lying in a pool of blood, tiny Naruto placed on a bed crying heartbreakingly. He stood beside, wanting to reach out and hold him, but his hand passed through Naruto's body, unable to touch anything. He could only watch that child grow up alone, eat alone, sleep alone, and stand by the window on festivals gazing at the fireworks outside. He saw the third Hokage standing before Naruto saying, "From today on you shall be called Uzumaki Naruto." He saw the villagers avoiding Naruto, children throwing stones behind his back, teachers pretending not to see. He saw Naruto sitting on a swing, swaying back and forth with no one to push him, no one to talk to him, no one willing to sit beside him. He saw Iruka, that young teacher with a scar on his nose, standing before Naruto blocking Mizuki's shuriken, his face covered in blood, yet saying to Naruto, "You are a wonderful student." He saw Naruto's tears, not from grievance for the first time but because someone had said a kind word to him. Jiraiya's eyes reddened. Then he saw himself, the future self, with white hair, a red robe and a nonchalant expression. He took Naruto from Kakashi, took him to eat ramen, taught him the summoning technique and trained him. He saw himself standing before Naruto saying, "Naruto, your ninja way is the most remarkable thing I have ever seen." He saw himself die drowning in the rain village, sinking to the bottom of the sea, never to resurface. Jiraiya's tears fell. He watched the scene of himself sinking, watched Naruto stand before his own grave for a day and a night, until his legs were numb, until his eyes were dry, until the sun rose and set. He wanted to shout, "Naruto, I am here, I am not dead, I am back," but he could not utter a sound because he was not that Jiraiya. That Jiraiya had already died, sunk to the bottom of the sea, never to return. Then he saw more. He saw pain invading Konoha, saw Naruto mastering Sage Mode, saw Naruto facing the 6 paths of pain alone, saw Naruto finding Nagato and saying, "I believe in Master Jiraiya's book, I believe in peace." He saw Naruto become a hero, recognized by everyone, accepted by everyone, loved by everyone. He saw Naruto become Hokage, wearing a white robe, standing on the Hokage rock while the villagers below cheered, "The seventh. The seventh," with the voices rising and falling in waves. He saw Naruto smile, a smile so bright and warm like the sun. Jiraiya wiped his eyes and continued watching. He saw Sasuke leave Konoha, saw Naruto chase after Sasuke for so long that his legs grew thin, that his voice went hoarse from shouting. He saw them fight at the Valley of the End, a battle so fierce that the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their luster, and finally the two lay in a pool of blood, both smiling. He saw them reconcile, Sasuke return, Naruto waiting for him at the village entrance for so long that the sun rose and set, until he finally arrived. He saw them face the Otsutsuki one after another, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, Ishiki. He saw Naruto lose Kurama and Sasuke lose his Rinnegan. Jiraiya's tears could no longer be stopped. He watched Naruto stand in the empty village, looking at the ruins, the dead, the things that would never return. He saw him tell his daughter stories about his grandfather, saying that his grandfather was a powerful ninja who wrote books, drank sake and laughed atop the Hokage rock. He saw him stand before the memorial stone staring at Jiraiya's name for a long time, then say, "Master Jiraiya, I have come to see you." The scene stopped there. The golden light faded and the three opened their eyes. Naruto's face bore tear stains, Minato's face also bore tear stains, and Jiraiya's face was covered in tears. The wind blew, rustling the leaves as if weeping for them. Jiraiya stood up. He looked at Naruto, at the face he had seen, golden hair, blue eyes, 3 whisker-like marks. He looked for a long time, so long that the sun moved from east to west, so long that the patches of light shifted from their bodies onto the grass. Then he spoke. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper, as if he had not drunk water for a long time. "Naruto, I'm sorry." Naruto was stunned. The me from that time was still so cowardly. Jiraiya's voice trembled. Still so useless. Still letting you suffer so much as a child. Naruto stood up, walked to Jiraiya and looked into his eyes. Master Jiraiya, listen to me. Jiraiya looked at him. You are not cowardly. You are the bravest person I have ever known. Naruto said, Master Jiraiya is the most important person in my life. He taught me ninjutsu, taught me how to live, taught me what it means to never give up. He wrote novels I couldn't understand, but I remembered all the beliefs he wrote down. He said that a ninja is someone who endures. He said giving up is the choice of a coward. He said my ninja way is the most remarkable thing he has ever seen. Master Jiraiya, you will always be my hero. Jiraiya's tears fell again. He did not wipe them away, just stood there letting the tears flow, looking at Naruto, the child who in that world had become the seventh Hokage, who had endured so much hardship and could still smile. Naruto, Jiraiya's voice was very soft, you are a remarkable ninja. Jiraiya reached out, pulled Naruto into his arms and hugged him. The three of them sat in the forest for a while. The sun had already shifted westward and the patches of light moved from their bodies onto the grass, golden round like coins of light. Wind blew from afar, rustling the leaves as if urging them to leave. Minato stood up and brushed the grass clippings off his clothes. Sensei, take us to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya glanced at him and nodded. He clasped his hands together, forming the hand signs for the summoning technique. A puff of white smoke dispersed, revealing a massive toad before the three. It was not Toad Gamabunta, but another one Minato did not recognize. Yet the toad knew Jiraiya and lowered itself, allowing the three to climb onto its back. Hold tight, Jiraiya said. Minato sat to Jiraiya's left and Naruto to his right. Naruto gripped the warts on the toad's back, his hands trembled slightly, not from fear of heights but because he had not returned to Mount Myaboku in a long time. After Jiraiya died he had never gone back. Not because he didn't want to, but because he dared not. Every time he thought of Mount Myaboku he thought of Jiraiya, standing atop a toad's head laughing and shouting, Naruto, keep up. Now he was back sitting beside Jiraiya, the wind messing up his hair. Reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya said. Then the three arrived in a vast forest, trees towering and dense, their trunks covered in bumps like toad skin. The air was humid, carrying the scent of earth and moss. In the distance toads croaked a chorus of ribbit-ribbit that seemed both a welcome and a warning. Let's go. Jiraiya led the way. Minato followed and Naruto took up the rear. The three walked along a stone path, narrow, flanked by tall trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light on the ground. Naruto stared at those patches of light, recalling the first time he came to Mount Myaboku. He was a teenager then, completely clueless, tricked by Jiraiya, who said, I'll take you to a great place, only to end up in a toad nest. He was chased by toads covered in toad oil, smacked on the head by Fukasaku sage and force-fed by Shima sage. Back then he thought Mount Myaboku was the most terrifying place in the world. Now he thought it was the most reassuring. After a while an old toad appeared ahead. It stood in the middle of the path, leaning on a cane, its back hunched like an arched bridge, with a white beard dragging on the ground. It looked at Jiraiya, then at Minato, then at Naruto, and spoke. Its voice was slow and deep, as if speaking underwater. Jiraiya, the great toad sage is waiting for you. Jiraiya nodded. The old toad turned around, leaning on its cane, and walked step by step forward. It walked very slowly and the three followed behind, walking even slower. No one urged, no one was in a hurry. Time in Mount Myaboku was different, here a day could feel like a year and a year like a day. After a long walk they arrived before a shrine. The shrine was vast, empty and dim. Only at the deepest part was there a single lamp, a flickering yellowish flame that seemed ready to go out at any moment. Beneath the lamp lay a toad, the great toad sage. It sat on a stone throne, its skin gray, covered in warts and moss. Its eyes were closed, as if sleeping or deep in thought. A long pipe hung from its mouth and smoke curled from its nostrils, drifting like a serpent slithering through the air. The old toad withdrew. The three stood at the shrine entrance, none stepping inside. Minato looked at the great toad sage, Jiraiya looked at the great toad sage, and Naruto looked at the great toad sage too. Naruto had seen it before. Back then he didn't understand prophecies, destinies or revolutions, he only thought the old toad was very sleepy and very talkative. Now seeing it again he felt an indescribable emotion. Not fear, a strange feeling as if he had been seen through. Though the great toad sage's eyes were closed, Naruto felt it was watching him, watching his person, his heart, his soul. The great toad sage opened its eyes. Those eyes were large yellow with vertical pupils like two blades casting two cold beams in the dimness. It looked at the three for a while then spoke. Its voice was slow and deep as if rising from some very deep place. Little Jiraiya, take Naruto to rest. I have words for Minato. Jiraiya glanced at Minato. Minato nodded. Jiraiya led Naruto out of the shrine. Footsteps faded away on the stone path, growing lighter and lighter until they vanished. Only Minato and the great toad sage remained in the shrine. Minato stood in the center of the shrine looking up at it. He did not speak, did not feel nervous or uneasy, he just stood there waiting. The great toad sage gazed at Minato for a long time, so long that Minato thought it had fallen asleep, so long that the lamp's flame flickered several times. Then it spoke. You are different from before. Minato's brow twitched. Different how? The great toad sage did not answer directly. It took a puff from its pipe and exhaled. Smoke slowly spread in the air like ink dropped into water. Your fate line was originally a straight line. From birth to death, clear and distinct. But now that line has branched. It has become 2, 3, many lines. Your future is no longer fixed but full of variables. I cannot see through you anymore. Minato was silent for a moment. Is this good or bad? Both good and bad, the great toad sage said slowly. The good is that you are no longer bound by fate. The bad is that every step you must walk, choose and bear on your own. Minato nodded. I understand. Don't you ask why I sent Jiraiya and Naruto away. Minato shook his head. You had your reasons for sending them away. The great toad sage looked at Minato, its yellow eyes holding a complex emotion. Not satisfaction, not relief, an indescribable feeling as if it had both relaxed and tightened its grip. Minato, you already know some things about the future. Minato nodded. But what you don't know is that the Pure Land is empty. Minato's pupils constricted. He had guessed, thought, worried, but never confirmed. Now hearing it from the great toad sage's own mouth, the feeling was entirely different. After Kaguya was sealed, the Sage of Six Paths soul has been maintaining the order of the dead in the Pure Land. But the attack of the Akatsuki clan was not only against the living world. They also launched an assault on the Pure Land. The Sage of Six Paths held off their first wave single-handedly, but it consumed too much of his power. Is he still alive? Minato asked. Alive. But very weak. The strong ones in the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju Madara Uchiha Hiruzen Sarutobi and you, their souls are still there, protected by the Sage of Six Paths, not devoured by the Akatsuki. But they can't hold on much longer. Minato's hands clenched. What do you need me to do? The great toad sage closed its eyes, then opened them again. Your power comes from natural energy. Not chakra, not sage mode, something purer. This power is something the Akatsuki clan cannot absorb. What you must do is continue to transform until the day your power is strong enough. Go to the Pure Land, help the sage, that is the first line of defense against the Akatsuki clan. Minato was silent for a long time. How do you know about the future? The great toad sage looked at Minato, its yellow eyes holding a deep, heavy light. Ever since Naruto came to this era, I have already met with my future self. This is my ability. Our three clans exist to protect the ninja world. Jiraiya, Naruto, Minato, you and your clan signed the summoning contract with us. If the ninja world were not in trouble, have you seen in these thousands of years that our three clans signed summoning contracts with your human clan? Minato's heart raced. The three clans protect the ninja world, the great sage continued. Natural power is the original source of this world, but it was defeated thousands of years ago. Later the Sage of Six Paths appeared and we helped him defeat Kaguya. The ninja world was stable for thousands of years, but in the last century turmoil arose. Kaguya emerged, the Akatsuki clan attacked, the war has already begun. And Naruto appearing here is in the end the ninja world's self-rescue. Bringing Naruto to this era, letting him meet you, because you are the variable. The great toad sage thought for a moment. Your method of cultivation. It is a turning point. I ask you to bring this method to the ninja world to reform it. You don't have much time for this transformation. I will use the power of Mount Myaboku to accelerate the process. Within a month your first transformation will be complete. By then you should be able to enter the Pure Land. Then the Sage of Six Paths will tell you all the secrets of the ninja world. Minato looked up at the Great Toad Sage. Thank you. The Great Toad Sage shook its head. Don't thank me. I just did what I had to do. Fukasaku is waiting for you outside. As for Naruto, I suspect he has already been taken by the Sage of Six Paths. In the Pure Land he will teach Naruto the method you gave him, have him learn it and send him back to the future. By the time you reach the Pure Land you should be able to see Naruto. It closed its eyes as if falling asleep again. The pipe slipped from its mouth and fell onto the stone throne with a crisp clink. Smoke still drifted, curling like a serpent slithering through the air. Minato stood in the shrine for a while, then turned and walked out. Outside the shrine dusk was approaching. Jiraiya sat on the steps at the entrance, eyes closed as if asleep. Fukasaku Sage was also there. Jiraiya held a sake flask in his hand, not drinking, just holding it. Hearing Minato's footsteps he turned his head and looked at Minato. Minato did not speak. He sat down beside him. The two sat on the steps gazing at the distant sky. The sun had completely set, leaving only a last trace of orange-red light lingering at the horizon like a gentle brushstroke of ink on rice paper. Stars lit up one by one as if someone had lit a lamp after lamp in the sky. The wind blew, carrying the damp mossy scent unique to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya opened his eyes and looked at Minato. Minato, what did the Great Toad Sage tell you? Minato thought for a moment. It said I should train hard. Minato looked at him and said nothing more. Fukasaku Sage spoke. Little Jiraiya, little Minato, let's go. It's time for the next step. At that moment Minato also said to Jiraiya, Sensei, I will teach you a new method of cultivation next. Zilai and Mingren had just sat down on the steps of the temple entrance when Shinzua Sage leaped out from the nearby bushes. His movements were swift, entirely unlike a creature that had lived for centuries. He landed on the steps, his feet planted firmly back straight as a rod, and his bulging large eyes gleamed like two lanterns in the twilight. Little Zilai, little Mingren. Shinzua Sage's voice was still as hoarse, as urgent, as if urging something or confirming something. Shinzua Sage. Zilai stood up and bowed slightly. Mingren also stood up and called out, Grandpa Shinzua. Shinzua Sage nodded without any pleasantries, not asking if they had eaten or were tired. He went straight to Mingren, reached out his skinny bump-covered hand and tapped Mingren's forehead. Mingren felt as if something hot had touched his forehead. It wasn't pain but a strange sensation, as if something had burrowed into his mind from outside. The scene before his eyes began to warp. The temple of Miamu Mountain blurred, Zilai blurred, Shinzua Sage blurred, and even the last streak of orange-red light on the horizon blurred. Grandpa Shinzua, Mingren called out, but his voice seemed to be sucked away by something so faint that even he could barely hear it. This is the arrangement of the Great Sage. Shinzua Sage's voice came from a very far place, as if through a layer of water. Little Mingren, go. Zilai reached out to grab Mingren, but his hand passed through Mingren's body, catching nothing. Mingren's body seemed to turn into air, into light, into something visible yet intangible, slowly fading in the twilight. Zilai turned to look at Shinzua Sage, his eyes full of questions. Shinzua Sage shook his head without explanation. He leaned on his staff and walked step by step into the temple. Zilai stood on the step staring at the spot where Mingren had vanished for a long time, then sat back down, took out his flask and took a sip. When Mingren opened his eyes he found himself standing in a grey hazy space. There was no sky, no earth, no trees, no wind, nothing at all, only a grey boundless mist. The mist was not thick or heavy like a splash of ink washed on rice paper. He could see his own hand but not the distant things. He tried to walk a few steps if the ground was solid underfoot, but he couldn't see it, as if stepping on an endless grey glass. He didn't know where he was, how he got there, or where he was going. Then he saw a figure. The figure stood in the grey mist wearing a white robe, white hair flowing down his back with two horns on his head. His face was ancient but not the decrepit kind of old age, it was the kind that had weathered countless ages, witnessed countless births and deaths, with boundless wisdom in his eyes. His eyes were the Rinnegan, the same purple ringed eyes as Changmen's. He stood there looking at Mingren without a smile, without a frown, without any superfluous expression. The Sage of Six Paths. Detang Yui. The founder of the ninja sect, the spreader of chakra. Mingren looked at him, his heart beating faster. He had met the Sage of Six Paths before, when he and Suizhu sealed Hui in their spiritual world. At that time the Sage of Six Paths was still alive, or rather living in the form of a soul. He gave power to Mingren and Suizhu, enabling them to seal Hui, and then vanished. Since then Mingren had never seen him again. Now he stood before the Sage of Six Paths again, but this was not the spiritual world, it was a place he had never seen, strange and grey. Mingren. The Sage of Six Paths spoke. His voice was flat, steady, without inflection, as if stating something ordinary. You have come. Six Paths, old man. Mingren walked over and stood before the Sage of Six Paths. Where is this? Pure Land, said the Sage of Six Paths. The place where the dead rest. You should have heard of it. Mingren nodded. Pure Land, of course he had heard of it. It was the place where ninja souls go after death, parallel to the living world, each not interfering with the other. The souls of all past powerhouses were there waiting for reincarnation or eternal rest. He had never imagined that he would come here alive, standing on the soil of Pure Land, looking at the face of the Sage of Six Paths. Old man, why did you summon me here? The Sage of Six Paths did not answer directly. He turned and walked into the depths of the grey mist. Follow me. Mingren followed behind. The two walked in the grey space, making no sound underfoot. They stepped on solid ground, but no footsteps were heard. Everything was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, thump thump thump. After walking for a while, the Sage of Six Paths stopped and turned to look at Mingren. My future self has likely been defeated. Mingren's pupils contracted. He did not interrupt, waiting for the Sage of Six Paths to continue. In that future timeline I did not die, but I was not defeated either. I fought against the powerhouses of the Daitongmu clan, neither winning nor losing. I used all my power to conceal the existence of the entire ninja world. The Daitongmu clan could not sense the specific location of the ninja world, could not launch a large-scale invasion, and could only send elite squads one by one. This is why in that era you only encountered Pushi Jinshir and a few others rather than facing an entire army. Mingren's heart beat even faster. He had never understood why the Daitongmu clan, despite having so many powerhouses, only sent a few people. Now he knew, it wasn't that they didn't want to come, but that they couldn't find it. The Sage of Six Paths had hidden the ninja world with all his power. My future self, this is why I cannot act. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was still flat and steady, but Mingren could hear the deep, heavy weariness within it. I must remain in Pure Land to maintain this shielding barrier. If I act, the barrier will collapse and the Daitongmu clan will discover the location of the ninja world and swarm out. By then no one will be able to stop them. Mingren's hands clenched. Old man. So you must rely on yourself. Rely on the powerhouses of your era, rely on the people around you, rely on yourself. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Mingren, a complex, indescribable something in his Rinnegan eyes. Mingren, I know the sage mode your father taught you. Mingren was stunned. What? Natural energy is the primordial source power of the world. Thousands of years ago the Daitongmu clan invaded and the possessors of natural energy were defeated, retreating from the stage of history. Later I was born and learned natural energy, using it to fight against the Daitongmu clan. Then later Miamu Mountain, Shirgu Forest and Longdi Cave asked me to help them find suitable successors. The Sage of Six Paths looked into Mingren's eyes. Your father Bufeng Shuiman is the first person in thousands of years to completely separate natural energy and chakra. The path he took is different from the one I took back then. I took the path of combination while he took the path of purity, returning to the origin. Mingren remembered the wisp of cyan light in Shuiman's palm and remembered him saying, this is my path, not the path of chakra but the path of natural energy. Your father Shuiman is an extraordinary person, the Sage of Six Paths continued. A slight curve appeared at the corner of the Sage of Six Paths' mouth. It was the first time Mingren had seen a smile on the Sage of Six Paths' face, very faint, very light, like ripples spreading across water when wind blows. Your father Bufeng Shuiman. The path he walked is the one I have been searching for thousands of years but never found. Mingren's eyes reddened. Not from sadness but from pride. His father, the Fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash Bufeng Shuiman, was a being even the Sage of Six Paths could not surpass. Mingren, you must study well the sage mode your father taught you. Not for fighting but for transformation. Turn your body from the path of chakra to the path of natural energy. Once you complete the transformation, even without Geolama you will still stand at the pinnacle of that era. Mingren lowered his head and looked at his hands. Those hands had once held the Rasengan, the tailed beast ball, and the truth-seeking orbs given to him by the Sage of Six Paths. Now those things were gone, but he still had a scroll, a cultivation technique, a direction. And his father. And his teacher Zilai. And the Sage of Six Paths. Old man, I will. The Sage of Six Paths looked at him, something flowing in his Rinnegan eyes. Not tears, but a light deeper and heavier than tears. Go. You cannot stay here too long. After completing your transformation here you should return to the future. Mingren lifted his head wanting to ask more, but the Sage of Six Paths figure had already begun to fade. The gray mist surged forward, engulfing the Sage of Six Paths, making it impossible to tell where he ended and the mist began. Mingren reached out to grasp something but caught nothing. Old man, the Sage of Six Paths' voice came from the depths of the gray mist, very light, very faint, like wind blowing from a very far place. Mingren, remember. You are not alone. No matter which era, no matter what happens, you are not alone. Mingren's tears finally broke free. He stood in the gray pure land looking in the direction where the Sage of Six Paths had vanished, tears streaming down his face, dripping onto the invisible ground. He did not wipe them away, he just stood there letting the tears flow. Then his body began to grow light and faint, as if being pulled upward by something. The gray mist before his eyes receded. Mingren opened his eyes. He saw himself in a stone house, but the natural power was very rich without the wildness, and it was about to surge into his body. Mingren sat down, took out the cultivation technique and began to cultivate. The temple fell silent. The great toad sage lay upon the stone seat, eyes shut, a tobacco pipe held between his lips. Smoke drifted from his nostrils in curling wisps as if he were speaking to the ceiling. It was not spoken with the mouth but conveyed through thought. The voice appeared directly in Minato's mind, deep and slow like a stone rolling along the bottom of a river. To the east lies a forest where the natural energy is several times denser than anywhere else. Minato's eyes brightened. The great toad sage said no more. His eyes squeezed shut even tighter and the pipe slipped a little from the corner of his mouth, but he caught it between his lips and it did not fall. Sage Fukasaku came over leaning on his staff, glanced at Minato, said follow me, and turned to walk out of the temple. Minato followed. When the two reached the temple entrance, Sage Fukasaku stopped without looking back. Little Minato, the great sage rarely opens this door for anyone. Minato said nothing. He knew. Mount Myaboku's natural energy was already rich to begin with. The place several times richer was a forbidden land that even Jiraiya had never set foot in. Sage Fukasaku walked ahead leaning on his staff with Minato behind him. The stone path grew narrower and steeper, the trees on both sides denser and the lumps on the trunks larger, like warts growing on a toad's skin. The air turned more humid, carrying a thick scent of moss and earth mingled together. After about a quarter of an hour, Sage Fukasaku stopped and pointed his staff ahead. We're here. Minato looked up at the forest before him. The trees were tall and dense, so thick that sunlight could scarcely filter through. Only a few needle-thin beams slipped through the gaps between the leaves and fell to the ground like strands of golden thread. The scent in the air had changed. It was no longer moss and earth but something faint, like grass after rain, or the elusive fragrance drifting from peach blossoms in spring. The natural energy here was so dense that no deliberate effort was needed to sense it. The skin could feel it, like a thin layer of mist clinging to the body, cool and smooth. Minato took a deep breath. The energy surged in through his nose, flowed down his throat, passed through his chest and sank into his dantian. The tree within his dantian swayed faintly as if it had been watered. Little Minato, you will cultivate here. Sage Fukasaku stood outside the forest leaning on his staff and did not enter. The great sage said that after 1 month. When the time comes I will come to fetch you. Minato nodded. Sage Fukasaku turned and left, walking step by step along the stone path with his staff. His back was bent like an arch bridge and his white beard dragged along the ground. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded, growing fainter and fainter until it vanished into the forest. Minato turned and entered the forest. He sat down beneath the largest tree, crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Natural energy surged in from every direction, not the wild unruly surge that needed to be tamed but a gentle surge like a mother's hand. It seeped in through his skin, entered with each breath and bored in through every pore. No guidance was needed, no taming required. It found the meridians by itself, found the dantian by itself, found the seed by itself. Minato felt his body grow light. It was not an illusion, the natural energy was holding him up like soaking in a hot spring where the water supports the body and no effort is needed at all. The tree within his dantian swayed gently in the golden heat of the ninetails, as if rejoicing, as if dancing. The ninetails lay there with its eyes closed, unmoving, but all 9 of its tails stood on end as if it had sensed something. This place isn't bad. The Ninetales' voice came from within the dantian, low and deep, but Minato could hear the satisfaction in it. Minato said nothing. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the technique. This was not the circulation he had once used to repair his body, but a circulation at a deeper, more essential level. Natural energy no longer simply flowed in and out, it truly and completely merged into every cell of his being. Meridians were widening, cells were renewing, bones were strengthening, blood was purifying. This was not cultivation, it was transformation. From the inside out, from head to toe, from soul to flesh. On the temple steps Jiraiya sat alone. A flask of sake was beside him and he held the manual in his hands. The paper was new, the ink was new, the writing was new, every stroke neat and orderly. It was Minato's handwriting, he recognized it. Jiraiya read very slowly. Not because he could not understand, but because he wanted to see it more clearly. Every word, every sentence, every annotation, he wanted to take it and remember it and carve it into his mind. The chakra in a person's body is extracted from cells. Each time it is extracted, the lifespan of the cells shortens by a measure. Minato's handwriting was very clear, every character as if etched into the page. Jiraiya thought of himself in his youth fighting desperately on the battlefield and of the countless ninjutsu he had used and the boundless chakra he had expended over the years. His cells were probably already old beyond recognition. He touched his face, wrinkles, age spots, rough skin. He continued reading. Natural energy is a power that has existed between heaven and earth since the beginning. Instead of using one's own chakra, one guides natural energy into the body. Use natural energy to temper the body, repair cells and nourish the meridians. It is not depletion but nourishment. Not overdrawing but accumulation. Jiraiya's finger moved slowly across the paper, reading one character at a time. It was not that he could not understand, he wanted to remember. He would carve every word into his mind with the same earnestness Minato had shown in writing them stroke by stroke. He turned a page and Minato's annotations appeared beside the text, written in smaller characters squeezed between the main text and the edge of the paper. The path of chakra ends in death. Lord Hashirama died in his prime and the third Hokage's chakra at 70 was less than half its peak. It is not that they were not strong enough, the path itself is flawed. Jiraiya's finger paused over that passage for a few seconds, then continued moving downward. Tempering the body with natural energy is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, repair cells, nourish meridians and prolong life. The second stage, cells are renewed, meridians are expanded and reinforced and the body undergoes a qualitative transformation. The third stage, transcend mortality and attain sagehood, greatly extending lifespan and fundamentally transforming one's power. Jiraiya set down the manual, picked up the sake flask and took a drink. The sake was cold with a bite that stung his throat. He looked at the sky above distant Mount Myaboku. The sky was blue, the clouds white, scattered one after another like cotton torn apart by someone at random. He remembered his younger self full of ambition, believing there was nothing under heaven he could not do. He remembered his middle years taking disciples and teaching, watching Minato grow stronger day by day, until he surpassed himself. He thought of the present in his 40s, his body declining day by day. He was not afraid of death, he was afraid of collapsing before he had finished what he needed to do. Jiraiya lowered his head and continued reading the manual. The cover bore no inscription, clean and blank as if waiting for someone to give it a name. Jiraiya thought for a moment, picked up his brush and wrote 4 characters on the cover, the way of nature. The characters were crooked and unsightly, but he thought they were fitting. He opened the manual to the first page and began reading from the beginning. This time he read even more slowly. Naruto had no idea how long he had been cultivating in that stone chamber. There was no day or night, no passage of time, only the gray walls, the gray floor and the natural energy surging in from all directions. He only knew that he sat there cycling through the cultivation technique over and over again, guiding the natural energy repeatedly and tempering his body with each iteration. The progress was far swifter than he had anticipated. What Naruto did not know was that the entire shinobi world was aiding him. The collective fortune of that era had converged upon Naruto and Sasuke. He was the child of destiny of that age, the one chosen by the world. From the very day of his birth the shinobi world had poured immense energy into him. That accumulated power shaped him into the 7th Hokage. Yet in the end he fell to the Akatsuki clan and the world sought to reselect his son Boruto as the new child of destiny. But Minato's intervention caused the will of the shinobi world to shift. Thus Naruto was sent back to this era, the world preferred him over these other children of destiny. So Naruto returned to the past. Even though this era was not yet his own, the world recognized and remembered him and was willing to help him. The natural energy in the stone chamber grew docile. Not a forced submission but an active willing obedience, like a son greeting his father. It no longer needed Naruto to guide or tame it, it flowed into his body of its own accord, refined his meridians by itself and nourished his cells autonomously. Naruto felt as if he were immersed in a warm spring. Not scalding but perfectly warm, like a mother's embrace. The water seeped through his skin, through his bones, through every cell. The pain, fatigue and drowsiness vanished, every part of him sang with comfort. It was not a superficial relief but a deep soul-stirring ease. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The calluses remained on his palms but his skin had grown smoother, not from any external substance but from an inner radiance, a healthy lustrous smoothness. The scars left by battle were fading little by little, some of the smaller ones had already disappeared. He unfastened his clothes and looked down at his chest. The wound inflicted by the Akatsuki had healed, leaving not even a scar. The skin on his chest was as smooth as a newborn's, as if it had never been injured. He closed his eyes again and resumed his cultivation. There was no rush, he had all the time in the world. The Sage of Six Paths had said that once his transformation was complete he would be sent back. Back to the era that belonged to him, back to the era that needed him. The natural energy in the stone chamber grew denser, not pouring in from outside but emerging from the ground, the walls, the air itself. It enveloped Naruto's body like a thin mist, seeping through his skin, entering with every breath and penetrating every pore. Naruto felt his body changing, not a drastic earth-shattering transformation but a gradual gentle one, like a seed sprouting. He sensed his meridians widening. The narrow paths that could only accommodate a trickle of natural energy were now broad, smooth highways. When the energy flowed through, it was like a river running through a wide channel, effortlessly smooth. He felt his cells renewing. Those cells that had been nourished by Kurama's chakra for decades, accustomed to the Nine-Tails' presence, were being replaced by new ones. The new cells were younger, more vibrant and more receptive to natural energy. He felt his bones strengthening. The old fractures and hidden injuries from years of combat were being repaired bit by bit by the natural energy. Not merely repaired but replaced. The old bones were absorbed and new bones grew in their place, denser, harder, sturdier. It felt like rebirth. Not a change of body but an enhancement of the existing one, stronger, healthier, more vital. Naruto opened his eyes and gazed at the stone walls. They were gray but brighter than before. Not because the light had increased but because his vision had improved. He stood up and stretched. His bones cracked a few times, not the brittle sound of age but the settling noise of reassembly. He clenched his fist, feeling the power brimming in his palm. It was not the violent explosive power of Kurama's chakra but a natural gentle strength, as deep and steady as the earth. He sat down and continued his cultivation. The technique cycled within him over and over. Natural energy poured in, ceaselessly refining and nourishing. The transformation of his body accelerated. The speed of cell renewal increased, the widening of meridians quickened and the strengthening of bones hastened. He felt as if both time and the world itself were propelling him forward. The technique cycled within him over and over. First cycle 36 circuits. Second cycle 72 circuits. Third cycle 108 circuits. Natural energy poured in, ceaselessly refining and nourishing, like a river that never dried, like a spring that never ran dry. The transformation of his body accelerated, cell renewal faster, meridian widening faster, bone strengthening faster. Like a snowball, slow at first, requiring careful molding by hand, but once it began to roll it grew larger and faster on its own, needing no further push. After an unknown stretch of time, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the stone walls. They were gray but brighter than before, as if someone had trimmed the lamp wick, making the flame burn stronger. It was not that the light had increased, his eyes had improved. He could see more clearly, farther and in finer detail. He could even discern the minuscule patterns on the walls, the grain-like lines he had never noticed before, resembling the annual rings of a tree trunk. Taking out the technique scroll given by his father Minato, Naruto compared it and sensed that he had now reached the second stage. Then he activated Sage Mode. This time it was not the Sage Mode fueled by chakra but a natural one, a Sage Mode sustained entirely by natural energy. Naruto felt as if he had returned to the state he was in during the final battle at the Valley of the End. And this state meant that whenever he entered Sage Mode he could instantly return to his peak. What Naruto did not know was how much the entire shinobi world had sacrificed for him. Yet in the eyes of the world's will it was all worthwhile, after all the world had watched him grow. At that moment the Sage of Six Paths observed Naruto and Minato both having completed their transformations and remarked, two Six Paths level combatants. One from the future, one from the present, that should suffice. If the future plan succeeds, the shinobi world will have the strength to fight the Akatsuki clan. Shuemen opened his eyes. In that instant the natural energy in the forbidden area east of Miamu Mountain suddenly stagnated as if drained by something. Shuemen could feel the tree roots absorbing moisture from the soil, the leaves undergoing photosynthesis under the sunlight, the insects tunneling inch by inch underground, and the rhythm of Shinzua Shenron's walking with a staff several li away, step by step, slow and steady. His vision seemed to have been wiped clean. It wasn't that his eyesight had improved, the world had become clearer in his eyes. Previously when he looked at a tree he saw its bark, branches and leaves. Now when he looked at a tree he saw the vessels transporting water from the roots upward, the arrangement of chloroplasts in the leaves, and the climate changes recorded in each ring of the trunk. The range of his perception had also expanded. Previously he could only sense chakra fluctuations within a few li radius when he activated Sage Mode, but now without activating it he could perceive the entire Miamu Mountain, the breathing heartbeats and chakra flow of all the toads, all crystal clear. Shuemen lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were still the same hands, knuckles, distinct fingers, slender palms with thin calluses. But the skin had changed, smooth, delicate and lustrous, not the pallid kind of shine but a radiance emanating from within, healthy and tinged with a faint golden halo. He stood up and stretched his body. His bones didn't crack, the stiffness and soreness that used to follow long periods of sitting were gone. Like a spring compressed to its limit, looking quiet but ready to spring out the moment it's released. Shuemen clenched his fist. The power in his palm was not the ferocity of Jiuwei's chakra but a natural gentle strength as profound as the earth. He released his fist and the power sank into his dantian. The tree swayed gently in the golden heat current of Jiuwei. Jiuwei lay there opening its eyes to look at him. In its crimson vertical pupils was an emotion Shuemen had never seen before, not hostility, not wariness, but something very close to anticipation. Julama, I have completed it, Shuemen said. Jiuwei did not reply but its tail gave a single wag. When Shuemen walked out of the forest, Shinzua Shenron was already waiting at the crossroads leaning on its staff. Its back was still hunched, its beard still long, but those two protruding large eyes shone like two lamps in the morning light. The moment it saw Shuemen they brightened abruptly. Little Shuemen, you look different, Shinzua Shenron said, its voice still hoarse but now carrying something extra, surprise, relief and indescribable complex emotion. Shuemen nodded. Shinzua Shenron, thank you. Shinzua Shenron waved a hand. Don't thank me. The great sage sent you. It turned around leaning on its staff and walked toward the shrine. Come, little Zilai is waiting for you. Shuemen followed behind. The two walked on the stone path. Shinzua Shenron walked slowly and Shuemen also walked slowly. No one hurried, no one rushed. Zilai sat on the steps at the entrance holding the technique manual spread open on his knees, turned to a page in the middle. His white hair was a bit messy, his clothes somewhat wrinkled and his eyes were bloodshot, but his spirit was high. The moment he saw Shuemen his mouth split into a grin, laughing like a child. Shuemen, you're out. Ahem. Zilai looked him over from head to toe then nodded. Looks good. Shinzua Shenron leaning on its staff entered the shrine to report to the great toad sage. Zilai stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, walked over to Shuemen, reached out and patted him on the shoulder. The moment his palm made contact, Zilai's hand paused. Shuemen's shoulder was more solid than before, and not a rigid solidity but an elastic vibrant firmness, like a young man's shoulder, like his own shoulder at 20. Master Mingren should be nearly finished too, Shuemen said looking at Zilai. I can sense the flying thunder god mark on him. He is still in the Pure Land and his energy fluctuations are very stable, steadily improving. The great sage's intention is for me to go directly there. Zilai said nothing. He looked at Shuemen for a long time. Then he reached out and patted his shoulder again. This time the pat was very light, very slow, as if confirming something. Go. I'll take care of things here. Shuemen looked at Zilai, at his messy white hair, his face etched with years of wrinkles, his eyes that were bloodshot yet still bright. He wanted to say something but his throat felt blocked, unable to produce sound. He simply nodded, clasped his hands in a seal and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Space twisted before his eyes and then he appeared in a gray hazy place. The Pure Land. His first time here. This time he used Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God to directly lock onto the mark on Mingren, crossing the barrier between the living world and the Pure Land. Shuemen stood in the grey mist looking around. The natural energy here was dense, but not the gentle kind density of Miamu Mountain. It was a calm heavy density like water from a 1,000-year-old well. It did not actively welcome you, but it did not reject you either. When you came it let you use it, when you left it did not detain you. He walked toward the direction of the mark. After walking a short distance the grey mist parted, revealing a stone house. Not large, square-shaped with grey walls, a grey roof and a grey door. But from the crack in the door seeped a faint light, not grey but golden warm as the sun. Shuemen pushed open the door and stepped inside. Mingren sat in the center of the stone house, eyes closed with a faint golden halo around him. His hair was still that yellow, his face still bore 3 whisker-like marks, but he was entirely different. Shuemen stood at the doorway looking at Mingren without making a sound. After a moment Mingren opened his eyes. Blue eyes very bright like 2 polished gems. He looked at Shuemen, paused in surprise, then smiled. "Dad, you're here." Shuemen walked over and sat down across from him. The two sat face to face, neither speaking yet neither felt awkward. Grayish light seeped from the walls, casting a silver outline on both of them. Mingren looked at Shuemen for a long time. Then he spoke. "Dad, have you completed it too?" How strong are you now?" Shuemen thought for a moment. "I originally thought after the first transformation my combat power would be at the threshold below the 6 paths. But it seems I underestimated." He looked at his own hand, clenched it into a fist, then released it. "Now my combat power should be above the 6 paths." Mingren nodded. He also looked down at his own hand, staring for a long time with a subtle indescribable expression on his face. Mingren looked up at Shuemen. "I feel like I'm back to the state during the battle at the Valley of the End. That state was when he and Sasuke fought until the sky darkened, the sun and moon lost their light, and finally both lay in a pool of blood laughing. That was the peak of his power, the final glory before he lost Joei, before he lost everything. But now I can maintain that state without Joei. That was the credit of natural energy, the credit of Shuemen's technique, the result of this body completing its first transformation. His body was no longer that old house hollowed out by chakra, but a brand new house with deep foundations, strong beams and pillars capable of bearing all his power." Shuemen stood up and extended his hand. "Let's go. Time to head back." Mingren looked at that hand for a long time. Then he extended his own hand and grasped it. The two hands clasped together. Not large knuckles, distinct palms with thin calluses, but both strong as if forged from steel. Suddenly a power descended without warning. Minato and Naruto had just stepped out of the stone chamber, the grey mist still lingering when the ground beneath their feet simply vanished. It was not a collapse, it was an erasure, as if someone had carved this patch of earth directly out of existence. Both of them fell simultaneously, but only for an instant before landing in a void. No sky, no earth, no grey mist, no light. Yet it was not darkness either, it was an emptiness and nothingness. It felt as though they stood at the end of the universe, at the intersection of all time and space. Minato steadied himself and Naruto did the same. The two stood side by side, gazing forward. There standing before them was the Rakuto sage, robed in white hair silver as snow, with horns upon his head and a brass staff in hand. His face bore the marks of extreme age, but not the feeble decay of a withered elder. It was the countenance of one who had witnessed countless ages and myriad births and deaths, whose eyes held boundless wisdom. His eyes were Rinnegan, the purple concentric rings faintly glowing against the void. He regarded Minato and Naruto without smile or frown, without any superfluous expression. He simply stood there like a mountain, like a tree, like the sole thing of truth in all this void. Naruto looked at him, his heartbeat quickening. He had seen the Rakuto sage before. Long ago, when he was 17, before sealing Kaguya alongside Sasuke within their own mindscape. Back then the Rakuto sage was still alive, in a manner of speaking existing as a spirit. He had bestowed upon Naruto the power of Yang, upon Sasuke the power of Yin, enabling them to seal away Kaguya before vanishing forever. Since that day Naruto had never seen him again. Now he stood once more before the Rakuto sage. Not as a 17-year-old brimming with reckless courage, but as a middle-aged man who had lost Kurama, who had lost much, who had traveled from the future back to the past. "Ryakuto-sama," Naruto called out, his voice rough. The Rakuto sage looked at him, and something stirred within those Rinnegan eyes. It was not tears, it was something far deeper, far heavier than tears. "Naruto, we meet again." His tone was even unwavering, devoid of inflection. Yet Naruto could hear within it a profound aching weariness, as though the sage had borne an unbearable weight across an endless road and could finally set it down for a brief respite. Minato stood silently to one side. He gazed upon the Rakuto sage, who returned his stare. For several moments the two men locked eyes without a word. "I know you have many questions," the Rakuto sage said, "but time waits for no one." He paused. "The Akatsuki I battled earlier, I have already sent him back to the era where Naruto should belong. The version of me from that future era has likely fallen into slumber. In that time I cannot aid you. The future must ultimately be saved by yourself alone." Naruto's hand clenched into a fist. "However, your father can journey to assist him." The Rakuto sage turned toward Minato. "Minato, you are different. You carry within you the essence of both time and space. Once you have settled matters here, come to me and I shall reveal all you wish to know. At that time I hope you will go to the future to help Naruto. Yet the laws of that timeline cannot be broken. Remain too long and that era will forcefully expel you, as like poles of a magnet repel one another. Roughly 15 days per year." Minato considered this for a moment. 15 days, that is enough. The Rakuto sage regarded him, and within those Rinnegan eyes dwelled something profoundly complex. "Minato, the future era is far more perilous than the age you currently inhabit. The Akatsuki clan's warriors there are far stronger and far more numerous than anything you have faced. When you go, do not recklessly overextend yourself. Do not take unnecessary risks. Help where you can and withdraw when you cannot. Your survival matters more than any sacrifice. This era, this is your true domain." Minato fell silent for a moment. "I understand." The faintest curve touched the corner of the Rakuto sage's mouth. It was the first time Minato had ever seen him smile. Not a smile of joy, but one of profound relief, the kind that comes when one can finally lay down burdens long borne. He looked at Minato, then turned his gaze to Naruto. "Naruto, return first. Go back to your era, to the place where you are needed. Your body has completed its transformation. Even without Kurama you can stand at the pinnacle of your age. Minato will come to aid you." Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but the Rakuto sage raised his hand, stopping him. With a gesture, light surged from his palm, enveloping Naruto's body. Naruto's form grew lighter, more ethereal, as though drawn upward by some unseen force. He looked at Minato, who looked back. Neither spoke, yet both understood perfectly what the other wished to say. "Father, I'll wait for you there." Naruto's voice drifted from within the light, growing fainter and more distant with each word. Minato nodded. Ahem. Naruto's figure dissolved. In the void remained only Minato and the Rakuto sage. The two stood facing one another in silence. The void was silent, silence so absolute that one could hear the flow of blood within one's veins, the steady rhythm of one's heartbeat. Once. Again. Slow. Steady. Minato. The Rakuto sage spoke. Ahem. That you came to this world, it was my doing. I sensed something beyond the shinobi world and drew it inward. What followed you already know. Natural energy, or what you call spiritual energy, is the primordial source force of this world. Thousands of years ago the Akatsuki invaded. The wielders of natural energy were defeated and cast out of history. Later I was born. I learned to wield natural energy, using it to oppose the Akatsuki. But I walked the path of synthesis, not purity. I fused natural energy with chakra, powerful yes, yet roundabout. You are different. You separated them completely. You walk the pure path, the way back to the source. The Rakuto sage extended his hand and swept it gently through the void. A luminous screen materialized before Minato. Upon it an image appeared, Naruto standing atop the Hokage rock in Konohagakure, the wind fierce enough to whip his robes. He was no longer the haggard, exhausted, middle-aged man who had lost Kurama. He was the seventh Hokage, restored in spirit and vitality, light burning once more in his eyes. 15 days from now I will open the passage. At that time you may journey to the future and aid Naruto. Minato gazed at Naruto's silhouette within the light screen, the same back he had glimpsed only in memories, only upon the Naruto who had returned from the future. The figure clad in the Hokage mantle standing upon the Hokage rock overlooking the entire village of Konoha. His eyes did not redden, but the corners of his mouth lifted into the faintest arc. Very well. The Rakuto sage lowered his hand and the light screen dissolved. The void held only a dull gray luminescence. He cast one final glance at Minato, the light within his rinnegan dimming as though the lamp's oil had burned to its last drop. Minato, take care. 1 month hence I shall tell you everything. Minato nodded. The Rikudo sage's figure began to fade as if swallowed by the void, or perhaps as though he himself were merging into that boundless nothingness. Minato stood in the void for a moment, then formed hand signs. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. Space twisted before his eyes, and in the next instant he stood before the sanctum on Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya still sat upon the steps, a sake gourd in hand, neither drinking nor moving. Seeing Minato appear, he lifted his head, questions flashing in his eyes, but he asked nothing. Naruto has returned, Minato said, sitting beside him. In 15 days I will go to the future to aid him. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. Then he raised the gourd and took a swig. The sake burned sharply, drawing a cough from him. He passed the gourd to Minato, who accepted it and drank, coughing at the same pungent burn. After they had both coughed, they shared a laugh. 15 days, Jiraiya said. That will be enough. Minato looked toward the distant sky. It was a deep clear blue dotted with clouds white as torn cotton. A breeze drifted in, carrying Mount Mayaboku's signature scent, damp, mossy, ancient. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. And in that moment the world felt still, as though time itself had paused to hold its breath. When Shuemen and Zilai returned from Yamu Mountain, it was already dusk in Mai. The setting sun dyed the entire Mai in a tangerine hue. People on the streets were heading home from work. The two walked along the empty road in silence, their shadows stretched long and thin by the moonlight. Early the next morning Shuemen convened a meeting. The conference room was packed. Yuzebo Fuyue sat beside Naoyan, Lugio Rishiang Rizu sat opposite, and the clan leaders of Shanzhong Hai Chiudao Dingswa Chuanzhong Zhao and Yunu Jihei were all present. Shuemen sat at the head of the table, Zilai beside him, while Jishue stood at the door with his back straight. I've called everyone here today to announce something. Shuemen's voice was not loud, but every person in the room could hear him clearly. For the next period I will be leaving the village. All affairs will be handled by my teacher Zilai. The room fell silent for a moment. The clan leaders exchanged glances, but no one spoke. The fourth generation Huiying leaving the village was no trivial matter. Yet no one asked why, for they knew that Shuemen never made decisions without reason. Zilai sat beside him saying nothing, but his back was straighter than usual. Lugio was the first to speak. Fourth generation, how long will you be gone? Shuemen thought for a moment. About a month. Lugio nodded and asked no further. Fuyue glanced at Shuemen, who gave a slight nod. Fuyue too asked nothing. Rizu looked at Shuemen and Shuemen met his gaze. They exchanged a 1-second stare, then Rizu lowered his head. The meeting did not last long. Shuemen delegated what needed to be delegated, assigned who needed to be assigned, and then adjourned. The clan leaders filed out one by one, leaving only Shuemen and Zilai in the room. The two sat in silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the table in a dazzling glare. Teacher, I leave everything here in your hands. Shuemen stood up. Zilai nodded. Go. Shuemen walked out of the conference room, Jishue following behind. They walked one after the other down the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, each step like a heartbeat. When they reached the end of the corridor, Shuemen stopped and turned to face Jishue. Jishue, during this time you are to follow Zilai's arrangements. Jishue was taken aback. Fourth generation, you don't need me to accompany you. Shuemen shook his head. No. Stay in the village and watch over Mingren and Xianglin. Jishue was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Shuemen patted his shoulder and turned away. His footsteps gradually faded down the corridor, growing softer and softer until they vanished. Jishue stood in the corridor staring at the direction Shuemen had disappeared for a long time. Then he turned and walked back to the office door, stood upright and straightened his back. Zilai did not move into the Huiying office. He still stayed at the inn, going to the office early each morning to handle affairs, practicing the cultivation technique Shuemen had left for him at the training ground in the afternoon, having a couple of drinks at the tavern in the evening, and then returning to see Mingren. His hair was still messy, his clothes still slovenly, and his face still wore that carefree expression. But there was something new in his eyes, not seriousness but a heavy, indescribable something. Meanwhile, in the distant future, Mingren returned to his era. The statues on Huiying Rock were still there, the 6th generation Kaka and the 7th generation himself. He stood atop Huaying Rock gazing down at the village below. The wind was strong, causing his clothes to flap noisily. When the villagers saw him, they were first stunned, then shocked, then overjoyed. The 7th generation is back. Lord Mingren is back. The Huaying is back. The news spread like wildfire through the entire Mai. People poured out from every direction, lining the streets to watch him pass. He smiled and waved at them just like before, as if nothing had ever happened. But he knew, it was different. Suozhu was the first to arrive at the Huaying office. When he pushed open the door, Mingren was sitting behind the desk holding a document in his hand, not reading it, just holding it. One in black, one in white. One seated, one standing at the door. The two exchanged a glance. Back. Suozhu's voice was flat without inflection. Did you bring them back? Mingren was silent for a moment. I didn't bring those two, but I brought back a master. Suozhu watched him waiting. Mingren looked down at the document in his hand. Father Shuimen will come. Suozhu's hand clenched momentarily, then relaxed. He didn't ask why nor who the master was. He just nodded. After all, if Mingren said it was a master, he trusted Mingren's judgment. Mingren looked up at Suozhu, wanting to say that he had been through a lot, but the words wouldn't come. Between him and Suozhu there was no need for thanks. From their teens to their 40s, from youth to middle age, from the battlefield to the office, they had never said thank you to each other. Not because they weren't grateful, but because it wasn't necessary. A glance, a gesture, a silence, that was enough. Kaka was the second to arrive. His hair was still white, his mask still covered half his face, and his one visible eye was still red. He stood at the door looking at Mingren for a while, then smiled. His eyes curved into crescents and a muffled laugh escaped from under his mask. Back. Teacher Kaka. Kaka didn't press further. He walked in, sat down in a chair and pulled out a copy of Chinra Tiantang to read. Chu Tian was the third to arrive. She pushed the door with such force that it slammed against the wall with a loud bang. She stood at the entrance looking at Mingren, her eyes red, her lips trembling, but she didn't cry. She walked up to Mingren, reached out and punched him in the shoulder, not hard but not light either. Do you have any idea how long you've been gone? I'm sorry, Chu Tian. Do you have any idea how worried everyone was? I'm sorry. Do you have any idea? Chu Tian couldn't finish. Tears streamed down her face. She didn't wipe them away, she just stood there letting them fall. Mingren stood up, walked over to her and gently patted her head, just like when they were children. Chu Tian cried even harder, burying her face in Mingren's shoulder, sobbing like a child. Boren was the last to arrive. He didn't push the door open, he appeared via Shunshin. Golden hair, blue eyes, an expression identical to Mingren's when he was young, stubborn, unyielding, yet tinged with a hint of nervousness. He stood at the door looking at his father for a long time, then spoke. Dad, you're back. Mingren smiled. I'm back. Boren walked in and sat down across from him. He looked Mingren up and down, then frowned. You look different. Different how? Can't put it into words. Just different. Mingren smiled. He looked at Boren, at that face so like his own when he was young, at those blue eyes so like Jiu Xian eyes, and remembered Sherman's words, your son looks a lot like you. He smiled. Boren, your grandfather will be coming soon. Boren was taken aback. Grandfather? Which grandfather? Grandfather Shuimen. The 4th generation Huaying. At that moment Sasuke stood by the window, his back to everyone, sunlight casting a long elongated shadow across the floor. He did not turn around, but his voice cut through the silence of the room with startling clarity. Ishiki Akatsuki is still alive. He is somewhere waiting to be resurrected. Time is running out. No one spoke. They all knew that Ishiki was still out there, the Akatsuki who had pushed Naruto to the brink and cost Sasuke his Rinnegan, lurking in the shadows like a venomous serpent, waiting for them to show a single crack in their defenses. Sasuke turned to face Naruto. Someone has proposed a 5 Kage summit. The village that made the proposal suggested that Boruto and Kawaki be handed over for research on the karma seal. Their reasoning is that both Boruto and Kawaki bear the karma of the Akatsuki clan. If we can study it thoroughly, we might find a way to counter Ishiki. The room fell silent. So silent that the ticking of the wall clock was audible. Every gaze fixed on Naruto, he sat behind his desk, pen in hand, not writing, not reading, just holding it. Hand over Boruto and Kawaki. Naruto repeated the words in a soft voice as if confirming something or tasting the flavor of the phrase. No one spoke. Shikamaru stood nearby holding a document without opening it. Kakashi sat in a chair, his copy of Makeout Paradise open to a page that hadn't been turned in a long time. Sasuke leaned against the window frame, arms crossed, eyes fixed on Naruto. Sakura stood at the doorway, her hand on the doorknob, not leaving. Hinata stood in the corner, her fingers clenched tightly around the fabric of her clothes. Boruto stood before Naruto, head bowed, his expression hidden. Naruto looked up at Sasuke. Who gave them the audacity? Sasuke did not answer. But everyone knew the answer. Ever since Naruto lost Kurama and Sasuke lost his Rinnegan, the two top combat forces of Konoha had fallen from their pedestal. The other four great ninja villages had grown increasingly subtle in their attitude toward Konoha. At first it was just probing, how is Konoha lately? Is the seventh Hokage in good health? Do you need any help? Gradually the probing turned into watching from a distance. Konoha's affairs are not ours to meddle in. Let's wait until the seventh Hokage recovers. Later watching turned into contempt. Konoha is finished. Can a Hokage without Kurama still be called a Hokage? It's time to renegotiate the treaties between the villages. Naruto knew it all. Sasuke didn't say much, but Naruto understood. The villages that once bowed to Konoha now dared to slam their fists on the negotiation table. The Kage who once treated Naruto with utmost respect now dared to question his decisions in public. It wasn't that they had grown stronger, it was that they believed Naruto had grown weaker. They thought that without Kurama he was nothing. Naruto stood up and put down his pen. He walked to the window and gazed out at the village of Konoha. Sunlight fell upon the houses, the streets, and the stone faces of the Hokage monument. He looked for a long time, then turned to face everyone in the room. Who said they want to hand over Boruto? Just the lightning, water, and earth nations. Naruto's voice was not loud, but every person in the room could hear him clearly. No one answered, and Naruto didn't wait for a reply. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then, Sage Mode activated. Orange markings appeared beneath his eyes and his vertical pupils gleamed with a golden light in the moonlight. No preparatory movements, no hand seals. Just a blink and Sage Mode was activated. Natural energy surged from all directions, seeping into his skin, following his breath, penetrating every pore. This was not the chakra-combined Sage Mode of the past, it was pure natural energy Sage Mode. The natural energy enveloped his body like a thin coat of light, golden and translucent like the first rays of dawn. The entire room was illuminated. Everyone, Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru, Boruto, all stared at Naruto in shock. They had seen him fight, had seen him unleash Kurama's chakra mode. But they had never seen him like this. A mode even stronger than Kurama's chakra. Natural energy poured out of him like a tide, a storm, a volcano on the verge of eruption. Sasuke watched Naruto. His Rinnegan was gone, but his ordinary eye could still see. What he saw was not merely chakra, but something that transcended it, the power of the world itself. None of them had ever felt this kind of power from Naruto before, not a violent raging force meant to shred enemies, but a calm, profound, unshakable strength like the earth itself. Tears streamed down Hinata's face. She covered her mouth, stifling her sobs. She had waited for this day for so long, for Naruto to stand up again, to grow strong again, to become again the person she admired, loved, and was willing to follow for the rest of her life. No one spoke in the room. Naruto said nothing either. He walked over to Boruto, reached out and gently patted his head. Then he walked to the window, pushed it open, and sunlight poured in, falling on his face as if gilding him with silver. Instead of jumping out, Naruto extended his hand. Natural energy surged from his palm and golden light enveloped everyone in the room. Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru, Boruto, none of them resisted the force. Not because they couldn't, but because they didn't want to. The power was gentle, as if a giant warm hand were cradling them, lifting them softly and steadily out through the window. Everyone floated in the air, suspended above the village of Konoha. Below them lay the village, houses like toy block, streets like threads, and the stone faces of the 6th and 7th Hokage on the Hokage monument glowing white in the moonlight. The wind was strong, whipping everyone's clothes, but no one felt cold. Naruto raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Natural energy gathered in his palm, spinning, compressing. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Not a chakra version but one made of pure natural energy. Smaller, brighter and quieter than the original Raisin Shuriken. No piercing screech, no violent whine pressure, just a tiny golden orb of light like a star resting quietly in Naruto's palm like a docile kitten. Naruto looked toward the direction of the three nations in the distance and casually flicked his wrist. The tiny orb of light flew out so slowly that everyone could trace its trajectory, a golden arc like a shooting star, a firefly, a marble thrown by a child. Then the orb split into three. It passed over the walls of Konoha, over the forest, and reached the distant mountains, landing on the territory of the three nations. The light burst open. Not an explosion, a blooming. Like a golden flower blossoming on the mountaintop. Petal after petal unfolded, each a razor-sharp wind blade. The mountain was sliced away, not shattered but shaved off like a knife cutting through tofu neatly, quietly, without a single superfluous sound. A few seconds later the sound reached them, not the roar of an explosion but the wail of the wind, as if it were crying or laughing. Everyone hung in the air, staring in the direction of the three nations, speechless. Naruto withdrew his hand and turned to face them. Who said they want to hand over Boruto and Kawaki? Let them come to Konoha and find me. The same words, the same voice, the same tone. Calm, neither loud nor soft, as if asking about the weather. This time no one answered. Not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't know what to say. Naruto looked at everyone, waited a moment to confirm no one had anything to say, then nodded. Let's go back. Natural energy enveloped them all again, sending them back to the Hokage's office. Naruto was the last to return. He closed the window, sat back in his chair, picked up his pen and deactivated Sage Mode. The orange markings faded from his face, the golden light dissipated from his body. He was once again the ordinary, slightly weary middle-aged man in the Hokage's robe. The atmosphere in the room had completely changed. Sasuke leaned against the window frame, watching him, a light in his eyes that had been absent for a long time. Kakashi had somehow retrieved his book, but he held it without reading. Sakura's mouth finally closed, but her eyes remained wide. Hinata wiped away her tears, standing in the corner gazing at Naruto with a gentle gaze. Boruto walked up to Naruto, head bowed, silent for a long time. Naruto looked at him for a long moment, then reached out and patted his head. Lightly, gently, as if patting a kitten. News spread quickly. By the next morning the entire ninja world knew, the seventh Hokage Naruto had returned. The three great ninja villages were now as quiet as little kittens, not daring to make a sound. Three golden flowers bloomed simultaneously on the mountain peaks in three directions. Even from such a distance the people of Konoha couldn't hear the explosions, but they saw the light, three golden brilliant beams flaring up from three directions at once, as if someone had lit three lanterns at the edge of the sky. The light lasted for several seconds, then slowly dimmed fainter and fainter until it vanished. People stood in the streets looking up at the direction where the three beams had faded, and no one spoke. The window of the Hokage's office was open, sunlight pouring in from outside, falling on the floor in a dazzling glow. Naruto sat behind his desk, pen in hand, a document spread before him, but his eyes were not on the document, they were fixed out the window. Sasuke leaned against the window, arms crossed, eyes closed, as if lost in thought or perhaps resting. Kakashi sat on a chair, his copy of Ica Paradise open in his hands, but his eyes were not on the book, they were fixed on the ceiling. Sakura stood at the door, her hand still on the doorknob, not leaving. Hinata stood in the corner grasping the hem of her clothes, though her grip was no longer as tight. Shikamaru stood beside the desk, the document in his hand still unopened. Boruto stood before Naruto, had lowered, his expression unreadable. No one spoke in the room. After a long while Naruto set down his pen, leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. He stared at the ceiling, at the fine lines illuminated by the sunlight. Shikamaru, Naruto spoke. Shikamaru looked up at him. Send an official letter to those three villages. The wording needn't be too harsh, tell them that Boruto and Kawaki are ninja of Konoha, that they belong to Konoha. Their safety is Konoha's responsibility. The other villages need not concern themselves. Shikamaru thought for a moment, carefully weighing his words, then nodded. He knew exactly how to write that letter, not too many words, not too aggressive a tone, but the stance had to be unmistakable. He couldn't let the other side feel Konoha was provoking them, nor could he let them think Konoha was showing weakness. This wasn't a matter of diplomatic rhetoric, it was a display of power. Naruto had already made that display just now, all he needed to do now was translate it into words. Sasuke, Naruto spoke again. Sasuke opened his eyes and looked at him. Keep investigating the Kara organization. Sasuke nodded. I know. Naruto looked at Sasuke wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked as if something were stuck there and no words came out. News traveled fast. So fast that by that very afternoon the entire shinobi world knew. In the Raikage's office, the fifth Raikage Darui sat behind his desk holding a piece of intelligence. He read it 3 times, then set it down and was silent for a long time. His fist tapped lightly on the desk twice, thump thump, as if confirming something or releasing something. The seventh Hokage of Konoha has recovered. He did not say, Naruto, he said, the seventh Hokage of Konoha. It was an official formal address laden with respect. In the Tsuchikage's office, the fourth Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi hovered in midair staring at the intelligence in her hands for a long time. She knew what those 3 golden beams meant, that the seventh Hokage of Konoha had returned, that the one who had turned the tide in the fourth shinobi world war had risen again, and that all their little schemes, subtle maneuvers and hidden calculations had come to nothing. Kuratsuchi set down the intelligence, closed her eyes as if thinking. Then she opened her eyes and looked at her subordinate. Prepare a gift and send it to Konoha. In the Mizukage's office, the sixth Mizukage sat behind his desk holding a piece of intelligence, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. But there was no amusement in his eyes, only something cold and heavy. Interesting. He set down the intelligence, picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone cold, but he didn't care. In the Kazekage's office, the fifth Kazekage Gaara sat behind his desk holding a piece of intelligence, reading it for a long time. He was the only Kage who had never made any small moves or harbored any hidden motives. From beginning to end he had stood by Naruto's side, never wavering. Not because Naruto was strong, not because Konoha was strong, but because Naruto was his friend. Gaara set down the intelligence and the corner of his mouth curved upward, a faint gentle smile, but one that was genuine. Naruto, you really are still yourself. In the Hokage's office, Naruto sat behind his desk, pen in hand, a document spread before him. Shikamaru had already left to draft the official letter. Kakashi had also left, leaving his copy of Ika Paradise on the chair, which Sakura picked up and placed on the desk. Sakura had left too, glancing at Naruto as she went as if wanting to say something, but she said nothing. Hinata had also left, pausing at the doorway for a while, gazing at Naruto's back for a long time before softly closing the door. Boruto had left as well. Naruto had told him to go and rest and he nodded, then stopped at the door without turning back. Dad. Naruto looked up at him. The way you looked just now. It was cool. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. That smile was not broad, but it was genuine, like a crack splitting open the dark clouds, revealing the sun behind them. Boruto left. His footsteps faded down the corridor, growing softer and softer until they disappeared. Only Naruto and Sasuke remained in the office. Neither of them spoke. The setting sun outside the window streamed in, falling on the desk, on the floor, on the two of them. Naruto put down his pen, leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. Sasuke leaned against the window, arms crossed, eyes closed. Sasuke. You've worked hard these past days. Sasuke did not reply. But he opened his eyes, glanced at Naruto, then closed them again. Naruto smiled. He picked up his pen again and continued reviewing documents. Outside the window the setting sun slowly sank and the orange-red at the horizon gradually faded into deep blue. Stars blinked into existence one by one as if someone were lighting lanterns in the sky, one after another. Naruto finished the last document, set down his pen, stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze drifted in, cool, carrying the quiet that belonged to the night. In the distance insects were chirping one after another, unhurried. He looked at the sky in the distance. It was deep blue, profound, studded with stars. Those stars glittered in the night sky like eyes, like lanterns. He thought of Minato, of his father's blue eyes, his father's smile, the warmth of his father's palm when he patted his shoulder. In 13 more days he would see his father. Not a brief hurried meeting, a real one. Sitting together, talking, drinking tea, watching the moon. A smile curved at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Then he closed the window, turned around and looked at Sasuke. Let's go get something to eat. Sasuke opened his eyes and looked at him. You're paying. I didn't bring any money. Me neither. The two exchanged a glance and laughed at the same time. Then they walked out of the office, their footsteps fading down the corridor, one light, one heavy, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. The lights in the corridor were still on, dim and warm, as if waiting for them to return. When Naruto and Sasuke stepped out of the ramen shop, the night had already deepened into an inky blackness. A bright moon hung high in the eastern sky, casting a faint cold glow like a block of ice on the verge of melting. The two of them strolled silently through the deserted streets, words unspoken between them. Only the moonlight spilled like quicksilver stretched their long shadows, one left one right, like two dark profound streams. At the crossroads Naruto halted and Sasuke stopped as well. Sasuke. Naruto gazed at him, calling softly. Sasuke did not respond, but his eyes met Naruto's. If you have some free time, take a good rest. When father returns, please ask him to examine your eyes. Naruto said slowly. Sasuke frowned slightly. What do you mean? Father's understanding of natural energy has surpassed that of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Moreover, his depth of insight into natural energy even exceeds that of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto's tone was calm and unruffled, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. Perhaps he can find a way to help you regain the power of the Rinnegan. Sasuke was silent for a long time, as if time itself had frozen. He quietly gazed at Naruto before him, and Naruto's gaze was equally unwavering, fixed on Sasuke. The two of them stood there in the moonlit night like two solitary stars, distant from each other yet bound by an indescribable understanding and connection. They were like trees standing side by side, their roots deeply embedded in their own soil, yet their lush branches stretched toward the same boundless night sky. How do you know this? Sasuke finally broke the silence, his voice as soft as the faint notes of a wind-blown harp, as if it might be swallowed by the quiet darkness at any moment. Naruto smiled gently and replied softly, just intuition. When you meet him you'll understand everything. After saying this, Naruto let out a soft sigh, a trace of melancholy and helplessness flickering in his eyes. Sasuke did not press further, but simply nodded in agreement. Then he slowly turned around and walked away with firm, steady steps. Each step seemed heavy, as if carrying the weight of the entire world. As he receded into the distance, the faint sound of his footsteps echoed on the empty stone pavement, gradually fading until it was completely swallowed by the silent night. Naruto remained standing at the three-way intersection, unmoving for a long time. His gaze lingered in the direction Sasuke had disappeared, as if trying to pierce through the endless darkness to catch a glimpse of his back. After a long while he seemed to come back to his senses, took a deep breath, and then resolutely turned around, heading toward his own home. At this moment there were many waiting for him at home, gentle and kind Hinata, lively and adorable Boruto, and innocent Himawari. The once peaceful village now simmered with a subtle tense atmosphere. The cold words and jeers once directed at Konoha had vanished as if blown away by a mysterious wind. This did not mean the villagers had suddenly become friendly, rather they were afraid. The three Raisin Shuriken that the seventh Hokage had unleashed, stunning and awe-inspiring, were like three peerless blades, easily severing the towering peaks that straddled the three nations and at the same time crushing the ambitions of those who dared to challenge authority. Although no one knew exactly how far Naruto had recovered, everyone understood one fact: he was now far more powerful than before, standing like an insurmountable mountain before them. However, Naruto paid no heed to the outside world's comments and judgments. The only thing that truly weighed on his mind was the return of his father Minato Namikaze. These past few nights, whenever Naruto stepped through the door after dusk, he would always find Hinata standing quietly by the door waiting for his return. Hinata would gently take Naruto's Hokage robe and carefully hang it on the rack. Then a steaming bowl of fragrant delicious food would be placed on the table. Naruto slowly walked to the table and sat down to enjoy this savory meal. Hinata sat silently across from him, her gaze tender and focused, as if she sought to peer into the depths of his soul through his face. At that moment the entire house was exceptionally quiet and peaceful, with only the crisp clatter of chopsticks and bowls and their soft breathing weaving together. "Naruto," Hinata called softly. "Ahem," Naruto replied. "Father Minato is coming. Do you think he might choose to stay at our house?" Hinata hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help asking Naruto. Hearing this unexpected question, Naruto was momentarily stunned. After all, he had never considered the possibility of Minato staying in their home. But when the image of Father Minato living in his house came to mind, imagining him sitting leisurely on the soft tatami in the center of the living room, sipping fragrant tea and gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky, Naruto couldn't help but reveal a warm smile, like the first ray of sunshine on a winter morning, bringing warmth to the heart. Seeing Naruto so happy, Hinata's lips curled into a beautiful smile like a spring blossom. Then she said no more, simply bowed her head and continued to eat in focused silence. At that moment the flawless silvery moonlight poured through the window, spilling onto the table and also onto the warm harmonious family of three. The bright soft light seemed to cloak them in a silver veil, casting their silhouettes clearly onto the snow-white walls. After finishing all his instructions, Shuemen walked out of the Hokage's office. He did not go home, instead he found a secluded corner, formed hand seals and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The space twisted before his eyes and then he appeared in a stretch of void. There was no sky, no earth, no light, no wind, only an emptiness of nothingness. Lu Dao Xianren stood not far away, clad in white robes with white hair horns on his head and a staff in his hand. His eyes were closed as if in meditation. Sensing Shuemen's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes and the purple ring patterns of the reincarnation eye glowed faintly in the void. "You have come." The voice of Lu Dao Xianren was calm, steady, without fluctuation. Shuemen nodded, walked over and stood before him. The two stood facing each other like two mountains. Silence was their language. After a long while Shuemen spoke. "Lu Dao Xianren, there are some things I wish to ask you." Lu Dao Xianren's eyebrows twitched. "Ask." "About my own origins. About the future. About your plans. About everything that happened in Mingren's era." Shuemen's voice was not loud, but every word was distinct. "I want to know the truth." Lu Dao Xianren gazed at him for a long time. The light in those reincarnation eyes flickered as if recalling or confirming something. Then he spoke, his voice still so calm and steady, but Shuemen could hear the deep, heavy weariness within it. "According to my original plan, I sealed away my mother Hui, distributed chakra to all beings and set the ninja world on the right path. I thought everything would develop according to my plan, that the ninja world would gradually improve, that humans would learn to understand each other. I spent over 1,000 years observing, guiding and protecting this ninja world. I thought I had done enough. But I was wrong." Shuemen remained silent, waiting for him to continue. "I don't know what changes occurred in the future. The Daitonmu clan attacked and even I, the me of that future era, fell into a deep slumber. I haven't received any information from that side for a long time. I don't know what happened there, what the ninja world has become, or whether those children, and the next generation, are still alive." Lu Dao Xianren's voice wavered for the first time, not with anger but with resignation. "The future seems to have been snapped by a great hand. I cannot see any information from that side nor receive any signals from there. That line is broken like a string that has been yanked apart. I don't know what happened there, but I know one thing, the ninja world is in grave danger. More dangerous than when I faced Hui back then." Lu Dao Xianren's hand traced a gentle arc in the void and a screen of light appeared before Shuemen. On the screen were images, a gray shattered ninja world. "My village was destroyed. Half of the Hokage rock statues were shattered, most of the village's houses had collapsed and the streets were littered with ruins. People huddled in corners, their faces expressionless, their eyes devoid of light. Thick smoke filled the air, the sky was gray, the earth black, the whole world resembled a forest ravaged by fire." Shuemen stared at the images on the screen, the ruins, the ashes, the people who had died, with their eyes still open. His hands clenched tightly. "This is the future I saw." Lu Dao Xianren's voice was very soft, so soft it seemed like he was talking to himself. "The entire ninja world was directly refined into a chakra fruit by the Daitonmu clan. Forests, rivers, mountains, villages, cities, people, animals, tailed beasts, the souls of the dead, everything was compressed, extracted and absorbed. The ninja world turned into a huge shriveled fruit hanging on a branch of a universe waiting to be plucked." The image on the screen changed. No longer ruins or ashes, but a massive withered fruit floating in the cosmos. Its surface was covered with cracks from which dark red light seeped out, like blood, like fire. Around the fruit there was nothing, no stars, no moon, no light, only endless darkness. Lu Dao Xianren lowered his hand and the light screen dissipated. He looked at Shuemen, and in those reincarnation eyes was a complex, indescribable emotion. "Thousands of years of scheming all come to naught. I thought that as long as I sealed Hui, the ninja world would be at peace. I thought that by distributing chakra to humans they would learn to understand each other. I thought that as long as I lived I could watch the ninja world grow better day by day. I even created the Pure Land, where I kept the most powerful beings of each era, preparing them to resist foreign enemies in the end. I did everything I could, everything I should have done, yet the ninja world still ended up like this. My plan failed, my calculations fell through, my hopes were shattered." Shuemen was silent for a long time. He looked at Lu Dao Xianren, at this old man who had lived for over 1,000 years, at this face etched with the marks of time. "And then?" Shuemen asked. "You saw that future, what did you do?" The corner of Lu Dao Shenren's mouth twitched. It was not a smile but a release, a feeling of finally being able to put down a heavy burden carried for so long, a sigh of relief. And then I saw you. Shuiman's eyebrows shifted. That is the reason you were able to come here. In a chaotic, shattered, indistinct vision of the future I saw you. Not Mingren, not Suizhu, not any person I recognized. It was you, Bufeng Shuimen. You do not belong to my plan, nor to the destiny of this world, nor to any predetermined timeline. You are the variable, the anomaly, the sliver of light that seeps through the cracks when everyone is in despair. Lu Dao Xianren took a step forward, drawing closer to Shuimen. This is why I guided you from the void into this world. It is not out of mercy or kindness, the ninja world needs you. Mingren needs you, this era needs you. Your path, the one that completely separates chakra from natural energy and returns to the origin, is the path I have been seeking for millennia but never found. Perhaps you can accomplish what I could not. Shuimen was silent for a long time. Can the future still be changed? Lu Dao Xianren looked at him, the light in those reincarnation eyes flickering as if calculating or anticipating something. I don't know. But if even you cannot do it, then no one can. Shuimen nodded. He asked no more questions, turned around and walked toward the depths of the void. After a few steps he paused without turning back. In a few days send me to the future. I'll cultivate here for a while, your natural energy is quite abundant. The corner of Lu Dao Shenren's mouth twitched. All right. Shuimen strode away, his figure gradually fading in the void, becoming fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Lu Dao Xianren stood alone in the void, gazing at the direction where Shuimen had vanished for so long that the light in the void dimmed and brightened and dimmed. Minato sat cross-legged in the void. There was no ground beneath him, yet he rested with perfect steadiness as though seated upon an invisible stone. All around lay boundless void, no light, no wind, no sound, only that profound emptiness of nothingness. He closed his eyes and natural energy surged toward him from every direction. The natural energy here ran far denser than at Mount Myaboku, like the primordial force from the moment of the universe's birth. It needed no guidance, no taming, it found its own way into his meridians, settled into his dantian and nourished that seed within. Kurama lay coiled inside Minato's dantian, eyes closed, his tail swaying gently. This isn't bad, Kurama murmured, his voice low and deep as though carried from the farthest reaches of existence. Minato did not reply. He was lost in thought. Rather than rushing into cultivation, he ran through the entire technique in his mind from beginning to end. He had spent a long time writing this technique, revising it again and again. Every line had been carefully weighed, every character meticulously chosen. But it had been written with himself as the subject. When he wrote it, he had envisioned how he himself should practice, how to accelerate transformation, how to break through limits. Now everything was different. He needed to pass this technique on to others, to Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui, the next generation of Konoha, to the entire ninja world. He needed to make it clearer, more systematic, easier to understand and cultivate. Minato opened his eyes, gazing into the depths of the void. Six Paths Sage stood in the distance, his white robes drifting gently in the void, eyes closed, motionless as a statue. Minato withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes once more. He broke the technique apart in his mind, examining it piece by piece, line by line, revising it word by word. Ron Pai, the first stage. Natural energy merges with the skin, enabling it to perceive, absorb and store natural energy through the body's outermost layer. This stage requires no alteration to the internal structures of the body, only for the skin to learn to breathe, absorbing natural energy the way lungs absorb air, digesting it the way the stomach processes food. Cultivators at this stage can use natural energy to enhance their ninjutsu, transforming regular chakra techniques into natural energy ninjutsu. The same Rasengan formed with natural energy rather than ordinary chakra would carry at least double the power. Moreover, natural energy does not harm the body. Chakra is drawn from the cells themselves, and overuse damages the body. Natural energy, however, is absorbed from heaven and earth, it can be used without limit, without injury. The threshold for this stage is not high, most ninja can learn it. As long as one can sense natural energy and is willing to devote time and effort, one can enter the first stage. How much power one can unleash depends on personal talent and diligence. The combat tier corresponding to this stage is Genin and Chunin. But Minato knew well that a Chunin who had mastered natural energy would face almost no real challenge against an ordinary Chunin. Tong Mai, the second stage. Natural energy seeps from the skin into the meridians, opening the 8 extraordinary vessels and every intricate network of fine meridians throughout the body. The body's meridians resemble a vast net with major channels as the trunks and finer pathways as the branches. Chakra follows a fixed route traveling along predetermined meridians. Natural energy, however, moves freely, it does not follow convention. The cultivator must explore and forge their own path. Some meridians have never been traversed by chakra, narrow as a needle's eye. Others have grown obstructed over time like mountain roads blocked by landslides. Natural energy must open them one by one, expanding each gradually, widening the narrow, unblocking the stagnant, reconnecting the severed. The smoother the meridians, the more natural energy they can hold and the greater the power one can unleash. This stage is far more difficult than the first, requiring the cultivator to possess profound knowledge of their own body, extended periods of meditation and perception, and a measure of innate talent. Not everyone can open all their meridians. Most will stall at this stage. Some manage to clear only the primary channels and cannot proceed further, others spend over a decade revolving in place. Yet once one enters the second stage, even if only partially complete, their strength surges several tiers above the first. The combat tier corresponding to this stage is Jonin and Elite Jonin. Chui Zong, the third stage. Natural energy penetrates from the meridians into the 5 Zong and 6 Fu organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Every organ must be tempered by natural energy, every cell must be nourished by it. The heart governs the blood vessels, the lungs govern qi, the liver governs dispersal, the spleen governs transformation, the kidneys govern the storage of essence. Each organ has its duty and none can be dispensed with. Natural energy does not merely strengthen these organs, it elevates them, making them more robust, vital and harmoniously unified. This stage is the most difficult and the most critical. The body's organs are far more fragile, complex and difficult to control than meridians. Meridians are lines, one can start over if mistaken. Organs are three-dimensional structures, an error causes injury and injury is difficult to heal. A moment's carelessness could bring grievous injury or even death. But should one complete Chui Zong, the body undergoes a fundamental transformation, vitality surges dramatically, disease loses its grip, aging slows and lifespan extends enormously. Minato calculated internally one who completes Chui Zong can expect to live 200 years without difficulty. The combat tier for this stage is Kage and Super Kage. Tue Fan, the fourth stage. The entire body has been thoroughly tempered, skin, meridians, organs, bones, blood, bone marrow, brain, every single cell reforged by natural energy. The body is no longer mere flesh and blood, it becomes part of natural energy, part of heaven and earth itself. At this stage, strength is no longer adequate to describe what one possesses. Speed, power, the question of whether one can defeat an opponent, none of these matter anymore. At the Tue Fan stage, the cultivator has transcended the realm of humanity and entered a higher order of being. If ordinary humans are clay, Kage level are stone and Super Kage level are steel, then Tue Fan is diamond, similar in volume and weight yet possessing hardness, density and value on an entirely different scale. Cultivators at this stage can live 300 to 500 years, their physical bodies remaining uncorrupted and unbroken for centuries. Minato named this stage the Six Paths realm. Not because it rivals the Six Paths sage, the sage's power came from the Otsutsuki bloodline, from the 10 tails, from the divine tree. That is a height no human can reach through cultivation alone. The power of this stage comes from oneself, from heaven and earth, from day after day of persistent cultivation. It depends on no bloodline, no external artifact, no innate condition. As long as one works hard, persists without wavering and walks the right path, anyone can reach this point. This is the name Minato gave his own road and the path he pointed toward for the entire ninja world. Minato opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had sat in the void for a long time, clarifying every detail of the 4 stages, their methods, precautions and potential obstacles, reviewing them repeatedly until he was certain nothing had been overlooked. The first stage begins with how to sense natural energy, progresses through absorption via the skin and culminates in storage and application. The second stage maps out the major and minor meridians throughout the body, specifying which to open first, which later, the method of opening and the technique of expansion. The third stage is divided into 3 phases, moving from surface to interior, from exterior to core, from function to essence. The fourth stage contains only an outline, for he himself had not fully walked that path, he did not know what lay beyond Tue Fan. But it was enough. These would sustain them for a long time, 10 years, 20 years, perhaps even longer. Minato rose. Kurama opened his eyes within the dantian, crimson slit pupils glowing in the void. Done. Done. You'll go back and teach them. Minato considered. Yes. I will return from the future and teach them. Kurama said nothing more. His tail swayed gently and he closed his eyes once again. Minato glanced toward the distant Six-Paths sage. He still stood there, white robes drifting softly in the void, eyes closed like a statue, like a tree. Minato did not disturb him. Forming hand seals, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Space twisted before his eyes, his figure fading gradually in the void, growing fainter and fainter until he vanished entirely. The Six-Paths sage opened his eyes and watched the direction where Minato had disappeared, gazing for a long time. The sage of Six Paths stood in the void gazing at Minato, who sat cross-legged in the distance. His white robe fluttered gently in the emptiness, his silver hair cascading behind him, the horns on his head emitting a faint ethereal glow. His eyes were open, the purple ripples of the Rinnegan fixed in Minato's direction. Yet his gaze pierced through Minato, through the void, through time itself, reaching back to an age long past. An age so distant he thought he had forgotten, but in truth he never had. He recalled a millennium ago. He was young then, still alive, with a heartbeat, warmth, laughter, anger and quarrels with his younger brother. In those days he and his brother stood beneath the divine tree, watching as the woman they loved was sealed away, as the once gentle woman transformed into a monster, as those bound by the tree fell one by one. Later he began to wander the shinobi world. He witnessed people perishing in the flames of war, children growing up amidst endless cycles of hatred, and those who should have joined hands picking up blades to slaughter one another. He asked himself, why had the world become like this? He had known the answer long ago: because of chakra. Because of the divine tree. Because of Mother. He resolved to do something. He traversed the shinobi world, seeking those willing to follow him, teaching them how to use chakra, how to commune with natural energy, how to survive in this cruel world. He founded the ninja sect. They called him the Sage of Six Paths, the Savior, the Saint. He was none of those, just a man who wanted to make a difference. It was the best of times and the worst of times. The good, he had people by his side, his brother, friends, those who believed in him, followed him and would fight to the death for him. The bad, he knew it would not last. He knew he would die, that the shinobi world would not find peace, that humanity would never learn to understand one another. Yet he still acted. He did what he could, saved whom he could. The corner of the sage's mouth twitched, not a smile but an expression too complex to name. He continued to watch Minato, recalling Jiraiya, Naruto, and all those humans who had forged contracts with the toads. Generation after generation, wave after wave, they came and went. The toads changed many times, and so did the humans. Some mastered natural energy, some learned sage technique, some discovered how to survive in this merciless world. Some left, some stayed. At some point Minato opened his eyes. He looked at the Sage of Six Paths, and the sage looked back at him. They gazed at each other for a few seconds, neither speaking. Then Minato closed his eyes again, returning to his thoughts. The Sage of Six Paths did not look at him anymore, he too closed his eyes. What occupied Minato's mind was the path ahead. Not the road to Naruto's era, but the road he himself would walk from now on. He had defined the four realms himself: skin integration, meridian unblocking, viscera purification, and mortal transcendence. Mortal transcendence was the fourth realm, the one he currently inhabited. His body had undergone a complete transformation: skin, meridians, internal organs, bones, blood, brain, every single cell had been reforged by natural energy. He could now live for 300 years, perhaps even 500. His power stood at the apex of the shinobi world, second only to the Sage of Six Paths. What next? Minato opened his eyes and stared into the depths of the void. In the distance there was nothing, only a gray, indistinct mist-like haze. What lay beyond the four realms? He had pushed the path of natural energy to its limit, but he knew this was not the end. Above him were the Sage of Six Paths, above the sage were the Akatsuki clan, and above the Akatsuki, something he could not describe. But he knew it existed, like climbing a mountain only to find a higher peak beyond. He closed his eyes and began to contemplate the path after the four realms. The first path, delving deeper into natural energy. His current use of natural energy remained at the level of utilization, using it to strengthen the body, release ninjutsu, and perceive the world. Yet natural energy was not merely a tool, it possessed consciousness. The toads of Mount Myaboku could foretell the future, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave could see into hearts, the slugs of Shikatsu Forest could sense events from 1,000 leagues away. These abilities were not cultivated by the creatures themselves, they were gifts from natural energy. Minato wondered if he could communicate with natural energy on a deeper level, not just borrow it but engage in true dialogue and thereby obtain such powers. Prophecy, mind reading, remote sensing, these sounded like divine skills, yet to natural energy they were as instinctive as breathing for humans or swimming for fish. If he could achieve this, his strength would ascend to an entirely new dimension. The second path, studying time and space. The Flying Thunder God technique was a spacetime ninjutsu that allowed instantaneous movement to tagged locations. Yet he felt that this was not the limit of space. What was the essence of a mark? Why could he sense marks placed so far away yet perceive nothing in unmarked places? Space folding, space cutting, space creation, these abilities had been witnessed among the Akatsuki clan. Akatsuki could tear through space to escape. Kagaya could switch between dimensions in battle, and Ishiki's spatial prowess surpassed anyone he had ever seen. If he could study the laws of space on the foundation of natural energy, perhaps he could create a technique even greater than Flying Thunder God. No marks needed, go anywhere at will, even trap enemies in an infinite spatial prison. The third path, creation. The Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect, created the system of chakra, and shaped an era. What could he do? He pondered. Perhaps he didn't need to create an era, he only needed to help the people of this era find the right path. He had written the Four Realms cultivation method, but that was only the beginning. When he returned from the future, he would pass down this method, enabling more people to learn how to harness natural energy, protect themselves, and safeguard this world. One person's strength is not true strength, only when everyone is strong does true strength emerge. Minato opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. At some point the Sage of Six Paths had opened his eyes again. He looked at Minato, and in those Rinnegan eyes there was something profoundly complex and ineffable. Have you decided? The sage asked. Minato looked at him for a moment before speaking. I have. The corner of the sage's mouth curved. He did not ask what Minato had decided, nor did he utter any superfluous words. They exchanged glances for a few seconds. Then Minato stood up, dusted off the non-existent dirt from his clothes, and tucked the small dark brown notebook into his chest. He raised his head and gazed at the distant gray mist for a while. I should go to the future. The Sage of Six Paths said nothing. He stood there watching Minato turn, watching his silver hair drift in the void. Minato stepped forward and his footsteps made no sound in the emptiness. Above the future Konoha the sky split open. Not metaphorically, literally. A black fissure stretched across the Hokage rock like a giant eye slowly opening. From the rift poured neither light nor wind, but a presence that chilled one to the bone. Akatsuki Lingshur stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing down at Konoha below. His eyes were silver white, devoid of pupils, devoid of emotion. His white robe snapped in the wind, and the horns on his head gleamed with a cold light under the sun. He was an Akatsuki who came after Momoshiki and Urashiki. He was also Ishiki's childhood friend. A faint elusive smile curved at the corner of his mouth, not from joy but a condescending expression, as if looking down at ants. Is Naruto not here? After being driven back from the previous era, he had come straight to Konoha intending to destroy it. But what he didn't know was that Naruto had returned earlier than him, because when he was banished he had spent some time in the spacetime rift traveling back. His voice was soft, as if talking to himself or perhaps asking the trembling villagers below, "You're right, he really isn't here. Konoha has no one who can stop me now." Lingshur looked at the village below. People on the streets were running, screaming, rushing toward the shelters. Ninjas surged from all directions, standing at the village's edge gripping kunai and shuriken, yet no one charged forward. They knew that charging meant certain death. That was a difference in rank that numbers could not bridge. The corner of Lingshur's mouth curved slightly. He raised his hand palm aimed at the very center of Konoha. Since he's not here, I'll destroy this place first. When he returns and sees the ruins, it should be quite a sight. His palm lit up, black light gathering. Not chakra, something more ancient, more pure, more violent. That was the unique power of the Akatsuki clan, power that humans could neither comprehend nor resist. The black sphere grew larger and brighter like a miniature sun, yet it radiated not heat but cold. That cold was not a drop in temperature, it was a shiver on the level of the soul, as if being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Lingshur's pupils contracted sharply. He felt it, a power approaching rapidly from afar, so fast that his senses could barely keep up. Not chakra, natural energy. The natural energy of the entire world. As if someone was mobilizing all the power between heaven and earth, converging it into a colossal, unstoppable torrent. It was a power that existed in the depths of Ling Shi's memories, the Sage of Six Paths. A golden light flew from the horizon, tearing through the air with a piercing sound like a meteor. Too fast, before Ling Shi's body could react, the golden light slammed into the black sphere he had conjured. The sphere burst apart, not an explosion but a devouring. The golden light swallowed the black light like the sun, dispelling darkness in less than a second. Ling Shi's arm went numb from the shock and he staggered back several steps before steadying himself. His eyes widened and for the first time a ripple appeared in his silver-white pupils, astonishment. Who? His low voice cut through the settling dust. As the dust cleared, a figure stood on the Hokage rock, golden light radiating from him like a thin cloak of radiance. Not chakra, pure natural energy. Golden warm like the sun. Golden hair, blue eyes, and the three whisker-like marks on his cheeks stood out clearly in the golden light. The cloak of light on his body was not the gold of the Ninetales chakra mode nor the dark gold of the Sage of Six Paths mode. It was a brand new color never seen before, like the first ray of dawn or the last glow of dusk. Naruto looked at Ling Shi, his expression calm. No anger, no fear, no extra emotion, just looking at him like looking at a problem that needed to be solved. Who did you say isn't here? Naruto spoke, his voice not loud but every word struck the air like a nail driving into Ling Shi's ears. Ling Shi's pupils contracted even tighter. He looked at Naruto, at the golden cloak of light, at the unprecedented calm in those blue eyes. Naruto had changed. Not just more chakra, his entire being was different. When the Ninetales was still within him, Naruto's strength was outward, flamboyant like a blazing fire. After the Ninetales was gone, his strength became introverted, steady like the earth. And now he had changed again. Neither fire nor earth, something entirely new, defying all classification. Ling Shi moved. His speed was so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up, so fast that the air behind him burst into a white ring of sonic boom clouds. He appeared behind Naruto, reached out, fingers spread, aiming for the back of Naruto's head. This was his favorite attack style: close and grab, compress then crush. Naruto didn't turn around, only tilted his head slightly. Ling Shi's hand grazed past his ear, off by an inch. No, not an inch, by a fraction of an inch. Ling Shi didn't stop. His left hand followed, then his right, a kick aimed at Naruto's knee, a palm strike at his neck. Every attack missed by a hair's breadth, each one dodged at the instant before impact. It wasn't speed, it was prediction. The kind of prediction that knew where the opponent would strike before they even moved. Natural energy was helping him. The entire world was his sensor. Every muscle, every bone, every breath, every heartbeat of Ling Shi's body was captured, analyzed and predicted by the natural energy. Ling Shi stepped back a few paces, looking at Naruto. For the first time something other than surprise appeared in his silver-white eyes: excitement. You've become interesting. Ling Shi's voice carried a smile, like admiring a work of art or sizing up a delicious dish. Much stronger than when we last met. So this is the result of your days of disappearance. Seems I didn't wait in vain. Naruto looked at him without answering. He extended his hand and natural energy gathered, spun and compressed in his palm. Wind release Raisin Shuriken, the natural energy version. Smaller, brighter and quieter than before. No piercing whine, no violent whine pressure, just a small golden orb of light like a star resting quietly in Naruto's palm. He didn't throw it, he simply let it float above his palm like a lamp, illuminating Ling Shi's face. Ling Shi's expression changed. Not excitement, shock. He stared at the tiny golden orb, and for the first time wariness appeared in his silver-white eyes. He could sense the power within it, natural energy, but not entirely. There was something else inside, Naruto's own will, Naruto's own path, the accumulation and sediment of decades of his battles. Ling Shi's mouth twitched. He didn't attack again. Instead he reached toward the sky and a black rift split open above the Hokage rock. He wanted to flee. Naruto stood still, not chasing, nor did he throw the golden Raisin Shuriken. He watched Ling Shi slip into the rift, watched it close, watched his figure vanish. Then he dispersed the orb in his palm, turned and looked down at Konoha. On the streets people emerged from shelters, looking up at the golden figure on the Hokage rock. No one spoke. The ninjas lowered their kunai and shuriken, standing in place gazing in that direction. Sasuke stood on the roof of the Hokage building, arms crossed, watching Naruto. Naruto stood on the Hokage rock, the golden light slowly fading from his body, revealing ordinary orange clothes and ordinary blue eyes. He looked at Konoha below for a long time without saying a word. The wind blew, stirring his hair and the hem of his clothes. In the distance birds were chirping as if celebrating. When Naruto jumped down from the Hokage rock, Sasuke was already waiting below. He leaned against the base of the Hokage rock, arms folded and eyes closed as if resting or lost in thought. At the sound of Naruto's landing, he opened his eyes and looked at him. The two locked gazes for a moment without saying a word. Sasuke was the first to look away, turning toward the Hokage tower. Naruto followed behind him. The two walked through the empty streets one after the other, silent but without any discomfort between them. Between them there was never any need for too many words, a glance, a gesture, or simply silence was enough. From 12 years old to their 40s, from youth to middle age, from the battlefield to the office, it had always been this way. In the Hokage's office everyone had already gathered. Shikamaru stood beside the desk, a document in hand, his brow furrowed deeply. When he saw Naruto enter, it relaxed slightly, but the worry remained. Kakashi sat in his chair with Jiraiya's "My Records of a Ninja's Life" open, but his visible eye was not on the pages, it was fixed on Naruto. Sakura stood at the doorway with her hand resting on the door handle, not leaving. Hinata stood in the corner, fingers clutching her sleeve, though not as tightly as before. Boruto stood by the window gazing out at the sky, lost in thought. Sasuke walked over to the window, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and closed his eyes. Naruto walked around the desk and took his seat. He looked at everyone and they all looked back. He considered how to begin, but after a moment's thought decided there was not much to say. He had returned, Ryushiki had fled, and Konoha was safe, that was enough. Shikamaru, the casualty report, Naruto said. Shikamaru opened the document he held. No deaths. 3 critical, a dozen or so with minor injuries. All from the collateral damage when Ryushiki appeared. The shelters activated in time and most villagers were evacuated immediately. He paused, looking at Naruto. If that energy sphere had landed. He let the sentence hang. Naruto nodded. He knew exactly what would have happened, a condensed-tailed beast ball powerful enough to erase the entire village from the map. If he hadn't arrived in time, Konoha would have been nothing but rubble. There was no relief or second-guessing in him, only the weight of what had been avoided. Ryushiki would return. Today he had fled, but next time he wouldn't come alone. Sensei Kakashi, Naruto said, looking at him. Kakashi raised his head. What intelligence do we have on Ryushiki? Kakashi thought for a moment. Not much. We only know he's another Otsutsuki who came after Mukade, Kinshiki, Urashiki and Ishiki. He and Ishiki were childhood friends and his power surpasses Ishiki's. After being driven back by someone from the previous era, he came straight here to Konoha. Likely wanted to destroy it while you were gone. Naruto fell quiet for a moment. Ishiki was already at 6 paths level and Ryushiki was even stronger. If Naruto hadn't completed his second transformation, today's battle would have gone either way. He touched his chest, the wound from the Otsutsuki had fully healed, leaving not even a scar. But he remembered the pain, remembered what it felt like. Power suppressed, his body torn apart, his consciousness slowly sinking into darkness. He never wanted to go through that again. Sakura, Naruto said, looking at her. Sakura walked from the doorway and stood before the desk. What is it? You're in charge of treating the wounded. Use the best medicines, the best medical ninjas, don't hold back on resources. Sakura nodded and turned to leave. At the doorway she paused without turning around. Naruto, are you okay? Her voice was barely a whisper. Naruto blinked, then smiled. I'm fine. Sakura left. Her footsteps faded down the corridor, growing fainter until they vanished. Hinata emerged from the corner and approached Naruto, reaching out to gently touch his face. Naruto took her hand and smiled at her. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes again, but she smiled through them. I'm okay, Naruto said. Hinata nodded, wiped her tears and turned to leave the office. She still needed to pick up Himawari from school, make dinner, do all the ordinary things an ordinary wife does. But as she stepped out, her steps felt lighter than usual. Only Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and Shikamaru remained in the office. Boruto had slipped away at some point, probably not wanting to sit through the adults discussing matters beyond his understanding. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sasuke looked back. They held each other's gaze for a few seconds before Sasuke spoke first. Ryushiki won't let this go. He suffered a loss today and next time he comes he won't be alone. Naruto nodded. I know. What's your plan? After a moment's thought he replied, "Wait for father to arrive." Sasuke did not press further. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall again, appearing to rest. Naruto bent down, opened the drawer and took out the small dark brown notebook. The cover was dark brown leather, its edges worn white, left to him by Minato. He opened the first page and studied Minato's handwriting, neat deliberate strokes, every character as if carved into stone. As he read those words he remembered Minato, remembered his voice, remembered the warmth of his hand on Naruto's shoulder. 5 more days. Minato was coming. Naruto closed the notebook and returned it to the drawer, then looked up at the sky through the window. It was a brilliant blue with scattered white clouds, each one torn apart like cotton. Somewhere in the distance birds chirped as if celebrating. He watched the clouds and the birds for a long while before turning his gaze back to the desk, picking up his pen and beginning to sign documents. Shikamaru placed a stack of papers before him. One by one Naruto reviewed and signed them, signed stamps set aside, repeating the rhythm endlessly. Sasuke leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. Kakashi sat in his chair flipping through his copy of My Records of a Ninja's Life. Shikamaru stood by the desk waiting to present the next document the moment Naruto finished one. None of the four spoke, yet the silence felt comfortable. Outside the window the sun slowly drifted westward, painting the clouds along the horizon in shades of tangerine as though someone had overturned a bottle of pigment. When Naruto finished the last document he set down his pen and leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. Shikamaru gathered the files and left the office. Kakashi closed his book and departed as well. Only Naruto and Sasuke remained. Sasuke. Sasuke opened his eyes and looked at him. "Thank you." Sasuke studied him for a moment before responding. "For what?" Naruto thought about it. "For always being here." Sasuke said nothing. He gave Naruto a look, then turned and walked away. His footsteps faded down the corridor, growing fainter until they disappeared. Left alone in the office, Naruto gazed out at the darkening sky. The sunset had bathed the entire room in amber light. He sat motionless in that orange glow like a statue, unmoving. After Lingshur tore through space and fled above the Leaf Village, he did not return directly to the Akatsuki stronghold. He paused in the void for a moment, his silver-white eyes gazing into the emptiness before him as his mind raced with calculations. The name, Naruto, revolved within his thoughts again and again. That human whom he had hunted across countless eras from the past to the future and back again had grown this powerful in such a brief span. He looked down at his right hand, the one struck by Naruto's golden sphere only moments before. It still trembled faintly, not from pain but from the sheer force that reminded him of the Sage of Six Paths. No, more pure even than the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage's power was a fusion of chakra and natural energy, while Naruto's power was pure natural energy itself, the very strength of this world. A twitch flickered at the corner of Lingshur's mouth. He did not linger, tore through space once more and descended to another location, a ruin. This was no ordinary ruin like the villages of the ninja world, but something far older, more desolate, more forsaken. Broken walls and crumbling foundations stood among withered trees and ancient vines. The wind swept through the debris, whistling mournfully as though weeping, or laughing. This was the Akatsuki clan's first stronghold in the ninja world and also their oldest. Thousands of years ago Kagaya Akatsuki departed from this very place, setting forth into the ninja world toward the divine tree and toward her eventual sealing. Lingshur landed upon the highest point of the ruin, standing still and gazing down at the shattered remnants beneath his feet. The wind stirred his white robes and the horns upon his brow, yet he did not move, resembling a statue carved from stone. "Come out," Lingshur spoke, his voice quiet, yet every word carried clearly across the vast emptiness of the ruins. From the shadows among the rubble a figure slowly emerged. It was not an Akatsuki, it was human yet not entirely human. Its body was translucent as though composed of light and water, its features blurred and ageless. In its hand it held something, an ancient scroll well worn, its edges curled and yellowed with the passage of centuries. This was the organization left behind by the Akatsuki clan, a sect that had existed since the remote antiquity of their kind. Generations had dwelt in seclusion, refraining from all conflict, devoted solely to recording history and preserving relics. "Lord Lingshur," the figure spoke, its voice flat and devoid of inflection. "Has Ishiki's object remained untouched?" Lingshur did not look at it, his gaze fixed instead upon the distant sky. The figure hesitated for a moment, then bowed its head and raised the scroll above its crown. "It remains. The karma left by Lord Ishiki has been preserved all along as you commanded, never once used." Lingshur extended his hand and the scroll flew from the figure's grasp, settling gently into his palm. He did not unroll it. He merely held it, feeling the faint but unextinguished power contained within. Ishiki's karma, not a soul, not chakra, but something far more fundamental, the unique mark of Otsutsuki life itself. As long as this essence remained, resurrection was possible. No Rinne Tensei, no Edo Tensei, only a vessel and one willing to aid the awakening. And Lingshur was that one. "Where is the vessel?" he asked. The figure raised its head, its silver-white eyes utterly void of emotion. "It is prepared. Per your instructions, the Otsutsuki puppet art can grant him brief revival. But the duration is limited, no longer than 4 hours. Sufficient." Lingshur gripped the scroll and allowed the faintest curve to touch his lips, not a smile but a cold expression devoid of any warmth whatsoever. 4 hours was more than enough. Between the two of them, Lingshur and Ishiki, they could slay Naruto and lay waste to the entire ninja world. Following the figure, Lingshur walked deeper into the ruins. There, nestled within the darkness, stood an altar, not large, constructed from black stone, its surface inscribed with the intricate runes of the Otsutsuki clan. At its center lay a puppet, neither wood nor stone but forged from some metallic substance, silver-white and gleaming with a cold luster even in the gloom. Lingshur stood before the altar, unrolled the scroll and revealed a dark crimson mass beating like a heart within, the karma. It had slumbered for decades yet never extinguished, flickering like a lamp in the wind, always on the verge of dying yet persisting still. Lingshur placed the scroll upon the altar and formed seals with his hands, not the hand signs of ninja but the distinctive gestures unique to the Otsutsuki clan. The curvature of the fingers, the rotation of the palms, the flow of chakra, all diverged completely from anything known to humanity. The runes upon the altar flared to life. A crimson light seeped from within the stones, resembling both blood and molten lava. The karma drifted from the scroll, suspending above the puppet and descending slowly like a falling leaf or a single raindrop. The puppet's fingers twitched. Then its wrists, its arms, its shoulders, its head, entirely as though something from within had ignited it. Silver-white radiance surged outward from its core, illuminating the altar and the entire ruin beyond. Ishiki opened his eyes. Not true eyes but the eyes of a puppet, silver-white, pupilless and cold as ice. He gazed at Lingshur and Lingshur met his stare. For one fleeting second they regarded each other. "You have revived me." Ishiki's voice was hoarse as though unused to speech for an age. "Temporarily," Lingshur replied. "If you engage in combat you will have only 4 hours." Ishiki's lips curved slightly. He asked no questions, sought no explanation of purpose, for he understood fully that Lingshur would never have awakened him without reason. He rose and stepped down from the altar, stretching the limbs of his puppet body. Silver-white luminescence flowed across his frame like water, like flame. "Who is the target?" Ishiki asked. "Naruto. The 7th Hokage of Konoha." Ishiki's brow furrowed faintly. "He lives." Lingshur shook his head. "He does. And he has grown stronger, far beyond what he was before. I cannot defeat him alone." Ishiki did not press further. He nodded. "Then let us be gone." The two emerged from the ruins and stood upon its highest point, gazing toward the distant horizon. The sun was setting, staining the clouds along the edge of the sky in hues of tangerine, as though someone had overturned a flask of pigment. The wind swept across them, stirring both their white robes and the horns upon their brows, yet neither moved, resembling twin sculptures carved from silence. "After this there will be no need for the ninja world to exist," Lingshur declared. Ishiki remained silent. "Refine the entirety of this world into a chakra fruit. Plant a new divine tree. Await the ripening of its harvest. This is the true mission of the Otsutsuki clan, not to squander time upon this barren land." Lingshur's voice was flat yet carried an irrevocable weight, like a decree, like a verdict. Ishiki inclined his head. He had no objection, nor did he require one. He was Otsutsuki. His purpose was to devour planets, to cultivate the divine tree, to reap the chakra fruit. The ninja world meant nothing to him but a field to be tilled, and Naruto was merely a weed to be pulled. Lingshur raised his hand and a black fissure split open in the sky above. The two stepped into it and the rift sealed shut. The ruins returned to silence. The wind continued to blow. The mournful whistling persisted, as though weeping, or laughing. The runes upon the altar had faded. The silver-white radiance of the puppet dissipated. Only black stone and chilled air remained. The member of the Otsutsuki organization stood within the shadows of the ruins, watching the direction where the two had vanished. He observed for a long time without speaking or moving, resembling nothing more than a shadow. When Ling Shi and Yi Shi stepped out of the rift, they landed on a desolate plain. This place was far from Konoha, so far that even the silhouette of the Hokage rock could not be seen. Around them stretched an endless wilderness with withered yellow grass swaying in the wind and distant mountains looming hazy gray like a faded painting. Ling Shi stood on the plain, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air carried the scent of earth and grass along with a faint aura that did not belong to this world. Konoha is to the east. From here, if we travel at full speed, it will take a few minutes. Ling Shi opened his eyes and looked at the distant horizon. Yi Shi stood beside him, his silver-white puppet body glinting coldly in the sunlight. He too was gazing in that direction, his pupilless eyes revealing no emotion whatsoever. How do you plan to fight? Charge straight in or lay in ambush? Ling Shi thought for a moment. Charge straight in. Naruto just finished a battle and thinks I've run away. He won't expect me to return this soon. Besides, he paused, he doesn't know you've been resurrected. That is our greatest advantage. Yi Shi nodded. He moved this puppet body, silver-white light flowing over its surface joints, emitting faint clicking sounds like the break-in noise of a new machine starting up for the first time. It felt utterly unfamiliar. This body was not his. The organization had forcibly injected his karma into it with a secret puppet technique, creating a temporary vessel. No flesh and blood, no heartbeat, no body heat, yet it could move and fight, and within 4 hours it could unleash the combat power of his prime. Enough. 4 hours, Shi said, is enough to kill him 10 times over. Ling Shi said nothing. He recalled the previous battle, the moment that golden sphere devoured his black sphere, and Naruto's gaze from atop the Hokage rock, a gaze of calm as if he were looking at a problem that simply needed to be dealt with. The corner of his mouth twitched, not from fear but from fury. He was a proud member of the Akatsuki clan, having lived for over 1,000 years, and yet a human had looked at him like that. Don't underestimate the enemy, Ling Shi said. His voice was flat, but Yi Shi detected something different in it. Yi Shi looked at him, a flicker of surprise passing through his pupilless eyes. He had known Ling Shi for a long time. They had grown up together, trained together, fought together, and carried out missions together. Never once had he heard Ling Shi say, "Don't underestimate the enemy." Ling Shi had always been the most arrogant, the most reckless, the one who least regarded his opponents. Now he was saying, "Don't underestimate the enemy." Naruto is extremely strong now, at least a whole level above when you last fought him. Ling Shi's tone remained flat, but every word seemed to be squeezed out through his teeth. He seems to have mastered the power of this world. All of heaven and earth is helping him. I cannot take him alone, so I need you. Yi Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't surprised, he was reassessing the enemy's strength. Ling Shi was his close friend and comrade. He knew Ling Shi too well. Unless driven to the absolute end, Ling Shi would never ask for help, let alone say, "I can't take him alone." Yi Shi fell silent for a moment, mentally raising Naruto's strength another 2 notches, then nodded. Then let's finish this quickly. What about his helper? That Uchiha Sasuke? Ling Shi shook his head. Sasuke's Rinnegan is already gone, he poses no threat. His taijutsu and swordsmanship remain, but against an Akatsuki they're nothing. The only one we need to be wary of is Naruto. Yi Shi asked no more. He closed his eyes and began adjusting the state of this puppet body. Silver-white light surged out from within him, growing brighter and more stable like a lamp being lit. The puppet's joint sounds disappeared, replaced by a low hum like a massive machine starting up. Ling Shi watched him, the corner of his mouth curving slightly, not a smile but the expression of one finally releasing a pent-up breath. Then he too closed his eyes and began adjusting his own condition. The two stood motionless on the plain like statues, only the wind fluttering the hems of their clothes with a rustling sound. The sun was slowly sinking toward the west, and the clouds at the horizon were dyed orange-red. The grass on the plain swayed in the wind, rustling as if whispering among themselves. Ling Shi opened his eyes. Let's go. Yi Shi opened his eyes as well. The two stepped forward at the same time without tearing through space or using any body flicker technique, just walking step by step in the direction of Konoha. It wasn't that they couldn't teleport, it was that they didn't want to waste power. Space-time travel of the Akatsuki clan consumed enormous energy, especially over long distances. They had to save their strength for Naruto and didn't want to expend too much on the way. They moved at incredible speed, each step crossing dozens of meters like 2 beams of silver-white light gliding across the plain. Wherever they passed, grass flattened and earth was gouged out, leaving a deep trench behind. Before long they arrived at the small hill outside Konoha. The two stopped and stood on the hilltop looking down at the distant village. From this vantage point Konoha looked tiny houses like building block, streets like threads, people like ants. Yet it was this tiny place that had produced so many troublesome figures. The Sage of Six Paths, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, one after another as if they could never be killed. "Let's act," Lingshur said. Ishur raised his hand, his palm aimed at Konoha. Black light began to gather, similar to the sphere Lingshur had condensed earlier, yet different. Lingshur's black sphere was violent and frenzied as if it would blast everything apart. Ishur's black sphere was quiet and silent as if it would swallow everything whole. There was no sound, no vibration. It simply grew larger in his palm quietly like a black sun. In the village of Konoha people were eating dinner. Cooking smoke rose from the chimneys of every house, drifting into the sky like a thin veil. Children chased each other in the streets, their laughter crisp as bells. Adults sat at their doorsteps chatting, waving fans back and forth. No one knew that on the hill outside the village 2 Akatsuki were condensing orbs of light powerful enough to destroy the entire village. But Naruto sensed it. He set down his chopsticks, rose from the table, walked to the window and pushed it open. He looked at the hill outside the village, at the 2 black orbs gathering, his expression calm. He had known all along that Lingshur would return and that he would not come alone. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Hinata rose from the table and came to his side. "Naruto. It's fine." Naruto turned and smiled at her. "I'll be back shortly." He leaped out of the window and landed on the street. His steps were light and steady, making almost no sound on the stone pavement, like an ordinary person returning home from work. But there was light around him. Golden light surged from his body, growing brighter and denser. It was not chakra, it was pure natural energy. The natural energy of the entire world streamed toward him like countless rivers merging into the ocean, like clouds gathering around the sun. He walked amid the golden light like a walking Buddha. Sasuke followed behind him. He did not activate his Sharingan, he simply walked. Sakura stood at the hospital entrance watching them. Kakashi stood at the window of the Hokage office watching them. Shikamaru stood at the gate of the Ninja Academy watching them. Boruto stood at the door of his home watching them. Hinata stood at the window watching them. When Naruto walked out of the village gate, Ishur's black orb had already reached its limit. On the hill outside Konoha, Ishur and Lingshur stood side by side, 2 black orbs burning in their palms. Naruto stood at the village entrance gazing at the 2 on the hilltop for a long time. Then he spoke, his voice not loud, but the whole world helped carry it. "Since you're here, why stand so far away? Aren't you cold?" On the hilltop the corner of Lingshur's mouth twitched. Ishur's expression showed no change, but he hurled the black orb toward Konoha. "Attack directly." Ishur turned and walked down the mountain. Lingshur followed behind him. The 2 walked in the setting sun like 2 silver-white shadows closing in on Naruto step by step. On the small hill outside Konoha the wind was strong, making the hems of the 3 people's clothes flutter loudly. The distance between the golden figure and the 2 black orbs was closing at a terrifying pace. Naruto was simply too fast. So fast that the air behind him burst into a ring of white sonic clouds, so fast that the earth beneath his feet collapsed into deep craters with every stride, so fast that by the time Sasuke had taken a single step he was already hundreds of meters away. Natural energy blazed around him, his golden cloak of light writhing like living flame in the setting sun. In Naruto's right palm a golden Raisin Shuriken spun at dizzying speed. This nature-empowered Raisin Shuriken was different from the one he had used to intimidate Lingshur moments before. This one was condensed with his full power. Larger. Brighter. Quieter. There was no piercing whine, only a low rumbling growl that seemed to rise from the very depths of the earth, as if something beneath the ground was turning over in its sleep, as if something that had slumbered for 1,000 years had finally awakened. Lingshur and Ishiki stood atop the mountain, black orbs burning in their palms. This was not chakra. It was the annihilation power unique to the Akatsuki clan, a force that humanity could neither comprehend nor resist. One was ferocious, raging like an erupting volcano, swelling and churning with every second, thirsting for release. A single orb of this violent annihilation power was enough to erase all of Konoha from the map. Lingshur had just been on the verge of hurling his orb. But Naruto was too fast, so fast that even their perception could barely keep up. His position shifted too erratically, not a straight line, not a curve, but a trajectory completely impossible to predict, as if he were being carried along by the wind. Natural energy was aiding him, the entire world had become his sensor. Every blink, every breath, every heartbeat of Lingsher and Ishiki was captured, analyzed, predicted, and then relayed to Naruto. Naruto knew what they intended to do better than they knew themselves. The distance was closing. 500 meters. 300. 100. Naruto raised his right hand and a golden raisin shuriken shot forth, carving a golden arc through the air toward Lingsher, not at his body but at the black orb in his palm. Lingsher's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to disperse the black orb, but it was already too late. Gold and black collided. There was no explosion. No sound. No thunderous roar. Only wind. A colossal visible ring of wind pressure erupted from the point of impact and expanded in all directions like a boulder hurled into a placid lake. Wherever the wind pressure passed, trees were torn up by their roots, grass was crushed into the soil, boulders split apart, and dust filled the sky. The ring of wind pressure advanced outward, growing larger and faster with each passing moment, like a colossal scythe swung by the Grim Reaper sweeping toward the village of Konoha. Sasuke stood at the village entrance watching the ring of wind pressure rush toward him. He clenched his fist. He had only one arm left. He had just lost his Rinnegan. He could not even manifest a complete Susanoo. What was he? What could he do? He stood here watching Naruto charge at 2 Akatsuki alone, watching a wind pressure powerful enough to destroy all of Konoha surge toward them, and he could do nothing. That feeling had returned. Not anger. Not fear. A sense of powerlessness, deeper than anger, heavier than fear. Like being a child again, back on that night. The Uchiha compound consumed by flames, his parents fallen in pools of blood, standing in the courtyard staring at that man's back, unable to do anything. Like being at the Valley of the End on that evening when he and Naruto had crippled each other, he lay in a pool of blood watching Naruto's back, believing he had won when in truth he had lost utterly. Like being back on the day he lost his Rinnegan, that light came too fast, so fast that he had no time to react, and by the time he came to his senses the eye was already gone. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. No. He was not a child anymore. He rose to his feet and formed a single-hand seal with his right hand. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the eye he had always kept but rarely used, the one that shared its socket with the Rinnegan, flared to life. The hexagonal star pattern rotated slowly within his crimson eye, not a cautious probe but a full-powered activation. Chakra surged from within him, not the kind extracted from cells but a purer, fuller power reborn after natural energy had tempered his body. Like a long-dried riverbed welcoming its first spring rain, it flowed slowly, unhurriedly but with unwavering resolve. A purple glow coalesced around him. It was not a complete Susanoo. There were no legs, no lower body, not even a fully formed upper body. Only a single colossal purple skeletal arm extended from behind Sasuke, 5 fingers spread wide, shielding the sky above Konoha. The arm was so enormous that it blotted out half the sky. The arm was so frail that it had begun to tremble before the wind pressure even arrived. But the arm was so steady that even Sasuke himself could scarcely believe it. This was a Susanoo manifested with a single Mangekyo Sharingan. Not the complete form, but enough. The wind pressure slammed into it. The purple skeletal arm shook violently, fingers bending, joints creaking and groaning as if it would break at any moment, as if it would shatter at any moment. But it did not shatter. It merely retreated half a meter, then held its ground once again. Sasuke's feet had plowed 2 deep furrows into the earth. His body was trembling but his eyes were bright. He looked at the arm, watched it hold back the wind pressure that could have destroyed Konoha, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly, not a smile but an expression that defied words. The people of Konoha lifted their heads, watching the purple skeletal arm shield their village from above. They all knew what it was. They all knew where it had come from. They all knew who was protecting them. Sakura stood at the hospital entrance gazing at the purple skeletal arm, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. She knew it was Sasuke's Susanoo. She knew Sasuke had only one Mangekyo Sharingan left. She knew what an immense burden manifesting the Susanoo placed on his body. She wanted to rush out, to run to his side, to use her medical ninjutsu to hold him up. But she did not move, because she knew that Sasuke did not need her. What he needed was to stand there blocking that wind pressure, proving that he was not useless, not a burden, not that helpless little boy who could do nothing. Kakashi stood at the window of the Hokage's office watching the purple skeletal arm in silence. His eye was red, not from tears but because his Sharingan ached with a dull pain, as if Obito were speaking to him. He looked at the arm and thought of Obito, of Rin, of all those who would never return, and of what Sasuke had been like as a child. Small and thin, quiet, always standing alone in the corner. Now that small thin child had grown up, standing at the village entrance, manifesting the Susanoo with a single Sharingan, standing before everyone as a shield. Kakashi smiled. Naruto, standing in the distance, glanced back over his shoulder. He saw the purple skeletal arm. He saw Sasuke standing at the village entrance. He saw his hand trembling, but his feet had not moved. Naruto turned back to face Lingshur and Ishiki. His expression was calm, but there was something in his eyes, not anger, not fighting spirit, but a resolute and grounded light. Sasuke's holding things down there, Naruto said. So I can go all out up here. Lingshur's mouth twitched. Ishiki said nothing, but his expression changed. Naruto's silhouette cast a long golden afterimage in the setting sun. Without waiting for Lingshur and Ishur to make the first move, he charged forward proactively. The golden figure collided with the silver-white shadow, producing a dull thunderous boom as if two mountains had crashed together. Naruto drove a fist toward Lingshur's chest, but Lingshur blocked with his arm. Naruto kicked at Ishur's knee and Ishur sidestepped to evade. The speed was so blinding that the naked eye could not track it, and even Sueju's Mangekyo Sharingan could only perceive blurred afterimages. Three beams of light, one gold, two silver white, intertwined, collided, separated, then intertwined again, collided again, and separated once more in the sky. Lingshur's attacks were fierce and violent. Every punch carried a force of annihilation, not chakra but the unique power of the Daitongyu clan, a force that could devour everything. The space around his fist twisted and the air along his punch's trajectory compressed into white mist, emitting sharp, piercing explosions. Ishur, in contrast, fought like a seasoned hunter, calm, unhurried, never wasting a move. Each strike targeted Naruto's most vulnerable spots: his back, his ribs, the side of his knee. But Naruto was faster. Natural energy flowed through him and the entire world seemed to aid him. The moment Ishur raised his fist, Naruto knew where it would land. The instant Lingshur's foot shot out, Naruto knew its target. It was not prediction, it was perception, a revelation granted by natural energy. He sidestepped, ducked, retreated, surged forward. Each dodge was flawless, each counterattack precise and powerful. Lingshur's fist grazed past Naruto's ear and struck a hill behind him. The hill exploded. No, it was annihilated. Stone, earth, grass, everything was consumed by that force, leaving not even ash, only a vast circular pit so smooth it seemed polished. Ishur's hand blade slashed toward Naruto's neck. Naruto ducked and the strike cleaved into the ground behind him. The earth split open with a massive fissure, not carved but erased. The fissure was impossibly clean, as if an invisible blade had sliced across the land. It plunged into bottomless darkness like a gateway to another world. Naruto retreated a few steps, standing on a protruding rock, gazing at Lingshur and Ishur. His chest heaved violently, his clothes bore several fresh tears, a trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth. But it was not serious. Natural energy was already mending those minor wounds, the pain faded in seconds and within minutes they would heal completely. Lingshur stared at Naruto, and for the first time something other than surprise appeared in those silver-white eyes: solemnity. Not fear, but the grave recognition that this opponent was not to be taken lightly. Ishur watched Naruto with his usual expressionless face, but his brow furrowed slightly. Naruto gave them no chance to catch their breath. He pressed his palms together and natural energy surged within him. The golden light cloak blazed up more than twice as bright as before. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, not air but natural energy, a golden misty radiance like the hazy light of morning sun filtering through a forest. That golden mist drifted from his mouth, permeating the air like a golden river, enveloping both Lingshur and Ishur. Lingshur's movements lagged by a beat, not because he had slowed but because Naruto had grown faster. The natural energy within the golden mist aided him, propelled him, guided his every motion. His fists became swifter, his legs stronger, his reactions keener. Lingshur immediately retreated and Ishur followed suit. The two stood shoulder to shoulder watching Naruto. Their clothes now bore several cuts and a trace of blood also stained Lingshur's lips. "He's using natural energy to enhance himself," Ishur said flatly. Lingshur nodded. "It's more than that. The entire world is aiding him. We're not fighting just one man, we're fighting this world itself." Ishur was silent for a moment. "Then we end this quickly." They exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously. This time they fought in concert, not separately. Lingshur attacked from the left, Ishur from the right, one left, one right, one fast, one slow, one ferocious, one silent. Their rhythms and styles were completely different. When Lingshur threw a punch, Ishur held back; when Ishur struck, Lingshur paused. Naruto could dodge left but not right, block right but not left. Naruto took a blow, staggered back a few steps, and blood again trickled from his mouth. He didn't wipe it away, natural energy was already healing him. He took another punch, stumbled back again, and the wounds on his face closed. He drove a fist into Lingshire's chest and another into Ishire's shoulder. Golden light spheres exploded from his palms, sending both opponents flying backward. All three were panting, still standing, none had fallen. Naruto looked down at his hand, a deep gash on the back, bone deep, but natural energy was knitting it back together. He watched the wound slowly heal and vanish, then the corner of his mouth lifted. Again. He charged forward. Lingshire charged too. Ishire charged as well. Three beams of light interwove, collided, separated, and collided once more under the setting sun. The speed was too fast for the naked eye to track, too fast even for Sueju's Mangekyo Sharingan, which could only see blurred afterimages. The ninjas of my village couldn't see anything at all, they could only feel the earth trembling, the air roaring, and a bone-deep shudder crawling through their bodies. At the entrance of my village, Sueju stood beneath the purple skeletal arm, tilting his head to watch the three distant lights. His hands were trembling, not from fear but from the immense drain on his chakra. Blood streamed from his eyes. Pushing his Mangekyo Sharingan to this extent placed a tremendous burden on his body. Yet he did not close his eyes, nor did he stop. He had to sustain the Susanoo to shield from the shockwaves to ensure Naruto had no distractions. In Sueju's eyes the six-pointed star of the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated. He could not help in any way, he did not even have the right to interfere. That familiar sense of powerlessness returned, like when he was a child, like that night, his parents lying in a pool of blood, he standing in the yard watching that man's back, unable to do anything. But at least he could stand, at least he could hold the Susanoo, at least he could prevent from being destroyed by the aftermath. It was not much, but it was something he could do. In the distance the three beams of light collided violently, producing an ear-splitting thunderclap, then rebounded apart. The three figures landed on separate hilltops facing one another from afar. Naruto stood on the east peak, Lingshire on the west, Ishire on the north. All three were panting, all wounded, but none had fallen. The golden light cloak around Naruto had dimmed slightly, not because natural energy was running low but because he was consuming it too quickly. Lingshire's white robe was torn in several places and the blood at the corner of his mouth had dried into a dark red crust. Cracks had appeared on Ishire's puppet body with silver-white light seeping through the fissures like a lantern about to shatter. The three stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Naruto smiled, a small genuine radiant smile. 2 against 1, and this is all you've got? Lingshire's mouth twitched. Ishire's expression remained unchanged. Naruto extended his hand and natural energy gathered, spun and compressed in his palm. 2 Raisin Shuriken, 1 in each hand, golden radiant like 2 miniature suns hovering in his palms, emitting a low rumbling hum. He looked at Lingshire and Ishire, at those 2 silver-white expressionless faces. Again. Naruto's fist pounded into Ishiki's chest and a crack split open the silver-white puppet body from which a dark red light seeped, like blood yet not quite blood. Ishiki retreated half a step, steadied himself and struck Naruto's shoulder with a reverse palm. Naruto's body lurched, his golden chakra cloak shuddering violently, but he did not fall. He kicked at Ishiki's knee. Ishiki raised his leg to block. Naruto's foot slammed into his shin, producing a dull thunderous impact, like 2 blocks of steel colliding. Lingshire lunged from the side, his fist aimed at the back of Naruto's head. Naruto did not turn, he leaned forward and Lingshire's fist grazed his hair, striking the ground in front of him. The ground erupted, not an explosion but an annihilation. Stone, earth and air were all devoured by that force, leaving behind a smooth circular crater. Naruto stumbled forward from the shockwave, nearly falling, but he steadied himself, spun around and launched 2 Raisin Shurikens at once. 2 golden orbs arced through the air, one toward Lingshire, the other toward Ishiki. Lingshire dodged sideways, the Raisin Shuriken grazed his white robe and detonated against the mountain wall behind him. The mountain peak was sheared off, not shattered but sliced cleanly as if a knife had cut through tofu. Ishiki did not dodge. He reached out and caught the Raisin Shuriken, bare-handed, silver-white light condensing in his palm to oppose the golden orb. The orb spun, cut and tore in his palm. Ishiki's body trembled, more cracks spreading across him, silver-white light seeping through the fissures. Yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he felt no pain. Naruto panted, watching Ishiki and the still-spinning Raisin Shuriken in his palm. His stamina was plummeting, natural energy was draining far faster than he had anticipated. fighting two Otsutsuki simultaneously, maintaining the golden chakra cloak, attacking, dodging and defending without pause. Every cell in his body was screaming, begging him to rest, to give up, to just stop for a moment. But he did not stop. He could not stop. The moment he halted, Ling Shi's and Ishiki's fists would land on him, not ordinary punches but fists imbued with the power of annihilation enough to shatter him. Ishiki clenched his hand. The Raisin Shuriken exploded in his palm. Golden shards scattered like a rain of light. Ishiki's right hand was obliterated, silver-white fragments falling to the ground with a crisp sound, like shattered ceramic. But he did not bleed. He did not cry out. He merely glanced down at the hand that no longer existed, then raised his eyes to Naruto. His left hand rose, a black orb condensing in his palm, larger, darker and quieter than the previous one. Naruto saw it and mentally calculated his remaining stamina and natural energy reserves. Not enough. Even if he threw everything into blocking this attack, he would have no strength left to continue the fight. Behind him, above the village of Konoha, Sasuke's one-eyed Susanoo still stood. The purple skeletal arm trembled slightly, cracks spreading from the fingers to the wrist on the verge of shattering. Sasuke stood at the village entrance, a pool of blood at his feet, not someone else but his own. Overusing his Mangekyo Sharingan had pushed his body to the brink. Blood streamed from his eye sockets down his face onto his neck, staining his collar. Yet he did not close his eyes. He did not stop. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sasuke looked back at him. They exchanged a glance for a second, neither speaking. Naruto turned his head to face Ling Shi and Ishiki. His body was weakening, his legs, his hands, even his breath. He was tired. Not just today. He had been tired for years, ever since the day Kurama was ripped from him, the day he lost Kurama, the day he fought, was wounded, rose again and fell again, over and over. He had always been tired. But he did not fall. He could not fall. Behind him were Konoha, Hinata, Boruto, Himawari, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Shikamaru. Those who believed in him followed him and entrusted him with their lives. If he fell, what would become of them? Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled. The natural energy within him surged once more and the golden chakra cloak blazed again. It was not that he had more natural energy, it was that he squeezed out every last ounce of his strength, his life, his resolve to burn himself, to light the way for others. He extended his hand and natural energy gathered, spun and compressed in his palm. A Rasengan, not a Raisin Shuriken but the most original Rasengan, no wind release, no shuriken form, just a round blue orb like the one he had first shaped as a child. But this one was driven by natural energy, smaller than any Rasengan he had ever made, even smaller than that first one. Yet it shone brilliantly, so bright it stung the eyes, making Ling Shi squint and even Ishiki's black orb dim for an instant. Naruto charged forward, not flying, not teleporting but running. His legs trembled, his breath came in gasps, darkness flickered before his eyes. But he did not stop. He ran toward Ling Shi, toward the coalescing black orb. Ling Shi watched Naruto rushing at him and the corner of his mouth curved. It was not a smile, it was the expression of someone who could finally end this battle, a relieved sigh. He pushed the black orb toward Naruto, not through but pushed slowly, so slowly that Naruto could see every detail, black spherical surface covered in cracks, dark red light seeping through like blood or fire. Naruto did not dodge. He charged straight into the black orb, the Rasengan in his right hand aimed at the center. Gold and black collided once more. This time there was no wind pressure, no thunderous roar, no sound at all. Only light, golden light pouring from the point of impact like a tide, a storm, an erupting volcano. The light engulfed Naruto, Ling Shi, Ishiki and the entire mountaintop. It lasted for seconds, then slowly faded. The smoke cleared. The mountain remained, but its peak had been sheared away like a bite taken out of it. Ling Shi stood amidst the rubble, his white robe tattered, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained cold. Ishiki stood beside him, his puppet body battered beyond recognition, his right arm gone, his left leg missing, silver white light seeping from every crack like a lantern about to die. Naruto knelt on the ground. His golden chakra cloak had dissipated. His orange jacket was torn in several places, revealing skin mottled with bruises. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, falling onto the earth and seeping into the soil. He knelt there, head bowed, gasping for breath like a fish thrown onto the shore, parched, powerless. His body trembled, not from fear but from exhaustion. He no longer had the strength to stand. Ling Shi looked at him and walked toward him step by step. At the entrance of Konoha, Sasuke watched the distant mountaintop, watched Naruto's kneeling silhouette, watched Ling Shi approach him step by step. His eyes bled. His hands trembled. He wanted to rush forward but his legs would not move. Not that he did not want to, he simply could not. His one-eyed Susanoo had reached its limit. All his chakra was devoted to maintaining that purple skeletal arm, not a single shred could be spared. Ling Shi stood before Naruto looking down at him. No mockery, no triumph, just a gaze as if looking at one already dead. He raised his hand palm aimed at the top of Naruto's head, a black orb condensing. Naruto looked up at Ling Shi. He smiled. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth down his chin onto the ground, onto his hands, onto Ling Shi's feet. But he smiled. It was not the smile of someone who had an ace up his sleeve, nor the smile of someone who knew he could not be killed. It was a calm, serene smile. "What are you smiling about?" Ling Shi's voice was flat. Naruto did not answer. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. The sky was darkening. The sun had completely set, leaving only a last streak of orange-red light clinging to the horizon like a brushstroke of ink on rice paper. Stars lit up one by one as if someone had kindled lanterns in the heavens. Naruto closed his eyes. The black orb descended. The moment the black orb descended, Ming Ren had already steeled himself for whatever was to come. He closed his eyes. Then he felt a gust of wind. It was no ordinary breeze, it was an evening wind carrying the scent of soil and grass from afar, a wind that resonated deep within his bones, within his soul, a familiar wind that made every hair on his body stand on end. That wind was so light as a fallen leaf brushing past his shoulder, so swift that before Ling Shi and Yi Shi could blink, before the black orb was mere breaths away from Ming Ren's head, before Zhuo Zhu's shout of "Ming Ren" at the village entrance had even left his lips. That wind stirred up the dust on the ground, swept through Ming Ren's golden hair and billowed the tattered orange cloak he wore. Then Ming Ren vanished. Ling Shi's black orb crashed into the earth. It was not an explosion, it was annihilation. The ground was devoured by that force, leaving behind a massive, smooth, perfectly circular pit, bottomless and pitch black, as if leading to another world. Ling Shi stood at the edge of the pit, his hands still pressed downward, his silver-white eyes fixed on the depths, on the void where nothing remained. His brow furrowed slightly. Not in anger but in confusion. Ming Ren was gone, not dodged, not obliterated, simply gone. Right before his eyes, beneath his palm, beneath the black orb that held the power to annihilate everything, gone. Ling Shi snapped his head up, his silver-white eyes sweeping across the surroundings. No one. No chakra fluctuations, no natural energy residue, nothing. His perception stretched to its limits, the entire leaf village, the whole wilderness, the entire mountain range, all within his sensing range. No Ming Ren, no trace of his presence, no sign of his existence. He had vanished as if he had never existed. "What are you looking for?" A voice came from behind Ling Shi, so close it felt like someone was whispering right into his ear. Ling Shi's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His body reacted faster than his mind, silver-white light erupted from within him, blasting toward the source. The power of annihilation formed a massive shockwave enough to shear off the entire mountain peak. But nothing was struck. Behind him was empty air, only the traces of wind, only the rubble shattered by his own power falling away. The voice came from another direction, not the left but the right. Ling Shi turned and his silver-white eyes finally caught sight of the figure. He stood atop the Hokage rock. It was not Ming Ren, not the Six Paths Immortal, not anyone Ling Shi recognized. Golden hair, blue eyes, a white cloak bearing the words, "Fourth Hokage," on its back. The cloak fluttered in the night wind, its red flame pattern seeming to burn under the moonlight. His expression was calm, so calm it didn't belong to someone who had just snatched a person away moments before the black orb struck. He looked as if he were admiring the scenery, waiting for someone, or pondering what to have for dinner. Ling Shi's eyes traced the cloak, the words, "Fourth Hokage," his mind racing through memories. Fourth Hokage Bo Feng Shui Men. Those words had appeared only a few times in his long life, in the intelligence on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, in the trivial records of human history, in the files he had casually flipped through. And in the battle across time and space. He had never taken that name to heart, a mere human who had died decades ago, an insignificant ant that had never even encountered the Akatsuki clan. Ling Shi's pupils abruptly constricted. No, this man was no ordinary human. There was a power within him that Ling Shi had never felt in any human before, not chakra but natural energy, pure and extreme natural energy. That energy flowed through him like a mighty river coursing through his veins. Its intensity, purity and vastness, Ling Shi had only seen such power in the Six Paths Immortal. No purer than the Six Paths Immortal. Are you Bofeng Shui Men? Ling Shi's voice squeezed out from his throat. Shui Men looked at him, not answering the question but tilting his head slightly. That punch just now was pretty heavy. Ling Shi's mouth twitched. Shui Men gazed at him, still wearing that calm expression. His eyes swept over Ling Shi's tattered white robe, the dried blood at the corner of his mouth, and his slightly trembling right hand. You must be tired. After fighting so long, it's time to rest. Ling Shi said nothing. His body was more honest than his mind. The silver-white light dimmed for an instant, his breath faltered and his shoulders sagged slightly. Below the Hokage rock, the people of the Leaf Village looked up at the white figure. The fourth Hokage, the yellow flash Bofeng Shui Men, the hero who sacrificed himself for the village on the night of the Nine Tails, the man who existed only in textbooks, photographs and tales passed down by the elders, now stood on the Hokage rock, bathed in moonlight before their very eyes. Kakashi stood by the window of the Hokage's office, gazing at the white figure. His eyes were red, not from tears. He watched Shui Men's back, the golden hair, the white cloak. He remembered long ago, the afternoon when Shui Men gave him his first lesson, the bowl of ramen Shui Men treated him to, the first mission Shui Men helped him complete. He remembered Shui Men's hands, large, warm, always firm when they patted his shoulder. Sensei, Kakashi said. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Chu Tian stood at her doorstep, her hand covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She had seen Shui Men before during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But looking at the white figure on the Hokage rock, the golden hair, the cloak bearing the words, Fourth Hokage, her tears wouldn't stop. This was her father-in-law, her husband's father, the grandfather of her children. He had come from the past to the future, crawled back from the brink of death, from an era she had never known to stand before her. Bo Ren stood beside Chu Tian, staring up at Shui Men on the Hokage rock, his mouth agape, unable to speak. He had seen Shui Men's photo, in the Hokage's office on Ming Ren's desk, in the frame that never moved. In the photo, Shui Men was young with golden hair, blue eyes and a warm smile, as warm as his father's. But he had never imagined he would one day see this man in the flesh, alive, standing on the Hokage rock under the moonlight, as if he had stepped out of that photograph. Beneath the Hokage rock, Minato and Naruto stood side by side. The light fell upon them, stretching their shadows long and longer, one tall, one short, one broad, one narrow, overlapping and parting, then overlapping once more. Naruto looked at Minato and Minato looked back at Naruto. They gazed at each other for several seconds, neither speaking first. On a distant mountaintop, Ishiki stood together with Code. Ishiki's puppet body was already broken and battered, his right arm was gone, his left leg was missing, and silver-white light seeped through every crack like a lantern on the verge of going out. His time was running out. The puppet's secret art could only sustain him for 4 hours, and nearly 3 had already passed. Only a little over 1 hour remained. End this quickly. Ishiki's tone was flat, devoid of inflection, as if he were speaking of something that had nothing to do with him. Code nodded. Just as I intend. The two leaped down from the mountaintop and landed on the wasteland. Silver-white light surged forth from their bodies, illuminating the entire plain. Code stood on the left, Ishiki on the right. One was violent, the other silent. One was whole, the other broken. But both were powerful, powerful enough to make the entire shinobi world tremble. Naruto took a deep breath and was about to charge forward when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Minato's hand, knuckles distinct, calluses thin across the palm. The hand was not heavy, but it was steady. So steady that Naruto drew back the foot he had already stepped forward. Dad. Minato did not answer. He gazed at Code and Ishiki in the distance, his right hand reaching into the void. The air around his hand twisted and a sword slowly emerged from the emptiness. It was not a shinobi blade like Sasuke's nor a samurai tachi. It was a standard longsword, slender, silver white throughout, with no patterns, no ornaments, no superfluous embellishment whatsoever. A faint halo rested upon the blade's edge. It was not chakra, not natural energy. It was something far older, purer and keener, something like the most primordial force that had existed since the dawn of the world. Naruto recognized this sword. In that other spacetime in the void where Minato had battled Otsutsuki Ishiki, it was this very blade that had gravely wounded Ishiki and forced him to tear through space itself to flee. This sword. Naruto opened his mouth, then fell silent and stepped back. He watched Minato's back, watched the cloak emblazoned with Fourth Hokage snap in the night wind, watched his golden hair scattered and disheveled by the breeze. He did not know what Minato intended to do, but he knew that whatever it was, he could not stop him. Code's eyes flew wide, fixed intently on the cold glinting sword in Minato's hand, and alarm rose unbidden in his heart. The silver-white blade shone as bright and pure as moonlight, exuding an aura that made the heart tremble. Code knew that sword all too well. It was the very weapon that had once gravely wounded him, even forcing him to risk tearing open a spatial rift to flee the battlefield. He had assumed it was merely a weapon Minato had chosen at random during some fierce battle. But now, watching him draw it, he realized that it was actually Minato's personal weapon. And clearly it was a killing tool specially forged against the Akatsuki clan. "Watch out for that sword." Code's voice trembled slightly, betraying the tension and dread deep within him. Ishiki, however, sensed nothing unusual and shot him a puzzled look. What has you so alarmed?" Just as Ishiki was about to speak, an inexplicable pressure suddenly descended. A chill ran down his back as if a pair of invisible hands were reaching for him. In that instant the space behind him twisted violently, like dough kneaded by a giant unseen hand. Then a dazzling flash of silver-white light streaked across the sky like lightning, hurtling toward Ishiki with breathtaking speed. The silver light moved so fast beyond all imagination that Ishiki had no time to react. In the blink of an eye the sword light pierced through the back of Ishiki's neck and burst out through his throat, the motion fluid and seamless without the slightest hesitation. Ishiki's body went rigid. Silver-white light gushed from the cracks in his neck like a spring, like molten magma surging forth. He lowered his head to watch his own slipping skull, to watch the puppet body collapsing. Ishiki's puppet fragments scattered across the wasteland, their dark red glow fading bit by bit. Code stood amid the fragments, head bowed, gazing at them for a long time. The wind lifted his white robe and tossed his long hair. Then he raised his head, and his silver-white eyes crossed the entire wasteland to rest upon Minato. Code stood a few paces away, looking at the sword's tip at Minato's blue eyes. He did not retreat. His right hand rose, silver-white light gathering in his palm. Not a black orb, a different power. More concentrated, keener, like an invisible blade. The two stared at each other for several seconds. The wind swept in, lifting dust from the ground and forming a gray curtain between them. They moved at almost the same instant. Minato vanished, flying Raijin. Code vanished, the Akatsuki clan's body flicker technique. Two streaks of silver-white light intersected, clashed and separated beneath the moonlight so fast that the naked eye could not follow, so fast that even Naruto's eyes could not keep up. A series of shrill bursts rang through the air, the sound of their weapons and fists colliding countless times in the briefest span. Naruto leaned against the stone wall, head tilted back, watching the two lights in the sky. He could not make out Minato's movements nor Code's. He could only see golden and silver-white light flashing, interlacing and parting in the night. But he could feel the wind pressure, ring after ring of it radiating outward from the point of impact, plastering his hair backward and making his clothes snap loudly. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting, trying to make something out. A streak of golden light fell from the sky and slammed into the wasteland, blasting a massive crater into the ground. Minato rose from the crater and dusted himself off. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were bright. He looked up at Code in the sky and smiled. Code hovered in midair, looking down at Minato. Several gashes had appeared on his white robe, and a shallow sword wound ran along his right arm. Silver-white fluid seeped from the cut, not blood but the Akatsuki clan's unique life energy. His expression was grim. Minato leaped out of the crater and landed on the wasteland, the sword in his right hand, its silver-white halo burning brighter than before. He looked up at Code, and Code looked back at him. They stared at one another for a few seconds, then moved at the same moment, so fast that even the moonlight was left behind. Two silver-white beams of light intersected, collided and separated under the moonlight, their velocity so immense that even the moonlight was left trailing behind. Leaning against the Hokage rock, Ming-Ren tilted his head back, gazing at the two streaks of light in the sky. He could not discern Bufeng Shuiman's movements nor those of Ling Shi. All he could see were flashes of gold and silver-white flickering, crossing and parting in the night. Rings of wind pressure radiated outward from the point of impact, blowing his hair back and making his clothes flutter noisily. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting in an attempt to discern something, but he could see nothing clearly. Bufeng Shuiman's speed was too great. The Flying Thunder God technique was already the fastest spacetime ninjutsu in the world, and with the augmentation of natural energy he switched seamlessly between one instant teleportation and another. An instant ago he was before Ling Shi, the next he was behind him. One moment his sword tip pointed at Ling Shi's throat, the next the blade swept toward Ling Shi's nape. Ling Shi's Detangmu body flicker technique was not slow, but it still fell short compared to Bufeng Shuimen's Flying Thunder God. The body flicker of the Detangmu clan was rapid movement, while the Flying Thunder God was instantaneous teleportation. One was about running fast, the other about leaping directly. An insurmountable chasm lay between them. Ling Shi was completely overwhelmed in speed. His body could not keep up with Bufeng Shuimen's rhythm, nor could his perception. He was no longer fighting Bufeng Shuimen, he was being led by him. Bufeng Shuimen appeared at Ling Shi's left, thrusting his sword at his ribs. Ling Shi sidestepped the blade, grazing his white robe and leaving a long gash in the fabric. Bufeng Shuimen did not stop. He withdrew his sword, turned and appeared at Ling Shi's right, swinging his blade horizontally. Ling Shi had no time to evade and could only block with his right arm. The sword struck his forearm with a crisp metallic clang. Silver-white liquid splattered from the wound, falling onto the barren land, onto the stones and onto the withered grass blades. Ling Shi grunted and retreated half a step. Silver-white light surged from his wound, frantically attempting to repair the gash. Bufeng Shuimen gave him no chance to catch his breath. He vanished again, reappeared behind Ling Shi and swung his sword at the back of his neck. This time Ling Shi had learned his lesson. Instead of dodging or blocking, he threw himself forward, rolled on the ground and evaded Bufeng Shuimen's blade. His white robe was covered in dust and his hair was disheveled, with several silver-white strands hanging before his face, obscuring half of it. He looked at Bufeng Shuimen, and for the first time the word disheveled appeared in his silver-white eyes. Bufeng Shuimen stood not far away, gripping his sword with its tip pointing toward the ground. The silver-white halo on the blade had grown brighter than before. His breathing had also become heavier, not from fatigue but from the massive consumption caused by the continuous use of the Flying Thunder God natural energy and that sword. He could feel his dantian shaking violently, and the golden hot stream from the Ninetails was pouring madly into his meridians, helping him maintain his state. Without the Ninetails he might have already collapsed. "You are strong," Ling Shi spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Stronger than any human I have ever encountered." Bufeng Shuimen looked at him without speaking. "But this sword of yours, you have not yet fully mastered it." The corner of Ling Shi's mouth curved. Not a smile but an expression of relief, as if he had finally found an opponent's weakness. "Every time you use this sword you consume a vast amount of physical strength and natural energy. You cannot last long." Bufeng Shuimen did not deny it. Ling Shi was right. This sword was not something he could fully control. Each swing overextended his power. The blow that had instantly killed Yi Shi had already consumed nearly 3/10 of his strength. Now, after swinging the sword more than 10 times in succession, his physical strength and natural energy were almost depleted. His dantian shook even more violently, and the golden hot stream of the Ninetails could barely keep up. "You are right," Bufeng Shuimen said. "I cannot last long." Ling Shi's eyebrow twitched. He had not expected Bufeng Shuimen to admit his weakness so candidly. This was not what a warrior should do, rather it seemed like a gesture of a man who was already certain of victory, bestowing mercy upon his opponent. "Then why don't you run?" Ling Shi's voice carried a hint of mockery. Bufeng Shuimen smiled. "Who said I was going to run?" He tightened his grip on the sword, and the silver-white halo on the blade blazed up so bright that it stung Ling Shi's eyes. "I may not last long, but it's enough to kill you." Ling Shi's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He could sense it. Bufeng Shuimen was not bluffing. His physical strength and natural energy were indeed nearly exhausted, but his sword remained, his will remained, and his resolve remained. Such a person was the most terrifying, not because of their strength but because they would never give up, never retreat, never admit defeat. Ling Shi took a deep breath. Silver-white light surged from within his body, coalescing around him into a thick armor. It was not chakra but a defensive technique unique to the Detangmu clan, capable of withstanding the impact of a nuclear explosion. He poured all his remaining power into defense, not because he feared Bufeng Shuimen but because he did not want to die. Yi Shi was already dead. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in this place at the hands of a human on this barren, worthless land that was not worth his life. Bufeng Shuimen looked at the silver-white armor surrounding Ling Shi, knowing it was both his final defense and his final struggle. If he could break through that armor, Ling Shi would lose; if he could not, then he would be the one defeated. He tightened his grip on the sword. The silver-white halo on the blade had reached its peak, the entire sword glowing like a red-hot iron rod, radiating a scorching aura. Leaning against the Hokage rock, Ming-Ren watched Bufeng Shuimen's back, watching the sword emit a blinding light under the moonlight. His hands clenched, nails digging into his palms, it hurt but he did not care. He wanted to rush up to help Bufeng Shuimen to fight alongside him but his body would not move. It was not that he did not want to, it was that he could not. His physical strength was exhausted, his natural energy was exhausted, and even standing up was a struggle. Bufeng Shuimen moved. It was not the flying thunder god, not teleportation, he was simply running. He charged toward Ling Shi, his speed so great that each step left a deep crater in the ground. Ling Shi watched Bufeng Shuimen rushing at him, crossed his arms before his chest, the silver-white armor gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Bufeng Shuimen reached Ling Shi, raised the sword with both hands above his head and then brought it down. There was no flashy technique, no complex skill, just the most primitive, purest, simplest downward cleave. But that single strike gathered all of Bufeng Shuimen's remaining strength, his physical power, his natural energy, his will, his determination, his love for Mingren, his protection of his attachment to this world, all condensed into that one sword stroke. The blade struck Ling Shi's crossed arms. The silver-white armor cracked, fissures spreading from his wrists to his elbows, from his elbows to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his chest. Then, the armor shattered. Silver-white fragments scattered in all directions like a rain of silver. Ling Shi's body flew backward, crashing into the distant cliff wall. The cliff collapsed, burying him under the rubble. Bufeng Shuimen stood still, breathing heavily, his sword still held in the downward position. The silver-white halo on the blade had dimmed. His hands were trembling, his legs were trembling, his entire body was trembling. The rubble shifted and Ling Shi rose from the debris. His white robe was torn into shreds, his hair a tangled mess, and silver-white liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth. His arms were shaking and silver-white light seeped from the cracks in his limbs. He looked at Bufeng Shuimen, and for the first time his silver-white eyes held something other than fear, they held respect. The corner of Ling Shi's mouth curved into a genuine smile, not a sneer, not a sigh of relief, but the smile of one who acknowledges a worthy opponent. "Namikaze Minato," Ling Shi said, "you are an extraordinary man." Bufeng Shuimen looked at him without speaking. "But you still failed to kill me." Ling Shi raised his hand and a black rift split open behind him. "Next time we meet I will be stronger." He turned and stepped into the rift which sealed shut behind him. His figure vanished into the void, leaving only Bufeng Shuimen and Ming Ren on the barren land along with the scattered rubble and Ishi's remains. Bufeng Shuimen stood where he was, staring at the spot where Ling Shi had disappeared for a long time. Then the sword slipped from his hand, embedding itself into the earth. His body swayed and he fell to his knees. His physical strength was completely spent, his natural energy utterly depleted, he did not even have the strength to lift his arm. The tree within his dantian ceased its shaking and the golden hot stream of the ninetails receded. Ming Ren struggled to his feet, staggering over to Bufeng Shuimen, kneeling to support his shoulders. "Dad, are you okay?" Bufeng Shuimen looked up at him, the corner of his mouth curling. "I'm fine. Just a little tired." Ming Ren's tears flowed again. He did not wipe them away, he let them fall. He had cried too many times today, one more did not matter. Bufeng Shuimen looked at him, wanting to reach out and pat his head, but his hand would not rise. Ming Ren understood. He took Bufeng Shuimen's hand and placed it on his own head. Bufeng Shuimen's hand was cold, but Ming Ren felt it was warm. Moonlight fell upon the two of them, stretching their shadows long and far. In the distance the myriad lights of my village flickered in the night like countless beating hearts. The wind blew from afar, carrying the coolness of the night and the scent of the distant forest. Bufeng Shuimen's hand slid from Ming Ren's head and landed on his shoulder. "Let's go. Time to go home." When Naruto pushed open the door, Hinata was already standing there. She wore a casual lavender kimono, her hair loosely tied at the back of her head with a few stray strands brushing against her ears. The moment she saw Naruto her eyes reddened, but she did not cry. Instead she reached out and gently touched the wound on his face. Her fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed against the still bleeding gash, but she quickly withdrew her hand and stepped aside. "Come in." Her voice was soft. Naruto nodded and walked inside. Minato followed him, and as he crossed the threshold Hinata bowed deeply to him. It was not a formal bow, but one filled with genuine gratitude and respect. Minato paused for a moment, then smiled and extended his hand to gesture her up. "There's no need for that." Hinata straightened up, her eyes still red, but she was smiling. "Father, welcome home." When Minato entered the living room, Boruto stood beside the sofa, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. He had watched the entire battle from the window, the moment Minato killed Ishiki with a single sword strike, the fierce struggle under the moonlight against Jigen, and the final earth-shattering blow. He opened his mouth wanting to call out, "Grandfather," but his throat felt blocked and no sound came out. Minato looked at him, at that face that was the spitting image of Naruto as a child, at those blue eyes exactly like Kushina's, and smiled. "You're Boruto. You've grown so big." Boruto's face instantly flushed. He lowered his head staring at his toes, and his voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Hello, grandfather." Minato reached out and patted his head lightly. "I'm good." Then he walked over to Naruto, crouched down, and placed his hand on Naruto's chest. Natural energy surged from his palm, a golden warm light imbued with the essence of life spreading from Naruto's chest to every part of his body. Where the light touched, wounds healed, the cuts on his face, the gashes on his arms, the charred skin on his chest burned by the power of annihilation, all mended at a visible rate. Torn muscles regrew, broken bones knitted back together, and his depleted strength slowly returned like a parched riverbed welcoming the first spring rain. Naruto felt a warm energy flowing from his chest to his limbs, not painful but soothing, like soaking in a hot spring, or like the feeling of plunging his hands into warm water on a winter day as a child. A soft moan escaped his throat involuntarily. Sasuke stood in his own yard gripping the Kusanagi sword, swinging it again and again in the moonlight. His left eye was still bleeding, not from a fresh wound but from the aftereffects of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. It felt like needles stabbing into his eye socket, or like someone scraping his eyeball with a knife. He did not stop, not because he was unafraid of pain but because he did not want to stop. If he stopped he would recall what had just happened, standing at the village entrance watching Naruto fight alone without even the qualification to intervene, and that massive broken one-armed Susanoo. What kind of Susanoo was that? What kind of power was that? A golden light flickered beside him. Minato's shadow clone stepped out of the light, clad in a white haori, his golden hair glowing faintly in the moonlight. The same expression, the same gaze, the same gentleness as the original. He looked at Sasuke and Sasuke looked back at him. They exchanged a glance for a second, then Minato reached out and pressed his hand over Sasuke's left eye. Natural energy flowed from his palm, golden light seeping into Sasuke's eye socket, into the still bleeding Mangekyo Sharingan, into the torn capillaries damaged by overuse. The pain subsided in an instant, not completely gone, but the sharp mind-numbing sting transformed into a dull ache, from a needle prick to a gentle pressure. "Don't move," Minato said softly. Sasuke did not move. He stood there letting Minato's natural energy repair his battered left eye. The bleeding stopped, the torn blood vessels healed, and the compressed optic nerve returned to normal. In less than half an hour the eye was restored, not to its pre-battle state but to a state even better than before. Natural energy not only repaired the damage but also nourished the Mangekyo Sharingan, making it more stable, more resilient, and less prone to exhaustion. Minato withdrew his hand and looked at Sasuke's eyes. "It's done." Sasuke blinked. The pain was gone and his vision was clearer than before. He looked at Minato wanting to say something but nothing came out. Minato did not wait for him to speak. He took a scroll from his robe and handed it to him. "This is the technique Naruto has been training in. You no longer have the Rinnegan, and relying solely on the Mangekyo Sharingan won't last long. You need to find another path." Sasuke took the scroll and held it in his hand without opening it. "Ryuchi Cave," Minato said. "You should have a contract with them. Go there and train for a while." Sasuke was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Understood." Minato's clone did not say anything more, dissolving into golden specks of light. Sasuke stood alone in the yard holding the scroll, gazing at the moonlight, standing straight and tall. Minato's original withdrew his hand from Naruto's chest and the glow of natural energy slowly faded. Naruto looked down at his body. All the wounds had healed, most of his strength had returned, and even many old injuries had improved significantly. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging in his palm. "Thanks, Dad." Minato shook his head and sat down beside him. "In a couple of days, when you're fully recovered, we'll go after Jigen again. I've already left a flying thunder god mark on him." Naruto turned to look at Minato. "When did you leave it?" "During the final strike, when the blade grazed his arm." A faint smile curved at the corner of Minato's mouth. "He thought I was just attacking, but he didn't notice I left a mark in passing." Naruto looked at him, at that calm face, as if he were discussing what to have for dinner, and couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, you're really terrifying." Minato smiled but did not deny it. Hinata stood at the doorway listening to their conversation, tears streaming down her face, but she did not wipe them away. Boruto sat on the sofa simply watching Naruto. Outside the window moonlight shone over Konohagakure, over the Hokage rock and over every rooftop. A breeze drifted in from afar carrying the coolness of the night. Snake. Naruto's injuries had nearly healed. Minato withdrew his hand and stood up. He paced a few steps in the living room, then suddenly stopped, turned and looked at Naruto. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling upon his face, blurring his expression. But his eyes were bright, blue, the same blue as Naruto's. Naruto, could I meet Orochimaru? Naruto blinked, momentarily stunned. He had been stretching his newly recovered arm and the words made him pause mid-motion. Orochimaru. He had assumed Minato wanted to see Sasuke or Kakashi, but Orochimaru. The one who had once attacked Konoha, killed the third Hokage and was slain by Sasuke only to be resurrected from a curse mark. Naruto did not ask why Minato wanted to see him. He simply nodded and said one word, okay. Minato walked out of Naruto's house alone onto the streets of Konoha. Moonlight coated the stone paths a pale white that seemed like a layer of frost. The night wind blew, carrying the unique chill of the hour. He tugged at his Hiyori's collar and quickened his pace. Orochimaru's experimental base lay in a forest outside Konoha. Naruto had given him a rough location, saying it was well hidden and hard to find without a guide. Minato did not take a guide. He teleported above the forest several times using Flying Thunder God, sensing Orochimaru's chakra, that unique icy serpent-like chakra. Before an unremarkable hill he found it. From the outside it was just an ordinary small hill overgrown with weeds and shrubs, without any marker or sign indistinguishable from the surrounding hills. Had he not sensed Orochimaru's chakra, Minato would have walked right past it. He stood before the hill, reached out and pressed his hand against the earthen wall. Natural energy surged from his palm. The earth wall parted as if pulled apart by an invisible hand, revealing a dark red door that looked like iron heated to red. The door was covered in runes, Orochimaru's sealing formulas. Each rune emitted a faint glow as if warning the intruder, this is not a place you can enter casually. Minato pushed the door open and stepped inside. What lay beyond was not earth but a long corridor. On both sides were transparent glass walls behind which stood various culture tanks and experimental equipment. Some tanks held unknown creatures, some held human organs, and some contained things Minato could not even identify. Pale green liquid bubbled inside the tanks, releasing tiny bubbles with a soft gurgling sound that echoed distinctly in the silent corridor. The air was thick with the smell of formaldehyde and disinfectant, pungent cold, like stepping into a morgue. At the end of the corridor stood a metal door. Minato approached the door, but before he could knock it open by itself, Orochimaru stood behind the door. He wore a gray kimono, his long black hair cascading down his back. His skin was pale as paper and his golden vertical pupils glowed like two lanterns in the dim light. He looked exactly the same as in the bygone era, the same pallor, the same coldness, the same spine-chilling aura. But not entirely the same. Something was missing from his eyes, less madness, less obsession. Instead there was more calm, something Minato could not quite name. He looked at Minato, paused for a moment, then smiled. That smile was faint, light like a crack in the ice, revealing the water beneath. The fourth Hokage. A rare guest. Minato gazed at him, a tumult of emotions surging within. In the past era, Orochimaru had defected from Konoha, conducted forbidden experiments, attacked the village and killed the third Hokage. Each deed made him an enemy of Konoha, and each identity ranked him among the most dangerous figures in ninja history. But Minato looked at the Orochimaru before him, at those calm, no longer frenzied golden vertical pupils, and the emotions within him gradually settled. He stepped into the room and sat down opposite Orochimaru. You came from the past, as you know, Minato said without preamble. Orochimaru nodded. I know. I knew when Naruto returned. Minato did not beat around the bush. If you are the you from the past, you should know yourself best. Is there any way to bring him back to Konoha? Orochimaru did not answer immediately. He stood up, walked to the wall and took a scroll from a shelf. The shelf was filled with scrolls, colorful covers stacked densely in several layers. Without searching, Orochimaru directly reached for one, very old edges curled paper, yellowed, looking as if it had been around for years. He walked back and placed the scroll before Minato. This is something I prepared. Give it to him and he will naturally return to Konoha with you. Orochimaru's voice was flat, without inflection, as if stating a trivial matter. No one knows oneself better than oneself. Minato picked up the scroll and flipped through it. The handwriting was Orochimaru's, neat as if printed every stroke precise. The content was a research note, not specifying what research, only recording insights and experimental results from a certain period. Minato could not understand most of it, too many terms and symbols he had never encountered. But he understood one thing: this note was extremely important to Orochimaru, important enough to exchange for returning to Konoha. Thank you. Minato tucked the scroll into his chest, then took out another scroll from his pocket and handed it over. This was the transcript of a cultivation technique he had organized in the void of the Pure Land, a more complete version than the one he had given Jiraiya, divided into 4 stages: fuse skin, penetrate meridians, quench viscera, and transcend mortality. He had originally planned to pass it on to Konoha after returning to the past, but now he changed his mind. This era needed as many strong warriors as possible. Study this technique as well. Compared to your path of immortality, it might offer some insights. Minato looked into Orochimaru's eyes. Your era needs strong warriors, the more the better. Orochimaru took the scroll and opened it. The words, "Way of Nature," caught his eye. His brow twitched and a glimmer flashed in his golden pupils, not surprise but curiosity. He did not ask where the technique came from, who wrote it, or why it was given to him. He simply opened it and began reading. His reading speed was swift, page after page, line after line, never missing a single character. His expression shifted, a slight curve of the lips at fuse skin, a twitch of the brow at penetrate meridians, a furrowed frown at quench viscera. Minato sat across from him, not urging him. He watched him turn pages, frown, and occasionally twitch his lips. The room was silent, broken only by the occasional bubble from the tanks and the soft rustle of paper. After a long while Orochimaru closed the scroll and looked up. Did you write this technique? His voice was flat, but Minato detected something different within. Yes. Minato did not deny it. Interesting. Orochimaru tucked the scroll into his sleeve. It is more thorough than my method of immortality. My method mends the body based on chakra, patch after patch, always with flaws. Your technique rebuilds the body from scratch, solving the problem at its root. Not repairing a house but rebuilding. Not patching an old garment but making a new one. Minato stood up. So you accept it? Orochimaru also rose. I accept. Minato turned and walked toward the door. After a few steps he paused without looking back. He gazed at the transparent glass walls in the corridor, at the unknown creatures floating in the tanks, at the tiny bubbles rising in the pale green liquid. The past flashed through his mind. When Orochimaru defected from Konoha, young Minato was still in the Umbu. They had little interaction, but he had heard countless legends about Orochimaru, both good and bad. Later, when Orochimaru attacked Konoha, Minato had already perished in the Ninetales incident, so he did not witness that battle. Still later, when Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke and resurrected from a curse mark, Minato was already in the Pure Land. Orochimaru. Minato did not turn around. Orochimaru watched him. I don't blame you for what happened in the past era. You were just walking the wrong path then. Minato's voice was soft. I hope that in this era you can walk the right one. No answer came from behind. Minato did not wait, he stepped out of the laboratory. The corridor remained silent, the bubbles still gurgling in the tanks, the air still thick with formaldehyde and disinfectant. When Minato emerged from the hill, the moonlight was still white, the night winds still cool, exactly as when he had entered. He tucked the scroll from Orochimaru into his chest, patted it to make sure it would not fall out, then set off toward Naruto's house. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Naruto awoke. Hinata was still sleeping beside him, her breath soft and gentle as if afraid to disturb anyone. He rose quietly, slid the door open and stepped out of the room. Minato was already standing in the courtyard, his golden hair gilded by the morning light, the bold characters Fourth Hokage on his white haori gleaming brilliantly under the rising sun. He watched Naruto emerge and gave a slight nod. Naruto nodded back. Neither spoke. Minato lifted his gaze to the pale streak of dawn spreading across the horizon, then turned his eyes back to Naruto. Ready? His voice was so soft it might have been asking about breakfast. Naruto took a deep breath. Natural energy surged within him and his golden light cloak blazed in the morning glow. He clenched his fist, feeling the abundant brimming power, like a river swollen with spring water, and nodded. Minato reached out, grasped Naruto's shoulder and closed his eyes, sensing the flying thunder god mark on Ishiki. That mark was small, hidden, and had remained on Ishiki's arm since the sword strike the day before. Ishiki might not have noticed, Or perhaps he had but dismissed it. Perception locked. Flying Thunder God activated. Space twisted before their eyes, a cool breeze brushed their faces, and then they stood in a strange city. Silver-white metallic buildings soared into the sky, reflecting dazzling light like spears thrusting from the earth toward the heavens. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting their figures so clearly they could see every fold in their clothes and every strand of hair. The sky was pale blue, dotted with a few lazy clouds, identical to the sky over Konoha. If not for the unfamiliar cold aura permeating the air, Naruto might have thought he was still in Konoha. Ishiki stood in the center of the plaza. His white robe was spotless, his silver-white hair swaying gently in the morning breeze, his skin unmarked. All the wounds from yesterday's battle had vanished, the sword cut Minato had inflicted, the bruises from Naruto's blows, the crater from the Rasengan, all gone as if they had never existed. He looked at Minato and Naruto, his silver-white eyes devoid of surprise or fear, only a profound calm. That calm reminded Naruto of Sasuke after the final battle at the Valley of the End, the calm of someone who had endured too much, lost too much, and ultimately ceased to care. One man can't beat both of you. I'll stop. No, I still have to fight. Ishiki's brow twitched, his lips moved, but no sound came out. He looked at the sword in Minato's hand, then at the light in Naruto's palm. Straightening, he took a deep breath, and silver-white light surged from within him, spreading like a thin mist around his body in the morning glow. Not the violent killing intent of yesterday, nor the maddening urge to consume everything, just a thin quiet radiance like morning mist. He had not grown weaker, he had calmed, shedding all emotion, aligning himself to the purest, most essential state of combat. Minato sensed the change in Ishiki. This man was different, more formidable than the day before. He released Naruto's shoulder, reached into the void, and the silver-white longsword slowly materialized in his hand. The blade gleamed blindingly in the dawn light like a red-hot iron rod, but cold instead, a bone-chilling icy aura. Naruto stood beside Minato, his golden light cloak blazing. In his right palm a golden Rasengan spun rapidly, emitting a low hum like the buzz of a bee or distant thunder. The three figures stood motionless in the plaza. The morning sun cast three long shadows on the mirror-like ground like swords pointing in different directions. Wind swept across the plaza, carrying a few withered leaves that tumbled between them before settling on the ground. Ishiki moved. His body vanished, not the Akatsuki's teleportation, but pure terrifying speed, so fast that the air hadn't even time to scream, and the spot where he stepped on the mirror ground instantly cracked. He appeared before Naruto, his right fist glowing silver-white, aimed at Naruto's chest. Naruto's pupils contracted and he dodged by tilting his head. Ishiki's fist grazed past his ear, the wind pressure stung his eardrum, and the silver-white light left a shallow cut on his cheek. Naruto did not retreat. He clenched his left fist, gathered natural energy, his golden light cloak flared, and drove his fist into Ishiki's ribs. Ishiki's body bent slightly, but he didn't step back. He drove his left knee toward Naruto's abdomen. Naruto blocked with his arm, the impact sent a dull thud, bones creaking. He was forced back 2 steps, his golden light cloak dimmed for an instant, nearly dispersing. Minato appeared behind Ishiki, thrusting his sword at the back of Ishiki's neck. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Ishiki didn't turn, the silver-white light condensed at his nape into a small shield. The sword struck the shield with a grating screech, sparks flying. The shield cracked but didn't shatter. Ishiki ducked his head forward to avoid the blade, then swept his right leg backward at Minato's shin. Minato leaped to dodge, somersaulted in the air, and landed a few meters away, sword tip pointing at the ground. Naruto charged again. This time he didn't use the Rasengan. Just fists, left right, each punch blazing with golden light, each landing on Ishiki's arms, shoulders, and chest. Ishiki blocked with his arms, absorbed with his shoulders, endured with his chest. Silver-white light flowed over his body like a thick shell protecting him. Naruto's fist smashed into the shell, creating a crack. The second fist followed on the same line, widening it. The third punch connected and Ishiki staggered half a step back. The fourth punch came hurtling in. Ishiki could no longer maintain his frontal defense, he sidestepped. Naruto's fist swept past his chest and struck the silver-white building behind him. The building exploded, not a blast but pulverization. That 10-meter-high metal wall was punched into a massive hole by Naruto, fragments flying and rolling across the plaza with a clatter like a truckload of broken glass. Ishiki's face darkened, not from injury but from shock at the weight of Naruto's punches. He knew Naruto had grown stronger, but not to this extent. Yesterday when Naruto fought Ishiki on the wasteland, he had thought it's just natural energy propping him up. But now he realized his judgment was wrong. Naruto's strength came from himself, not just natural energy. Minato gave Ishiki no time to think. Flying Thunder God activated again. He vanished and reappeared above Ishiki, gripping his sword with both hands, raising it overhead and bringing it down. Ishiki looked up at the descending blade, gleaming like a lightning bolt in the dawn. He raised his crossed arms above his head, silver-white light condensing into a thick shield on his forearms. The sword blade crashed into the shield with a deafening roar, like thunder, like a landslide. Ishiki's feet sank into the ground. The mirror-like ground cracked from under his feet, fissures spreading like a spiderweb in all directions, extending dozens of meters. His arms trembled. Cracks appeared on the silver-white shield, branching out from the point of impact, splitting and expanding. Minato pressed down with the sword, silver-white light surging wildly from the blade opposing Ishiki's silver-white shield. The two were locked in a stalemate, one pushing down, the other pushing up. The screech of metal grew sharper, sparks multiplied, and the cracks on the shield deepened and thickened. The scales of victory tipped slowly. Naruto charged from the front, not with fists, not with a Rasengan, but with his body, using his full weight and speed. He crashed into Ishiki's chest like a golden cannonball. Ishiki's shield shattered, silver-white fragments flying like a violent silver-white rain. His body flew backward, smashed into the mirror ground of the plaza, cratering it, then skidded another dozen meters across the bottom of the pit before stopping, leaving a long deep furrow. The fragments settled, the dust cleared. Ishiki rose from the pit. His silver-white hair was disheveled, his white robe torn in large part, and a deep bone-deep sword wound on his right arm was oozing silver-white liquid. A thin trail of silver-white liquid also trickled from the corner of his mouth down his chin and dripped onto his chest. He looked at Minato, then at Naruto. The calm in his silver-white eyes, shattered yet killing intent, did not appear. Instead something complex surfaced, not anger, not fear, but unwillingness. The three stood in the plaza silent. The morning light fell on them, casting three crooked shadows on the broken mirror ground. Wind swept through the plaza, stirring the silver-white fragments on the ground with a rustling sound. The square was so quiet that the wind wailing through the gaps between the buildings could be heard. Silver-white fragments lay scattered across the ground, reflecting a blinding glare in the morning light like a mirror that had been smashed to pieces. Ling Shi stood in the center of the ruins. His white robe was tattered and the sword wound on his right arm was still oozing silver-white fluid. But he did not lower his head to look at the wound. His silver-white eyes stared fixedly at Minato, then shifted to Naruto. That gaze was complicated. Not anger, not fear, not hatred, but something that defied explanation. It was like looking at two opponents he had waited a long time to finally meet, or like looking at two reapers about to end his long life. Minato and Naruto exchanged a glance. In that instant their eyes met. No words were needed, no gestures, just a single glance was enough. Minato tightened his grip on the sword hilt, and the silver-white glow along the blade flared violently as if it had sensed the surging battle intent in its master's heart. Naruto clenched his fists, his golden cloak of light blazed in the morning sun like a burning star, scorching and blinding. Minato moved first. This time he did not use the Flying Thunder God. There was no teleportation, no vanishing and reappearing in an instant, he simply walked toward Ling Shi step by step. Each step was slow, not because his strength was failing but because he was gathering momentum, channeling every ounce of power in his body into the sword. Every time his foot struck the mirror-like ground, a ring of cracks spread outward like a spiderweb. He moved faster and faster, walking became jogging, jogging became running, running became a full sprint. He moved so fast that a trail of afterimages lingered behind him, as if a dozen Minatos were charging at him from different directions at once, each one real, each one fake. The Akatsuki clan's sensory ability could distinguish truth from illusion, but Ling Shi's eyes could no longer keep up with Minato's speed. He knew perfectly well which one was the real Minato, but his body had no time to react. Ling Shi's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He knew exactly what Minato intended, not a sneak attack, not a flanking harassment, but a frontal assault. The man who excelled at sneak attacks, flanking maneuvers and guerrilla warfare was actually going to meet him head-on in a direct clash. The corner of Ling Shi's mouth curved slightly, not in mockery but because even in this desperate situation he found it faintly amusing. He raised both hands and silver-white light gathered in his palms, condensing into a massive black orb. It was larger, darker and quieter than the one from yesterday. There was none of yesterday's violent, savage, world-shattering aura. Instead it was calm and silent, like a black hole. The orb's surface was covered in cracks, and from the cracks seeped a dark crimson light, like blood, like fire, like something that had been burning in the darkness for millions of years. He used the last of his strength, pouring every shred of Akatsuki power he could muster into the orb, to blast Minato to pieces, to blast Naruto to pieces, to erase this city and both of them from the face of the land. Naruto charged in from the side, not toward Ling Shi but toward Minato. Before Ling Shi's mind could process what he was doing, Naruto had already caught up to Minato and shoved him hard from behind. The force of that shove was so immense that the ground beneath Naruto's own feet caved inward, forming a deep crater. Minato's speed doubled in that instant, so fast that Ling Shi's eyes could not follow at all, so fast that the air behind Minato burst into a ring of white vapor cloud. The white mist spread outward from the point of the burst like a flower blooming in an instant and then vanished before it could even be clearly seen, like an illusion. Minato gripped the sword and the light on the blade grew brighter and brighter until it stabbed painfully into Ling Shi's eyes. Spiritual power surged from Minato's body, natural energy converged from heaven and earth, and the Nine Tails power released from the sword itself. 3 colors of light twisted, collided and merged upon his blade, not layered together but fused as one. The 3 forces were forcibly compressed together, giving birth to a brand new color that had never existed before. Not blue, not gold, not silver, white, but the ultimate light born from the fusion of all 3. Pure light, as if a star had been born on the edge of the blade. The black orb came hurtling at Minato. It was not thrown, it was launched, moving so fast that the air around it caught fire, arcing through the sky to slam into him. Wherever the orb passed, the air was torn apart and the ground was ripped up. The silver-white buildings on either side began to crack and collapse in its wake, and before the debris could even fall it was blown hundreds of meters away by the shockwave. Minato did not dodge. It wasn't that he couldn't, he didn't want to. He gripped the sword with both hands and raised it above his head. The light on the blade had reached its absolute peak and the entire sword looked like a bar of iron just pulled from a furnace, scorching, blinding, impossible to look at directly. He took a deep breath, then exhaled, pouring that breath into the sword as well. That breath carried his breathing, his body heat, his life, everything of a man who had crawled back from the brink of death, crossed from the past into the future and found his own path out of the void. Minato struck downward. That sword was not aimed at Ling Shi, it was aimed at the black orb. The instant the blade struck the orb there was no sound, no explosion, no roar. There was only one sensation: the world stood still. The wind stopped, the light stopped, time stopped. Minato's sword came to rest against the orb's surface and the blade sank in 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The orb split open. From the point where the blade had entered, cracks raced in every direction like a mirror shattering. It was not an explosion, it was disintegration. The black orb was cleaved in 2 by that single sword stroke and the 2 halves slid past either side of Minato's body before crashing onto the square behind him. The earth trembled, the silver-white buildings swayed and the sky seemed to be torn open with a gash. The instant the 2 halves hit the ground they burst open, but it was not an explosion, it was a release. The Akatsuki power that Ling Shi had compressed inside the orb completely lost control at that moment, surging wildly from the 2 hemispheres and forming 2 colossal black pillars of light that shot into the sky. Wherever the pillars passed the silver-white buildings melted, collapsed and vanished like paper burned by fire. But Minato stood between the 2 black pillars untouched. It was not luck, he had calculated the angles, the angle at which the sword cleaved the orb, the angle at which the 2 halves flew apart, and the angle at which the black pillars erupted. All of it had been calculated to the last millimeter. Minato walked through the remnants of the orb and landed on the ground in front of Ling Shi. Minato's blue eyes met Ling Shi's silver-white eyes. There were less than 3 steps between them, close enough for Minato to see the silver-white fluid clinging to Ling Shi's eyelashes and close enough for Ling Shi to see the scar on Minato's forehead left by the Nine Tails. Ling Shi looked at the sword in Minato's hand, then at Minato's eyes. He opened his mouth as if to say something but nothing came out. Minato swung his sword. The silver-white blade carved a perfect arc through the air, cutting in from Ling Shi's left shoulder and out from his right ribs. The stroke was so fast that Ling Shi's body did not even have time to react, let alone feel pain. It was so sharp that his silver-white armor was torn apart like paper without making a single sound. The moment the blade passed through Ling Shi's body, time seemed to truly stand still. Ling Shi lowered his head and looked at his own body. A diagonal wound ran from his left shoulder to his right ribs. Silver-white fluid gushed from the wound, not seeped but gushed like a spring, like erupting magma, impossible to stop. He could feel that his body had already died the instant the sword cut through it. All that remained was his consciousness, which had not yet had time to fade. Ling Shi raised his head and looked at Minato. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, not in mockery, not in relief, but with the expression of one who could finally end it all. Minato looked into Ling Shi's eyes. The last gleam of light in those silver-white eyes was slowly fading little by little like the final lamp blown out in a storm. A faint sound escaped Ling Shi's throat as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Only air forced its way out carrying silver-white fluid from the corner of his mouth in a muffled indistinct rasp. Minato withdrew the sword into the void. The blade sank into the air and vanished. Ling Shi's body swayed. Naruto reached out from behind him and steadied his back. It was not because his heart had softened but because he wanted this man to die standing. Ling Shi felt the strong hand on his back curve the corner of his mouth and neither turned around nor asked who it was. He knew who it was. Those silver-white eyes closed. Ling Shi's body lost its support, slipped from Naruto's hand and fell onto the silver-white mirror-like ground with a dull thud. Silver-white fluid seeped from beneath him, pooling into a small silver-white puddle on the ground, reflecting a cold gleam in the morning light. The fluid was still flowing, seeping toward lower ground. The wind stopped. The clouds in the sky froze. The entire city seemed to have been pressed into a pause and even the air ceased to move. Minato stood before Ling Shi, lowering his head to look at his face. The silver-white eyes were closed, the fluid at the corner of his mouth had already hardened into a thin silver-white film and the diagonal wound on his body had stopped seeping. Moments ago he had been a living being who could speak, fight and think. Now he was nothing more than a cold corpse. Minato turned and looked at Naruto. Naruto stood motionless behind Ling Shi, staring at the corpse on the ground, watching the Akatsuki who had hunted him across several eras finally fall. His eyes did not redden and his nose did not sting. He simply watched. Minato walked over, reached out and patted Naruto's shoulder. The hand was not heavy but it was steady. "Let's go. Time to go home." Naruto nodded. He took one last look at Ling Shi on the ground, turned around and followed Minato out of the square. The sound of their footsteps echoed among the silver-white buildings, tap 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 tap, each one like a heartbeat, like a countdown, like the footsteps of those who had finally reached the end. Minato reached out, grabbed Naruto's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God. Space twisted before their eyes. The silver-white square grew farther and farther away until it shrank into a tiny point of light and vanished. Shuemen looked out from the living room window. The moonlight shone over my village, illuminating the Huiying Rock and the highest row of statues. The seventh Hokage's statue glowed white in the moonlight. It was Mingren's face, his son. He watched for a long time, so long that the moonlight shifted from one side of the window to the other, so long that the last distant lamp went out, so long that the night wind turned from cool to colder. Then he withdrew his gaze, took out the scroll of the art from his bosom and placed it on the table. The paper was new, the ink was new, the characters were new, each stroke neat and orderly, just like the man himself. "Mingren, this is for you," Shuemen said softly. Mingren walked over, picked up the scroll and unrolled it. The words, "Way of Nature," met his eyes. He began to leaf through it, fusing skin, opening meridians, tempering viscera, transcending mortality, for realms each explained in clear detail, from how to sense natural energy to how to absorb it through the skin to how to open the meridians to how to refine the internal organs to how to complete the transformation of the entire body. What to do when problems arose, how to choose the right path, how to break through bottlenecks. It was so detailed it felt like teaching a child who knew nothing. Mingren stared at the characters, at the painstaking annotations, at the hair-thin meridian diagrams. His eyes did not redden but his throat felt as if something were stuck in it. "Dad, this is. Let everyone in this era who is worthy of cultivation learn it." Shuemen's voice was calm. "Kakashi and those talented young people, this art doesn't require chakra talent or a bloodline limit. As long as one is willing to spend time and put in the effort, they can achieve results. This is for the entire ninja world, not for one person." Mingren rolled up the scroll and clutched it tightly in his hand. "Dad, are you leaving?" Shuemen nodded. "I have to go back. There are still some matters to settle in my era." Mingren did not ask further. He knew Shuemen would leave, he had known since the day he arrived. When the time came he had to return, but he still couldn't bear it. "Mingren." Shuemen looked at him. Mingren lifted his head. "Are you happy now?" Shuemen suddenly asked. Mingren was taken aback. Happy. He had Chuchen Baruto Himawari, the My Village, and those who were willing to believe in him, follow him and entrust their lives to him. He was the seventh Hokage, the hero of the ninja world, the hope of countless people. Mingren nodded. "I'm happy." Shuemen smiled. "That's good. Your mother worried about you the most." She can rest easy now. Mingren's tears finally broke free. He lowered his head, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, but the tears only flowed more. Shuemen walked over, reached out and patted his head, lightly, gently, just like the way he patted the infant's head 20 years ago on the night of the Ninetails. Mingren cried for a while, then lifted his head and wiped his face with the scroll Shuemen had given him, then froze, panicking as he saw the characters blurred by tears on the scroll. Dad, the characters. He hurriedly tried to wipe them with his hand, but the more he wiped the more they smeared and a large patch of ink blurred. Shuemen glanced at it and smiled indifferently. It's fine. You can just copy it again. Mingren stared at the smeared ink on the scroll, recalling the image of Shuemen writing each stroke. Shuemen had once said when teaching Boruto to do homework, write neatly because what you write is not just characters, it's yourself. Boruto didn't take those words to heart, but Mingren remembered them. Now these characters were blurred by his tears. He as a person had ruined the characters his father wrote. His eyes reddened again. Shuemen looked at him and smiled helplessly. Why are you crying again? You're the Hokage now and still so prone to tears. Mingren wiped his face roughly with the back of his hand. I'm not crying. Shuemen didn't call him out on it. He looked at Mingren, wanting to say so many things, wanting to say, you were a good child when you were little, you didn't cry easily, you ate when hungry and slept when full, wanting to say, if your mother could see you now she would be so happy, wanting to say, I am proud of you. But he said nothing, only patted Mingren's shoulder again. Mingren, I want to go back and see your mother. Shuemen paused. With my current strength I should be able to resurrect her. Mingren was stunned. His mouth hung open, his hand frozen in midair, his whole body motionless as if petrified. He looked at Shuemen and Shuemen looked back at him. The two stared at each other for a long time. Dad, what did you say? Your mother Kushina. I want to bring her back. Mingren's tears streamed down again. His hands were trembling, his lips were trembling, his whole body was trembling. He thought of that red-haired woman, the woman who existed only in photographs and the stories of Jiraiya-sensei, in those warm yet distant memories. He thought he would never see her in this life, thought she could only rest in the Pure Land, thought the word, mother, would forever be just a word to him. But now Shuemen said, I want to bring her back. Dad, after mother is resurrected, can you bring her to this time and space once? Shuemen nodded. Mingren could see his mother, could call her mom, could let her see Chujin Boruto, and Himawari could let her know that her son was doing well. Dad, Mingren's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, can you really do it? Shuemen looked into his eyes. Yes. Mingren said no more. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The night wind blew in cool, carrying the unique stillness of the night. The moon hung in the eastern sky, large and round, illuminating the entire Mai as if coated in silver. In the distance the seventh Hokage's statue on the Huaying rock glowed white in the moonlight. He looked at his own statue for a moment, then turned his head to look at Shuemen. Dad, when are you leaving? Tomorrow. Mingren nodded. I'll see you off tomorrow. Shuemen looked at him, was silent for a moment, then smiled. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten,